Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. It's Counter-Strike time once again. It is the Blast Premier Bounty presented by Polymarket. I'm one of your hosts across today, James Banks, and I've got the legendary, the man who makes some of the craziest takes. He tries to believe in NACS, but I don't think I even believe him anymore. It's Vu. How you doing, mate?
I'm great. Excuse me. After that Liquid game, and you're gonna say you're questioning NACS. Okay, we brought in JT, the NA
not American,
goat, the NA goat, and we've taken down Vitality.
Yes, you did take down Vitality, and that is a crazy thing considering how, I'll just say this, Liquid have been terrible for 10 plus months, maybe 2 years almost, right? Just a non-factor of making any deep runs anywhere. This is a statement victory. This is one they can be proud of. And yes, it's online. I'm going to say the same thing, that we shouldn't overreact to it, but it does mean a lot for Liquid, and it's a very good sign with Elise playing like that back under JT.
Okay, in mid-2025, James, we had back-to-back tournaments. I think it was the Bounty Season 2 in 2025, where Liquid played Vitality, and they made it look really good. They got into overtime, they had really close games, and they did it, but they got 2-0'd both times, I'm pretty sure.
Exactly,
and we were like, oh my, Liquid could be good again. And this feels similar, but so much better, because that was like, you know, they can get it close, they can be competitive, maybe they can beat the other teams. Here they actually closed the door on Vitality. They actually managed to take them down. So comparative to what we saw in 2025 that looked positive and then went straight down a cliff, off a cliff, down the hill, crashed and burned, I'm much more hopeful for this one.
Well, you know who also crashed and burned? It was the Panthers of Fury. Remember I said the bull is stronger than the panther and you weren't sure where I was going with it? Well, I just proved it to you in Counter-Strike terms, Vu.
Yeah, this was impressive from DENDELE. I mean, Furia weren't at their peak form. I think we have to say Molodoi really struggled, but you have to be a great team. You have to have your players hitting their shots. MaxCore was picking Furia apart once they got to the decider. And, you know, despite winning many of the pistols, I think they won both pistols on cash. Once it gets into OT, that's where you're thinking Furia, especially with the experience of a Fallen, they're going to manage to close it out. DENDELE was just the better team there.
By far. And you know what? I'm glad you mentioned this MaxCore guy, because he's not normally the player who's popping off the page for this team. And yet against Furia, he was just a new man, reinvigorated by all dominating. So we'll see if we can do that later on, because we'll get to see them in just a little bit of time. They're in for a wild ride today, that's for sure. But look at this. The favorites are out. 1, 2, and 3 in the VRS, all eliminated in the opening round. That means this opens up the tournament massively, maybe just for a Spirit, but Spirit also need to get past 100 Thieves. So looking at this, right, let's do a bit of our look at the games we've got happening. This is what you can see. That's what's left in the Bounty Hunters versus the Most Wanted. Obviously, people targeted Mongols, and that didn't work out for them, right? Mongols actually looked pretty strong in this. 100 Thieves, obviously the big win over Falcons, gives us some hope for the future with some legendary names on the team. But, you know, yesterday I was so good at higher and lower. IC Market said, please don't let Banks ever do this again. Yeah, that's not what we want to see. We want to see it be harder and more of a challenge. So they've told me I can do a tier list today, Vu. Are you ready for a tier list of the 8 matchups we saw from back on the draft?
Let's get it going, James. Let's get a tier list
going. Okay, here we have it. The Blast Premier Bounty presented by Polymark tier list, and here we have it. So, first game to look at, Mongols versus Wildcard. I mean, rate Mongols versus Wildcard as a intensely good game, even because, like, I just don't have that much faith in Wildcard doing too much going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was an obvious choice for them. Mongols, they had a great map 3, but they did look beatable, I would say. But at the same time, Mongols is just going to be a better team. They have the individuals, they have the team. I agree with you. I don't see too much coming from this wildcard team. This is going to have to be, I mean, I don't think we necessarily keep it there forever. This is a D- for me. This is a D- for me.
Whoa. Okay, I was going to put it in a B, but I'll let you have the D-. Vu's starting off strong with just non-belief in what Wildcard will be able to do here. And obviously Darkmeister does exist. You know, he can do it all. He can even AWP. He had a memorable game.
Who can't AWP on that roster, James? all 5
Every Mongolian player can. All right, next we got Foot taking on 3D Max. That's match 2 that was in the order of the draft coming in. So for this one, obviously 3D Max showed us a better form than we expected, mate. Do we give them some more credit? Could this get exciting?
I mean, I think there's a little bit of overlap between why they played Magic and why they want to play Foot. And you know, they did have the upset against Magic, but when Magic was firing on all cylinders for the first map and the majority of map 2 up until they were about to win, it was clear that 3D Max just couldn't stand up individually, and Foot is just better. Like, Foot is just a better team than Magic, right? So I think 3D Max have something to it when it comes to, you know, the play style. I think they're going to get blown out of the water, but at least it'll be entertaining when they get 13-0'd, so we got to put that one in a B.
13-0'd. Oh my god, he's calling out the 13-0 already. Okay, B for 3D Max and Foot. We got to quickly move on through these as well. So a little bit faster from us on the MOUZ versus FOKUS. FOKUS showed up. They did beat Aurora. MOUZ, however, 2 rookies coming in. Quite an exciting team. I believe in academy players. I believe in PR as well. Zershan as the IGL. I will give this as a potential of an A game myself. But what do you think, Vu?
I am somewhere between a B and an A. I'm concerned that MOUZ are just better. Similar to 3D Max Foot, I think MOUZ are just better. But I do have a little more faith in FOKUS, and there's some players I like to watch there. I want to see some interesting things from them.
Okay, so we'll stick him in A for now, and we'll see how it shapes up at the end. After that, we're looking at Pain versus Nip. Now, I'll say this, Stown sold me on the last game of his AWPing abilities, which makes me more excited to see Nip. I didn't think I'd be saying that, but I also really like Pain. I just thought Pain was in a really bad spot. I didn't even expect him to win their first game, but maybe they can level up. So this has a potential of being a good game, but I don't know what tier to put it in.
Yeah, that's the problem. We're not rating the level of the teams here. We're not rating the individuals. We're rating the excitement of the matchup. Okay, and NIP Pain, that's at least an A here, because that should be a closer matchup, and there are some players there I want to see more from. I'm never let down when I watch some Kaspersky, except for the last 3 months he's really been struggling, but I'm usually not let down when I watch some Kaspersky. I think that's going to be a great game.
All right, next up, this is what I would put straight away as the S+, Spirit versus 100 Thieves. Spirit struggled against OG. They can say it's the first game back, but I mean, they did struggle. 100 Thieves going to be better prepared. They have Gizmy. He is British. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, I mean, one of these teams is, you know, one of the best teams in the world. They've taken down major champions. They've consistently performed at a very high level. And the other team doesn't even have their coach with them all the time. You know, I think 100 Thieves are clearly going to dominate this. Spirit have no chance, but you know, it'll be entertaining when we see Donk get absolutely humbled by Rain, just like, you know, just like Nico was only a few days ago.
The thing I'm worried about for Spirit, honestly, in this matchup is just like the individuals that are not Donk and Shiro, because a lot of the 100 Thieves players, we saw it from Sira as well, right? They look very sharp and they could do some damage and make some problems here for them.
That is Spirit in a nutshell, James.
Yeah,
I'm always concerned for every player that is not Donk and Shiro.
Next, we got Astralis taking on HOTU. This, I think, is a rematch, by the way. Like, they played each other. I gotta quickly check this.
Yeah.
It is,
and it was a very close game. I mean, it was a very close game. So
just
if we're talking about if we're talking about exciting matchups, I think this is one that should actually be at least A. I would put this at the top of A. I'm not gonna make production reorder it, but if I was doing it, this would be number one.
Mental note: top of A, number one for A. There we go. All right, this one. G2 Liquid. MOUZ going up against his old team. I love this. And I want to put this in S+, because I actually think this is going to be the banger game of the whole thing. I think this is going to be the best match that we have in this round.
I'm on the same page with you. Other than 100 Thieves destroying Spirit, this is going to be the most competitive game that we're going to have here. It's got the legacy, it's got the history, it's got the, you know, you're saying MOUZ versus old team, Nerds versus old team, and there's so many things we want to see. We want to see Wrinkle remember how to play the game, and we want to see Liquid remember how to make it to a playoff. You know, that S+ for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I'm in with you. And then the last game, also our first game of today, is FaZe taking on DENDELE. So the Bulls have taken down a Panther. Now they've got to go up against a FaZe with a fake amount of stars from other titles that are not Counter-Strike. So where do we put this? Because DENDELE is exciting. They have faced off against each other not too long ago, and FaZe beat him even with Brokey. I'd put this maybe on B because I'm not so, like, I think FaZe will just win, but I do think DENDELE have improved.
DENDELE have definitely improved, but the problem is FaZe have also improved. So
Yeah,
you're looking at it because the last time they played, that was shortly after Kerrigan left, and they had to play with like 75-year-old on a walking stroller. Brokey wheeled him out from the home so that he could click mouse one a few times inaccurately, by the way, missing all of those shots, and they still managed to beat them pretty handily. So if they can do that, I think they're going to be able to do it again. I hate lists that just stack everything in A tier, so we got to put this one in B tier.
I can't believe you just did my boy Brokey like that, man. That is awful. You killed Brokey in this one. I don't think he's that bad. I mean, he can put the wheels back on. He can get back to his level. I'm confident in my boy. I'm confident.
He can put the wheels on the stroller back on, so he can get rolled out again. I think even Brokey might be like, you know what, you have a point. I need to get it back together, man.
You can tell I'm having feeling better today after being sick a little bit, because I'm definitely bringing the heat today. I'm definitely bringing the energy up, and the games is going to bring the energy up for us as well. It's the schedule for the day coming your way. 4 best of 3s as always here at the Blast Premier Bounty, and here we have it right now, ending the day with MOUZ Focus. We got HOTU Astralis, Liquid G2. That is a banger game, but also DENDELE FaZe, because it's the first game coming up. It's just around the corner, and I'll just say this, right? DENDELE's got a tough time on their hands because they just played, they had adrenaline, they were hyped up into it all, where FaZe, okay, they got the time of when their match was the same time as DENDELE, but I mean, FaZe have been chilling, they've been able to reset, you know, they didn't have such a crazy game that's going to blow them out there. Oh man, what do we look at when we come to FaZe right now as being, are they such a heavy favorite, or do they maybe don't come in as that much because of what DENDELE did yesterday?
I think on paper, FaZe is a pretty heavy favorite, but the reality is it's FaZe, and it's, you know, it's the first tournament of the season, so upsets are definitely possible, especially if DENDELE can replicate the form individually that they showed yesterday.
All right, well, let's find out if they can, but before that, we need to make sure we speak to NKJ and get some updates on some of the roster news going on, how he's working with FaZe, and Jacob that a lot of people are always criticizing. NKJ, I wanted to see, first of all, where is FaZe at right now with Natu? Because we know Jaboan's on loan, but there hasn't been any like official update on his status in the team. Can you tell me?
I don't think I can tell you. I mean, it's not up to me, but there's going to be some news soon, hopefully.
Oh, okay, positive. All right, that's good. I just keep going on the page and I'm like, it just says they got 4 members. I never know if he's playing, and then he just turns up and he's on the server.
You know, he'll just go along with us. You know, he'll just go with the flow.
He's just having a good time, man. And it does look like you guys are having a good time. And I've also heard from your team about the structure you're bringing, the ability you have to point out the mistakes that maybe they're not noticing. So I wanted to get it from you firsthand. Can you elaborate a bit more on your style of coaching for getting FaZe back on track?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously do have some sort of technical background as well, but those players, they have somewhat better understanding sometimes of the game than myself, right? So for me, it's important to have a specific coaching philosophy that enables the players to give their best at any time, meaning like we need to be putting players into their comfort positions, comfort roles, strategy wise, but also outside of the server. And I like to just get the most out of the players from a different kind of perspective than just from the in-game part. And besides that, I mean, pointing out the mistakes is one thing, but there's a lot more work to be done with the individuals as well, and also preparation-wise, and always just leading by example, bringing a good mood, making sure that the environment is really good, that everybody's having a good time within the atmosphere or within the environment that we are creating. And yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess.
Yeah, that's hugely positive as well, and very needed across all teams. And there's a member of the team in Jacob who obviously gets constantly criticized by the community, right, since his time on the team, but you see him every day more than me, right? So what is being done to unlock him and bring the consistency and see his potential actually live up to the expectations? Because we do see glimmers of it.
Yeah, I mean, one thing has to be said. It is a bit unfair for Jason, sorry, not for Jason, for Kuba, the position that he is playing, right? Because he's not playing the positions that he would like to be playing, that he's not, that he grew up playing, you know? Like, he is kind of a role player, more or less, especially on the CT side. So for CT side, he is getting a lot of help from me, doing individual reviews with him, going over specific things that he's doing really well, going over things that he still needs to be improving on, working on his individual playbook, making sure that he understands that he's doing a good job, that he's on the right track, that he's constantly improving, even if it is just like by the slightest margin, right? But he's constantly improving. I can see it from day to day in practice. And on T side, he's doing a phenomenal job for us in creating space, going in his first, playing space-taking roles on pretty much every map, and I think he's doing a really good job there. And you can see that on T side, he's a lot of times feeling more comfortable than on CT side, because he is more of in his element, you know, like a bit more aggressive at times. And on CT side, he unfortunately, like I said before, has to be doing the role part, doing a lot of times anchor positions. And yeah, if you're never used to it, or if you never have played it in the past and you have to get used to it, this is a unfortunately long-term process.
Long-term process. A lot of words to say about how NKJ is running the team, right? But also what's going on with some of their pieces there. Vu, what did you make of that?
I think calling Jacob a long-term process is pretty accurate, because it's been a long time and the process is clearly still ongoing.
Do you have faith in it though? Do you believe in like with some adapt? Because we see, I said this to you last time, we see glimmers of what Jacob can do, right? And there is a reason why he was picked for this team.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. There's a clear reason he was picked from this team. When you see him activate, he can be extremely difficult for other teams to deal with. And I do give him some credit. As NKJ is talking there, on T side, you often see him activated a little more than on CT side, where he has to pick up these alternative roles. We honestly saw this with MOUZ when he went to G2, where he's playing those anchor positions, and then you're questioning, you know, is that how he should be used? Can he adapt to that? Is that working as well as possible for him? But at the end of the day, he has to be better or more consistent. Like he doesn't hit these peaks nearly as often as I need from a player that is as inconsistent as him. You know, you call all the way back to a Config. You know, Config was extremely inconsistent, but man, he hit those peaks like insanely highly and a lot more often than Jacob has been recently. So if we're talking about FaZe, I do think that he just, look, we saw the first game of this tournament. He looked amazing. If he could keep that up for, you know, 1 out of 3 best of 3s, then that's what you're looking for from that style of player, I think.
All right, before I let you talk any more about DENDELE and we move into them, I'm going to just play out the interview straight away. Let's hear from Koala. If you do win this game, you will be going to Malta, you'll be qualifying to the LAN finals. How important is that for you guys who are, right now at least, right, trying to grind your way into more of the bigger events?
Yeah, like when we qualified to the major, we are just us and Sinners. I think that was like 5 players that didn't play the major before the qualifying.
Yeah.
So for us, like, we're a new team, so to be in the playoffs of the TRS event is like growing up as a team, as a players, to get more experience. For me, example, I think that what separates us from 90 right now, when we was playing against them in South America, if they wasn't there, it was going to be us to win a lot of events, get some TRS invites. Like, we lost to them like 3 finals, something like that. It's the experience. They have more experienced players. So when we get to the finals of the tournaments or some close rounds, they play better, and this makes the difference. So I think if we qualify to the playoffs of the Blast Bounty, we get more experience and play better for the next term. It's gonna be really good for us.
If you win this game, right, you'll make another playoffs. You did it at XPL, but this is obviously potentially like a bigger setup for you guys to do. How important is that right now for where FaZe is at and trying to grind back up this VRS?
It's immensely important, obviously. Every tournament that, especially in the tier 1 region, that you can make playoffs, or where you can just attend and do some upsets, farm some points, is immensely important. I mean, you can see a lot of times teams dropping out of the top 20, grinding their way back up, like 9Z did, for example, over the past 6 months. So every tournament that you're attending is really, really fucking important. And so is this one. Obviously, everybody wants to be on Malta, be playing the playoffs of a tier 1 tournament. It's been a bit longer. You know, last time for us was Blast again in Fort Worth. So hopefully that is a good omen. But yeah, let's see how it goes.
I'm excited. Are you excited, James? Because we got some Counter-Strike this wonderful morning.
Very much am. I can't wait to see the numbers as well, to see who is favored in this one. DENDELE with a big scalp. Many were lost yesterday, but they will be quite the underdog coming into this one versus FaZe. My word, was it a massacre in the matches we saw yesterday? I mean, the internet is in absolute shambles, but we'll see if DENDELE can make it even worse with a potential upset versus the likes of FaZe.
So what are you looking forward to in this matchup specifically? Are you looking for some Jiboen superstar performances? You know, what's drawing your attention?
Well, first and foremost, DENDELE need to answer the call once again. A late night for them, an early morning. I mean, gamers, I'm sure they'll be fine. You know, FaZe should be winning this. I think the panel is confident in their expectation from FaZe. So yeah, we're going to see some explosive stuff from FaZe. That much is easy to say. But I want to see a competitive match. I want to see DENDELE make it hard for them.
DENDELE. Okay, got to get used to this brand switch up. Okay, well, Jiboen will be outside with the USP, looking to a snipe with the bomb outside as well here. So you've got to be cautious. Very cautious, and it's going to be Jacob pushing lobby to kick things off here. Nice initial control. That's going to force that action outside. Down into secret they go. We'll see what DENDELE can do. We do have Twister, of course, on this lower site, ready to deliver the defense. In fact, the rest of the CTs also getting in there as well. Natu is actually just crushing it, making it a non-issue.
RDN finally taking control of the lobby, but there's a lot more to do than that. 2 pistols can be better than 1. With 3 players to find, maybe that'll be a help. 2 on the ramp, setting up some kind of triangle of doom for him. It's been a favorable angle for Natu. We'll see if things finish off there as well. There is a bomb that needs to be rescued. 45 seconds to do it. What is RDN thinking about here? There's no Kevlar to save. So is he saving Julies?
He's getting the morning sunlight, James.
Oh, he's looking around for it. Yeah, Natu's ready for that one. I mean, it's a very long rotation. I guess he thought he was in an impossible situation, so tried to use the time afforded to him. But that will be denied. Maybe DENDELE's an evolution of, you know, coming out of the water, now you're on land, although they came from being a shark, so I guess not. You know, I'm a big fan of sharks, so I did like the old team name, but I can accept the new one.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ooh, careful with them eyeballs. That logo does look like someone's fed him something dodgy. You know, it looks a bit crazy, that ball. I agree with Banks' comment about all the stars on FaZe, which are non-CS related. There should be a rule against that. I think Valve need to put the hammer down and say no stars unless they are from Counter-Strike. I was also looking at the jersey and I'm like, this seems... Yeah, it's like we don't live in a world beyond CS. I don't want to see these stars. Yeah. What is it from? You know, I don't care what they're from. If they're not from CS. Call of Duty, perhaps. There should be tape on those stars. Get your Call of Duty stars away from me. Well, we do have the force buy from DENDELE. I wonder where they're going to go with this one. Obviously, you know, this is a map that has all these close ranges. If you can just get through the choke points, that's really the main issue, of course. Perhaps ramp is to be the selected position. You can see that the forward space around ramp has actually been largely given by FaZe. Not playing too close. Jiboen's the closest player there. That MP9. It's going to be playing off the contact of Frozen. Jiboen's got a lot to do now. Good task to stop this bomb from being planted in this second round. Koala has made good inroads into the vents, but it may be for nothing. Some extra damage would be nice, but they're ready for him. A really promising start here from FaZe. I'm not ready to let go with these stars either. Like, what if I did a, you know, Bardolph's Minesweeper World Invitational and FaZe pulled up a player and won it? Are they going to put a star on their jersey for that? They're going to put a star for Minesweeper? Dude, Minesweeper. I haven't played Minesweeper in a long time.
I bet there are actually tournaments for that. If there are like spreadsheet tournaments, like Excel spreadsheet tournaments, I feel like there should be Minesweeper tournaments.
Yeah, where do you stop with the stars? This is already out of control.
Well, save now for DENDELE. They're going to get taken advantage of. So Jabone already with the AWP out. That's going to be fun to see. Yeah, I guess he was printing money, wasn't he? Because he got like 4 kills with the MP9 last round. So yeah. That's actually so nice for him.
Swimming in cash on those rounds. Jabone would be a good demo for like people at home. I think this CT half of Nuke, just to see how he keeps the surprise, playing different positions. That's a really nice spot to catch players passing towards that red box. But yeah, if you want some inspiration onto how to play AWP on CT Nuke, I think Jabone will be a good demo to watch. DENDELE able to drop Twist at least. Second one would always be good. I think on an eco like that, 2 kills is a great round for the ecoing side, but it won't get that far against FaZe.
So I'm curious what Jabone's going to do in this game. How much rotation will we see? You know, we're going to see like a very active rotation between ramp outside, maybe even doing some of those lobby pushes with the AWP sometimes. You know, there's ways to mix it up. I'm curious. You know, some teams really will approach it differently in terms of how much freedom the AWP will choose to have. But to begin with, Jabone still the sentinel outside with the AWP. Some fast movement to take that outside space. You got RDN dropping already very quickly, and he's going to get shot in the back. Very good positioning from Jabone there, but drop down the vent, and look at them go. DENDELE rushing to the lower side.
And Molotov will be quite telling for the CTs looking to rotate, but Twist gets decapitated immediately. DENDELE looking dangerous, as they did yesterday. Great position so far, trying to thin the numbers yet further before getting that bomb plant, but the trades will be good enough. GoFollow with 2. Leaving Frozen and Jabone in a tricky spot. 2 on 3. There is a kit near the bomb site. But they will not pursue. Rounds can get expensive quickly. Twist with just over $1,000. So they'll look to hold on to what they have as DENDELE get on the scoreboard early.
A sensible choice, I think, it's fair to say. Yeah, very nice, explosive, quick play from DENDELE. That's really cool to see. They seem to catch FaZe off guard, largely speaking, that pace. So we'll see if FaZe will be more ready for such things. I wonder if DENDELE would try to hit that pace again. Be really curious to see, you know, what their choice is. Yeah,
GoFollow with all the frags in that round. I think 2 of them are still on 0 so far for DENDELE, which is a weird stat when you see them charge into speed, get the frags there. You see 2 after planting the bomb as well, so GoFollow doing the heavy lifting. Of course, he needs his teammates to create space as well, not just about the stats. We'll see how things continue. I'd love to see a third map of Cash.
Yeah.
Here, I was watching the series yesterday, and there were some really interesting plays around the A-bomb site on Cash, which I'd love more time to talk about. We'll focus on Nuke for now. So you were asking about Jabone and potential rotation. For now, still opening on the outside, but I do see him moving around on the radar. So we'll see if he can keep the surprise. He did announce his presence outside.
Looking like they're threatening an upper split again, DENDELE. Are they going to try to drop vents? They got some outside control now as well. So it does feel uncomfortable, I feel like, for FaZe at the moment. We'll see if they can find some initial shots on the defense or not. RDN in a nice position there, potentially. Jabone, how quick will he be? Oh, it's going to be Natu getting caught off guard immediately by Koala. Nice trade, though, to keep this bomb site in good stead here for FaZe.
There's a lot of info for the T side. I think they're trying to run distraction. GoFollow again in that anti-lobby crunch position, who has lost the bomb. This timing not working out for DENDELE. I think the lobby guys were trying to distract while RDN got into position. He saw the rotation from Jabone earlier on. How much value can he get, though? Not enough, because Jacob's got his back. And now MaxCore is the only one standing. 22 seconds, trying to squeeze out what else he can from this one. Again, that bomb's in the lobby, so there isn't a round one on the cards here. no more damage to be done. So unfortunate timing for DENDELE. Again, they saw Jiboen. I mean, RDN was very, very patient. Saw Jiboen rotating towards Hell. So they've got great opportunity. As you see the nades flying into the A-bomb site, just running distraction. But then losing the bomb carrier in the aggression from FaZe in the lobby is a huge problem. And he just couldn't get here fast enough.
Yeah, that was really good from FaZe to find that timing to go active, to as you say, get that action started in the lobby position. Because DENDELE, they were slowing down because they were trying to make sure that they could get everybody in position from the outside. They had that flying through heaven as well. So there's a lot of danger points for FaZe, but FaZe made that hit happen. They took the initiative away in the perfect moment. So yeah, massive credit to FaZe and good experience to kind of hold their nerve, find that timing. And now they're rewarded, 4-1 up. And their economy is still in good shape for the most part. And it's going to be interesting, though, because DENDELE, they'll be, I imagine, pulling out a different opening in this round. They do have the AWP on max core. It's going to be a round with less utility than maybe they would like. So we'll see if they opt to go either fast or be more pick-oriented.
Koala, Doc, and Max Core still with only 1 frag apiece as we move into round 6. So there's not a lot going their way in these rounds, it feels. Again, even in the late stage where they're trying to make it expensive for FaZe, not achieving that either. Dodging 2 angles there is Doc.
Getting space outside now, though. Might be opportunity. Oh, a head shows for a second. As Doc tries to find another way to take this fight, but Jacob will be the one that is going to secure the kill. And with that, some space lost now outside for DENDELE. They've got to figure out a recovery, but they don't have really much utility left. Positioning lower, looking for that lower bomb site plant. Frozen is on the other end of it.
Maybe DENDELE were able to take some extra steps there if Doc realized that there were essentially 3 people he was engaging. 1 shooting to his left and 2 up top. But there's a lot more to do here, and again, not enough fragging at the moment with these AKs for DENDELE. Frozen's got a difficult angle to deal with, and time is on their side, FaZe. Waiting for the play to come through, down goes the follow. RDN's able to trade. Now we've got rotation into that ramp position. Maybe awkward for Jiboen. 12 seconds to get the bomb planted. Ooh, this feels so difficult for DENDELE. Twisted position now, looking for one more. They too will trade. And RDN is in no man's land. He does not survive this round. Brutal, 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 brutal. Brutal. Some position there. Again, there's some position for DENDELE, but they're not making it too hard for FaZe.
Yeah.
They need to get like they need to drop more players.
Yeah, or hit better timings. One of the two. Here you can see, I think that FaZe just get the pressure on before the bomb's gone down, and that's kind of the problem because you can see how exposed the planter is and how little time there is. I mean, there's no time to get post-plant positioning. So DENDELE, it seems like they're getting close, but just missing that last step to being in a spot that they can contest more effectively. And it's starting to get away from them. 5-1 advantage for FaZe, as the economy is still looking pretty healthy for FaZe as well on the CT side. So DENDELE are going to be up against just multiple gun rounds. And I mean, what are they going to be able to cobble together with the pistols?
Got to give credit to CEST for giving his teammates space to trade through the double doors on the B-bomb site there. Absorbing the lead to help his team succeed. Yeah, there aren't many deaths for this team. Jiboen 8-1 now. The struggle is real for DENDELE. We know someone's creeping somewhere. RDN with the bomb trying to trade, but not today, says Jiboen. This is dry, man.
Yeah, cleanup is looking really, really straightforward. 6-1 for FaZe, and you know, for DENDELE, they've tried a bunch of different stuff. If we go back to what has worked, it was that really, really fast play down to the lower bomb site through the vents, like the vent dive that we saw. And actually, they went down 4 players because I think Jabone actually caught one on the way down. And still, though, because of that pace, you know, was mentioning that it's either picks or timing that they need to be able to get to enable them to have a good post plant. And in that particular case, it was the timing that made the difference. And let's see if they look to get a faster timing here. We will see the nades on the door. They're going to smoke it. Not going to go for the vent dive. Straight into the upper bomb site instead, looking for the entries with the MAC-10. Where are these CTs, though? They can't quite seem to find them. And it's rather a labored effort, and one in which FaZe are having every luck with.
Yeah, they are really being stifled by FaZe. Changing the pace, high urgency, just can't find anyone to shoot.
That's so awful. You're like running around and you can't even find them to take the door.
Yeah, and then again, it's a scenario where it's maybe a question of damage for Koala, just trying to get some more frags to keep the CT spending, but there's only 1 frag in it for them. So again, this must feel really surreal and bizarre for DENDELE and how this T side is going for them at the moment. Looking at their history, they had a 5-game win streak on Nuke between May to June recently. They've got plenty of experience. I mean, they're playing a ton of Counter-Strike. They've got plenty of experience on this of late, plenty of successful experience, but FaZe may be posing a difficult prospect for them at the moment. None of their games on Nuke were against FaZe of late. So, learning some expensive lessons here, because again, just winning jewels and sometimes finding them, as we saw on that rush towards A, has been a challenge for DENDELE.
Yeah, they're going back in again. Nice opening, though. Ultimately, we'll see if there's more to build from that. Again, this round is good, but look how fast the FaZe players are to the defense. Now just Gafolo left. It is a 1 versus 2 with loads of time on the clock, but no weapon and no bomb, more importantly. The CTs are going to be able to sit on top of that. It's stuck on the upper bomb site, and Gafolo will at least be repositioning. So that will enable maybe some potential for a timing that could work. But look where the bomb is. Jabone right on top of it. I do believe... Oh, actually, no, he swapped angles, so closing the distance. He's found a blind spot. He's found a blind spot. Oh, it doesn't matter. Jabone's ready.
Is that 11 for 1 for Jabone?
It is.
Whew. This is the pick of DENDELE. And again, you know, sometimes on your T side, it's about chipping away at that economy until you can break the CTs. But Frozen's got $12,500. Jabone's got $12,500. So what more needs to be said? And that's why I do highlight the frags at the end of the rounds they're losing as well. Like, everything's just lacking at the moment. FaZe not giving them room for success by any measure.
Yeah, back on the AKs, and there's been so many different approaches that have been tried so far by DENDELE, of which none have really worked except that one rush, that dive down into the lower. And they haven't... I don't think they've tried it more than that one time. That was, I believe, their first gun round.
They've not planted a bomb in any of the 8 rounds they've lost, which again, max loss bonus will just give you more tools with which to execute. And we see how important the wall of smokes are outside, amongst other things. But again, situations like that just make things a little easier for your opponents.
Nice entry onto Jacob. Straight into the upper bomb site. Maybe a bit more luck here for DENDELE. They take down Natu as well. A great look on this round. FaZe now turn the corner through the radio room, see what they can find. There is, of course, a coverage on this flank. A nice angle for Gafolo. It is being looked for, but wow, the timing couldn't be better actually for Gafolo. He just kind of disappears. FaZe might start to believe this is clear. How deep would they go to check for this? They're going pretty deep. Frozen understands exactly what's going on. That is definitely some experience.
There must be someone here. There's too many people online able to solve that. And again, they have the money. They can choose to play for the exits and just keep those T's spending. There'll be a much needed round coming the way of DENDELE. Again, this is their pick, and They'll need to accrue as many of these last rounds as they can in this half. FaZe have previously beat DENDELE 13-8 on Mirage. I think that was in May. Currently 88% victories on Mirage for FaZe, while it is 40% for DENDELE. We've seen teams win each other's maps before. We can have some confidence in DENDELE's performance yesterday, whether they win Nuke or not. But they are learning painful lessons so far in this half.
Yeah, are they able to repeat the success there? You know, might see some changes for FaZe's setup as well in how they will defend the upper bomb site. The door is broken. Jabo is going to find an early one onto Koala. That's really nice to find. Taking that line through Squeaky into lobby. And it's a much better defense. Getting out here is very difficult, though. Doc is providing some excellent work. 2 entries, and they're in.
Yeah, a really good spot for the squad. I say as Doc is dropped by Twist, that will change a fair amount. There are pop flashes here. I think Jabone is lined up to pop flash his teammate in to that heaven position. Here we go then. There'll be a burst. One drops to run distraction. Frozen so quick to look to the left after looking towards HUT. Many plays in the red here for FaZe though, but they will be able to find a successful retake. Simple fundamentals there. Pop flash and a swing. One drops, one stays high. They win the duels as they often have in this half. And they will deny DENDELE an extra round. Finally a bomb plant for them, but at this point it's not enough.
Yeah, especially after they just, you know, lost a round. Sorry, 1 round. They've now got this lost bonus reset, so one down will help though. Will definitely be nice to give them some extra stuff into this final round of the first half. FaZe looking to secure 10-2. They have looked indomitable, like you say. The lack of bomb plants really does tell the tale. Jabone back outside, looking for the garage peak. He has been really quick this game so far, still only on 1 death. Love to see that. A2 is going to kick things off, taking the silo player down immediately.
DENDELE were deleted on Mirage by Furia yesterday. Some food for thought.
They do just climb through lobby onto the roof and just kill someone. He got traded, but yeah. that's just brazen, it's bold.
I love it. That's a great thing to do going into the, you know, in the last round of the half as well. Psychological warfare, showing no respect to your opponent. And this also just ruins the timing. DENDELE are standing here at the mercy of FaZe's aggression and utility. Down to Doc to try and make a difference. He doesn't have the bomb though. It may be a challenge for him to pull rotation or find an impactful flank. Yes, he's downstairs, but oh, he's going to break the window as well. Okay, so there's some sound cues for FaZe. How do they respond to this?
Yeah, they got this nice lobby set up for now. And there's the attempt at moving in. RDN goes down, and they know exactly where Gafolo is. Oh, wow, what a great second kill from Gafolo to make this one look doable, but not ready for Twist there in the hut. Now Dog 16 HP, and he's even less time on the clock as he just has to charge forwards. There's no time to do anything other than this. He has to be so quick to the shots, and Twist is a bit quicker. 10-2 at the end of the first half for FaZe.
Ton of damage done. Everyone's low. Yet they hang on. 30 seconds to the clock. The pressure is so real. The dreams are alive. And Twist wants to rip them from their fingertips. Down in with the up. And now Drops is dead. They've done it. They've done it. They made their dreams come true. The first Danish team to win inside the Royal Arena.
Lin Vision closer than they've ever been to the top 16. A 7-year hiatus for China in the top 16 teams of the major, and it's Lin Vision to break it. 8 round hiatus, or rather 8 years it's been. They take it. Lin Vision, all the way from stage 1. Stand up, jump up. Emilia can't quite believe it.
They're trying to get closer towards that exit out through Squeaky. Cyber's ahead of the pack. That's going to draw Wonderful into the open, but he won't get punished. Able to go back, diving into the cover. Tries for second servings. Robs has got him bested. It's pressure on Alexi with 18 health. Map 1 on the line, and as Robs figures this one out, it's an act of desperation left for Bit.
Do you really want to push that with an off?
He has no time. He has to run this in. Na'Vi thought once upon a time they had this. And with fire at the feet of the player on the right, it doesn't go deep. Mezzi's able to just lock in this spot, and patience pays off. Vitality rip Fort Worth's hearts out.
Spinks kind of a little bit hungry. See if there's anyone that wants to flash him in. If he wants to take a further peek, that might be necessary, but oh, never mind. Don't need the flashbang at all. The old-fashioned way. 3 kills in the round for Cyber before Nico. Kind of getting warmed up, but he's very low on health here. He still gets one more headshot. Give him a chance. It might be possible. He's definitely spotted it out. One of the few players in the world that can win a round like this one. 15 seconds. He's actually so deep in that Mezzi doesn't see it. He's not aware. Might get 3 kills. He gets the headshot. And now it is on. This man is a demon. I don't know what he did to become this good at the game, but there's hardly ever been anyone like it. And now he's hiding. I bet the pressure is on Apex. He knows he has to walk into Nico's domain. Can he find him all the time? He's nearly there. Nico ready and waiting, just hiding. Waiting to step up. Our footsteps being heard on the other side. I'm not sure yet. Grenade. Nope, he's not up in the hallway either. Nico steps it up. He misses the shot. It's so close.
I can't believe it.
Should we have a look? Should we have a quick look? Nico, you might need to stop going to the gym.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this was the gym. This was just the anger, you know.
He's even more ripped now than he was when he made that hole in the desk. He might be going straight through next time. But back into our series here. First series of the day, DENDELE on, I mean, I wanted to say on the struggle bus versus FaZe, but I don't even think that really describes it well enough. It's rough. It's been rough out there in that first half. It really has. But it's over now. But of course, they'll be very desperate to win this pistol. I think everything hinges on the pistol now. Otherwise, it would be curtains on their pick of Nuke. And again, the numbers don't look great on them for them on Mirage. So I think they need a miracle here in this first map.
Well, there's Jacob with the opening onto follow. Another player hidden though. Koala has a good spot. There's a crossfire as well, potentially. Playing the bait. Koala now springing out from a hidden spot. Finds Jacob. But the bomber goes down on the lower side. 4 versus 4 in the afterplant.
2 on the ramp for DENDELE. They know there's a trap of some description. Speaking of traps, Frozen is the bear trap. In the vent. Still just trying to pick the right time. Oh, we saw that angle in the last pistol round as well. Some revenge from FaZe, and there's not much for Doc to do. Again, saving your Kevlars, there's certainly an argument for it if you're going to go for a force buy in the next round. Simply more money to be made that way. No bonus money to be had for Doc, so this is a rough situation indeed for DENDELE.
I like how Jabone gets the 3K in the pistol there. I was wondering, you know, how long is he going to be able to hold on to this 1 death stat line? Well, he manages to survive 3 pistol duels, and yeah, Jabone 15-1 at the moment. So that's that's a fun stat for him. I wonder how far that's going to go, because we are 11-2 here. So FaZe looking at a very fast first map in this series against DENDELE, who haven't really been able to find too much success, and you can see that. The predictors are predictorizing that FaZe indeed are quite good for this one.
Yeah, perhaps those numbers made sense then. At the beginning of this one, heavily favored FaZe. And I think if the whole series is to play out in such fashion, then people may lament the loss of Furia. Overtime on the last map. But did not win the right rounds.
First position with the 5-7. We've seen the damage it can do. Jacob, though, will take down RDN immediately. And, oh, hello, Doc from around the side. Deagle finding some value, and they are doing some damage here, but ultimately, it will be another round for FaZe. 12-2-2. And again, Jabone yet to die.
Crikey. Could be one round in it for a pretty solid stat for Jabone. A perfect storm for FaZe. Really couldn't ask for more in this series. And again, there's nothing with the historical numbers to give you confidence for DENDELE going into Mirage. Ain't looking good, bruv. Ain't looking good at all. So they'll do what they can in what is possibly the last round of the match. They've barely got grenades with 1:40 on the clock, do DENDELE. They'll really need something to go wrong here. Twist may be the expendable one in this round, the MP7. Creeping outside, looking for CT aggression. FaZe can feel the urgency for DENDELE. But I don't know if there's a play to be made. I think that DENDELE may just have to wait for FaZe to show their hand.
Yeah, it's really hard, like you say, with no nades. You can't. It's hard to set stuff up.
MP7 in secret is less than ideal. You can see a bait set up here, but I mean, if you're going to lose personnel during this... Oh, did GoFollow make a step? Twist needs to do a 180. Bogey at 6 o'clock. Oh, he still hasn't seen him. But the team have information. Again, he's the expendable man, and they can come through now and bleach the floors and finish off the job here.
Yeah, looking very, very tough indeed. Koala. All the hope, nope, never mind. Hope dead, gone. Jabone gets himself 3 at the end there. 19-1. What a scoreline to finish the game with. My goodness, that was a fast one.
A fast one indeed, an absolute domination coming out from FaZe. This looked almost too easy. I can understand that DENDELE may be having a bit of shell shock right now because you go from the heights of beating Furia, you know, a rival from the same region as you, and then you come into this game and you can't do anything. Nothing is working from start to finish. It's a lot of pain, but I mean, sometimes it just be like that, Vu.
I mean, that was like ripping a Band-Aid off, you know? Just get it over with quickly. Don't put them through even more pain to have to make this one last all that long. I mean, FaZe just had their number from the start, and I think DENDELE had an idea of what they wanted to do in this game. The problem is their idea went horrifically wrong. You know, they continually tried for like these little outer prods. They were trying to take straight up engagements. It wasn't until they finally later on in the half went for a couple upper executes that it looked like they had any opportunity of winning. But I mean, when you have Jay Bowen playing like he is there and you're trying to prod outside, he's just going to be taking you down. And then Nate, and Jacob are going to push into lobby and kill your whole team at the same time. I mean, that was just a textbook from FaZe, really just like picking them apart.
Dude, he was just owning. Jabone was just living the dream, man. 19-1. That is crazy work. That is crazy work. And this is why we've been hyping this guy up a lot, right? You can give it to DENDELE that like, oh, we obviously didn't have as much time to rest, to reset from it. But when I spoke to Koala on the interview, he was saying like, this is not an excuse. We've played worse situations than this. We need to be ready for it. But you might not be ready for this new level of FaZe. You mentioned about the Brokey difference. Well, the Jabone difference is huge.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at what happened with Furia and DENDELE yesterday, Molodoi had a very tough game. Jay Bowen here had the most comfortable game of his life. And it's not even like he, you know, of course, 19-1, you played well. But you look at the shots he's hitting a lot of kind of easy shots. Nothing really all that complicated, all that challenging. He's in the right place at the right time, not missing. And DENDELE just kind of made it easy for him in a lot of these. Just walking in, walking around outer, not a lot of utility, not a lot of trading. It just, as much as I want to credit Jay Bowen for a 19-1 performance, great game. Brokey could never, at least not in the last 5 years. Brokey could never, but it certainly wasn't the most challenging performance for him. He's probably like at the end of the game, whoa, Like, I didn't even have to try.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just hitting the shots, I'm just making it all work. I will say this continues to go for him, though. I know it's only the second event he's had for the team, but like, he just doesn't have these crazy negative downward performances, these matches, right? He's been able to stand strong on his own, and it's got to be hard for being a rookie coming into FaZe, but he's got some confidence with it as well. And I will say this now, a little bit worried about DENDELE's confidence, man, because I know we can hype up them beating Furia. You mentioned, right, Molodoi not being able to perform in it, but like, if you are not on your A game, when you've got Twist, when you've got Frozen, when you've got Jaboen on the server, they will eat you up and punish every mistake that's going to be shown.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is they didn't really need Twists and Frozen. It was everyone else on the server, that was popping off. And I would say I'm more than a little bit concerned. I'm extremely concerned, especially you look at, the performance you had from MaxCore when you're looking at that Furia game. He was doing exceptionally well.
Normally.
He pushed them over the edge for that one. That's not normally his performance level.
Yes.
He usually struggles a little bit more. He was able to isolate some duels against Molodoi. Molodoi loves those 1v1s, but MaxCore was winning them. Now he's really struggling. On the bright side, T-side nuke, very tough to deal with, very, very hard map, and now we're going into the easier, in theory, the easier Mirage and Cash. Problem being, Mirage is obviously FaZe's pick.
Yeah, and that's going to mean more problems for him as well. If you're DENDELE, right, what is the thing you're looking at here as how you brush this one off? Because the thing is, for me, they're still such an inexperienced team. All of these events in this current time is about getting this experience going through it. And I'm pretty sure this is like something they haven't had to deal with before.
Yeah, one of the things that I noticed on Nuke, we actually have a round we can pull up here. We have round 10. By the time they got to this round, it's too late in the game, but they do see something here, and they do the exact same exec similar exec a couple rounds later, and it similarly goes quite well, where they can have very clean, very coordinated executes. When they actually pull these off, they did show that FaZe had something, some crack in the armor that they could actually attack. The problem was that they didn't pivot into this until too late. They came into this seemingly with a very similar game plan to what I saw that they ran against Furia. They were looking to isolate some of those duels, and against Furia that worked really well. Maybe they're seeing against FaZe, we have to run a bit more exec heavy. Of course, Nuke, very different map than Mirage, but at least maybe they've seen something. Okay, our execs are effective. Let's pivot into those a little earlier in the game if things are going wrong.
And Koala told me in the interview as well, right, that they do all of their own preparation, right? Each player has to look at it themselves and be ready for it. So maybe this was just a bit of learning throughout it that came too late, not understanding what was happening and where they would have an opportunity in there. But that can be expected for a less experienced team.
100%. I mean, this is a DENDELE team that they're playing against one of the most experienced teams out there. They're playing against a team that had a little more time to prepare, I think, or at least calm down from their last series. This is a FaZe that came into this one primed and ready, and I think DENDELE just need a mental reset at this point.
Well, let's see if they can get themselves the mental reset, and we'll have a bit of a reset here on the desk. We're going for a few minute break, and then we come back. We'll be discussing all things Mirage between DENDELE and FaZe. It is not looking good for DENDELE after an impressive win over Furia just last night. Now they're going up against the FaZe, going into MOUZ, which is FaZe's pick. And this is one where we've seen good performances consistently, a huge win streak on the map. It's looking so comfortable, so confident, and their confidence, especially even for players like Jacob, is going to be riding high from what we heard from NKJ during the break, right? Or during the interview, sorry.
Yeah, and this is one of the maps where Jacob, I think, has had his better performances. You know, I think this is a map he was comfortable on. Some of the other maps, especially Overpass, I felt like Jacob was really struggling on when it was still in the map pool. Nuke is a map he's had his struggles on. There's a lot of maps where he's a lot less comfortable than Mirage. Yep. So going into Mirage, you're seeing a map where he already dominated eyeballers on it in this very tournament. He already had a really strong Nuke. He's probably gonna have a really strong Mirage as well.
And that's what you want to see, right? If you're FaZe and building this confidence and building this ability to see Jacob get comfortable. I think that was a big talking point from NKJ, right? That they need to start seeing these improvements from him. They understand what he can do. And I feel like at least the criticism he's been given has been fair. But I think everyone, including FaZe, know now that, like, you've had your time. Now it's time to put up some of these numbers. And here, this is the kind of teams he farms against, man. This is no problem at all, right?
I think you've put it exactly right. This is the type of teams he farms against. This is the type of team, you know, the way I saw DENDELE play, especially against Furia, they're going to give him the engagements that he wants to be taking. They're going to give him those straight up aim duels. And you know, they didn't put pressure on him on Nuke. It's not like he had a tough performance and he comes into this one, he might be feeling the pressure. I really do honestly believe that Jacob is a player that struggles under the pressure, so he's going to do better in these types of online games. He's going to do better when teams give him all the room to work with and he can make comfortable decisions and take his own engagements at his own pace. So this is really just kind of like the dream scenario for a player like him to warm up into a tournament before he inevitably will go to the LAN after this map.
Exactly, right. That's what it's about after this map. So you're going straight in for the 2-0 here. So let's look at DENDELE. I know they struggled on this map against Furia, but when I look at some of the individuals and I look at the players, they should be better at Mirage than this, right? Like what are we seeing? How can they be this bad at Mirage?
I think they really struggled on their CT side when they played against Furia, which is unfortunately, I believe, where they're likely going to be starting here, given it's FaZe's pick. And they couldn't deal with a lot of the grouped up plays Furia was going for. They had a really clean B exec, then they just had a solid mid hit, right? These like fairly straightforward plays from Furia. I think they didn't overcomplicate things, but what they did on Mirage compared to Cash is they didn't leave openings for MaxCore to find picks onto them. On Cash and on Anubis, there were so many times they just didn't have a flash. MaxCore just holds an angle, Furia walks into him. And FaZe, they're a little looser of a team. Their utility usage isn't perfect. They might leave those sorts of openings, but I'm expecting them to have seen the Furia game and be very quickly able to pivot into that plan B if things are going wrong.
Well, you've seen it, right? So I'm sure NKJ has seen it as well. So your prediction is 2-0 FaZe, but give me a score prediction for you. That's what I want. The last word from you. Give me some numbers.
13-5.
13-5. That's what he predicts. Part off of DDK. Do you agree?
I think it's very possible if DENDELE don't get enough pistol rounds here. I think that's a score that is absolutely achievable for FaZe. I think stylistically this is a very favorable environment for them. That was certainly true on Nuke, and I mean, how could you think otherwise moving into Mirage? Everything is in their favor.
Yeah, everything is in their favor, but I mean, maybe that's the moment when it all goes wrong. You know, it's Counter-Strike, James. You know, unpredictable things can happen, and I mean, honestly, that was such a failure for DENDELE that, you know, maybe that's liberating. I don't know how that makes sense. I'm trying to find the angle.
They were almost on 10. They ain't no angle. It's just a straight line to victory for FaZe on paper. Again, it's not impossible, and like we said in a previous in the 3D Max game, perhaps the worst is over. I mean, it has to be. It can't get worse than that, unless it was you know, like they don't get any rounds. But I don't project it being that bad. I think they'll learn many lessons from the things that went wrong. Of course, it's a different map, but how they're being engaged, how they're engaging their opponent may count for something moving into Mirage. But if they need to adjust, they'll have to adjust quickly. Otherwise, they may find themselves ejected from the situation.
Yes, FaZe on the T side here on Mirage to start things off with, and it is undeniable, I think, the quality that FaZe do have on this roster. even though, of course, the roster's a little bit more fresh, still so much quality in the players, and they're going to get to start off here, dictating the pace. And DENDELE waiting patiently. A 3-2 setup. 3B to A. Playing retake on A. And it may be a retake situation on A. We'll see what FaZe opts to do. But right now, DENDELE, they're not giving anything to FaZe, so FaZe will really just get to go wherever they want.
Showing presence on shorts and connector at the same time. Jaboen says hello, but where's the bomb? Where is the bomb? Asks DENDELE. Gafolo will drop Natu, but he'll be traded by Jacob, and the beep is there. Twist with a good angle. Bomb safely planted with that smoke in connector. Very, very mysterious opening for DENDELE to deal with, but they've got a 4-on-3.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for FaZe. They're going to have to connect all the shots. DENDELE, they have numbers. They are encroaching upon the position. Can they force any of these FaZe players to peek? Well, that's Molly's going to do a lot of work, and Frozen's going to go down.
Twist has got a lot of work to do. Can he find an angle on that diffuser? There's no kit for these players, but he'll still need a reload as well. Slowly falling back, and that is a pistol secured for DENDELE. We did mention those immediately in terms of the score predictions, and that is the first thing ticked off for DENDELE. There must be some kind of chant in this name. DENDELE! I don't know. Does that work in like a big crowd? DENDELE!
DENDELE.
I don't know.
I know.
Where's your DENDELE
like
chant?
It's got potential. It's got potential for sure. But they got to get to the land first.
DENDELE!
DENDELE. It kind of reminds me of the Vindaloo chant a little bit, you know, the Vindaloo song.
Yeah.
Vindaloo. Anyway.
You've got to put your back into it, Dan. Come on.
Yeah, I know. I'm not really committing to it.
You sound like you're on dialysis.
Yeah. Well, I mean, DENDELE getting the start they needed, okay? But the force buy from FaZe with that bomb plant could definitely play spoiler, and that's certainly a problem. Tech9 onto RDN, causing problems. Into the B site they go.
Really rough, that second player coming through from the short position. Natu compromising where the CTs can stand. That worked very nicely indeed. And there's Gafolo and Doc in a nasty situation. Jacob with an important trade. Down to the 1v1. Doc stuck in the window. Can he make it through? He can do more than that on the pistol versus the Galil. Able to secure the round. Surviving by a thread. But as long as they do survive, they keep the clean sheet for the time being. Plenty of opportunity and things to think about for FaZe with a bomb plant and only one CT surviving. That was a scary one though. But as that push comes through, again, the CTs think they've dealt with that short play, which allows them to stand in the middle of the site. But hey-ho, another one comes around the corner, and that really causes huge issues for them trying to secure this site again.
Yeah, and the bright side for FaZe is, you know, they are getting some serious damage in there. And in fact, what we're about to see on our screens is that FaZe are deciding, despite not getting the bomb down there, to go for a force buy.
They did get the bomb down.
Oh, did they get the bomb down?
Yeah.
I'm crazy, dude.
It was beeping. All the beeps, it was beeping and making the beeping noise.
I did not acknowledge it.
Quick boost in the window. Nothing doing. 2 SMGs and 3 rifles for the clan of FaZe. Jaboen on Nuke was the first one-death map performance in Tier 1 since Wonderful went 11-1 against Bait at IEM Rio.
They could have had it to production, pulling up these stats. That is amazing.
Reading it for the mobile phone users.
Incredible stuff. Well, A's about to be under attack here, James, and the utility for the retake is not going to be there for DENDELE. I love this choice from FaZe.
It's going to be really important to hold CT, which only Doc is in currently. So it'll be interesting to see what he chooses to do. Holding the off angles for the time being. Gafolo trying to play anti-flash, able to deliver as well. Doc dropping Natu, so good hold so far from where the CTs want to hold from. Indeed, it will be retake territory, but they're making life easier with 2 people dropped. Smokes are up, but the bomb's not planted just yet, and that will be nervous for FaZe in this 3-on-3. Big frag for Jacob, finding RDN, but Doc will collect 2 on the site, leaving Jacob in the clutch now.
Doesn't know where the second player is. This is very, very stressful for Jacob. Great stuff there, though, on the first one. Headshot down, Koala found as well, and the spray through the smoke, down 92 health. Koala is in a lot of trouble. Although able to reset the situation. Forced to go for the plant here, Jacob. And again, does buy time for Koala.
Oh, he's got to commit to it as well. Koala's found the angle, but can he round the corner fast enough? Indeed he can. Jacob never sees it coming. Really important frags from Doc in that situation. Again, really important position on CT alone as those grenades start to stream in. Picked his moments really well. And that's another test survived for them. Again, the bomb has been planted.
All right, you have to rub it in.
So we'll see what FaZe choose to do. Again, they're keeping DENDELE on the edge, but can't quite break them.
Yeah, the stress for DENDELE. It's got to be on an all-time high in this position. As you say, like, just doesn't feel comfortable. That felt like a great round selected by FaZe, but what's really cool, I think, to see as a contrast from Nuke is DENDELE, I mean, the players, individuals, Doc especially, hitting really hard right now. And you've got to turn up like this. And so far, so good.
FaZe can keep buying if they keep planting the bomb. And they will do exactly that. Just the one AK. And the AK versus M4 battle can sometimes decide the fate of a round. So 4 Galils on deck will make things somewhat even for the 4 M4s of DENDELE. 1 AK per side. A lot of presence in the apps for FaZe. Twist will be on a solo mission in mid. Smoke for top connector. It's a nice angle from that bench position, but just repositioning as the nades start to stream in. Koala eats a huge flash. He can't help his teammate. He'll have to over-deliver now as they come out the window. 2 might be enough. He makes it doable. 2 on 3. It'll be a close one. It's a nervous one, but this is where FaZe can finally break DENDELE.
Oh, that's a great HE. Good timing there from MaxCore. But importantly, the bomb did go down, and MaxCore position is known. That smoke does allow them to cross, but it's a little bit sketchy here. Nate2 understands exactly what's going on, takes down Doc, now just down to MaxCore, able to take the 1v1, but there's one more to go. The Twist with a perfect position, coming in from the back.
From the back.
And that's going to be the round for FaZe. Hanging on to the last man, every round going on to the last man. But importantly, James, of course, we've been saying how rough the eco has been for DENDELE, and finally, it is broken.
Yeah, I think that's a great focus task by FaZe. They've got the talent on the server to do it with the rifles. They've got enough grenades around it as well with the bomb plant, and it pays off for them finally. Putting DENDELE in the bin delay for this one. You're welcome with that. So it will be a forced buy. Doc will have the solo M4. MaxCore will do what he can with the scout. But that's what FaZe have been looking for, blowing the door wide open. Now they have opportunity to take control of this half.
Yeah, quick scale through the apartments. What do you have to stop it? Just a deagle. Just a deagle for Koala. Oh, hello. Okay, we've got a team kill. Twist helping RDN out a little bit there to take down Nate2, but the bomb site's taken, though 4 versus 3 in favor of DENDELE. So somehow this awkward buy is doing some work.
Yeah, RDN dropped a scout kill onto Twist after he killed his teammate. But the numbers are dwindling. DENDELE.
I knew you were going to do that.
As Gofalo finds himself as the last man standing. Could still be, well, I was going to say, could still be dangerous with the 5-7. Maybe fishing to collect something, some kind of rifle from somewhere. But perhaps he'll save his Kevlar. Have a scan in T-spawn for anything. But yeah, that one got a little nervous for the FaZe clan for a short time. We'll see where Jacob is safe with his 1 HP.
Run away.
Yeah, I would run away from a 5-7 with how many frags we've seen this week. It's been highly, highly dangerous. I think if you were to tweak it, you could just slow the fire rate a little, just a little bit.
Or you could increase the fire rate, but like lower the damage a lot.
I'd go with slower
like
fire rate. I mean, you have to put the fire command on the mouse wheel to fire it faster, I think.
You can make it projectiles. that's like way slower, a little slower velocity, so it takes some time for the bullet to get to them. Maybe.
Crikey, turning it into PUBG.
Unavailable Valve for your game design.
So I think Vu said 13-5. I'm conscious of the 3 rounds, but that they have for now. But let's see. I'm curious to see when their full buy comes through. DENDELE, what they will be like on their CT side. These rounds, of course, we won't be so concerned about. So Jabon's got more than 1 death in this one, which DENDELE will be happy with. Not a good stat for someone to achieve against your team. That 1 death in that previous game.
Yeah. I agree with what Vu said too, where it's unfortunately an unimpressive version of that stat line. Not because of anything poor to say about Jabon, but just his life was made somewhat easier than maybe it could have been, and not to take anything away, although I guess that does take something away.
Well, I mean, but it's factual. Like he wasn't. It wasn't the greatest of challenges. You still have to position yourself well and hit your shots.
Yes.
And he did that, and the rest was pedestrian for him.
Yes, absolutely. And just being like a steady pair of hands with the AWP is I think such an important fundamental.
Underrated.
Top level. You got to be reliable. It's such a big investment. And he proved that reliability. So, I mean, that's definitely good. I feel like on the first game we got to cast with FaZe, I felt like Jabon looked fine, but I don't think looked like the Jabon that we know that he can be. And maybe that was some of the more kind of like debuting into the tournament, like the shakiness early on. But what we're seeing is a lot more confidence here against DENDELE as we go into the next round. A mid-take from DENDELE coming up.
Good positions for FaZe. They've got 3 to FaZe as well, and those trades will be very nice for them. 3-on-3 with 1:30 on the clock for FaZe is a happy situation. Unfortunate for DENDELE that 3rd man was there to help deal with the matter. And sometimes the timing just doesn't work out for you, because we've seen previous rounds where Twist has been alone towards top mid, and maybe in a situation like that, they get a nice advantage and they can pursue the issue even if he hides by that door. But a different prospect we're seeing in this round. Instant trade from Koala will be really good.
This works, James. But you must get the kills for the fake to actually be worth it. And Jacob will get the bomb down, but he's got 9 HP against the Koala, who is fast coming to Cat. Jacob does have just enough time to reposition.
That's the clue he needs with less than 10 HP. But he has to try and find an off angle even in this position, and he'll do exactly that. Just be a little bit unpredictable for the pre-fire. Down to the wire again, but this time not in favor of DENDELE like the initial rounds were. And indeed sort of fake there from Frozen, those new school grenades coming through, which makes it harder for the CTs to play around. But importantly, FaZe fragging out on that B bomb site. And again, it's an unfortunate beginning for DENDELE. They chose the opening where FaZe's opening was superior numbers-wise. So that would be frustrating, but such is life.
Yeah, so this is definitely an unfortunate scenario, but into the next round we go. We do have a bunch of MP9s. No util really, a couple of smokes, that's about it. FaZe going for that mid-take again. Nice catch though, RDN sneaks away as well. Back, hello, okay. Twist is gonna find him as he fell back to the ladder room. Now 4 versus 4, just holding mid. Is there another response? Look how clean the flicks are from Natu. My goodness. Again, you're seeing that individual quality once again from FaZe.
Yeah. Not much of a round for DENDELE. So what is the next play then? Maybe it's partly spawn dependence for this CT squad. But it's good they understand the need to take the fight to FaZe, not allow them to dictate the pace and do whatever they want. And I think FaZe will be expectant of higher risk taking. Maybe an AWP in B-apps, maybe a play through the underpass or below the window. They'll surely expect some kind of shenanigans from the CTs who are fighting to get back into this half.
Yeah, I'm curious because, FaZe have shown quite a lot of mid aggression now, and there's always options for the CTs. You could get a little aggressive on an extremity, where maybe you expect number advantage, or maybe you try to challenge mid. Or the other option is you just play really passive. I'm never usually a fan of just playing really passive as a default way to handle a game where the other team has all the confidence. But maybe that's an option that they would prefer to choose. But we're about to find out as we go into the next round, and the buy does come in for the DENDELE side, and the AWP is going to be on max core. So good to see that. It's been a rough time economically, but we're back in with the AWP there.
He looks to have the best spawn towards mid or B as well, so we'll see what he chooses to do with that. I think it's difficult for DENDELE to allow FaZe to make the plays they want, because they've been offering some different looks around a smoke towards connector, and that is not the start they were looking for. Early 5-on-4, all the questions we asked, there'll be a two-man swing from short by DENDELE, but again, picking the wrong door in these early rounds versus FaZe.
I do like the activity from Koala here, going underpass to see if he can catch timing. This might be a great timing, actually. Oh, there we go. Manages to convert 4 versus 4, but can he get out, though? Looks like he's clean because there's nobody to punish in mid. And you've got to ask the questions. What does this mean? FaZe have been setting up here now for an A play.
Yeah, you can see FaZe were posted up looking for that aggression. They had everything covered on the map. But now the timing may go in DENDELE's favor. Again, the peak towards the apartments when they stopped looking there, because they were there with 2 men, one focused on lower, one upper, but now there are sound cues rotating towards A. And Goffolo's got a forward position in B apartments, but surely he starts rotating now. With Koala's position, he heard a player making his way over there, and he spots the bomb as well. Goffolo's got to start rotating. There's only 2 players on this A bomb site. With FaZe being compromised at the back, they'll have a quick look in T-Spawn, no one there. Surely they must pursue A now.
This is tough for FaZe. I mean, they have to commit into this AWP. There is the Molotov. Oh my God, Jacob, that's outrageous. What a pick. RDN is close in a sandwich position. We'll see what he can find here. Something has to go the way of DENDELE here from this position. Oh, okay. Twist is going to shut that down. Just so well aware as to what's going on. You just can't challenge these guys. Twist with another one.
I don't know how MaxCore is ever losing that duel with the jiggles like that. I don't know if he's looking at the radar. I don't know if he's looking... I just don't know. Like, it looked like there was enough on the screen. I don't know. Maybe you have to see it again, but that is crazy work. They had so much info. Nasty, nasty stuff. So satisfying to do that as a rifler, but they can't be losing the A bomb site like that. It's crazy. Again, they lost a player early 4-on-5. FaZe had a formation to look for aggression anywhere. They had 2 people in the apartments, 1 looking for the underpass, 1 looking for an apps push. Then 1 fades away, and it's good timing for DENDELE to find that frag. They make their way towards top mid. They hear the rotation towards the A bomb site. I think they could rotate their B player faster, although FaZe have previously offered a fake towards the A bomb site, which is maybe why they don't. We saw those nades come in from Frozen in a prior round, and perhaps that keeps that last man on B from rotating over. They spot the bomb, they drop the bomb carrier, but that opening with the AK on the sniper is a big pain point in that round, and now they're left with almost nothing, DENDELE.
Yeah, Koala did so much good work in that last round too. Very unfortunate not to convert that 4v3. And now back into just a difficult time with the weapons. Kind of committing to the A defense pretty heavily here. 3 players in committed positions. So when the smokes are coming in, they're going to have to just fight all together to the death. However, the problem is the Molotovs and so on around these positions could make the fights very awkward. So we'll have to see if they can find a good timing, maybe try to collapse onto the Palace player, and they're going to fall off because of the Molotovs, looking to try to get the kills, and it's actually working out. RDN taking down Jacob as well. So now it's a bit awkward here. Natu, 35 HP. Movement there from RDN, not quite enough. And now some forward space here for FaZe.
Slowly advancing. That's a really big frag onto Natu. And now Koala's rotating through from that short position. Will they hear him as he approaches? Has he cut noise fast enough? Jabone and Frozen, both very heavily tagged. It's a perfect storm for Koala. If he can find that last one, and indeed he does. Very urgent round for DENDELE. With 2 rounds to go, again, it's the kind of round you can't build confidence in. But again, if this is to be the worst side for them, 4 rounds on the board, maybe plenty. We shall see.
I think what's interesting too is that every single round, if I'm not mistaken, that DENDELE have won, only 1 player has been alive at the end of the round for their team. They've all been very, very close. And I think it's only fitting Koala gets to finish that one off after the previous round, lifting team up with the 4v3 conversion, but they now need to convert if they want to try to tie this half up.
Doc is 0-7 since his 7-0 start to this map.
Damn. Way to bring him down. Way to bring him down.
Twist has been important in many of these rounds. Getting dropped early maybe did DENDELE a favor in that last one. But again, down to that last man as per for the squad on the CT side. Max Core back on the AWP. Got to give him the benefit of the doubt on that CT spot. Of course, we see on the X-ray, it's not always clear exactly what he may have seen.
Ooh, nice dodge. 50 seconds to go for FaZe. A much slower pace round. Looking to collapse towards A, one would assume. Twist with the bomb close to connector. Looking for the opportunity. This is a great position. That is a phenomenal shot there from Max Core. That starts off the action really nicely here for DENDELE. Much needed round of 5v3 now.
CT's gravitating towards the A-bomb site, and with good reason. Bomb spotted in connector, leaving Frozen as the only man remaining. Could we be in for a tied score at half-time?
Could be. Crazy to think, given how much of a struggle the game has felt for DENDELE.
Yeah, running a pistol will certainly help in that regard. Happily finish off that round. I don't know what to expect of DENDELE in the second half. But again, hey, if they win the pistol, they'll be off to the races. But let's see if they've got one more in them. 3 AKs and 2 AWPs for DENDELE in this last round.
Yeah,
Koala's going to be solo towards B. I was wondering if he was going to get boosted, but he might just jump up. He's got that deep molly. There's a lot of players lurking one way or another. You can see Frozen holding the bomb. That could be a key moment if he continues to push forward, but I think he'll be holding Situ for now.
Re-smoke a mid, that's going to give expectation for DENDELE that FaZe are going to want to move forward with this one. Into the window they go. I don't think we've really seen a boost in the window just yet. Quite a few players here for FaZe. RDN on the other side. HE to clear the space. Nice flick. Natu very ready for that one, though. In comes Gafolo for another trade. And back into the window. Head, it didn't show there to Gafolo, and he's going to fall in the window.
Oh, so Frozen was dropped carrying the bomb he was holding for a while in apartments. Eventually started pushing forward. Dropped by that AWP, being held by Koala, and Twist hasn't solved that problem just yet while all this action is happening in the mid position. Koala jumped off the balcony. I'm not sure if he's back on. Might be on the van for now, but there are 2 big stories happening in this round. DENDELE in a... Oh, the timing is so punishing for Max Core. Bomb collected in the meantime by Twist. Koala not choosing to hold, maybe concerned about an encroachment from that short position. But indeed, that bomb's been rescued. Does Koala go towards short now to help his teammate? Because Doc is in a lot of trouble. 10 seconds. FaZe are in trouble as well.
Go for this planter. Can he find him in time? Not quite. The spray will land, though. Doc doing damage. Created a 1v1 for Koala. Now coming on in from the stairs position. Jabone knows where he is. There's a tag. 5-7 comes out for Koala as the distance is now closed. Jabot making all the noise in the world. Up onto the triple. 5-7 in hand, looking for the peak, choosing the moment. Orb comes out. It's desperate right now. There's the tap. Is he going to go for the stick? But Jabot through the box for the 7-5 first half for FaZe.
Here on the sun-drenched streets of Mirage, we spot some of nature's most fascinating creatures, Counter-Strike players in their natural habitat. Despite the plentiful environments these fellows could inhabit, they seem to always swarm towards the comfort and safety of this shining paradise. As the sun rises over the stone architecture, in typical fashion, we see this species squabble over their preferred position. Let us discover where they shall end up. Firstly, we have the so-called A anchor. This fellow is often seen fighting for his life without a lick of support. The window player, an arrogant and egotistical creature. They can often be seen in the pre-game chat, claiming their position in the blink of an eye. Not all are so lucky as to get their desired position. The B anchor, oftentimes the runt of the litter, designated to hold this empty site and ward off predators. Forced to survive on scraps, he can often be found at the bottom of the scoreboard. Here we see the signature characteristic of this oft-forgotten fellow, a key adaptation over millennia. This creature's legs propel them tirelessly and repeatedly to spot any potential foe. As this defensive tribe scramble to defend their territory, they realize they are not alone. Mirage can hold up to as many as 9 foes at a single time. As we move across its deserted expanse, we arrive at another group of remarkable characters. However, these bloodthirsty devils do not look as amicable as our aforementioned defenders, their eyes locked on the objective. These players scurry from their spawn with the exception of one. Without moving a muscle, we observe one of the players launching a gray metallic canister skyward. The desired outcome seems not to have been achieved. A regrettable mistake. With the new weapon acquired, our CT favors a more aggressive approach. Meanwhile, with the anticipation in the air, a coordinated attack is incoming. A breakneck flurry of utility flies overhead, attempting to disrupt the defenders. The stakes could not be higher. And with nothing he can do, the A anchor is flash-banged like a deer in headlights. He decides his best bet is to retreat. No matter how much he cries out for help, support is nowhere to be found. However, the restless hunter has found its prey. It's one shot, one kill. Such is the life of the Opper, precise and deadly.
Five rounds for DENDELE. With all of the struggles they had in that first half, I don't think that is bad at all. And to get those 5 rounds, a lot of individuals had to step up. It definitely still looks like they are the underdog in this one. But a recovery, James, I believe is possible as we go into the second half.
Well, this is where the game ends for DENDELE as far as VU's prediction was concerned. So let's see if they can win this pistol. This is the beginning of the long road for them. Jacob and Jabot off to a good start on this A bomb site. The remainder are here for DENDELE. Can they secure CT? You can see FaZe are falling back to not give up that frag. Incendiary and a HE for an A2. We'll try to clear out some angles. Ultimately, though, it'll be about the headshots here.
Many headshots required for the DENDELE side. FaZe teasing with a peek or two, starting to close the distance now. Could follow in a really important position. This defense here on CT, very important as well. Koala makes it happen. Great 180, but Jacob frozen coming into play now. Koala, last player standing, has to deliver a lot of headshots right now very quickly because they're on the defuse. 4 seconds to go. It has to force the issue, but Koala simply can't. Falls back, head hanging in shame. Just didn't have enough there in that moment, and that's the round win for FaZe.
Got to go for the wide swing, man. Yeah, got to go for the wide swing. They're just forcing him further and further from the angle on the bomb. But with 3 of them, and if you gamble that they don't have a kit, if you can somehow, I mean, he probably doesn't make it, but if you can somehow make it, then maybe. But yeah, no pistol round for DENDELE in that second half. And it was great that we saw from FaZe Clan the retraction in CT when DENDELE were hunting to hold that position. If they ever crossfire with CT, so much harder for the retake. But FaZe kept their players alive, creeping through around the smokes to do the job. 92% for FaZe now. But again, all the statistics in their favor.
They are looking to send it onto A. The force buy. See how much damage it can do. It got a good look in from Jacob, but gets utterly denied. Oh, hello. Okay, a good trade from Twist. And the bomb goes down. CT's already knocking at the door at the moment, but perhaps a little bit too soon. Doc with a good kill onto Twist, and it's a 3 versus 3.
Great burst from Frozen. Really sharp stuff. Good cover from Natu, but things become awkward now. Not spectacular range with the MP9. 2 to find. Walking into the sandwich. Can he isolate a fight? Max Court holding tight at Tetris. Running distraction, teasing. There's no kit here for Natu. And it will be round number 6. The reset coming through for DENDELE. Forcing after planting that bomb. And it seems there's a second half to fight for.
Yeah, RDN coming in with 2 massive Deagle headshots there. Boom. Wow, that's an impressive display. And that made all the difference. Very labored. You know, you got to fight not many nades to block vision to prevent the CTs from just pushing forward. So you got to hit those pressured shots. DENDELE showing that they have the resiliency to do so.
DENDELE.
And there we go, stack into the B site here for FaZe. The gamble stack. Will DENDELE go into the stack?
That is a really important reset when we look at DENDELE in pistol rounds. Resetting the CT side after losing the pistol, also solid work. But they need to survive this force by test. So everyone has a rifle here. There isn't, you know, over the years we've seen someone say be sent in as a probe with a MAC-10, expendable. Just find out what's going on. Remove some fog of war. They don't really have that opportunity here. So does that make them more likely to walk into a stack?
Well, Twist threw 2 smokes at Palace on A, so they're really trying to sell. FaZe are trying to sell that they should be afraid of A and go to B. But, I mean, let's see how fearful Koala is. He saw those 2 smokes. Thought clearing connector. They're like, not much happening over here. But the bomb is still towards the B site, so they're going to have to send it over now.
Yeah, that's really well done. Good use of Molotovs and smokes. Risking a rifler, but again, really well done by DENDELE. Avoiding the threat. Smoke is up on connector. No contest for the bomb plants. That's exactly what you want to see. No accidents. That's going to be important if they are to be a threat towards the end of this map for FaZe. Again, DENDELE, their numbers, their history, especially versus FaZe, in terms of win rate, not looking good. But they certainly have opportunity to win their opponent's map pick here.
Yeah, they know that it's a stack now too, just trying to get some safe cleanups. They know how to read the positions, so looking quite good on the cleanup so far. I wonder if we see another situation like this, if FaZe will try to like stack B and then smoke B apartments. You know, just like those little things. But at the same time, it looked like DENDELE had a good protocol to make sure they confirm what's actually going on. So no gambling from them. We like to see that. And that's a 7-8 scoreline now for DENDELE as they are close to tying up the game. And CT economy is looking pretty atrocious here, James, because, yeah, they've all got about $2,000 at the moment.
I'm quite impressed with the job that DENDELE did towards the end of that round as well. They dodged the entire stack and then went and wiped out almost the entire stack afterwards. So despite the poor recent results in comparison to FaZe, That was quite handily done. So we see a similar, if not the same stack from FaZe, but far worse equipped after what was just done to them following, well, at the conclusion of that round. 88% win rate for FaZe, 40 for DENDELE.
Yeah, and this time a stack with less for FaZe on the B sides. DENDELE are going to know that FaZe won't really have anything here. So, but interestingly, they're not actually getting the information everywhere. They're just going to move into the stack here. But you would like their chances given the lack of weaponry from FaZe. That's a good start.
I see a pop flash. I see some frags for the CTs. Natu, the one weapon brought in from that last round, able to do a little extra, which may alleviate some pressure in the future. So not too shabby there for FaZe. Got the stack coming their way. I'm interested if we get to cash. As I said earlier, we're getting a little closer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got a few things to say about that. But here is the buy. Quite lacking in, okay, not as bad. They're exchanging some util in CT spawn. So they will leave with an okay amount of utility. That's a good spray from Twist. He's been a problem in mid. He certainly wasn't at T side. Max core, 12 HP, hasn't even seen anyone, but he is still standing with that orb.
So a lot going on for the FaZe side here, playing aggressive on T main, on the ramp, and they're going to find the kill to Koala. They just understand the spot. Great aim from Jacob there. In the meantime, Jaboan actually playing somewhat passively on Cat with the AWP. We can expect him to probably move a lot with the AWP, so we'll keep a track of that. And you got now a play also in the B apartments. Doc is trying to potentially find something there. So you got a lot of activity from DENDELE as they also start to gravitate towards this A side of the map as well with the bomb.
Yeah, they have the possibility to show presence on either side, as you can see. Doc holding position towards B as his teammate is dropped. He feels the urgency to try and make something happen. There's still 5 players standing for FaZe, but nothing doing. And my word, the way Jacob found that entry down the ramp of A, he looks like a problem to go up against. 16 frags for him. Topping the charts for FaZe at present. That was such a nasty frag. I mean, they were literally just holding the angle, but he's just so quick.
Yeah, it ruined the round for DENDELE right at the beginning. Yeah, it's just a clean value from FaZe. No punish, nothing. And now just, I mean, chilling because they can't do anything, DENDELE. They just really can't. MaxCore has an AWP, and it just would not serve them to put it at risk. But yeah, that was such a nice read from FaZe. Just really well done. And I love how active they were getting right at the beginning of the round. Very disruptive. So 9-8 for them now as they pick that one up. And DENDELE move into the following round. I mean, they have stuff to work with. You know, with the guns that were saved, they buy up 2 more AKs, full util set from Gafolo, even though he's on a Galil. So another full buy from DENDELE.
Oh, good spawn for the AWP. Going towards B apartments. So you could make a play towards B to see if anyone's jumping on the van quickly. There is a timing to catch that player. Long seen snipers do that. There's a molly to slow him down in the B apps. Follow moving to top mid in the meantime. Quick pop flash from a teammate. No early frag for either side. Oh, ooh. Yeah, I think MaxCore was maybe going for a quick play towards B.
Okay, resmoking mid like this, I think it is indicative that you're a little bit further up mid than they actually are at the moment. Jaboan is ready to see something, and there you go. Good positioning, good and reliable hits on all these types of shots from Jaboan, but beautiful work from Doc, taking advantage of the angle. That's going to speed things up, I think, here to the A site.
We have an exodus on B. All the CTs rotating over. Twist with an AK on the A bomb site is going to be a problem. And that's before we start even talking about Jacob, who will pop Doc in that mid position. And then there were two, MaxCore and Koala. It's been a rough few rounds for MaxCore, not able to get anything going with this AWP. Koala will be trying to save once again. Some timeout wins here as there's just not a lot happening in Dendele's favor. This will be the exhaustion of some money, a lot of money actually for Dendele. Again, they were able to buy around what they had quite reasonably. But how do you deal with Twist and Jacob on the A bomb site, both carrying AKs?
Yeah, no, it's tough. It's really tough. The individual skill is really, really powerful. And also, not just that, but I think FaZe have had a good read as to the timings and how to be active, when to be active. And that's I think, been problematic. In this round, FaZe were actually a bit more passive, and it does end up working out. That pick for Jabone was really, really awesome, obviously. And then, as you say, you know, running into these setups onto the A site is very, very hard. Especially when you don't have any players in connector that can kind of at least draw fire from the site players.
I've seen on Cache that people have discovered what may or may not be a pixel jump, which allows you to hop onto the boost without being boosted.
Oh.
If you jump on the can, then there's something on the wall so you can just hop up. But yeah, I have not been able to work it out myself. I don't know if it's a pixel jump or not, but for the games of Cache to come, that is something to look out for.
There we go. Sort of something Koala's really firing off in this game of Mirage for Dendele. Boosting Doc into the window. Now Doc is maneuvering around, and the CTs are kind of split now. A bunch of Ts in between them. It's going to be harder for them to, team play and just rotate safely. Twist is looking for the kill there, but in the meantime, Jabone, if he holds this, that's going to be the round here because the bomb is in B apartments.
That's surely going to pull rotation. The other players haven't shown. So Jabone can post up on short. Oh, they've made a step. Okay, their teammates on the A bomb site, so they're going to gamble. 27 seconds, and Jabone's going to have this all day. Putting a smoke up towards the top to isolate the fights here. They're going wide though. 20 seconds, and he's in battle sniper mode. Smoke working against him now as they make their way through it. Oh, this could be a bait there with the HE, but the HE doesn't land where it wanted to. And somehow, they've got themselves into a round-winning situation here. 3 on 2. Jabone trying to make his way in. That's going to be absolutely free for RDN. Disaster strikes for FaZe. Great one-tap for Nate, who's got a lot more to do, though. He has a kit. He's got a little utility. Forces RDN to take the shot. How does he solve this problem, though? There is a smoke. A few different ways to use it. He might have enough cover from that AWP. Oh, hiding in plain sight. It's going to have to be the knife, but he can't find the angle. Yes, he can. Gafolo stops it just in time. My word. Very unlikely round for FaZe. How big of a problem has this caused?
Oh, that got so crazy, that round. I mean, if you just go back to how it got so weird, splitting up the CT defense by taking the mid-window position, Koala opening up the rounds again, as he has so often been doing. Really crazy stuff there. Good, good mid-rounding from Dendele to maximize that round and the opportunities they had. Still not dead just yet in this game of Mirage. 1 round behind as FaZe now are buying to the last. If they lose this round, they've got nothing left.
Yeah, this is a big moment for FaZe. This surely has to fill Dendele with encouragement. This is the round they have to win. That was a huge problem for FaZe. And sometimes you're going to lose a round like that, but the timing of it, so much potential for Dendele. Hopefully for them, they don't choke on this opportunity. Has not been an easy series versus FaZe. Numbers swinging, Jabone choosing to stand his ground, swing and a miss, and this is not the time to not hit those shots. 3 on 5, and FaZe have to consider if there's anything left in them for this round. Make it 2. And we've seen that Dendele are not shy to take these weapons away. even against Force Spies and so on. Oh my word. What perfect timing to break the FaZe economy. An unlikely round. They deliver on the promise of that round immediately.
Frozen. I don't know if he's... Oh, he might keep this M4. It looks like he might actually just keep this one. But yeah, that was kind of... I mean, the pace there from the side of DENDELE was great. And honestly, I think it was quite punishing to the fact that FaZe don't really seem to currently be putting too much emphasis on mid control themselves. And so they don't really have much of a way to respond to that. And the flash, I think, onto Jabone was really nice. Very well done.
Yeah, that was huge. Jabone choosing to stand his ground. I'm not sure of the pop flash if he knew that there were two players swinging on that position. Either way, one was enough. Yep, we're in trouble now. We are in trouble now.
DENDELE looking for an A hit here. This might be a very fast timing, and FaZe are nowhere to be seen. It's a retake on A, but I don't know that A is going to be retakeable, given that there's no retake utility for FaZe.
I don't think it matters if they're here or not, to be honest, with all these USPs, even with the prowess of the likes of Twist and Jacob. They just need more from this scenario. So they've got a buy at 10-11 and a force buy at 10-12. Twist is a charred remnant of what FaZe used to be in this half.
Yeah, you can't do anything because the one play you want to make, it just gets just stuffed with so much util.
Honestly, yeah. I think just use these USP players to help Frozen save the rifle, because you need everything you can get, and that might be trying to secure a weapon. They're having a look. Frozen does have a kit. So, I mean, there's so many T's on the site, and they will lose absolutely everything. So, I mean, hey, if the maths works out anyway, and it's low percentage, but, you know, it's there, might as well take it, then go for it. Didn't work out, though, unsurprisingly. The percentages are small, very small. Like 3%, I feel like. Infinitesimal.
Okay, well, it's going to be one more buy for FaZe before DENDELE are on 12, and then, I mean, it's just it's kind of Jova for FaZe on Mirage at that point, more or less. So FaZe have to pull it out of the bag right here, right now, and I wonder what the change will be for them. I could see a world where they go aggressive in mid, but we just saw from DENDELE that they're not adverse to just hitting a site now, and so that kind of makes it feel a little bit scary. But there's going to be some element of gambling, I think, with the opening from FaZe, because another issue for FaZe is that they're not going to have as much utility as DENDELE in this round because of their economy. And so given that fact as well, you kind of want to take some action earlier, because playing a long drawn-out round means that when eventually there's a bomb plant, you just don't have any util for retake. So there's a few things, I think, encouraging FaZe to get aggressive with their opening. We'll see what they go for.
No kit in this round. Unable to rebuy the one that was lost towards the end. We'll see if that has a part to play. Three smokes left after that one for this FaZe clan team. Very good use of util. Twist, never shy to be the point man. Having a look to understand the climate in mid. But as we can see, there is a very real focus towards the A bomb sites here for DENDELE.
DENDELE avoided the mid aggression from FaZe completely. Very smart from them.
All right, so is this just an initial formation from DENDELE to cover all the options in case of CT aggression? Normally when you start with 2 towards A, it is quite telling of the intentions, but the bomb is now rotating away, so I think they were just keeping the CTs honest, who are very much bunched around this mid position. They're not in A or B.
Yeah, Twist not really ready for that. Now what is the move? I mean, 40 seconds. DENDELE have burned some time off the clock. So at least that is going for FaZe. Frozen with a catch onto RDN at top mid. That actually poses problems in onto Doc as well. Great stuff from Frozen. A trade from Gafolo will even up the numbers.
24 seconds. The bomb is pretty much committed into the B bomb site. Gafolo perhaps trying to pull players towards A, but he'll have to go for the flank. Suddenly this becomes nervous territory for DENDELE. Looking for that frag onto the Gafolo. Maybe thinking they're positioning towards short. Now Natu, they know where the last man is. Does he hear the beeps? I'm not sure if he does. No kits, as we said earlier. So it'll be a save of the AWP. That was a very curious round there. FaZe were pretty much entirely in that mid position, completely withdrawn from B and A. Losing the player in the underpass, then pulled from pillar to post. Some really important frags in that short position, heading over towards the B bomb site, but this map of Mirage is slipping away.
Yeah, I think with FaZe, it makes a lot of sense, I think, what they were trying to do, because like I was talking about before, you've got all this action in mid from DENDELE that had been so successful, and FaZe didn't want to just like straight up push mid, because that is really exploitable, because if DENDELE do have those players close to a ramp or in B apartments, they can just react and hit the site, get the bomb down, and that's very painful, and then you're not left with good options if you're FaZe. But FaZe there wanted to collapse on a play into mid from DENDELE that just never came, and so it did create, I think, an awkward situation, but that's just like very well done by DENDELE to open in that passive way.
Can Jebowen be the difference maker here with the big green gun? He'll be heading over towards B. Are we going to see a fast boost into the apartments? Indeed we are. And there are, okay, not into the apartments, but he's in front of the van on the rail, so you can crouch and be hidden, pop up, and cause problems. Deploying the traditional utility deep, maybe to obscure what is being held over towards B, and of course the luxury of having your AWPer there means you can focus your numbers elsewhere. 4 around A, heavily committed, as DENDELE will take their time.
Yeah, it's hard for FaZe, kind of having to gamble a little bit with this setup. The 1-4, trusting in Jebowen on B with the AWP. And it's all down to what the choice is from DENDELE. Do they move into this A site?
With the smoke on connector, now they've got no eyes on short whatsoever. So there'll have to be an internal clock for Jebowen on when he starts getting concerned. You know, if he was in apps, perhaps he could go a little bit deeper. He'd be at risk of a trade frag, but you can see he was worried now. He's wondering. And you can see the players coming in. He actually has a nice off angle in front of default towards the site, but it's all collapsing. He's holding down too many jobs and he's been fired from all of them. Natu, Frozen, Jacob, 3 versus 5, trying to retake B.
It's going to be so hard to get back in, though. Again, no util. Just like a single flash from Jacob. That's all they've got to get through the window or the door. Shut down, one angle shut down with a smoke. And it's going to have to be mistakes here from DENDELE. They have to create openings for FaZe, and I don't think they are interested in doing that. FaZe, though, they have to go for it. Maxwell takes down Frozen. Natu showing presence. Now Jacob wrapping around the short position. These attempts feel absolutely futile from FaZe, as finally it is the full comeback made. DENDELE, I don't know where that came from, but they did it. 13-10 for them.
I will tell you where it came from, DDK. They lost the pistol, they thought it was all over, and then they got that next round. They managed to force their way through with their Galil and some pistols, and then DENDELE started believing and remembered that, hey, this is our chance for glory. We're not going to go down without a fight. Nuke was embarrassing, but Mirage will turn it around, and that they did, Vu.
I mean, they believed in themselves, James. I think FaZe really just kind of tossed this one away. If you look at the gun rounds, FaZe had a pretty solid record on gun rounds until the latter portions where I think DENDELE really picked themselves up into it. But it was so many anti-ecos. It was so many, you're saying the second round, there's such a huge pivotal round. I was looking up the stats beforehand. DENDELE has twice the percentage of that second round break, they call it, you know, losing pistol and winning on the second round. So they win only 1 pistol in this half, but they get 6 rounds out of both halves by winning that second round and put themselves in such a good economic state that it's really just hard for FaZe to fight back from there.
Yeah, it really was hard for FaZe to fight back, and it was hard for them to fight in these anti-ecos. We're going to keep focusing on this because this is what was giving DENDELE these chances in there, right? And breaking FaZe a bit.
Yeah, I think this is like the two most pivotal rounds of the game are round 10 and round 19. And both of these honestly come down to either preparation or calling, because how often do you go for an A pop against pistols, right? You go for an A exec, maybe you go full smokes out. I don't know what that smoke's doing next to triple. They got a little unlucky because Frozen's molly for under balcony hit a player, so it didn't actually pop off. But at the same time, this is not a play you go for when you know you're against what it equates to a force buy. The same thing here. If you want to lose against a half buy or a pistol buy, you play off of mid, in jungle, hiding on the site. You don't put your opper ticket. This is textbook. If you really want to lose against pistols or against a half buy, you put yourself in these positions where you give your opponents all the space in the world. I mean, DENDELE started this round specifically with one player with full utility and one player with a smoke. If you fight them in middle, they can't use their utility to take mid. They have to take straight up duels, and all of a sudden you have an op, you have 2 AKs, they have 1 AK and a bunch of Glocks and a Deagle, right? You take the long range fights, you get the kills. You don't turtle up in connector so that the AK can catch an angle on you. You don't have you put your op ticket is what you should be doing so that they can cover connector. Like, these are textbook plays that FaZe should know better than this. These are both rounds, just the strats in the round, the setup in the round doesn't make sense. And those are both rounds where FaZe win those rounds. That's 6-3 on the first half. That's probably them running away with the game. And the same thing, round 19, that's a pivotal round. They win that, they're probably running away with the game. Instead, they toss those rounds, and those aren't even the only ones. We didn't show the second round of the second half, right? Like, this is FaZe on gun rounds doing just fine, but they just can't convert, and they're just not aware. Maybe they're not tracking the economy well enough.
Would it be maybe them putting it down to a bit of overconfidence? Because like what I noticed on, say, what is it, round 19 that you were just talking about, they were just all pushing in different locations as well, right? Like even Jaboan was far forward in B apartments. Like they were opening themselves up to this. Could it just be like, we're better than them, we dominated them in the first map, and maybe just too much of that confidence that kind of punished them?
I hope that's not it, because I think that's just a bad way to think about the game. That's not the way you should be playing CS, even against a team that you think you're better than, even if you've had the confidence from a dominant victory in map 1. I tack this on to maybe they weren't aware of the economy in these situations. Maybe they thought a better buy was coming out, or maybe they're just communicating. Their communication is setting them up so that in this one, I did see them fiddling around on that last round in jungle a little bit, as if maybe they had a plan for the round, but because they've changed players, they just couldn't get the call out in time. That happens sometimes, but no matter what the reasoning for it was, that's not a good look going into a map 3 that DENDELE is comfortable on as well.
Yeah, for sure. And this is now where it gets a little bit scary for FaZe, who felt like they had this one in the bag. We thought they had it in a bag. You thought 13-5. Well, we end 13-10 in the other direction. And Koala is a big reason for that, right? Koala, we had him on the interviews, probably got the best name of any pro player. And this guy, he had like a good shining moments in key rounds. It wasn't just he was fragging out. He was having huge amounts of impact when they're down and out of rounds.
Yeah, you saw him win that 1v1 a second ago, which was almost an ace from Jacob. There was actually quite a few clutches I saw DENDELE winning against Furia as well, often coming off of the back of Koala having, as you're saying, impact. Not just the frags, he's 18 and 10, but the frags he is having are also highly impactful kills. You win a 1v1, you win a 1v2, you're converting rounds in very, very tough situations. And this is a map where every single round counted, especially when you get down to it. I mean, they mentioned on the cast, so many of the rounds in that first half came down to 1 to 2 players alive. Like almost the entire DENDELE team was dead every single time. They needed that impact from Koala, and you see it across the first half. Every round he's having impact. It's not, it's not one round he gets an ace and then he's disappeared for 4 rounds a la Kyosuke at times. This is every round he's having some impact.
Why are you throwing Maxim under the bus just randomly in this conversation? They already got eliminated, man, and you're still doubling down on the hatred line. But I will talk a bit about Jacob as well. I think even in FaZe's loss, right? Back-to-back maps of good performance. We said he performs well against these kind of tier of opponents, right? He is coming in sharp, but they're going to need him to be continuing this even on Cash.
Yeah, I think Cash is a map that also plays into his style. The problem with Cash is that he's a newer player. Has he had experience on that map? Is he comfortable on that map? But when we're looking at Mirage, that's a round I almost tried to call out. That's a round where he has to get that kill, but I think outside of that round, he's played pretty much lights out for the entirety of this series. If you're expecting him in a situation to get a kill, he's getting that kill, sometimes getting a second, and that's the most you can really ask for of your players in any position they're holding, especially an anchor player like is Upper on Nuke, for example. If they can get the one and then sometimes get a second, that's an excellent performance from this type of player.
And I do want to point out as well, right, because we've been speaking so positively about Jeboan, this was not a great Mirage from him, which can at times be a map that an AWP is supposed to take over on, you know, and many times he was getting caught off guard by things.
There is a sometimes you gotta thank the observer, sometimes you gotta blame the observer, because the observer was on him in a pivotal round. What was it, like round 21 or 22? He's on short, gets flashed off, and then he goes for the confidence play, the simple-esque walk back up, I'm gonna hit this shot, and then he misses, and then the B topples, and then they have to eco the next round, and that's actually where the half actually just falls apart. And it's not all on Jeboan. It's just that's the most memorable round of the game. In fact, I think is that moment from Jeboan. Even though he had a great first map, this isn't a terrible map for him. I agree with you. I think this is a map where Oppers typically do a little better than he did, but I don't think he was outclassed by MaxScore at any moment. But when it gets to the end of the game, those are the rounds that you're gonna remember, and we all now remember a Jeboan whiff.
There we go. See, we're focused on what we remember in here, and I also do remember a good cash game. We saw it just yesterday from DENDELE. Can they keep this going? Can they bounce back into this series? We'll be finding out in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. DENDELE managed to pick up MOUZ and fight their way back into this series. They've got the momentum and they are running with it, Vu. Do we see a chance for them now? Are you starting to believe?
I have absolutely not been sold on them at all. Okay, they can have as much momentum as they want. FaZe are winning this one.
Oh, okay. Well, you just ruined my momentum, but some of you guys at home might be working on your momentum movement in here. We got a moment with you here from Refrag right now to tell you about one of the game modes that they're rocking with. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when it comes to movement in Counter-Strike, it is also important. It can help you get around faster. You can follow the trails in here. You can learn exactly how it needed to be done, and it will just take you through it in a rapid way of how you can learn everything in it. How is your movement, Vu? Do you need a bit of this in your life?
I wish they didn't remove all of the skill jumps. You know, we're seeing some interesting movement plays here, but I don't know how many of these are as important as I don't know how many people remember a nuke silo jump. That was, it would be great to have had momentum from Refrag when we had the nuke silo jump. That one was like the toughest thing in the entire world.
Oh yes, it's certainly not easy, but this is good practice you can get done on there. So if you are looking to improve your game, not just with movement, but anything else, everything from pre-fire, from defender, there's plenty of MOUZ that can help you elevate your Counter-Strike skills within Refrag, one of our partners here for the Blast Premier Bounty. And I will just say this, I use Refrag quite a lot. I slowly improve each and every day. That is very important. You can try it too. But who is improving each and every day? It seems to be like DENDELE right now. You were high on FaZe. You still seem that you are. But we're going into Cash, mate. And this is a Cash where both teams actively play the map. Yesterday, DENDELE got a win over Furia on it. FaZe have had some good wins, and they've got players that have got a lot of experience on the map. But I mean, what are you expecting from this game?
The concern I have for FaZe is that I think they play a very similar style of Cash as Furia does, in that they play it well and correctly. And DENDELE had really great responses. I think the utility hasn't yet evolved on Cash to prevent opposing teams from taking a straight up engagement, catching you off guard as you're trying to take map control, especially on the T side. And when you look at how Furia played, they actually really struggled with the adjustments that DENDELE was making. So I don't think they have to make too many big change-ups against FaZe, given they play a very similar style. So at the very least, that means the lack of potential preparation time, given the time difference between these games from DENDELE, isn't going to come back to bite them.
Yeah, that might help them with the time they've had to prepare and get ready for this one. But two people I know who are definitely experts on Cash, as we always seem to be getting it, and they did it a lot in the past, it's Bardoff and DDK.
Hell yes, more Cash. That's what we want, James. We've been, you know, pulling the strings, making sure that we can just accumulate as much cash as possible, and we find ourselves here again. Of course, the odds of the predictorizers in the internets, James, they seem to favor FaZe, and I feel like, you know, FaZe is the easy choice to make. It's a team that has a lot of experience. They've shown good results on a map like Cash, so you know, why not?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. I think it's DENDELE who are the one raising their stock at the moment, and FaZe who are the ones trying to hold on to it and, you know, raise it in their own way. Also, during the break, I was just having a look at the openings again on the game yesterday on Cash with DENDELE and Furia. A lot more aggressive around the A bomb sites on the CT side from Furia, with Fallen sometimes having a second AWP. We'll see if FaZe choose to take the game away from DENDELE in this area, as we see them doing that immediately on the pistol round. But it's the buy rounds I'm concerned about. Oh, MaxCore trying to entertain, and now he's being dealt with. This will be a very interesting push through the door. CT's not currently holding the angles. Oh, well, not from the traditional angles anyway. Natu up top will drop RDN, close the door as well. Door open again. And Koala will be somewhat stuck here, having some fun with the E button, but I guess this replaces the old flashlight we used to have, which you can't really toggle anymore, but you can toggle the door while you wait for your untimely demise.
Door stuck, James.
Bet Sean Gares would have enjoyed that moment. But indeed, he's put out of his misery. A lot of people towards the door. Lurker dealt with. But yeah, that A main is a flashpoint on this map, and I expect that to continue in this series as well.
I like the activity from FaZe there, taking the fight straight to A main. You've got to be active on a map of cash, especially on the CT side. HOTU with an instant pop. An instant pop and the boost as fundamental as it ever was. All right, well, DENDELE not getting themselves a bomb down does mean that they are poor. They are impoverished. They are in need of assistance, James. But there's no assistance.
That boost position was quite active in yesterday's final series. I think DENDELE will be hyper aware of that moving forward in this one, especially being used already in the pistol round. Looks like they fancy themselves as doormen. Heading over towards A once again. Bomb in tow, no utility, but the path to a bomb plant is very short indeed. So who goes first then? Protect the VIP. Some of us will remember that mode. Who's going to tank the damage for the president? JaBowen in a really good angle to make himself some nice money for AWPs to come. Not a single player dropped, no bomb plant. An arid round for DENDELE.
Yeah, very calm there for FaZe. And onto the AKs we go. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing, what DENDELE show. Do they decide to go for something quick, something fast? Are they looking to start setting up that default expectation where we've seen, a lot of T sides looking to avoid the initial barrage of CT utility and go for the delayed mid take. That's the stuff that we tend to see, I think, in these more typical T rounds. So we get a spread there, checking A main. Getting some players here in B main. That's a catch and a half, though, from Koala. Early, Jacob shows himself. Instant punish.
Yeah, Frozen somewhat stuck now. No smokes up, but Twist will not offer a rescue. Seems that everything is fine. Just able to stand. You can see Koala's waiting for him to be forced from his position. Do they check this a second time? Of course, somebody could be behind the box. Koala so quick with the AK, and that should be the round.
Yeah, locked out now. Locked out. DENDELE. Well, they survive for 5. That would be pretty sick if they can. RDN looking for some kills. Well, JaBowen will take him down. Maybe an AK to be picked up there in mid if they the CTs don't like their chances. No wall banks for you, sir. Okay, we're just going to hide in the CT spawn.
Yeah, there's not much else to be had in this round for FaZe. It's an interesting prospect for DENDELE. Having the late game, seeing the draft, who you're playing, going to sleep, waking up. You kind of feel like that momentum against Furia may still be here. Coming through onto FaZe. Promising start for them. So, DENDELE win their first round, where only Koala has a kill. Everybody else is on 0, but obviously he got the 2 entries onto B, and that was enough.
Right, yeah, good point. There's number 1. Koala had such a... Honestly, Koala's the reason they won. I mean, obviously, the whole team is the reason they won, because you need 5 playing Counter-Strike. But Koala is a large factor in them winning the previous map. He created so many opportunities, so reliably. So, great performance from him so far today. But full buy now from the CTs.
JaBowen's already 7-4-0. Of course, he had that good anti-eco round on the A bomb site, but just like his stats in this series are shaping up to be somewhat ridiculous. But we are still in the very early rounds here on Cash. Now, we've seen a lot of reverse boosts here from the CT squad, but with no challenge in mid. Frozen will go from mid. Oh, not too shabby. Twist will answer back.
Indeed, yeah. It's I wonder if we'll get the delayed mid take coming in now. There's initial nades kind of waning. So is that kind of timing, really? Either you go for that or the CTs expect something else. And they could set up a pop flash play looking for the info. They're a little bit too quick, though. A little bit too quick. It still works out. Gets switched into a forward position. The re-peek from HOTU, though. Perhaps overly ambitious. And now that leaves JaBowen alone.
That's 8-0 for JaBowen. Frozen, been in the event that entire time, finally dealt with by a well-placed Follow, which maybe opens the door for them. 36 seconds as they race over. How about individual skill now? Jacob can raise the alarm, but Jaboin's not getting there anytime soon. Or is he? 25 seconds. They're being careful. The utility will buy some time for the CTs. Jaboin has an incendiary that he could potentially throw. There's the bomb drop by MaxScore. Jacob overperforming. Such a dangerous player for FaZe. And that leaves Koala in the clutch. Surely just a bit too slow there, telegraphing their intentions of all that util going everywhere except for where Jacob is standing.
Yeah, massive performance from him there. Really smart to move into that part of the site. I was looking at the util there on the way in from DENDELE, and I'm like, oh wow, I'm really worried for Jacob's chances because they had full util. And at that time of the round, you don't expect every T player to have so much util left over, but he perfectly evades everything. Works around the box. Very, very impressive performance there, and that's going to be 3-1 for FaZe. Buy comes in though for DENDELE, and to this next round. See what they opt to do here. Jaboin is now moved to the white box position in mid. Wow, Cash, its popularity. I'm not surprised at all, James.
Yeah.
Been waiting for this moment.
Fitting like a glove. Second AWP for FaZe as they change their approach. Frozen looking for his first frag. Again, a slow approach from DENDELE. And maybe they'll be more willing to take a risk and try to trade out in a scenario, as we saw in that previous round. 3 of them just send in the first one a little early so you don't get collected. These are the good nades in mid as we reach that 45-second mark.
But, you know, FaZe, they're playing super passive on both sides. They've given up a lot of space.
They still have 3 incendiaries, FaZe, which could be ruinous when you're running the clock down on the T side. Jaboin, though, will have more and more compromised angles, and now HOTU's got to have a really good performance, but DENDELE collapsed on the site with really good angles, and that will be their second round, making it expensive for FaZe. That AWP won't be retrieved anytime soon, but maybe Frozen can hold on to his one, flick and a miss, and they could come hunting. We've seen DENDELE do it before.
Yeah, they are going for it. And makes a lot of sense. I mean, they don't have a lot of money themselves, but the CT's they have nothing really. So this would, I think, be really worth it. If you lose 2 players, I think they're happy if they can get rid of even 1 gun for that. Out of that they go. Jacob, but getting both, very well done there by DENDELE. And I think also a great punish from DENDELE onto FaZe, because, you know, FaZe, again, another reason why in Cash the delayed mid take is helpful is because when you're going for the delayed mid take, usually the CTs are having to evacuate that position somewhat because the set pieces onto the sites are so powerful that you can't really afford to have lots of players in mid very late into the round. So normally what CT sites will do is they'll get info in B main, in A main, so they know where to position. FaZe had no info at all, and they got punished for it.
I just remembered from an earlier round, we saw some aggressive positions around A main for FaZe. I feel like they threw an incendiary towards the stairs at the entrance while the MP9 was swinging, but I don't think the incendiary went off. Like, in case it was a smoke, I couldn't see one on the radar, so I'm not really sure what happened there. Maybe worth having a look at in the demo to see if it was a bug or something. Of course, nothing doing in this round for FaZe, but yeah, I do think there's going to be an increasing urgency as more and more Cash is played for the, especially like I'm thinking with the pace that we have from DENDELE, where they're really going for that sub 1 minute mark before they get busy. I do wonder if FaZe will try to have some grenades deep in A main entrance to stop DENDELE from having the threat of going to A or B. Of course, mid is still there, but I think that will be important. Now they're back on the buy. We'll see what they choose to do in this round with 3 FAMAS. Maybe they'll be more encouraged to make a play like that, although they've got a 1-3-1 formation at the beginning.
Yeah, I want to see more like peeks into A main from Jaboin, maybe a bit more aggression there with the AWP, but for the moment, it's passive on A and B because 3 players for FaZe are in mid right now, so that's where they've decided to have that initial investment for that rush timing. So they blocked that. That's fine here for DENDELE. They can wait out these smokes. Again, they may very well just go for the same delayed retake of mid. It was very effective in the previous round. But we'll see if FaZe will put a counterplay in somewhere, start to, you know, press A main, try to catch a timing with the pop flash.
This is very expected, this spot. Frozen was here forever, just enjoying the dampness of the vent to be punished by Gofollow in the boost in the mid to late round in a prior situation. FaZe playing a somewhat reactive game now. Again, we see that same setup from DENDELE in mid with similar timing, but will they offer something different this time?
Oh. Well, they are throwing the util mid. They're making it seem like a mid take, but right now FaZe know that it's not. So they have the information, and there are the legs shown. Koala will lose them, and Frozen's position now is known. But more time here is being bought for FaZe to rotate.
There's still just a one player on the B bomb site itself, so if they circumvent Frozen in the vents, no pun intended, then it's Jacob at the back with the FAMAS trying to do what he can. There is utility for the CTs here. They can smoke off both the choke points from the T approach with their smokes if they know the lineups. So let's see what they choose to do. There's the first one. Oh no, that's a different setup entirely. Looking to create some space to post up and find some angles. 3 on 4 for FaZe as Twist makes his way in. Eats his teammate's grenade though. Nature loses his angle and FaZe will lose even more, leaving Frozen still in the vents. All he's had is vent all day. And they're not going to win this round. DENDELE about to take the lead. Perhaps he can save the AWP. Just getting away for a moment from RDN. So that's something, but this slow approach from DENDELE is dismantling FaZe round after round.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we're seeing, I think, really good, just generally like good fundamentals on cash here from DENDELE on this T side. I totally agree. You can see the problems it creates for the CTs where they don't really know what's going on. It's hard for them at least to know what's going on. You could see that there was doubt, I think, initially for FaZe, whether the nades going into mid was, you know, is this really a mid play? Is it a B play? You know, there was noise in both sides, so I think it was hard for them to read. And the previous round, that was the same nade set that cleaned out mid that then turned into like a split onto the A site. So for FaZe, again, it kind of comes out to them not having enough information and having to adjust to a play with no time. And so I do wonder, it feels like there's a lot of pressure, James, for FaZe to need to play more aggressively into some position into the mid round.
Yeah, we'll see if they've got setups to do something aggro towards A. Jaboin will be the hero of this round. For how long is another question. But no aggro plays from him just yet. Again, we're seeing a lot of different styles on the CT side from different squads. Some teams happy to post up with the AWP into checkers. Some teams, I don't know if it was Khan and the Miga or a different player who was happy to go through some of the vintage plays we would see with the AWP and just take a lot of map control away. That's a great result for Frozen. He sees so much and is still standing at the end. Some utilities to support. They've kidnapped the bomb. An unlikely round for FaZe. One that would be fantastic if they can convert this. So we'll have to draw all the DENDELE players over. A flank is coming as well. Twist will get into position. Looking to catch another player. He needs to stay alive so they don't have space to rotate. But first they have to rescue that bomb. Jaboin drops RDN. The numbers are really low for DENDELE and so is the health on the remaining.
Yeah, not much to work with here for DENDELE. Pretty risky situation. You can't really do too much here. There's Max Core now. Can't imagine he's able to do too much with 9 HP. That's a headshot. Wow, okay, hello. 2 quick kills from Max Core and almost the third. Jacob shuts it down though, and FaZe will pick up the round. Very, very good, very nice timing on that aggression into B main. That's exactly the kind of stuff they need.
Yeah, I was wondering if, well, there was an opportunity for a moment for another double AWP pickup. Oh, he swinged. I think the second player avoided it, but his angle was just far too good. Really nice stuff, Max Core. Making it nervous towards the end, but Jacob's that man you want to deal with the matter. FaZe fighting back then. The double ops will continue regardless of how many survive. And this is one of the setups I was talking about in that round prior. Rifle support as well. And of course, it's Jacob popping out, and they'll be happy with that. That's an early 5-on-4. And they'll limit the risk now for the time being, FaZe.
Yeah, into mid now on the 4v5 for DENDELE. And I think it's definitely more comfortable to play passive with the man advantage for FaZe. Should have the ability to get vision on short, but the smoke will deny it a little bit. And that will allow Doc to creep through. They break the vent, so they're making the sound cues, making B feel pressured perhaps. And Doc's position coming in completely unbeknownst to FaZe could be very problematic. Now spotted though.
Really good internal clock for FaZe, but Jacob is still caught out. Frozen good with the flick now. Playing in the headshot position, dropping RDN, resetting, repositioning. Avoiding the pre-fire. Frozen with a huge round, maybe between the legs on the last one. How much does Gofolo have left? 40 seconds, bomb collected. AWP is posted up, but he will not be allowed to go any further. Twist finishing off the job there. Good hold from Frozen with the AWP. That kind of hold you want to see when you've got that second AWP up.
Yeah, looking really nice with it on that one. I mean, that kill too from Doc, it just really creates so much pressure. Doc did like the big damage in that position, but the rest of the teammates, of course, have to deal with Frozen on the site, but Frozen makes it actually fairly impossible, I feel like, with the shots he's hitting, the way he's taking the angles. I don't know how you're supposed to scale onto him when he's doing that. So great work from him, and that's going to be now FaZe taking the advantage, 5-4 for them as they continue forwards. And do we get any changes in the setups here for them? Looking reasonably passive at the 130 mark is DENDELE. Get someone on the boost. But they don't have the guns here though, James.
They don't, but they still have similar pacing. So let's see if they'll do a mini default, if you will, of what we've seen so far. How weird would it be if we saw a wall of smoke in the middle of mid on Cash at some point? Something hella funky thrown in. A2 must have been spotted there. He's got a lot of targets to find and also avoid, but he'll be unable to do that. Very awkward situation for him. Twist will get traded after collecting a second. Frozen's here to pick up the slack though. Is there a bomb plant in this one for DENDELE? There might be more than that now with a 3-on-2. Good utility, but there is someone coming in from the back. That's Koala dropping Jabot in. And this looks like a disaster on the way for FaZe, unless Jacob can clutch it. That's a really good shot onto Koala, and indeed, he will pick up the slack, stop the bomb from being planted. That was a scary one, but he is really playing well for FaZe at present.
It's such an interesting round. Honestly, Natu getting up into that ladder position, I feel like he was filled with regret. Like continuing to like scale in and suddenly realizing I'm exposed to 3 players. Like, it's just nowhere to go. I got to fight. Very, very awkward. But Jacob, once again, you know, Jacob proving to be so reliable here for FaZe, and that does put them up onto 6. But their economy is stretched. If they lose this round, it's going to be an easy one for DENDELE as we go into the next round here.
I was wondering if the CTs would boost. Indeed, they will. HE to look into A main as well as RDN tries to run distraction. Always a strong position on A. And there is a wall of smoke towards the car. Maybe trying to draw CTs out of position. But they've got a reasonable 2-1-2.
And there's a noise vent broken. Jacob going close, gets punished. I mean, you like the play, but now it leaves Frozen in the back by himself. Able to take down one player, but there's more for the trades. And it's looking very labored now for FaZe. Twist with 50 HP. There's the cross. RDN on the other side of the map, creating options right there for DENDELE. They look in incredible shape. Twist, starting to wonder what is actually happening here. Here's some of the footsteps. Where are these DENDELE players, though?
This is so awkward. Was that a step in mid? Indeed it was. That's enough for J Bowen to thin the numbers. He's got no lethal utility unless he throws a smoke at Doc. So he'll have to be given something, surely, to go for this. I've got to say, DENDELE, a good 20 seconds faster than their normal mid-take. They start sending it in towards B, which maybe catches them a little out of position, expecting that slower pace to continue. Used to the rhythm of DENDELE, they suddenly break it in round 11. It's good self-awareness from them as well when you're playing a slower pace to throw in surprises towards the end of the half, and with great success.
Yeah, and given how low their money was, as well as FaZe, it is such a key round to make that good opening work out for you. And FaZe now, you know, they'll have the AWP saved on Jaboen. I wonder if they'll be tempted to do something crazy with it. It's going to be the final round. They will not have any money. So the AWP is going to be by far the best weapon they have into this one. So getting creative could be needed for FaZe to have a good shot at winning this round. As we see the kills coming on through here in the replays. DENDELE threatening to eliminate FaZe. I mean, this is map 3 here, James, and we're looking at a DENDELE that are still very capable, very strong on Cash.
Yeah, it is a massacre out here. Fan bases in tears this week. And maybe more kitchen roll will be required. As course as the exit some of these teams have made at the Blast Bounty this week. Jaboen didn't have a great spawn at all in this particular round. No gifts at the start for FaZe. So what do DENDELE do with the timing they've established, the timing and the habits they've established in this half? With 1 to go, what will they offer FaZe?
They know that FaZe aren't going to be happy about a very drawn-out round because FaZe's util is low. They know the economy is stretched for them. And so DENDELE, you know, looking to play passively. They don't want to get caught by early timings. It burns the first minute off the clock. And we've often seen them, you know, throw the mid util on, but not necessarily going with it. There's the mid smoke. Jaboen still looking expectant. Would be a huge pick to find. FaZe need something before the DENDELE players hit a site. This could be the moment there. Jaboen, card doesn't go deep enough for that one, and he's going to get, doesn't get punished. Twist with the save.
2 CT spotted in that short position to be hunted with 20 seconds on the clock. Jiggle from RDN, that'll be enough to drop Twist, but Jaboen has disappeared on the site. It's close range for him. Oh no, he's not on the site, he's by the car. The site has no one left on it now, but can the bomb get there? Can it get planted? 5 seconds on the clock and just about. Jaboen in the clutch again. Surely impossible. 1v3. What can he possibly do from this position? He has a kit. He's got no teammates. Flank is on the way. Press is on. But it's a matter of time, surely, before DENDELE equalize the score at halftime. Put out of his misery, eventually, a dangerous DENDELE tying the score as we change sides.
What you laughing at, dog? Yeah, that's it. Sly.
Name's Def. Yeah, Fly.
I'm a little bit confused on what to do. His scriptwriter is not here, and I'm a little anxious.
Scriptwriter? What do you mean scriptwriter?
That's good.
You could talk about the barbecue. Why don't you kind of reference that?
The barbecue? What's that?
You know, with the meats, the briskets. Yeah.
I love myself a good meat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we can cut that.
He's so intense.
Oh, it's so good.
He's so intense.
You can't. Why are you laughing?
No, dude, I know it's coming. Okay.
Okay, sorry, I'm hearing people in the back.
He's so.
Why is this the hardest line?
All right. He needs his axe. All right. Almost.
One shudder to imagine what inhuman, human thoughts, yeah, Rachel said. One shudder to imagine what inhuman.
She said she loves you, but she...
No, you're good. Recenter.
He's so intense. Sorry, I never had to giggle like this, dude. He's so intense. It's fine, we'll just keep going. You can't look at me because you break every time you look at me.
If xCloud is the top players in the world, what number would he be?
Let's say.
Let's just find out if that's your boy or not.
He's not. No.
All right, listen up, people. There's a lot the government don't want you to know. The ramen deep state operatives.
It's so bro, like, hang on a sec. I know, dude, it's not him, but it strikes a chord still.
Now, the government don't want you to know this, but you can just put in cold water and wait a little longer.
Fuck, hang on. Okay, wait, let me redo one more time. He's so intense. Oh, that's the leader. Dude, it's meant to be funny.
Yes, exactly. So
okay,
just
so
don't laugh. I didn't laugh.
So stop laughing.
You did.
He's so intense. That's good. That's good.
This game is intense. That is for sure. 6-6 here on the third map between FaZe and DENDELE. And is there another upset brewing here? Because FaZe, they looked like they were getting manhandled there towards the end of that first half by DENDELE. But now FaZe get to take the initiative. They are on the aggressive side here, James, on the T pistol.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see some more aggression from them. We were saying during the break they may have not got as much output as they might have liked from the AWP on shorts on many of those rounds. I think the only aggro push was through B with Frozen on the sniper. Jabone still 11 frags though, leading the charge for the squad. But 6-6 at halftime. Can't feel comfortable.
The old door, Natu playing with it. It's creating some noise distraction. They're trying to hold the attention to the CTs. But most of the players coming up from the short position. Now this is some good effort onto the site. CT's now looking for these frags for the dualies. Good open up from Jacob. However, CT's now answering the call, but it is FaZe frags for days. There's now just Doc and Koala left alive. Backing away, back to car.
What a crazy scenario. Well-placed smoke, just hearing all these players charging at the site. Your teammate gets insta-gibbed. What can you do? They've both been headshot now in a 2 versus 4 with no kits. So are you saving the Kevlar? Looks like perhaps they are, or something to that effect, because there is nothing else to pursue in this one. FaZe securing the pistol round for themselves. Starting well. We've seen so many important frags from Jacob. He's been a superstar for FaZe of late. But we'll see what role he has to play in this half. Again, so many name casualties, big name casualties this week at Blast Bounty. I think the internet is a little shell-shocked. He really is looking like that sweaty gamer meme at the moment.
Yes, it is super interesting. 6-7 now for DENDELE as they lose that pistol. We'll see if they can convert this though. They are pretty good at converting these rounds, I've heard. I've understood. So, quick smoke onto mid. Surely not. Okay, yeah, denied. Jabone takes down Doc there for the 5v4. Get that mid control. That's really nice to convert that. And now DENDELE, you know, what's the adjustment? They're stacked on B, completely stacked on B. Not too unusual to see this. And there's a world where we just see them just not move and just save. You know, that if FaZe go to A,
Makes a lot of sense. FaZe's turn to set the pace on their T side. Saw a very deliberate one from DENDELE in that first half. Produced a lot of problems for FaZe on their CT side. And now it's their turn. So again, relatively passive in terms of the A main approach from FaZe on the CT side. And from what I could see yesterday, the same was true for DENDELE. I didn't watch the whole match. So they can go again, can the CTs, with what they are holding in the next one. I saw around, I think there was a timeout, and Scrawny Launders were singing the music in CT Spawn. I will not judge the quality of the singing, but I may have a go myself. That was Dan.
I thought that was beautiful. That was the... You can stop now, though.
Go on then.
I already did it, didn't I?
Oh no, it was me. It was me. You
coward! No, you come to it. Trying to work my way out of that one. Okay, well, we're back into the action, although DENDELE, you know, they're saving, or they're rather working with what they saved in the previous round. He's looking for the pot shots, the high variance headshots. FaZe are wary. They are cautious. They are looking not to fall victim to the shenanigans. Frozen slowly working there with checkers, and he does close positions, flushing them out. We got that boost. We got the mid control coming as well. It's all coming together, James, for FaZe in this round.
Oh dear. So I was going to say these are the grenades people are throwing in mid. That one not quite, but Twist is in position to fix. Who's going up? They can't decide. Yeah, Ardian makes more sense. And patiently they will wait. Max Core has another smoke, which he could throw towards A main. I think he may have been spotted there.
Yeah, I believe so.
30 seconds on the clock. Are you playing it a little too slow if you're FaZe? Well, I say that, but Twist is flanking the B bomb site now. They've got the numbers here. Koala so close with the 5-7, but they're never going to see the bogey at 6 o'clock. Oh, Twist loses his duel with the follow, though, who doesn't have that time to pull that grenade out. And now Natu will entertain and stop that rotation from coming through. Really nice flash, but not yielding the result they were looking for.
Very nice round here. Very nice round from FaZe. Just the construction of that was really, really, really awesome. You know, making it really feel like to the DENDELE side, like it was going to be an A hit. But in reality, of course, we see Twist converting that mid control into the split onto the B bomb side. So they're hitting B from like multiple angles whilst keeping the players on A. You can't really ask for too much better than that. And so with that, you know, it's going to be a 9-6 advantage now for FaZe. So getting closer to avoiding a disastrous third map. But now the real guns are going to come out for DENDELE. Max Core's going to be on the AWP. Full rifles, full util, and this is where we'll really see who the better cash team actually is today.
Full focus now, as there is work to be done. Man, what if it's 2 in a row for DENDELE? Big scalps, big bounties. Would be a hell of a run for them. And they must feel like it's in the palm of their hands. It's their match to win. Kenny were talking about being a child watching Fallen, able to get the best of him yesterday. It's got to fill you with confidence. Almost a mark of approval. So is this the easier task?
Well, it looks like FaZe are probably targeting the A side this time, so they're mixing things up, but close positions on the CT side in middle, which does obviously allow them to quickly flank into the A main position, especially with a boost. So we'll see how that works out, because FaZe will definitely try to keep them occupied towards B. And everyone coming out through the door here. So yeah, here's the sort of fake towards B. Try to keep the players there as FaZe set their sights on A.
They have pulled Max Core over as well. So far, so good, but how good will the timing be? Well done. Does he get a second one here? Doing the best he can. Giving his team a man advantage at the very least. There are some flashes here for FaZe. They'll surely have to use them well to try and thin the numbers as DENDELE approach the site.
Massive kill from Frozen, Twist as well. And now Frozen does present a problem coming in from the mid position, looking to assist Twist there, looking to get another kill. That is fantastic work. RDN now in the clutch against 2. Isolates the 1v1s, but looking really, really difficult. Running out of bullets, running out of chances. And Twists and Frozen both coming out huge in that one, because it didn't look good when the bomb went down.
Yeah, the body language tells a story on DENDELE as well. That's an important round. That's momentum for FaZe. And the dream may just be collapsing for DENDELE. I think there is a psychological barrier that is broken, positively or negatively, when you or your opponent reach that 10 mark, those double figures, very close to the finish line. Problems abound for DENDELE now. A half buy for them, many an MP9. With some utility to kill time. But FaZe have been very comfortable with the slower pace, even in the anti-eco, anti-force buys we saw in that round where Twist was flanking B. Completely outmaneuvering DENDELE. Whether he won his duel or not. This is being held for by Jaboin, who has help if he needs it as well. And again, handily dealt with by FaZe. They're very comfortable in this half against DENDELE.
Yeah, T-side looking like it's constructed well. Koala last player standing. And all the necessary work has been done to enable the bomb to go down. Although you can see, because Koala's position yet to be known, there's still some level of caution from FaZe to avoid anything weird. Koala, though, could steal away an AK. He's going to get a 1v1 here. It's all about the timing. You never know in Counter-Strike. And Frozen able to prevent any AKs being stolen. So good work there. 11-6, and indeed, the comfort is certainly starting to be created here for FaZe. Just 2 more rounds to go. But back in with the buy for DENDELE, and we'll have to see if FaZe can continue to get the better of them with how they are building these T rounds.
We were tied at half-time. Let us not forget. 5 rounds in a row for FaZe. There is nothing that DENDELE have to show for their appearance in the second half of Cash. And you can see the frustration start to be able to be read on the faces of the DENDELE squad. No success whatsoever. Can things be different now? It's Max Core's turn to hold short of the AWP. Flames and flashes will force him from his position. DENDELE needs to find a way to find impact in these rounds and take the game away from FaZe. Dock on an island will be dealt with handily. They've lost position, lost personnel. Is there a way for them to respond?
Just like really good work with the util in that round there from FaZe with the flashes. And they have voided the mid position, and you can see Gafolis, he looks a little bit, but he's... Okay, it's Max Core that's really going to confirm that, hey, they've left mid. Where are they going? It's either going to be A or B, but I don't think there's a good way for DENDELE to know. They don't have any forward positions anywhere on the map, so there's essentially split 2 to a bomb site. So FaZe are going to have advantage into this A push.
They still have presence on B. So there's Natu do something first. Indeed, he is dealt with, but surely that's got to be rotation towards A quickly. They're so thin on A with RDN with the AWP, a nasty crouch peek, and he is a goner. MaxCore doesn't have position, almost finding a second, but Golfollow will certainly do that. The trades continue. Twist, the last man now, 24 seconds on the clock. Bomb needs to be rescued. Koala will catch him. Didn't see that one going the way of DENDELE, but the bomb ended up on the floor in an awkward position. It really has been FaZe with a grip on many of these rounds, but that is an important pickup for DENDELE.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it to DENDELE right there. You know, they made all the right moves, so they lost mid control. It went quiet, and they did the one thing that FaZe were intending them not to do. They went and they cleared it. They re-cleared it. MaxCore saw that, hey, everybody's gone from mid, which then triggered DENDELE to have to figure out where are they. They pushed in B main, and that got them the pick, and that got them in the rotation in time.
Faster pace in mid from FaZe after losing their first round. Looking to turn the screw further. There's more money for more buys should FaZe not be successful here. The same cannot be said for DENDELE.
DENDELE.
Very key that they pull out a consecutive round. Otherwise, maybe this round wins this series for FaZe figuratively.
Really nice forward position there from FaZe by the short box. Timing here. Oh, gets utterly denied from Frozen. That's a huge one, and this now opens up CT position. Twist picks up another one. Now heroics are required from DENDELE if they want to have any chance in equalizing the situation. And right now, Koala's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Could get caught out from multiple positions. Jacob is going to just make it easy, just take him out of the round forcefully. And now, I mean, saving is really the only option, but FaZe may very well not allow that to even be the case.
The good default plants for FaZe on the bomb site. Not the first time we've seen Twist causing problems behind the defensive line. DENDELE being outmaneuvered on this bomb site. MaxCore desperately looking to hold onto this AWP, but it's not going to happen. Match point for FaZe. Just the one round in this half for DENDELE. Another one where it's the last man hanging on, a familiar story from previous maps. But no one hangs on at the end of that round.
Wow, okay, so he was fully blinded. I did wonder. Really nice coverage there from Frozen to make it all possible. It's kind of crazy the domino effects that you kind of see sometimes in Counter-Strike. That frag making all the difference, like not just saving his teammates, but allowing his teammate to continue to press and take advantage from that forward position. And it goes to show, James, as well, you know, if you're playing the T side correctly, you're taking that mid control well. We've talked about it a lot in the caches we've seen. It really is the difference maker. It makes it very hard for the CTs. They have to react some way when they lose mid. And that's actually the round that DENDELE won was because they reacted really well to how they lost mid and what they then chose to do as a result. But here it comes down to this, 12-7 for FaZe.
Looking for an explosive opening towards B, it seems. They've got heavy numbers here. There they go past the CT utility. They saw the trajectory, and they're confident in where these CTs are. He has never seen it coming, Koala. And it's Twist, of course. What a pain in the bum he's been for DENDELE in this half. Absolute nuisance on Cash.
MaxCore able to take some good damage onto the second player as well. Also with a frag, so thinning out the numbers ever so slightly, but holding this bomb site with all the utility that FaZe still have, this is horrendous for DENDELE to try to get back in.
More or less walking the plank, surely. Jacob on 5 HP. Can they find him though? HE's towards the site, and Jaboin will drop dot. Easy initial engager, and the rest is compulsory for FaZe Clan. A super strong second half, just that one round from DENDELE.
just that one round, and that is never going to be enough when you're going up against the FaZe clan. Solid performance here on Cash from FaZe. Good bounce back after what we can definitely say is a disastrous Mirage, but individuals were able to show up and deliver. And I would say that DENDELE just didn't have the same opportunities against FaZe, right? They were mixing it up on the T side. They were able to take a lot of control in the second half, and DENDELE didn't have the answers for it this time around.
That's more what I expected out of Mirage, right? FaZe, they had a few rough moments. DENDELE had some nice kind of clutch plays from a couple of players. They had their chances, but FaZe at the end of the day is just a more experienced team. They've got generally better individuals. MaxCore, unlike against Furia, he's not having, you know, a pop-off game, and FaZe eventually managed to eke out the victory, based at least partially around not throwing like 4 anti-ecos this time.
Yeah, you know, that always helps. They still had one in there that caused them a bit of problems, but I mean, they were able to take it on the chin and roll away from it. They were not losing the important rounds that could have ever caused them some problems. And the back and forth in the first half, it's like, that's actually fine considering, you know, we're still going through the new map, we're still going through growing pains with it all. Would you say overall, like, okay, we expected FaZe to win this, but across this series that DENDELE still played to a level which is respectable, or just maybe not as high as what we saw yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, you have to give props to DENDELE. It's kind of a nightmare situation. You play against Furia, an incredible team. You managed to eke out the victory. You had plenty of time to prepare for that. And then, by the way, you're playing FaZe immediately after. I guess they opted into this one potentially, but it's still just kind of a very rough situation. On the other hand, FaZe also didn't have time to prepare, but I think when you look at FaZe, that's to their benefit. I think the more time you have to prepare as a DENDELE, you have more. You're gonna have more ability to go for an upset.
Well, the Jacob haters are not going to be eating good today because he performed once again in a very good fashion across this whole series. Right, there was no slowing down from this man.
Jacob has had great series. He's had great maps. He's had great events. What he hasn't had is a great 3-month period or 2-month period or year. If he can maintain the level that we sometimes see out of Jacob, we would be talking about this FaZe as you know, maybe a top 6 team, you know, a team that can actually contend, get into the playoffs, maybe make a couple semifinals. This is the Jacob we were promised when we were younger, James.
When we were younger, I've definitely not been young for quite some time, but I will say this, NKJ gave us the lowdown, right? That like, it's about him adjusting to these roles and feeling comfortable within it. Against this level of opposition, he definitely is.
100%. And the thing about NKJ's comments is that I do respect that he's been slotted in more recently, right? So the coach is going to be looking at this in a more positive light. But at the same time, how long has Jacob been on FaZe? It's been like a year, right? You're expecting him. This is where we really want to see him hit his stride. He's got the new coach. I think I have a lot of respect for NKJ and how he's going to work together with this player. And we want to see him actually level up this season specifically.
What do you think of NKJ actually just on what he can bring to this team, right? Because there's so many experienced individuals, but now the new young players coming in. Do you think that's where he's going to be able to do his best work to get the most out of them?
I'm actually thinking more about him working with TWIST. I think NKJ has a lot of experience, and TWIST is a newer IGL, right? He's done it in the past, but we've kind of questioned, is he a fragger that can call a little bit, or is he actually going to try and grow into the IGL role? I'm still not convinced he's committed to it, but I think he's actually done a really admirable job, especially, I mean, we had him on the interview last time around. He's talking about himself developing these younger players. Maybe that's coming from NKJ, but I think he's got a lot of that, like the thoughtfulness about these types of things. I'm very happy with the way NKJ is going to be working specifically with TWIST.
Well, we've got Jacob standing by for their winners interview now. Jacob, a solid individual performance from you, and also you guys have qualified to the LAN in Malta. Very important for FaZe right now. Just give me your thoughts and feeling so far on your performance and FaZe's performance so far at the Bounty.
Yeah, thank you. It's been going pretty well last times. Like, I mean, a few months ago it was going really bad, like almost top 40 VRS. Now we are climbing up, getting those wins, qualifying to the finals. So yeah, it's been very nice.
Can I ask you about the differences? I mean, obviously Twist has been IGLing for a little bit now, but the differences you find with NKJ coming in as the coach. Is he working with you directly, trying to support you in your roles as a player?
Yeah, we had many talks about the game. He's a really hardworking guy, and he's helping me a lot, I think.
Okay, just a straightforward question about the event. Like, now that, I mean, Vitality's gone, Falcons are gone, do you feel like you guys have now a real chance of coming in and taking the trophy? Whereas, you know, with those guys, maybe you want to win, but maybe you're happier with like a finals performance in that case.
Yeah, I think we do have a real chance to win the tournament. You know, without those top teams, it should be easier, but you never know. Just have to play the game. We are still kind of a new team. There is many mistakes happening in the game, but yeah, let's see how it goes.
And lastly, Jacob, I want to ask you a bit about you, right? Because you get a lot of criticism from people online talking about your performance, but I think I'm starting to see a better version of Jacob coming out in these games. What is that down to? What's helping you make that possible?
I mean, there was some changes in the team, like position-wise, and also I got more comfortable during the game on the new positions, so it's just going better for me.
Well, it's working better for you. You're playing more confident.
Yeah.
Hopefully that continues for you as well, man, and it's good to see. Thank you very much for your time, Jacob. We've got to let you go, but we'll see you in Malta.
Thank you. See you.
There we go. So FaZe, our first team through to the Blast Premier Bounty presented by Polymarket. They will be happy with that. Like he said, they're grinding throughout this VRS, right? They're trying to make their way up. They don't want to be a team that's regularly fighting to get invites. They want to be just getting the invites and be back to where FaZe was a long time ago.
I didn't doubt them for a second, James. Not for a second did I think that FaZe were gonna lose this series, that they wouldn't make the land. I mean, that is just it's an impressive showing from FaZe, especially from the new players. I'm so impressed with the new players. They've got Jacob, Jay Bowen. Well, Jacob's not new, but Jay Bowen specifically. We talked a lot about Jacob. I think Jay Bowen is one for the future.
Well, I've got a player for an interview that's not a new player, but he does have a new IGL, and he might be in love with him. Have a listen. The best win in a long time for Liquid. How important was this for you after like the past 10 months of everything you've been going through since joining Liquid again?
It was definitely super important, just getting it done, getting a big win against, you know, one of the best teams in the world right now, debatably Falcons, Vitality, but Vitality still for me, best team in the world. And while it might still be online, you know, we are happy for any win right now. It doesn't matter if it's online or LAN, like just getting a big win against, you know, a great team is going to be really positive for us going forward.
And Jorko was saying that you were someone he could always reach out to. I was just going to ask you, like, how much is he asking you questions and wanting to learn?
He's definitely, you know, a really good player, and he's been in a lot of different positions with me that where we're playing on the same side of the map. So I think it's really important that we're getting on the same page and we're always like talking. And that's like one of the things, like I said to him very early on, like the quicker that like we can get on the same page, where when something happens, we're both coming to like the same conclusion, the easier it'll be for us to just focus on shooting and, you know, refining our process. And yeah, like outside of the game, like I told him many times that he wants to like go over like the prac demos or watch something together. You know, we watched something the night before yesterday, like some of our practice games back, like coming to some conclusions of like what, you know, he and we could have done better. So just leaving it open, and I think that he's been great to work with. Takes a lot of feedback well, so it's been helpful.
Nice. And I saw yesterday, right, you spoke to Flom a little bit about the whole situation with Shuhei and things that were not working out there. What was it, just from your perspective, of why you couldn't get things working and why it's so easy to just go back to JT for like you personally?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna speak of like before, you know, before I joined, because you know they had their stint with their roster beforehand. I felt like when I came in, it was already like a clash. Like as soon as I joined, like there already was like some pre-existing like ideas that like people weren't on the same page. Like we weren't like playing like we weren't all moving in the same direction. Even if like here and there, like some of my interviews even like are very confusing, because even from my perspective, I was a little bit confused, thinking that we were all on the same page, but we actually weren't, and it's like people are just like doing it just to appease people kind of thing. That's like how it felt from like my perspective, where I'm just like, okay, it feels like we're on the same page, and then we're still getting smashed and things are still not going well. So
yeah,
just you need like everyone to, you know, actually play the same CS that they want to and stuff like that, and it be natural. Like I think that you see that with lots of teams in CS history. If everyone's not all moving the same direction, or if you could have like 5 great players like on the same team, but if they don't play like the same like CS and it's like not natural, then it's not going to work. And I think that's all there is to it. I think that, you know, Shui's like a great player in IGL, and I think that he could still get back on his feet.
Okay, and looking at this with JT coming in, obviously you had a good amount of experience with him, but how much were you involved in the decision to get him on Liquid, and also how much of a voice are you having in the match again, like alongside him to make these plays?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have a really good dynamic from what we had on Complexity and, you know, all that time together. I think that we just have like a good, you know, back and forth of our workflow of like how we're you know, coming to conclusions and how we're like playing in the game. I think that we're super on the same page. So like when the team like wanted to go like a different direction, like IGL wise, I definitely was just like, JT's the guy. Like I think that you're not gonna regret it. Like he's great. Just trust. He's amazing. I love him. We're gonna do good with him. And yeah, I think that answers that.
Some really good words there from Elige, as well as the interview with Flom yesterday. I know Flom's tuned in. Hello, Flom.
Hello.
G2, of course, are going to be a good favourite coming into this one, but there's not crazy odds on Liquid. They're going to be on a high after such a scalp taken. Now let's see if they can take another one. Anubis, Mirage, and Inferno to be a decider, should it be required. G2, can they topple them as well, Team Liquid?
Oh, it's going to be a really exciting game. I can't wait to get into this one. And it's honestly so rewarding as someone that's been in Counter-Strike forever to, you know, and also, you know, we were at Elige's first LAN with Liquid in the old, like, forever ago, in the old FaZe studio, and we had like a LAN finals there. And so it's cool to see him back with Liquid. It's cool to see him having good performances. Let's see what performance
Can they do it, Dan? That's the question. Can they?
G2.
Can they do it? Do you believe? Are you a believer?
Yes.
Good. Can they? They can. But will they? Is a question to be answered through these maps. T's moving together. Safety in numbers as Heavy God keeps the players towards Be Honest. They had a quick look to see what's going on, and they may have to have a further look. G2 looking to cause chaos. Bouncing around the map at the moment. Oh, Naflight, the first shot is perfect through the smoke there. And then there were 3. Wrinkle, someone we're going to be looking for a big performance from in this series. He'll plant the bomb. 3 on 5 though. All of Liquid are still standing. 4 of them moving together as they approach B.
Hunter moving in on the back. And no, don't do it to him. Oh, Jocko, no. Oh my God, he's still going. Hunter with the dualies, making life even more difficult. Heavy God taking down MOUZ now, puts all the pressure on Naflight with the dualies. Somehow actually picks that one up. I think those bullets were bending around the wall there from Naflight as Wrinkle is forced out, and he will actually find the headshot. Very nice there from Wrinkle for G2, and they will pick up their T pistol.
So a knife kill in a 3 versus 5 post plant from Hunter. I respect it. That is very brazen indeed. But you wanted everything from that one. Julies as well. Then, oh my God, he's so quick on that one with the Julies. Nasty work. That's a fantastic way to open things up, and will definitely give a chuckle to the squad. Awkward for Liquid, that one. I'm not sure if they're still on the high after getting knifed on a 5-on-3 retake, but sometimes it'd be like that. Not buying much of anything in this one. They're here for the long run. Looking to be here for a long time, not a good time.
The stack on A. to see if it can yield much. I mean, obviously it's just USPs for the most part. You got a MOUZ on a Deagle. And the P250 actually. Again, here we go. Into Nerds. See, he's designed for this. He's got the tool for the job. We call him with the assist there. 1 kill. I mean, I feel like that's pretty much what you're probably expecting to get. So, you know, the round is quickly over with, and we're going to get into the buys. The interesting Counter-Strike is about to be upon us.
Good bonus money with those SMGs. Getting most of the kills there. So it's a great situation. I think everybody wants to see a Liquid who are doing good, who are on an upward trajectory. I don't think anyone's mad in that respect. It was interesting, the comments from Elige about the synergy, and you really do need to be on the same page with your teammates. If you're looking at things differently and you understand things to be one way, but not everybody does, then even if it's good players separating, again, you have to have the right fit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also there's it reduces the cognitive bandwidth you need to make decisions in the game, because when you're communicating, you should be communicating, but you don't need to be communicating everything. You should be able to know how your teammate's going to respond without thinking. It should be automatic, and if you don't have that, it does increase the kind of latency with which your whole team can kind of act and make decisions, and it's harder to feel confidence in those scenarios too. So I completely agree. It's absolutely necessary. It's good to see that they're finding that.
Rifles are out for Liquid. Now, at the minute 40 mark, they don't have much in the name of smoke grenade. So in terms of thwarting the patience, maybe an aggressive approach is required. Nerds causing problems with that MP7. Jorko down to 21 HP, which makes things even more awkward. You saw they may have had intentions going through that A-bomb site. That's a lot of damage done early. A tricky prospect for a first round here for Liquid.
Needs to take that mid for G2. Each man going to find a spot, and with the flashbang, that is a beautiful result there for Liquid. 5 versus 3 now for them, and with the mid presence gone, it's a desperate push from Nerds. A 1v1 that JT will easily deal with. And now there's not all that much left here for G2. They don't want to throw away Wrinkle's AWP, and you know, Wrinkle's storyline will be an interesting one to follow in this match. I think definitely a lot of focus on Wrinkle.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to simply exist. Given an option. Okay, Heavy God, hold on a second. Elige now trying to stay alive at 20 HP, but stop them from advancing, and he will do exactly that, an AWP if the team want it. Speaking of JT earlier on, criminally underrated is JT. I think it's so good to provide that statistic of how Elige performs with JT and without. But again, still flying under the radar to some degree. Not getting his flowers just yet, JT. We'll see what their run in Bounty is like. But that's a really important one. And again, we saw the shortcomings in that round for Liquid. And that hold in mid was so strong for them. Able to do a lot with a little. Plenty of talent on the team. And now it's G2's turn to do the very same.
Trying to work out what's going on right now. The walk through the smoke in mid for G2. And the mid position is an unknown for Liquid. So that means G2 are going to get pretty deep here before Liquid can react on the sites. With that said, now the B main push, that's going to give them a lot of information as to what they can kind of deduce. And JT gets the spot in the third. Bit of continuation spray there. Knows there's more players. Hunter delayed his peak, but doesn't matter against JT. Now there's just 3 left for G2, and Elige is asking questions as well.
That's a really important frag for Wrinkle. Bomb spotted. 3 remain. Was an interesting prospect in mid for Liquid, but things are not in their favor any longer. Nafly on a very slow rotation as they give G2 some space. 2 kits on the 3 players of Liquid. Jorko looks for a connection.
much to be found just yet. Trying to align everybody. JT really fragging, I think, so far here today. And JOKO now making his presence known on the swing, and Liquid all day, it seems like, winning all the battles. And I feel like JT is looking kind of nice with it so far here, James, and winning a lot of 1v1s in these key positions.
Yeah, you saw G2 filling the vacuum in mid, but you have to wonder why there is that vacuum in the first place. There'll be an internal clock for the CTs and some kind of angle, and JT indeed doing great work there. Another highlight for him in this one. A good retake, Nafly with a slow approach the whole time, coming through when he needs to. AWP can be rescued. In the hands of JOKO. A lot of discussion about the AWP, especially on G2. Some lamenting the change. Wrinkle's got something to prove for sure. In the eyes of Tinternet, at least. So down to the pistols it is, as G2 will have to wait for those rifles. But it will still be a dangerous round for Liquid. But again, Liquid are avoiding those close quarters to charge from the T's. But can they solve the puzzle being presented to them? It's a great start from JT, falling back for the reload as well, and trouble is on the way.
Yeah, they're closing down on this position through the E-box, but like you say, closing down on all of this with the rifles, looking pretty comfortable so far. That said, Heavy God gets close, takes down Elige, and it's down to JT again, but Nerds in with a fast P250 headshot, and that's going to change everything.
Wrinkle still on the P250. Nerds with the rifle and low health. Does Wrinkle dare move and try and collect it? Nerds will throw the rifle over, that makes sense with the HP. Wrinkle with the pre-fire, Nerds trying to do what they can. They've made it expensive for Liquid, a bomb plant and 3 kills. Can see they felt like maybe they could have got a bit more for that, but that was plenty, I think, all things considered. That was an eco round for them, essentially. And with plenty of rounds to play, those frags may have a part to play later on. Again, 2 rounds now where Liquid have chosen not to engage close in mid, and we saw a faster reaction from G2. More mileage on that one for them.
Yeah, very nicely done. I like the fake there, but you know, Liquid are just seemingly quite ready today so far. 3 rounds in a row now for them, but with these bomb plants, it's definitely adding some extra money in the bank for G2 to maximize these buys. And it's going to be so interesting to see this kind of Wrinkle versus JOKO battle today. Wrinkle 8 for 3 at the moment. Obviously, not too much AWPing just yet. Nice entries there. Make this one a little bit sweaty for Liquid, but MOUZ delivers. And now into the next round we go. And AWPs are out for both sides.
Wrinkle leading the charge. Once a fast opening towards A if he's afforded one. No aggressive play though this time, as it's Nafly posted up with one of 2 AWPs who may have a superior angle. Those are some important sound cues though. He will exchange flames. Things looking awkward now. Does his position have to pull another CT over? Indeed, MOUZ is over behind Naf in case help is required. Do they chuck a flash in there to get a stronger position for this sniper rifle? Wrinkle forced away. MOUZ will lose his duel. Opportunity knocks for G2.
He's in the back with the spray, gets 2. And with Wrinkle and Mattis having very low HP, Liquid looking good in this round at the moment. Heavy got in from the side, but his teammates are all dead. 3 players are left on the Liquid side for him to worry about. But not only that, the bomb needs to be collected. A whiff from JOKO and an opportunity for Heavy God.
Big flank from Elige. But Heavy God has got time to go for a clutch. And because of that time, you can see Naf has to be concerned. He could come from mid, he could come from elsewhere, which means he's got a chance for a 1v1, but that clock is ticking. Elige is showing some elbow. I think he's been heard now. Pointing their return, Nafly trying to fall back. That gives them a little more options. Oh, he got halfway there. I thought Naf might run away with the time on the clock there, but Elige is able to trade, and that will be the ace for Elige, doing humongous work in that round.
Yeah, I love how active Liquid were in the beginning of this round. It's been a bunch of rounds where we saw the mid opening from the G2 side. And in the beginning of this round, Liquid just walked down mid. It was Elige that led the charge. They got the info and were very active, which allowed Elige to then be later able to work into that position because they were so good at collecting information in the middle of these rounds. So Liquid doing a lot very well at the moment.
Now another pace of aggression. Turning it up, our Liquid through that A bomb site. That's what Wrinkles may be looking for in the last round. Some pop flash as they make their way in, trying to abuse these numbers. JORKO still posted up with the AWP, and the rifle support is here. Elige good for another multi-frag. He is begging for them to peek him. He has the answers. Make it 13 now. For 4 is Elige. A 3K after a 5K.
Yeah, stacking up the stats. Yeah, looking really, really good. Elige is an interesting player in that he has been able to maintain his form and keep improving as a player, despite, I think, being in a lot of situations in his career where the teams just didn't work out. And that kills a lot of players' performance, James, and I think you can understand why that would be. Imagine if you're just in teams after teams where the whole team is not performing and you're a part of that system. It's, I think, quite the emotional challenge, and especially when you have, as much hunger to be really, really good, to manage to kind of see it through on the other end and keep getting better. That is something that Elige has done, and it's kind of rewarding, I think, for people to be able to see him get to perform in a system that works for him.
It's good to have a coarse towel if you are in a warm environment or have a clammy hand.
Does it have to be coarse?
Coarse is better, yes, because I shot the Swedish Championships in the first weekend of this year, and they were selling these towels which you could put on a keyring, which hangs off your belt basically. So if your hand's getting too warm and it's affecting your grip, you can just use a coarse towel. And you'll be back to normal very quickly. So yeah, I would recommend a coarse one.
Right, okay, I didn't know about the tech. That's finding a headshot onto JT early. Nice early advantage for GT to play with. Also early positioning too. Mattis, E-Box might actually just push on through.
Opportunity knocks. Good angles being held. CT's changing their formation. That gets him back into the game. And now Nerds might get one for free. Will they even think about MOUZ in this position? Doesn't look like it. He's playing the trigger discipline, looking for 2. Nerds never sees it coming. Wonderful work with the CT formation, but G2 are still in this fight. Wrinkle in the clutch now, and that'll make things very awkward indeed. JORKO coming in from the back. Fast moving round there.
That's 6 rounds in a row from Liquid now. They are dominating both. I mean, I think on the information game, on the fragging, overall looking like just such a good team. I think obviously after that Vitality victory that they pulled off very recently, you just have to ask, James, because it feels like, is it anything but an overperformance, or is it close to their baseline? What is that performance?
Yeah, you can see the frustration there from G2. Absolutely checkmated by the CT formation of Liquid. Really unexpected. Suggested they were stacked elsewhere with Naf's position. False sense of security can lead to disaster. Certainly did on that one. Well done, Liquid. Elige 13 for 5 now. Very dangerous indeed. Riflers have been really important in this half.
Mid presence again with the pistols from G2. Oh, this is very sneaky. The boost, that is so cheeky, wow.
Man. Elige is more of a menace than 50 Cent on Instagram. Causing problems all over the place. I like the action and urgency we've seen towards the A bomb site from both teams as well. Seeking opportunity there. MOUZ currently in a very forward position in that respect. But they're being dealt with in mid, are G2.
Yeah, it's cool to see just how active Liquid is being. Obviously, talking about them a lot, but they are, of course, playing very well at the moment. And that's like the interesting balance to find in Counter-Strike. Is to be, you have to be active to kind of be taking the initiative, getting information, but it carries its own risk. But there's also moments when you need to not be active, and kind of finding that balance is can be difficult. This is a moment where it pays off for sure. Really awesome boost. Perfect timing. And converting yet another round. 7 in a row now here from Liquid.
Timeout from G2 as they try to salvage something from this half. That's a lot of timeouts they've taken. This is a stressful environment for them. Liquid playing really well. And again, there is history with players in their former teams. As you saw in the graphic earlier, lots to talk about during this series. But they're all focused on being a unit with the people around them. But my word, what a performance from Elige we've seen so far. Having a great time. Flow state for Elige. A single player towards A and MOUZ on this occasion. 3-man stack towards B. They are expectant, and Jorko, will deliver onto Wrinkle, who hasn't really got started with the AWP just yet. Again, there's been so much action from these riflers, but Jorko's looking for more. So close, almost blocked by his teammate, but are able to escape. Can G2 respond to this CT aggression?
Oh my goodness. Untradeable kills everywhere for G2. They're just left dazed. Mattis, though, able to find Jorko at least through the smoke, so starting to work things back. Might be able to get a catch here onto Naf, very close here. AWP in hand, just jiggling, and he's gonna the save from MOUZ. That is so heartbreaking for Hunter.
Punishing half at the hands of Liquid. And I think it's great to see as the underdog team, and again, a historic brand in Counter-Strike, you want to see them do well. I think Elige spoke about the lack of consistency in terms of team results over a very long period of time.
Yeah.
So this is a small window, just a week, but it's promising.
Yeah, you know, you can see that they have pieces that make sense, and in addition to that, they've got a team that has cohesion. You know, it's the least you can ask for, but it can be hard to find in Counter-Strike world, and Elige will finish off the round, 15 for 5. Now, that's 8 in a row from Liquid, and they are just shutting down G2 in the most epic of fashions. Jorko in with 2 kills here before the push can even happen there from the G2 side. Definitely a little bit of luck there, James. You know, of course, G2 deciding to push that into the AWP at that time, but Liquid are still capitalizing.
Hey, Liquid are putting themselves in position to win. Nurse has certainly got a chance here with the running Take 9. Potentially unlikely round. Great flashes, though. JT collects 2. Traded by Mattis, 3-on-3. Rifles to be collected by what remains of G2.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for G2 for sure. Picking up some of these weapons. 3 versus 3, lots of space on the map, lots of time. It definitely puts some pressure on Liquid. We've seen how good they have been to respond. Right now, we have Elige in a deep position on A long, and you want to have someone in a deeper position. Elige is that man looking to see where are the T's going. Can he find anyone early, or can he just at least have a good rotation timing into the play?
Timing, I think, will decide who takes what in this one. Naf sees the last 2 players. Now, did they fake the kill cam there? Elige was playing in a very safe-ish position outside the A bomb site. I don't know what very safe-ish means, but he tried to limit his variance and limit his risk, put it that way. But he's still outside A. A is an unknown. 35 seconds on the clock, and it will be 2 versus 1 wherever G2 choose to go. Jorko scoped in already. And again, the timing. This time will be really good. Spots the bomb carrier. Elige on the way. Jorko falling back for the retake.
Yeah, this is... Oh my God, nerds! How have you found that one? Lige is quick to the same position. Another one from Nerds. Unbelievable finish from him. If there's ever a way to bring confidence back to the team, it's with frags like that.
Absolutely disgusting from Nerds. But maybe that can galvanize the team for what remains in this half, which isn't a whole lot. But again, Liquid are just looking really good. They are like water in this first half, but Nerds, excuse me.
I wonder what that's like from the perspective
I
of
agree,
Jorko.
mate. Well, you saw it, at least in his expression.
Hang on. They're going really fast into the water. Just turning the pace up to 1,000. Looks like G2 are very ready for that, though.
Panic mode from Jorko. Just firing blind. And, you know, this has got to be a conversion here for G2. And heading into halftime, score-wise, it will be very promising versus the run of rounds we saw from Liquid. So perhaps they've done enough if they secure this one. Nafly's roaming with an AWP. We've seen multi-frags, many a multi-frag in this half already from Liquid.
MOUZ the only person withheld, and doesn't matter. Shut down. Absolutely shut down. Looking very limited there for Nav, 7 HP. Extraordinarily far away from most of the enemies. I mean, it's got one in mid here. Bomb still deciding where to go, and there's the finish. And it is a recovery of some extent. 4-8 for G2 at the end of the first half.
Hello guys, this is Mattis.
This is Fallen. Hey, I'm Alexi B, and today I'll be reading some bad comments.
FURIA itself hasn't been looking hot since in the major result. Well,
Vitality are so good that even a single map win for Navi would be a victory in itself. What can I say?
Everyone knows this kid is going to be the next Brokey or Sampaio, bro, what you doing, right?
The Hunter was never and will never be a good player. That's a bullshit, I can already tell, and this guy is clueless.
Sampaio was like that in 2023 too, always flicking and constantly getting pack kills, but then he disappeared, XD. Oh, typical HLTV user. I love it, I love it. You know, Molodoi has a bright future ahead of him. He's just starting. So you're gonna have to watch a lot of games from Molodoi, and hopefully he's gonna be winning a lot. So I think you were wrong with this one, Cyber King.
So guy named Insert Blame here says, Navi gonna get the honor of losing to Vita in finals this event. But yeah, I'm glad that people are thinking that we're gonna reach the finals, and yeah, it's good for us.
Minus Nico plus Avigod is a huge downgrade. The previous could win the odd blast, this new iteration will most likely win even less. I mean, eventually we won the tournament, to be honest, after this guy said it.
My mission here is to make FURIA a super competitive team in the best way I can. Then leave, low. Yes, I'm doing that in December, bro.
You know shit's fucked when Alexi is Navi's top performer. It's probably better for the team's future prospects if they lose this match anyway.
Express Patience 9809. Okay, I like this nickname as well. Castrato was shit in Katowice, shit in Altin playoffs, shit in Cologne playoffs, and shit in Budapest playoffs.
I am can't hit shit after Mirage and Alexi playing with half of his brain whilst it stays under 1 KD. Jesus, what a shit show once again. That's a nice and supportive comment, it seems.
Ignoring the latest shit show is strong, no? Good, my boy.
Navi have improved a ton. My prediction is Vitality 3-0. Not gonna lie, that's a funny one. The first one, funny one actually, so kudos to this guy.
So legit just bullied his team into being good, and I'm here for it. I mean, yeah, it was kinda true to be honest at some point, but yeah.
Are they seriously hiring a guy from Ancal? FURIA need good players to become champions, not these low-tier scrubs who play tier 3. What a joke, pathetic you guys. Who would have thought, eh? Molodoi, coming all the way from Kazakhstan, playing on the cyber coffees, no computer at home. Who would have thought, eh? The kid is good. And yeah, you never know until you know. Molodoi proved you wrong, my friend.
EPL was a fluke for Navi. Damn. Can't win a trophy nowadays without it ever being a fluke. Thanks, guys.
Liquid bested Vitality on Anubis 13-10, and they're showing that strength versus G2, who were able to survive with some rounds in that first half. 4 might be enough. Does it get harder from here, or will it be a relief to try and get something done now as they move to the CT side?
Yeah, it's a new, they can turn the page. It's a new day, it's a new dawn, and all the rest of it. G2 going to peek into the water from eBox, looking for the info. Where are the Liquid players? Question mark. Liquid holding at the moment, looking to see if there's any CT aggression.
We'll definitely be looking for a resurgence from Hunter in this half. 2 for 10. He finishes the first one. Got to be frustrating for a man of his talent, but he'll be focused on the round in front of him.
Ooh, oh, he's definitely got himself into a good spot here. Is it trigger discipline or is it an execution? It's the execution style. They're onto JT. Hello, MOUZ. It's going to trade that one. Dualies, though. Absolutely devastating from Nerds yet again.
Looking really sharp once more is Nerds.
Oh my god.
Nice one tap from MOUZ. 1 minute to find 3 more. He needs an ace if they are to secure this pistol round. Oh, but Nerds is looking so good at the moment. Seeing some banger highlights from him so far. Holding the reins for his team.
One might say Nerds makes it hurts, James.
I'm in pain for sure. You're a bad person. 5 rounds now. That's a great way to start when, you know, a 4-round deficit to half-time. Secure yourself to pistol. Things can be a lot tighter very quickly indeed. But again, Liquid are a team with intent. They've gone for the force spy. They've got a little utility, but they've got big plans for their opponent. See Elise jumping, maybe on purpose, maybe not, but either way, he'll create some space for his team. Yorko will find some kills. And now G2 have a difficult decision to make. Is there any way back into this game? Into this round, sorry.
Oh, not looking good there. MOUZ takes down Wrinkle through the smoke and now trapped in E-box. We'll see if there's anything to be done there. Hunter maybe able to escape, but no, MOUZ. The jailer keeps him in the prison. And that's a great couple kills at the end from MOUZ. And so you see Jorko clapping at the end. I mean, his entry to the
like
Tech 9. Yeah, yeah.
It's very Seal-esque.
Yeah, there's so much passion in those movements.
La Jolla Beach clapping. But you see Elige pulling the crosshair away one way or another. So he just creates space. He'll beat a vacuum. Look at me, look at me. And his teammates fill that vacuum. Again, I thought, damn, they've got quite little util for this force buy, but they have an Elige. Be it frags, be it putting the crosshair away. Doing strong work for the squad, and it's a bumpy road for G2 immediately. We've got potholes everywhere.
Yeah, this is feeling really bad. Very uncomfortable game of Anubis for them. Nothing going right. And the excursion through middle has been chosen for Liquid, much like G2 were frequently choosing this path. But the weaponry disparity is certainly something that Liquid are going to be enjoying here in this round. Moving as a unit, following the signs to be. Going around the back. Really, I mean, this is such a strong way to make the approach. There is no idea here from G2. Oh, no.
Oh, this could be a knife revenge. Yeah. They're not about that life. 2K for JT. They want to clean up as soon as possible. Wrinkle. Awkward with the scouts. Liquid stamping authority on Anubis. They picked this for a reason, and they are showing G2 the hard way. Mirage, the pick of G2, is to come. 64% win rate on that for them. Smaller sample size for Liquid, but similar numbers. Take that with a pinch of salt, I suppose. But indeed, Anubis and Liquid look good together, it seems.
Yeah, yeah, and it's so funny too, because obviously, you know, they before today. You know, they had like a
Before
map.
Today was yesterday, Dad.
That's true. They had like one map play competitively. Obviously, the team had all the changes and everything. So it's like no statistics recorded competitively in the last 3 months, really, for Anubis. And one of the first ones to be recorded is the win over Vitality. And so it definitely looks like, as you say, it's this is a very comfortable territory that people will have to be watching out for against Liquid, as they do look very strong. It's not over just yet, though. 10-5 in advantage for Liquid.
Yeah, that force buy was huge for them. Closing the window on G2, who find themselves in dire straits now. JT has a 1.19 T-side Anubis rating, playing with Elige. Best buds indeed, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder. Maybe they have the same keyring, who knows?
Not much to defend with here for G2, still stuck on pistols. It's a free A bomb site. Free entry, free on the weekends.
Gratis.
It's no longer free. The taxman has come, but woefully under-equipped. Although this is looking a little bit awkward, but should be able to breach this still. JT presenting the MAC-10, a weapon for the job. Mattis is hiding though, but surely he's not going to go undiscovered.
Hiding in the fish. But not for long. Well, Fast Eco round's a good one. And now the half begins. After the pistol reset for G2, who won both pistols. 5 rounds to show for us in total. 11-5. AWP is out for Wrinkle. Hunter will absolutely be seeking revenge for being victimized in that first half.
GT really need to find some value in this round. You know, this game's gotten away from them. There's no real chances left at this point already.
Liquid have held on to much of their util. Comfortable with their pace around that 1 minute mark. Hunter is just keeping a keen eye on the proceedings. Two-1-2 setup remains for G2. Repositioning on B, which has had no challenge just yet. See a rotation, maybe to give Hunter some support as Wrinkle's forced from his angle.
Setting up behind the smoke, looking for the challenge here. They feel like this is clean, and just such a good timing there from Hunter. Liege with the defense now, at least Nurse out in the open. Heavy God comes in for the assistance, just doubling down on that position. Has to fall back though. Players weak on both sides. MOUZ taking one in the legs there. Closing the distance by Wrinkle with the USP, but he couldn't get a shot off. Mattis defends though on the other side of the map, and the bomb is now down. Mattis, it's all on him, but Naf with the Tech 9 able to recover, and now Liquid swings to advantage.
Was Heavy God hurt? Maybe he was from the peak from MOUZ down to the 1v1, but Naf is good for it. Fast moving round, things looking strong for G2 for a moment in that mid position, dueling with the bomb carrier. Crazy action on A. You see MOUZ running in towards the A bomb site. Wrinkle missing the AWP shot, then charging back with the USP. I'm not sure what happened there.
He legged him, so he knows one shot with the USP will kill him. So he's like, I can just swing and it'll be fine.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. From the AWP to the MP7, game point for Liquid.
The look that you gave me when he ran back out.
Yeah, it just looks like the image of it was just like Rambo with a water pistol. Rah!
And early on now, they'll sacrifice one to MOUZ, so Liquid with early advantage with this against this aggression, but G2 doubling down back into the water, and Liquid still cognizant of potential for these deep positions.
Liquid at the finish line. Desperate times for G2. Sub 1 minute. It's so hard to understand what Liquid's intentions might be. Elige lurking for a potential push. Good timing on the CT smoke on B. how many footsteps were heard. Nertz has got to be real careful. Elise shifting away. No sound cues for free. Standing on the stairs for now. It's a really important duel. Now Nertz losing. That opens up the A-bomb site. 25 seconds on the clock. Still noise completely cut on B.
He's coming in and pressure is felt. Wrinkle in the back here. Able to find MOUZ. That's a good opener. On the defense, more work needs to be done though. Still numbers advantage for Liquid as they start to move forward. Jorko takes down Hunter, out with the FAMAS. Wrinkle gets active with the FAMAS, and it's enough there. Takes down Jorko, and there we go. The first victory coming on through for G2. Right at the last moment, keeping themselves alive, but it's a long recovery. They need 6 in a row.
So stressful to deal with the pace of these rounds if you're the team on the CT side. So stressful indeed, and especially when Nertz loses his duel with Elige as well. Battles around the smoke, very small margins. Wrinkle collecting with the FAMAS. Really important frags for him. He'll take an AWP back. Now let's see if G2 can turn things around. Again, Liquid with plenty of util. Throwing something unexpected in. But it's G2's turn to disengage from that mid position, and Liquid have to figure out what this means. But can they expect this pace? You've got your internal clock where you have to start looking at mid, but is this too early for them?
Yeah, really nice forward position. They can do a lot with this mid. Now the bomb is towards A long at the moment, but it's not committed just yet. We do get Elige falling back out of mid with JT, and they might be joining the A long side. Kind of curious. Right now there's a push from B main from G2. Liquid, if they catch that push, they're in such a good spot. But G2, at the same time, that push is everything for them. And here's Wrinkle, waiting for the A-long movement. Liquid gathering up first before the peak, but that flank is still looking to get active. Wrinkle gets a whiff there, has to fall off.
I think he shot JT through the wall. He'll have to be careful about grenades. Heavy God avoiding the angles. Wrinkle stuck on the side now. Still standing for the moment, but the frags are all coming the way of Liquid as they almost completely wipe out G2. Mattis, the last man to stop a wonderful charge from Liquid. They beat Vitality, and they'll do the same to G2 on Anubis. It looks like such a strong map for them. Very, very powerful performance from Liquid, bringing that consistency from that first match into this one as well.
Bringing that consistency that only a loving relationship between JT and Elige can do. And that's why I want to start off with this, Vu, because this is a crazy situation that G2, okay, they didn't play well last time we saw them do Anubis, but they won both pistols and they only end with this many rounds. It's not great from a team with the caliber of players they do have on the roster.
Yeah, I'm concerned for the rest of the world because Elige is back. Liquid is this damn good, James. They're this good. North America's back, James. We're back.
Okay, I'll let you have it for now because I'm liking what I'm seeing. And Elige is very happy. Yeah, but it is very early days. This is just 2 matches, right? 2 matches they desperately need to win. And Elige, by the way, is lighting up the scoreboard, playing like the Elige you know and love. You know, I started to worry about Elige that like his career was going to be wasted because he's always been so skilled and good. But now I'm starting to think maybe there is a shot. Maybe he's going to get what he wants.
Honestly, his career did feel like it was being wasted, especially with the amount of blame he was getting for the FaZe situation, despite that FaZe team. You see him leave. What happened after that, right? They fell off completely, but still, it was almost like his reputation was tarnished. But coming back to Liquid, he really was struggling for a little bit. I don't think him and Shuhei mixed very well. Now he's got JT. I don't think he needs JT. He did well with Kerrigan, but with JT, I think he's really activated. I think JT understands how to use him on both sides of the map. He's become this almost T-side specialist on a lot of maps, especially under Kerrigan. He was incredible on T-side, but he really struggled on CT. With JT here, you're seeing incredible performances on CT side as well, and I think he got that out of him on complexity too.
And also letting him have the voice fight, which is very important for a player like Elige who wants to have a say in how things are going, wants to be able to have some input, because people might forget, like, Elige is so experienced, man. One of the greatest players ever from North America, maybe the greatest player from North America.
Yeah, and one of the things about Elige that we know is that he's an incredibly hard worker, and I think that's part of it. He was talking in his interview about working together, going over scrims. I think he was talking about going over scrims with JT before that Vitality game. He wants to put in the work and put in the effort that, you know, hate to say it, a lot of North American players don't want to do that. He wants to put in that work, and he now has a player that he trusts and that will work together with him, so they have a flow chart of a round. He knows how rounds are going to play out, and when he knows how a round is going to play out, he can make the plays within those rounds that are going to highlight his skills and pop him to the top of the scoreboard.
Well, when he knows how a round is going to play out, like this round, he'll pull off a perfect flank and he'll find himself getting an ace.
Yeah, we had a wrinkle whiff coming out there that actually could have changed the round, but it's Elige going for the flank here. What we didn't catch at the beginning of the round, they actually went for a 4-man mid push. Partially G2, I think they leave their mid player quite alone and they go for a lot of stacked up plays. So they went for a 4-man mid push, then Elige re-aggresses into mid alone later on in the round and finds the perfect timing. One of the things we're noticing with Liquid is that they're working together really effectively with the cross map consistency, we'll call it. You know, he's going for that flank, they're delaying on the other side of the map, they're making sure that that push is going to be as effective as possible. If they're just backing up, you might just have someone sitting there waiting for Elige, waiting for that aggression, and he just gets taken down immediately. When you have the entire team working and functioning as a team all on the same page, you're really seeing Liquid perform to a level we haven't seen in a very long time.
And you know, I asked Elige about like how much of a voice did he have in JT joining the team, and just look at the quote from this. JT is the guy. You're not going to regret it. He is great, trust me. He is amazing. I love him. We're gonna do good with him. This, you know, like that is, if you want to sell someone, that is selling them, and they bought him, and it's so far so good.
This has been a long time coming, really. Like, you look at the performances JT has had with subpar rosters. I mean, look at that complexity.
Yes, no money
roster.
to do it.
Yeah, exactly. They have that complexity roster had Elige and JT, and you know, it had some. I mean, the team wasn't terrible, but they weren't nearly as good as the performances, the finishes that they managed to pull out. And you see it in their map pool too. Now they're an Anubis specialty team almost overnight. I mean, they were good on Anubis before, but JT can push the map pool bigger. He can push the players to have their best performances. I think JT has been an underrated IGL for years now.
We'll have to see where he is on MOUZ's IGL list, you know? Maybe he's not giving him enough credit either at this point. But when we're talking about IGLs, we got to compare just the IGL difference at the moment. I know it's just within this map, but Hunter's had a year of it. JT's doing it for a lot longer. But it was quite interesting, right? Because Hunter had a strugglesome game. And actually, like, I was talking to Hunter in the pre-match interview, and I was asking him, like, what's going on with your Anubis, because obviously they lost it to an Amiga. He said actually he wasn't really worried too much on it. So just have a listen on this, because I am worried.
We worked on Anubis a lot lately. We know that it was not the best map for us for the last season, yeah. And yeah, it was a bit shaky start, but I think it's normal because it's the beginning of the season, first event for us, first time for Wrinkle to play as well. In G2, so there was some pressure and we didn't start that well on that Anubis, but I think Nemiga played pretty well.
Now, I get it, right? Wrinkle is fitting in, it's not so easy, but I mean, if it's one of the maps you've been working on and it's gone this badly now twice in a row, something's not working, surely.
I think G2 has struggled on Anubis for a while. It's a map they've wanted to put into their map pool, but consistently they play it and they find that they can't beat the top teams. They find that they're inconsistent on the map, and maybe Anubis is a bit of an inconsistent map in general, but you're also playing against the Liquid team that I think will find themselves to be incredible on Anubis. So as much as it looks really bad, and this is not the performance, not the showing you want as G2, I do give them a little bit of credit that this is a Liquid team that I think is just incredible on this map. And JT's calling on this map, the re-aggressions, the map pressure, the control that they go for, it's very hard to deal with.
Well, it is hard to deal with, but we'll have to see how he can deal with things when it comes to Mirage. That is what's coming up next. So I would say strap yourselves in for a wild ride between Liquid and G2. Get yourself a drink, get yourself some snacks, but make sure you're back in just about 3 minutes. Liquid have got G2 on the ropes and they want to deliver the 1-2-0 punch into this one and not have a chance for G2 to battle back on this Mirage. But Mirage plays into more of the strengths of what we know G2 have. The question I got for you straight away though, Vu, is like, JT, Mirage, can he get some more magic done like what you were talking about here on Anubis?
I don't think JT's quite as good on a Mirage as he is on an Anubis, but I respect JT's calling in general. I respect the Liquid team. The problem is they haven't played this map as a team yet, as far as we know. You know, they haven't played it in this season. I'm interested to see how they change things up, how they change up the roles. But this is a G2 map through and through. This is the map where I've talked about, you know, Matisse plays often at like a top player level, like an incredible level on this map specifically. I think it works into their play styles. And as much as I want to support Liquid, I think this is going to be going to map 3.
By the way, I was just seeing some of these camera reactions from Jorko. He is loving life right now. You know, for a young player, a rookie coming in, not only is he performing well, but he's like getting involved. He's being animated and stuff. He's like he's been there a long time, man. It's like he's not new to this.
And we got his reaction when Nertz had that little jiggle one tap on him in the clutch, and he was like, "Okay, I guess that's the game we're playing. Like, I guess that's the level we're playing at now." Yeah, I think Jorko's been really impressive for Liquid, especially in the way he performs. He doesn't need too many gimmicky plays. He's not getting triple boosted to get a kill or whatever. You know, he's in the right position at the right time. He's making a lot of smart reads, smart decisions. I think it's gonna be harder to see him have the same drop off we saw from Ultimate, where teams started to recognize his playstyle. I think he might maintain it a little more consistently.
Well, that'll be great for Liquid, especially with how well they're playing right now. But I also want to take a look at our poly market predictions for this match, because I'm pretty sure things were favored, right, for G2. Was it at the beginning? That was quite a while ago. But look how this has changed. This is a big swap around, Vu.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you win map 1, especially like we said. I mean, you get 13-6 and you won both pistols, right? Like,
this is before. This is like 9 a.m. This is before.
This is before.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
boy.
People obviously just started to wake up and saw, wait a second, Liquid actually beat Vitality. G2 stock down. That's it. I'm buying all the Liquid stocks right now.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, makes perfect sense. You see Liquid drop Vitality. You expect them to have something going into the following. I think these are some pretty good odds. I think I'm buying Liquid here, James. I'm buying Liquid. All in.
I'm not surprised. You are from North America, but thank you very much, Polymarket, for all of our odds you're delivering across the games. We can keep track of it as we go through it, as well as some important lines on some hot topics from utility damage and what can be done within the game, and who will be the eventual winner of the Blast Premier Bounty presented by Polymarket. But tell me this, Vu. Who is favored realistically when it comes to this Mirage? Because obviously we didn't see this Liquid play Mirage yesterday.
It has to be G2. This is a really comfortable map for them. As I mentioned, I mean, Matisse is just incredible on this map. It's a map where you don't necessarily need too much. I'm going to harp on it. Mid-round calling. I don't think Hunter's best performance is his mid-round calling. They can fall back into some execs, some hard A hits where Matisse is just going to run out and dome a few people. You know, you have the rifling on the side of Liquid. I think their rotations on CT side have been really impressive, especially on Anubis, which it kind of plays like a different map, but they're consistently moving around on the map in a really effective way. Certainly they have a solid chance here, but this is well into G2's wheelhouse.
And also, another thing we didn't really talk about too much within this, but like Nertz and MOUZ are the ones that swap positions on the teams here. MOUZ dropped a 1.63 rating, did better even than Alicia. We were hyping up like crazy, right? And he had a 6.9% round swing. MOUZ was saying, hey, G2, forget about it. That's it. I'm the best. I'm going to show you what's up right now.
I'm happy you bring up MOUZ because he's someone that I really hope that JT can work with. You know, we talk about the JT Elige connection, but if you look back at MOUZ when he was on M80, he was like a T-side specialist. His CT sides really struggled, and he joins G2, and it was a very similar experience. He was really great on T-sides, struggled a bit on CT sides, and then he comes over to Liquid, and it's actually completely inverted. His T-sides he's been a little bit of a liability recently, but his CT sides sides are quite strong. And I think you put him with JT, I think JT's a player that knows how to utilize that type of fragger, the MOUZ style player. And I think we're going to see some really big uptick in performance from a MOUZ, especially on the T side. Working together with Elige, I've always felt like that should be going better than it was under Shuhei on Liquid.
And let me try and understand all of this correctly, right? So we know JT, other than when he had a Elige on Complexity, he didn't have like cream of the crop, top tier, next generational potential talent, you know? Naf and Elige, they're going to bring the experience and people he can rely on. Elige is a star, right, for sure. But having JORKO and MOUZ, do you feel this is like where he can help elevate them in their own game from based on what you were saying about MOUZ, and also but maybe deliver the best performances he's ever had in his whole career, where like we can finally see him live up to the calling ability people have always focused on?
James, are you saying Halzerk isn't a world-class op talent?
One game every now and again.
I think he's got the talent he needs to actually showcase himself as an IGL. You know, this is it'll really make the difference on his legacy, because coming into this team, he's been talked about for a long time as someone that gets the better out of his players. But sometimes we see IGLs like that. I mean, hell, we would talk about Shuhei like that if he had never come into Liquid and really struggled, right? So how he can perform with this team and how he can elevate, especially a MOUZ, who we know can be a top 20 player in the world if he's activated correctly, is going to define his legacy for the years to come.
Well, let's put JT to the ultimate test. He's going up against G2 on Mirage. Can he work some magic, or will we be going to a third map? We're about to find out now with Bardolph and DDK.
To take the baton from Vu's comments about T-side, CT-side performance, on Mirage specifically of late, Liquid win 25.7% of their T-halves. They are very reliant on that CT side. You can see they are a heavy favorite as far as the numbers are concerned right now, but it doesn't look that way historically on Mirage.
Well, it's a new chapter, I think, here for Liquid, which I'm super excited to be able to bear witness to. Again, just the history here is really awesome to see. And, you know, G2, I think, are up against it right now because all the momentum is really, truly with Liquid. And we don't know what the ceiling is for Liquid yet either. And, you know, they're definitely in a really good spot at the moment. You know, coming off of that win with Vitality, that Anubis showing was incredible. And they have the skill to really make this a hard game for G2. So we'll see what G2 can do to stand up to the test as they start things off here on Mirage on their T side.
66.7%, the pistol round win percentage for Liquid on Mirage for the time being, and that's a great way to continue in such fashion. 2 quick kills. It can turn around quickly though, but Naflight's got angles on the bomb carrier in the apartment. You can see help coming the way from short, but they'll be denied. JT catching 2 as well. That'll leave Hunter on an island, and those stats stay really good. And those could be important for this map. So we'll see if they are. Again, the lion's share in recent matches for Mirage have come on the CT side. So all these rounds may be urgent. But as you said, it is a new day. It is a new dawn and a new Liquid. So I'm also very curious to see how it plays out. 1-0 versus G2 in this series. Inferno, should it be required, lies in wait. We'll see if G2 can force that third map. No bomb plant for them. This will be a crap round, Dan.
Yeah, just gonna run at A, hope for the best, close your eyes, see what happens. It's essentially where G2 will be. Now, they could actually isolate JORKO potentially. They're in the dark position. Dualies, no one's looking though. Not a single person looking at JORKO. So he is going to be having a great time with the Dualies there. And that's going to be the round converted by Liquid. And honestly, James, this is great for us because we'll get into the actual action here very, very quickly. None of this kind of drawn out, you know, multiple eco round situation going on. JORKO pulling out the AWP immediately. And for the GT side, it's going to be the full AKs, full nades pretty much. And we're going to see, you know, what Liquid's CT side will look like. Are they going to get aggressive to begin with? Are they going to be middle of the road? We're about to find out.
Round 3 AWP. Very easily for JORKO. JT having a look in the window. So what did G2 have to offer this squad? Not sure yet what the climate is all the way around mid. Elige with some well-timed incendiaries as he looks to create a nuisance. Minute 25. Just a few grenades left for G2. These initial engagements will be important. Elige here's a player full behind him. His back is covered. And he could be a surprise playing in this position. G2 lost a man already. Oh, Hunter just fast enough to stop Elige.
Yeah, that's really nice from Hunter. Elige definitely having the advantage into that fight. Huge kill to get, and that's going to even up the numbers. Moving into this B play, Jorko at the back of the site with the AWP. It's going to be a very big challenge for him. Oh, a little bit ahead was spotted, but Jorko suddenly will find Heavy God. Needs the assistance right away. Doesn't have a smoke here. He's going to have to go battle sniper mode. Not quick enough for that one, though. Wrinkle takes him down, and Naf falls also. And for Liquid, running out of chances here at a retake, although MOUZ will keep the dream alive.
Hunter trying to take more control away from that Liquid squad. JT is just behind his teammate. He has the kit as well, but he won't win the 1v1 versus Wrinkle. That's a really important round for G2 to win. Again, they want to get on the scoreboard early. Looking difficult to start with the AWP frag coming out from Liquid, but they were able to turn things around and find a way in. And that, I think that frag dictates everything there. Hunter needs to be quick. Otherwise, that round is crushed.
Yeah, Elige had a very good play there. Also, Liquid shut down the middle position really effectively too. So incredible, comeback there from G2 at that stage.
JT's Passion UA was the worst team in the top 30 this year in terms of Mirage round win percentages, 38%. Maybe Liquid changes that. Maybe indeed. Again, Liquid find an early 5-on-4, as they did in the round prior. Heavy God still looking for his first, we'll have to wait for that one. Elige still surviving with 5 HP. My God, was he on fire in that last game. JT dropped on the A-bomb site. Elige still standing in Palace. Could have a part to play in a retake later on. MOUZ playing around this smoke. Can he catch them? Yes, he can. A lot of teams coming his way, though. Spots the bomb, but can't find another one.
And Jorko getting activated. Oh, so close. AWP is going to whip. That should be an opportunity. There we go. Jorko finds the AWP, able to pick that one up. And this actually gets interesting now. 3 versus 2 for Liquid. What a shot, though. Jorko, as the smoke dissipates, catches Nerds. And now suddenly Hunter has decisions to make. But the bomb is very far away in CT spawn. And we'll see what he's able to do here. Player in Palace.
Oh, he's the blind spot. You can knife people from there. Yeah, not going to check that position. Back on the bomb site he goes. Elige can communicate the information. There's nowhere for him to plant the bomb. They don't even need to challenge that part. Elige with some really good timing will finish off the job. Again, a big problem for G2 in that first map, and he continues to be. And again, G2 had so much opportunity for a good start early, but the body language tells the story. Opportunities have been missed here.
Oh yeah, I mean this round, you got Wrinkle getting completely caught there. Just isolated too, no one to help him out. And just a series of very unfortunate events there for G2, and their economy gets reset really early on.
It's a perfect storm of the AWP being dropped by the 5-7 Elige and Palace that entire time.
Liquid looking to stay active in mid as well, and it's again something that I always appreciate. I think the CT is being active and being able to get more information, being able to disrupt and challenge the Ts as they are developing their default, I think is always beneficial, almost always. G2 having a conversation in the apartments.
Extended tactical timeout. Is this for G2? That's all it can serve while they wait for utility to go. Again, this is where historically Liquid have done the heavy lifting on their CT side. So to turn things around after that round win from G2 is very promising for them. The more they can do now, the easier things are on that T side.
Yeah, I think you're right about the extended timeout. I think burning the clock, getting to have a chat. Right? A couple of grenades get wasted, perhaps from the CT side, but The round's over, 4-1 for Liquid. Once again, just finding themselves pretty quickly in a commanding position in this game against G2. Liquid seemingly on a crazy upward trajectory, potentially, depending on how this tournament goes overall for them. But starts out with a bang, with a victory against Vitality. Say 2-0 G2 here as well. It's going to be crazy. The stocks are going to be really surging.
No one in mid to challenge for Liquid. G2 opening once again, but you can see where Liquid have chosen to take some real estate. Now that pop flash, of course, will be heard by the T's Heavy God in Palace. Know that there is an incursion into that A-ramp area. But again, you've really got to count the 5-on-4s in this half for Liquid because they are getting the first frag time and again. And this just completely cripples G2 at 3-on-5 and the round's just starting.
Yeah, what do you do at this position? It's just untradeable kills. You are unable to throw bodies to win position now. You've got to find ways to challenge, and you're into an AWP without much success. It's taking the duels. Hunter gives JT a haircut. And Wrinkle, a lot of pressure on Wrinkle right now to find a pick, but I mean, why would Liquid ever give anything up in this position? 4 versus 2, you don't have to fight for position. So just dry round, another dry round.
Yeah, an off angle from Naf. Does Hunter look to his left or does he look to his right? Actually ready somewhat for Naf's position, but again, it's G2 with all the luxuries. And Wrinkle has just got to try and hold on to this. Heavy God nerfs Wrinkle, combined $50 in the bank. Honestly, it's a rip-roaring start from Liquid. A number of rounds with the opening frag. And before this one started, you could see the urgency rising on the faces of G2. Really difficult start to this one for them.
Oh. Hello. Goodbye.
Just about makes it out.
Yeah, so, okay, I mean, this is crazy. We're going to go... That round felt like an eco round, I got to say, James. Even the gun rounds feel like eco rounds in terms of the level of threat from G2 at the moment. And now we're going to go into an actual eco round from G2. So,
Great.
you know, Liquid looking at getting a 6-1 as we hear the music. You know what that means? It's the timeouts. And of course, it's the timeout of G2. Would be pretty awesome if Liquid did a timeout after this. Just like force the timeout onto G2. Even though they're crushing at the moment.
You can see them trying to keep the spirits up.
Yeah, it's not looking... the energy is gone.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard out there. But, you know, the body language will be absorbed by the people by your side as well. So you've got to try and keep it positive. You're losing, but you haven't lost. So pistols around the AWP. Wrinkle, maybe headed towards A-ramp for something early. There we go, 6-0 in opening duels. That is a colossal statistic, and I do not say that in jest. So the hunt is on. They know there's an AWP. They know that this exact thing will be happening. And Elige, aka the problem, continues to be exactly that. Chance 1 denied.
Yeah, there is a genuine problem, just an emotional problem that's, I think, forming in this game for G2. It just feels like they're up against a wall, both, you know, externally against Liquid, and also, you know, it's the confidence is starting to get really hit very hard, I think, for G2. You know, they need to find, you know, some rounds where, you know, even if you're losing rounds, you know, getting kills, you know, finding some success somewhere is going to be very helpful.
I love that Liquid are not giving all the room for G2 to work with and try and fish for something. It just makes these rounds so slow and plodding for a G2 who are trailing by quite a bit now. 35 seconds. Do we see a second save of the AWP? Man. mean, around like this, really, you just think about the wider overarching story and situation.
Just one by one, and Hunter saves.
A noble effort to plant the bomb from Heavy Gods. But, you know, this is how it should go. But again, I do like, again, just looking at the overall form and feel of Liquid, not allowing G2 to just fish around constantly with the AWP here. Dropping the AWP on ramp, pushing up in mid afterwards, in a round like this is good. They are choosing to control the round.
Yeah, and it's something that I think is really important for teams to always practice is just dominating their opposition and doing so by not giving the opposition chances when you're ahead. Because the easiest thing and most natural human tendency is that when you're confident, you know, you get a little loose and you take some risks maybe that you don't need to. You might still be winning, but it kind of gives, you know, a psychological in for the team that's losing a little bit, making them feel like it's possible. Right now, it doesn't feel possible for G2, but this gun round could change that.
Oh, they continue being active, don't they? Liquid, what was that, 7-0 then?
Yeah.
8-0. 8-0 in opening duels. Every round, they are there first. They've got the skates on with the big guns. That smoke will soon be gone. And Naf is alone in this scenario, so he must be careful. Help is not on the way. He doesn't know what is around the corner, but he's repositioned well. Eats the flash, but still standing for the time being. Elige running distraction now, coming in from short, collecting 2. Mattis with 2 HP will be able to squeeze something more out of it. And Wrinkles never really had much opportunity with the AWP, I feel, in this series just yet. Liquid in that first map of Anubis, such a factor. So many multi-frags, fast-moving rounds with the M4s on Liquid CT side. Elige was more than a nuisance. And now again, 4 on 5 every round, basically, one way or another for G2. They are being given absolutely nothing. There is no charity here in this game of Mirage.
It's another round that kind of feels like an eco again, where, you know, you're not really winning these trades, again, losing those duels, and you're left in a position where you've got 0 map control very early on. After the pick in Underpass, there was 0 map control for G2. It seemed like they wanted to go for a pop into that B site, but again, like, it's very gambly to play that way, but maybe that's part of the lack of confidence that might be happening for G2 right now, because oftentimes teams will try to solve a drought of rounds by having a very fast pop into a site. Because at least popping into a site means that maybe you can play an afterplant, you keep things simple, and that can be helpful to get everyone's heads back into the game. But, you know, once that pick happens, everyone's just stuck in the apartments, and there's no round to play, there's no decisions, there's no outplay.
That point, that area under the window between there and connector has been a point of strength for G2 for Liquid in many a round. We've seen Elige working there, we've seen AWP working there, we've seen them go there early, we've seen them go there a little later through a smoke in connector when the G2 side have been busy towards top mid. The last 3 rounds have been won by timeouts for Liquid. I can't remember the last time I saw that. Just holding on to this AWP, one person after another. But again, every single round, they have been 4v5.
Yeah. There's only been 1 round, really. I think, was it the round G2 won, where what did they? No, I think they ended up losing that round. But essentially, you know, they kind of won the battle in mid against Liquid. There was an exchange there, and that was because Hunter had to snap down onto Elige. So actually, they lost mid. But, you know, enough about that for the moment. Let's see if there's something to this round. AWP in hand. There we go. Wrinkle activates. Takes down Jorko. An early 5 versus 4. And that might be the first opening duel now. 1 on Mirage. Elige, though, makes it a short-lived advantage.
He really is the hot potato. No one is able to handle him in this series. Great timing to peek just before the smoke goes. Oh, Wrinkle, that's unfortunate for him. And guess who? It's Elige again. He's the boogeyman.
He's under the bed. Oh no, Nerds gets caught. MOUZ there, deep on the site. covering Elige. Great coverage on all the gaps. Just really good at team awareness, team positioning awareness. And now again, just looking for picks and individual plays. Orb collected for Hunter.
Timeout, question mark?
Yeah, I was going to say, there's been a few of these moments. Nice shot there onto Elige. But now position's known. 30 seconds, does have the control of the bomb. But only 20 health to work.
So there is a gamble. I mean, if he chooses to make a play, I'm not sure if he's going to save here, but there is a gamble. You just have to hope that you go to the bomb site that has the one player on. You see MOUZ holding down 2 jobs, but there is someone on the ramp who may be able to deal with this. Oh, he's not going for the default plant either, so they won't even get that. It's a miserable half.
Yeah, the issue is that, well, there's a lot of issues, but one of the issues is that there's not really any energy because there's not any action really, you know, because G2 in these spots here, they're not really able to win this mid battle. This is like one of the first times they've gone into mid and had some level of success, but they're not bringing it into a split. They're not able to get onto a site with some utility and like get into a post plant. You know, there's no back and forth in these ways. They just kind of get untradeable. There's untradeable kills that keep happening to them. Very desperate. It's going to be an A-pop, I suppose, here for them. And MOUZ is close. He could play spoiler.
He could indeed, and he may need to as his teammates don't have the best position to help him. There can be flashes towards that bench position. Once that smoke goes, he is on such an island. No one close to CT. Mattis will drop MOUZ, and this has got to be a round for G2, surely. Again, just not the position they would like here. Liquid, G2 looking sharp with these AKs. And again, as ugly as the half looks, there are still a few rounds left in it.
100%.
Check all the util there. That won't get used in this one. Naf with 13,400. Happy to hold the AK. If they come his way, he can keep them spending for what remains. But yeah, there's, you know, again, it's another very ugly half.
Yeah.
Which can still have some growth towards the end.
Yeah, this is the exact type of round I was referring to earlier when I was saying, you know, sometimes teams when they're in a place where their confidence is getting kind of hurt on the defaults, is they'll just go for like a fast pop like this. And this is how you kind of want it to work out, because you simplify the decision making. You just have to go, you know, just do the correct pathing, the correct nades. And so everything's kind of, you know, all the decisions are kind of made for you. So you're not having to do this outplay in the middle of the round. Really nice shooting there from Mattis. Nerds as well. You know, we've seen some great moments from him.
It's actually G2 who are the team that you and I have witnessed lean into this option when things have been a bit difficult in the series that we've seen this week, where they've just combined and abused the numbers to have another taste of success. A possible 4-8 scoreline at half-time. But Elige may have something to say about that. And again, under the window has been such a big issue for them. So there'll be some urgency from Nerds to not give Liquid those positions.
Yeah, and there's so much money on Liquid, actually. So, really hard road here for G2, but that's a great way to get it started. So, you know, winning some of this mid control now. Now, 5v4, they've got some stuff to work with. Liquid getting a little bit active here. JT repositions to ladder room. In the meantime, G2 themselves looking to go for the B finish. Now that the defenders are a little bit weaker in terms of overall coverage, but look how active Liquid are. They push Palace. They're trying to work out what's going on.
Yeah, but Jorko's fallen back from his position. He could have had a one-and-done spot, but maybe with some concerns towards short. He's exited B entirely. They see no one in the Palace whatsoever. Matt is creeping in mid, but they've got no angles really on this B bomb site.
Yeah, despite the Palace push, Liquid maybe a little bit slow overall on figuring out what's going on. They have money to buy up into the last round, so you know it's kind of worth the shake.
Very curious one.
You know, there is a reason why they wouldn't go for it, even if they have the money to do it, I think, which is like trying to win the psychological game a little bit. Try to keep the pressure on. Don't allow the opponents to have any easy frags on you. Just make it so that every single frag that they get feels really uncomfortable. And then even when you're winning the round, you're dying. You know, there is something to that.
A pincer movement from Liquid, perhaps with the wrong reads. Maybe some unfortunate timing from Jorko moving away from the B apartments.
Damn.
Yeah.
They kill almost all the players.
That is very psychological.
Yeah, you're not
just
like
getting annihilated.
Imagine if the only time you see the opponent, you die, even when you win the round.
Yeah.
Right? It's
And even when you don't see them. Last round of the first half then. Double AWPs coming out for Liquid. Perhaps there's a rifle in CT spawn. Should it be required later? Not sure if there's enough money for that. Well, there is. Jorko's got 5k. Anyway, double AWPs it is. Naf's going to be the one heading over towards B with his one. And again, G2 looking for a more simplified approach to secure a round versus Liquid. No presence under the window this time. Just gonna send their way in. One makes it onto the bomb site. I think Malta can raise the alarm on that one. The flashes continue. Is it good for a second? Absolutely.
huge kills. Getting that extra one, squeezing it out, definitely creates a good situation for Liquid. And right now, G2, somebody needs to step up for their team. If they're stuck on the site here, they're going to be having problems. Wrinkle with the defense. Heavy God looking good as well. Naf with the trade puts it into a 2 versus 1 in favor of Liquid, but without the bomb down, Wrinkle's in a hell of a lot of trouble.
Committing to the bomb plant. 3 shots in a magazine for Wrinkle. That's plenty for this scenario. But he's got to take a gamble, and it will be the wrong one this time. So it will be a 9th round for Liquid towards the end of the half. G2 facing all kinds of oppression from Liquid, but maybe they've got enough for a chance in the second half.
Here on the sun-drenched streets of Mirage, we spot some of nature's most fascinating creatures. Counter-Strike players in their natural habitat. Despite the plentiful environments these fellows could inhabit, they seem to always swarm towards the comfort and safety of this shining paradise. As the sun rises over the stone architecture, in typical fashion, we see this species squabble over their preferred position. Let us discover where they shall end up. A breakneck flurry of utility flies overhead, attempting to disrupt the defenders. The stakes could not be higher. And with nothing he can do, the A anchor is flash-banged like a deer in headlights. He decides his best bet is to retreat. No matter how much he cries out for help, support is nowhere to be found. However, the restless hunter has found its prey. It's 1 shot, 1 kill. Such is the life of the Opper, precise and deadly. On the opposite side of this erupting battlefield, our B anchor is as cool as a cucumber, having the time of his life with a spring in his step. Returning to the chaos, this perfectly executed attack has a problem. A noob. Fresh account and less than 20 hours played, duoing this season with a veteran. Blinded by one of their own, it seems as if their fate is sealed. The hunter is now the hunted. Revenge is a dish best served with a carambit. Huddled like penguins, their plan has failed. Now it's only a matter of time before they are spotted, and the round is over. Through all of this havoc and turmoil, our B anchor continues the kangaroo jump. Finally, after many hops, they hear a faint cry in the distance. He decides to abandon his post and regroup with the herd to claim what little glory may still be available. But he is not alone. The T's are nothing if not sneaky. This T's patience has been rewarded. The unfortunate anchor never stood a chance. And to make matters worse, the A attack was a ruse. Our A player's defense was a waste of time. The alarm sounded, the CTs must now migrate to the B site. This once stalking predator is now the prey. As a final solution, the CT has one last trick in its arsenal, the smoke diffuse. And as the famous saying goes to the native people of Mirage, pros do not fake.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Great opportunity ahead of Liquid. They've got a chance to take the pick of G2 and book their place in Malta for the LAN finals. The T side, again, historically is where the challenge has been, about 26%, but can JT change those for the squad? Again, Liquid, historically also good pistol round wins. They won the first one. The second one could be curtains for G2. This will be a really important round to hold on their CT side.
Yeah, G2 in the doldrums right now, looking to get some confidence going into the second half. Liquid with the breach into the mid position. Nav holding down the apartments, needs to make sure no one's pushing. Here comes the split onto the B site.
Oh, the bait setup thwarted by the Molotov. Great detail, good synergy there. Nav collecting too. The problems keep going then for G2 as Hunter does what he can. Another one by the bench, bomb planted. Two of the three together. Heavy God moving through from mid, being waited for by Elige. That'll be an important duel. Hunter has found one more. Clock is ticking. No kit on these CTs. JT waiting, showing some skin as it's Nerds walking into a trap then. 1 versus 3. Takes one in the face. Can't get onto the bomb site, and they'll be very happy with that. That's both pistols won. The stats keep getting better for Liquid.
Oh man, G2, it's just nothing, and more nothing for them on Mirage right now. Anubis looks difficult, but I didn't imagine on Mirage it would get even more difficult. Liquid looking fantastic here, and I mean, I feel like there's not been a lot of 2-0s at Bounty that we've been casting at least. Not like this, at least.
The rise of Liquid.
They back. Maybe.
Hope so. But the job's not done yet, says Wrinkle.
It's a really good start, and is there a gun to be collected there? G2 with a slight advantage. They're going for some information on the ramp. Did they hear anything? Was there a sound cue from NAF there to tip them off? Because the bomb and the rest of the Liquid members are making their way across now to the A site. And 2 players in that deep T-ramp position could cause problems.
3 Molotovs for Liquid. But I don't think one's going to solve this problem. Classic setup on Mirage. Everyone knows to check the other side. Oh, MOUZ with the tunnel vision! The bait is humongous. It's such a good time to do it. 34 seconds. Surely they don't go through this smoke and give up the AKs. And Galil's. It's a very difficult spot for them. I think they might have to just save in Palace. Otherwise, they're just throwing rifles at the opponent, surely.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. There's not really any options for Liquid that are any good here. G2 doing a great job, shutting down the initial play connector, then shutting down the initial play T-ramp. It's just these forward initiative-taking moments for G2. It's exactly what they need to get themselves back into the game, get their heads in the game, to start feeling it again, because they have incredibly good players. And that first half was, I think, uncharacteristically bad. We had the stat there, that was, I think, was statistically Heavy God's worst T-side ever in this level of an event. So...
you got his knife out as well. There's nothing else to look at when the smoke goes up.
Yeah,
there's nothing else to look at but that point. An expensive lesson learned by MOUZ.
Okay, 10-4 as we go into the next round, and G2, they've been in these spots, but then they get reset on the next round. So we'll have to see if they can find a way to make a consecutive round win happen, conserve the momentum.
Window smoke. Whoa.
Excuse me.
I mean, I do not at all understand the trajectory of that. I throw that smoke. You just hold left and jump throw. I don't know, that's crazy. No impact on this round though, but that is an odd one. See if it happens again later on. Oh my words. Look at the positions of the rest of G2. That's it, that's the round.
Yeah.
Jumping headshot recipients, not the award he was looking for, but that is the round.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if G2 had a read to stack more A heavy or if they were gambling. Either way, unlucky, I suppose. Really nice shot from Elige. Again, I don't think that they were going to stop to that one player, even if there was like a kill or something like that. So just based off the positions, you'd imagine that this would be the result to this round anyway. But not a good one for G2. Again, we just said like they really need to convert a second one and not just win around, lose around. But at the very least, they're not losing that much money.
Terrorists win.
I gotta say, this has to be one of the most uncomfortable games G2 have had in recent memory.
Yeah, there's not much. You always try to find the positives in something. What did we do well? Not really being allowed to do much.
That is an insane shot, to be fair.
It is. There's a lot of talent on the server. Just got to accept that one and be like, well, nice shot. Liquid have made 2 straight blast Bounty land finals. Can they make it 3 in a row? A late question. Be hard for G2 to turn it around. Hard, but not impossible. Passport drawers getting closer and closer.
G2 have yet to have like an actual proper buy on the CT side of Mirage so far. Liquid with the initial pressure in mid, Elige is going to essentially play the look in mid, catches Hunter. That's, oh no, he's going to go for more as well. He's feeling it. Nice headshot from Wrinkle. Elige gets another in mid in the meantime. This is falling apart for G2.
Heavy God has got a lot of problems. Wrinkle doing as much as he can with the scouts. And again, what is left in this round for G2? The way that they're losing rounds, the way that they're losing duels has got to be so frustrating. Just tagged through the smoke. Liquid asking all the right questions with their guns. Heavy God, 2 for 13. How often do you say that?
Yeah, it's really, really tough. It looks like one of those scenarios where one team is just in the mental doldrums. It's just very, very hard to get anything going. It could very well be the case that players are getting quiet. It's one of those moments as we see the Magic's 4K tribute. But it's very hard to come back from that. If the team ever gets into that kind of state mentally, it's very hard to come back from. During a series, if it gets to that, that's like full-blown shutdown mode. But G2 just nothing is working. Look at Elige go, fully confident. What do you do when that guy's running at you?
Yeah, peak Elige is a hell of a problem. Fantastic work we're seeing from the bald man. And again, G2. Last chance saloon for the squad. Malta is getting further and further into the distance.
Just looks like another day at the office for Liquid. Just having a good time.
Elige looks like he has really good air handling in his room. What's that, an ionizer? Air ionizer?
Yeah, like an ionizer, yeah. Dehumidifier, ionizer.
That's the key. That's the key to all these frags. Purifying your air. Match point Liquid, many of them. Series point, land points, airport lounge points.
Defensive smoke for delay. Has popped it quite early though, before the push is happening, so you can just kind of wait that one out if they want to.
His head went sideways.
Got whiplash. Yeah, so that defensive smoke is kind of, unfortunately, now just been burned.
15 frags for Liege, 15 for Jorko. Something for G2, but will they expect Naf to come through? Well, able to escape either way at the bottom, but maybe not at the top. Hunter dropped by Jorko. Bomb moving over towards A. Liquid happy to engage in these duels. Wrinkle, that's a brave move. Catching Naf. A man advantage for G2. JT moving in. Smokes down, flashes up, trades there will be. Jorko and Elige remain. Now it's just down to Elige. Stuck in Palace versus 3. 24 seconds. And Nerds will shut him down.
Whew, much needed round. Cannot afford to lose a single round, obviously, but you know, G2, you know, finding some really good timings, you know, good duels in general, and that's going to bring them back a little bit here. Catching and timing onto Naf, super nice. It all started with Wrinkle getting that pick, I think, on MOUZ there in the underpass. Jorko on the AWP, going to mid. Jorko could be a problem here. Oh, there's a spot, but just a little bit too late to that one.
Love the aggressive angles Liquid are holding. Just waiting for the CTs to be a little too curious for their own good. They don't know the climate towards B apps though. And we can see that Mattis is boosted behind the smoke at the moment. G2 not shy to take some info.
So it's good from G2, staying active.
I'm not sure if MOUZ saw 2 players there. He saw 1 fullback, but Mattis is still in position. So Liquid can't provide that threat towards the B to stop more numbers being towards A for G2.
Liquid falling back into A positions. A split, and there's the investigation. Heavy God wanting to know what's up, and that's Naf to take him down. And Liquid, more players behind that. JT reveals himself, takes down Wrinkle. Hunter now needs a performance. There's a 1v1. Elige, better angle, much quicker. And now suddenly, 1 by 1, they fall.
They can hear the rotation, Liquid, of that last player in over towards A. Nerds with 2. Really nice again from Nerds, but does he have enough to clutch this round? Flashy frags. Is it too little too late, though? They know a flank is coming in ramp. They know where both these CTs are, do Liquid.
MOUZ with a headshot, leaving everything to Nerds here as he goes for the peak. He has to complete the ace clutch. Tournament life on the line for this one. As Nerds goes for the peak, Elige, who else to shut it down? And indeed, booking the ticket to land to Malta. Liquid on the up.
16-6, 16-5. That is how Liquid will get it done against G2. Yesterday, taking down Vitality, and now taking down G2. This is one hell of a way to qualify across, right? Not easy games, not easy opponents. Liquid, well, I want to say they're pretty much back for now, Vu.
Yeah, if that game ended 1 round earlier, I was going to say it was the most appropriate ending, because we saw at the beginning of it, Hunter missed the jump onto Cat 3 times in a row. And it was just like, yeah, Liquid are playing great. And I'm super happy for Liquid. Elige looks like his old self. G2 did not look like themselves there. They were fumbling that one. Heavy got 3 and 14. That's not normally, James.
Yeah, that was looking like some stress and some pressure coming out for them. I know we're looking at some Elise moment right now, but I also want to talk a bit about Jorko in this one because he's had another good series. He's a rookie to this level. What are you making of it so far?
He's just so smooth. I mean, when it comes to newer oppers at the tier 1 level, you expect them to have some nerves, you expect them to miss some shots. We did catch him zoom in to inspect someone on short on that last round for a second instead of shooting, but he just seems so calm with the shots he's hitting. He's not pulling a pulling a wrinkle and missing really easy shots and hitting the hard ones. He's hitting seemingly every shot, every player in front of him, and he doesn't need, I mentioned before, he doesn't need gimmicks to do it. He's in the right position at the right time. I could not be more impressed with Jorko.
I'm just looking up as well, trying to grab it. He's 17 years old, gets to go on Liquid. He looks like he's enjoying every moment of this as well, right? We go to his cameras, he's clapping away, he's cheering on the team. He feels like he's just in his element. And yeah, okay, it's only just 2 games, but I mean, if he can do this when he gets to the LAN on Malta as well and keep this same vibe going, he's also got a lot of support from Elise, from what he was saying in the interview with Nada Maui yesterday. This is a much more positive showing than I was expecting from a 17-year-old coming into Team Liquid, especially considering where Liquid was at before this.
Yeah, and I think that he's got the right players around him. You know, I was saying in the green room, I was saying this kid needs to be protected at all costs. Nobody yell at him, okay? He seems so excited to play the game. It's just let him play the game at the way he wants to play it. He's playing so well. He's got so much excitement for the game. It's actually really endearing to watch him between every round go for a little clap every single time.
He's like, I'm getting these wins, I'm getting these kills against big name players, man. He's probably been watching these players for years as well while doing it at the same time. But someone who has been playing against this level of opposition for some time is JT, who's joining us for the interview. JT, first outing in that Liquid jersey, and what a way to get it done, man. Vitality and G2, no easy game. Just tell me about the preparation, how you were getting ready for this tournament, for these games, the time you had, and how you made this work, because this is a Liquid that North Americans have been wanting to see for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really hard 2 weeks. We've been working, well, as a team, we've been working for a lot of hours every day, but me and myself and Flashy have been working 12 to 14 hours every day, and it's been a lot of work. I didn't expect us to play so well just straight from the start, even though the practices were going pretty good, but you never know what's going to happen against these big teams. And yeah, I mean, it feels really good to actually play well and have a good first showing.
And what's that relationship like that you've got at the moment with Flashy, and how that's working with like the idea and the vision you've got?
It's working pretty well. He's just helping me out, letting me put my structure in from the start, and he's making his own small adjustments that are, I think, helping a lot, especially on the analytical side. I think he's doing a really great job. He's also keeping the guys understanding exactly what I want to put into the team in terms of structure. And yeah, I think in general, it's really good that the amount of hours that we've been putting in for the team, and it's really showing on the server.
Yeah, you're obviously playing with, we were talking about, you're playing with essentially more experienced, higher level players than you've really ever played with before. What's the difference in feeling with the way you can call around the type of talent you have on the roster now?
I think in terms of understanding straight from the beginning, it's been really easy. I think since day one of practice, Elise obviously is really used to my system. Naf, I think everything I've brought, it's been very easy for him to slot himself in, even in strategies that I haven't included him. Like, he knows exactly what to do. And then yeah, MOUZ and Jorko have just been soldiers, just listening to what I have to say, just hitting their shots. I mean, I think Jorko's playing amazing for his age grade. And I think just like full trust right now from the team is it's been working.
Awesome. Well, JT, we got to let you go, but thank you very much for your time, and congratulations on making it through to the LAN finals in Malta. We'll see you in a little bit of time.
Thank you very much. See you there.
We had to get through that nice and fast because there's plenty more action coming our way today here at the Blast Premier Bounty Season 2 for 2026, presented by Polymarket and VOO. Well, I just thought maybe this had potential of like going very close, 3 maps or something. I never could have predicted this.
I'm pretty sure this was in our S+ tier for games, and as much as it was one-sided, okay, maybe it's bias. That was an S+ tier game, okay? I loved every moment of it. Every moment, every wrinkle whiff, I was cheering.
That's just because you're a hater, but that's how it is. And from one hater to another, we're going to Maui Snake, who's going to be replacing you. And then you're going to get the overly positive and happy Nat to replace my depressing, moody self.
You guys over in Astralis have been showing a lot of potential in your wins, but it feels like right now your floor is still pretty low. What do you think is holding you back from gaining consistency?
I'm not sure, to be honest. If I or any of the other guys would know the answer, then I don't think we would be in this spot right now. So yeah, still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, I do also want to ask you about HOTU's IG Elling. We've heard multiple times from a lot of different people that he runs a tight ship. Do you think it is like, oh, we have to follow him, or is there still a lot of space for you as an individual to, you know, make your plays and have your say as well?
I mean, it's a bit of both. Obviously, you have to follow what the leader says, but we can always come up with suggestions or stuff. But he always has the final word, of course.
Okay. And what are your views on what could be potentially a really difficult hurdle in your series coming up against HOTU today?
I don't know. I think they're a tough team. They changed a bit how they play, and they have a lot of like gimmick moves and playing a bit unorthodox as well as at the time. I'd say, especially when we played them last time on Cash, they had a lot of gimmicks that we weren't really aware of that it existed, so hopefully they didn't find any more of those, because now at least we know the ones they used versus us before.
I mean, you guys had a pretty good Cash when we saw you play in round number 1, so do you feel like you yourselves have gotten better at Cash and are almost happy to be playing it in the first map?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're decent at it. I think we're getting better each time we play it, of course. There's still a lot of new things to learn on the map, and yeah, I think we're getting more and more comfortable on it.
Your first map is going to be Cash. The last time you guys went up against each other, it required overtime. Astralis ended up winning Cash earlier in round 1 of Blast Bounty. You weren't afraid at all that maybe they've got more in the tank for Cash and that they might be able to take it to you this time?
The last time we played against them, they chose T side on our pick. It was kind of a surprise for us, but right now we don't really care what they will prepare or what they will do. We'll just play our game, and I hope we will not troll on T side like we trolled last time against them, and it will go on our side. No.
Some fun little insights there already from HOTU and Astralis. I got Mau here joining me to be able to break it all down, talk all the numbers and the facts there. And I just got to quickly defend you. I don't think you're a hater, Maui. I just think you're setting the record straight.
Many people may consider what I do to be hate, but in reality, what I wish above all else is that the right teams get the right players. And if the right players or the wrong players are preventing the right players from getting on their proper team, then yeah, maybe I'm a little salty sometimes, because I just want greatness from everybody.
I mean, we're going to be able to see it from one of these two teams, right? Whether it's Astralis or HOTU, whoever comes out on top of this best of 3 will be making it to Malta. We'll get to see them at playoffs. And I talked to them about it in the interview because I thought it was really interesting, Maui. That matchup that I alluded to between Astralis and HOTU didn't happen here in Blast Bounty. That happened over at a Star Ladder qualifier, and it did require overtime. HOTU ended up winning it eventually 16-14, but it was a tough one. And so I wonder, like, the confidence to go back on onto Cash after really only eking out a win, after getting that Astralis on Cash up against Nemesis and seeing them kind of decimate them 13-7. I do wonder, wow, your confidence has to be strong to go back there.
It's a map that it definitely looks like HOTU's put a lot of work into. I mean, FaZe in the interview you conducted with him talked about how they had a lot of tricks, and I almost use HOTU as my blueprint for how teams should play Cash. In looking at demos already so far in the early season, just the instant smokes that they have, the different varieties of executes they have on bomb sites, the amount of CT aggression that they put on their opponents. There's so many aspects to like about HOTU on the map that Astralis, when they played the first time, it was a close scoreline, but I think tactically HOTU did look a level ahead.
Then we saw, you know, the results of Astralis after not only beating Nemesis, but yeah, we saw it in that qualifier that they went on to beat FOKUS, but then lost to HOTU and Heroic. And so kind of to get this revenge or this potential matchup, I don't know, it's two sides, right? A revenge for Astralis, but maybe an easy win for HOTU. And you're saying it, they're the more strategic team there, but I do wonder, Astralis feels like an ever-growing team. It feels like just when you don't want to give them the benefit of the doubt, they make you realize that there is still so much more.
This would be the first great test to see were Astralis's off-season moves worthwhile, because Astralis didn't go and change up a player in their roster despite the sort of floundering results. They just went and said, we're just going to change our coach. We're going to change we're going to add a performance coach. And so Neo, now their new head coach, and Ursula aiding with performance and the mental aspect of the game. I feel like a lot of this should come down to them, because if HOOXi is going to already be a solid IGL, I have no doubt about that. But I want this kind of win right here would just already prove to me, okay, there's some value in Neo, because I'm sure that he would have wanted to collaborate with HOOXi on coming up with a superior game plan, you know, in regards to their previous, and hopefully that can bolster them to take HOTU down on that rematch.
Yeah, I was hoping to get a little bit more out of FaZe in that interview, where I asked him, like, why is the consistency struggling? And I mean, there's one of two answers. Sometimes teams just say, like, we're just not a team that is able to be consistent. Like, there isn't an ulterior motive around, like, why we're struggling with that. But his seemed to be, we just don't know the answer to it. Like, we are still searching for it, and we believe there is an answer there. And so it's a catch-22 of, I understand from his point of view, if they knew that, they would have fixed it. But if you are going to bring in a new coach, I feel like you should be taking steps to have somewhat more of an answer or an outside perspective that can give you an answer.
Well, I'm talking about FaZe's consistency in particular, just zooming it on him. He definitely tapered off at the kind of middle of last season, and I think that consistency can be found or even discovered for FaZe in the form of just setting him up a little bit more. That's how he really hit the ground running with this Astralis team. There was so much setup for him at the beginning of rounds, so many boosts, so many smoke breaks. Oftentimes they would devote at least one other guy to minimum boost him, but sometimes even a third guy to break the most common smoke that he's going to be facing off against. And I just feel like they started dedicating some lesser resources towards him. I don't know how they're going to get him involved on Cash, but as a team, yeah, Astralis as a whole, I think that they really kind of fizzled out and almost felt like they got burnt out at the end of last season. So that's, again, you just want a little bit of an atmosphere change, which hopefully the staff behind them can provide.
I mean, they've already taken one step towards a little bit more success, and, you know, how they looked against Nemesis there. But we're going to take two players, one from Astralis, one from HOTU here. We're going to have Stare. Look at him compared to MOUZ here, Maui. And of course, you're the numbers guy, so you're going to break them all down for me and tell me what this head-to-head sort of narrates.
Well, this is the fight you're going to get on map 1. I mean, you have two guys that are the same age, that are both kind of coming up in the scene right now. I'd say that Stare has proved it against better opposition, but MOUZ's numbers are, I'd say, just a smidgen better versus lesser opposition. And so these are definitely the two guys who are just going to be battling out. They duked so many times in the last engagement there on Cash, and I feel like a lot of what this game is going to come down to who gets the better of whom in this first round or first half matchup.
Okay, well, if it's just as simple as that, it means that we shouldn't spend any more time yapping on this matchup. Instead, we should just get straight into it with Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Maui. That's right. We dive back into this one, Mo. A little middle of the pack type environment here between Astralis and HOTU. And HOTU looking, well, prospectful because they are the team with the major champion. I've been hyping up Norbert this last couple days. It's cool to see Norbert making a run back towards these big events, and it's hopefully, fingers crossed, another chance for HOTU to show their promise as they look to rebound from the highs of 2025.
Astralis, though, they've got HOTU and as a Cologne champion, a Cato champion.
Yeah,
that's pretty good too.
Not a major champion.
Not a major champion. That is true.
They are not.
The Astralis are just they're in a very weird spot. Overall, not great. Obviously, even playing the Star Ladder qualifier, already lost to HOTU, lost to Heroic. I feel like the mood is just extremely down. For a bit, Astralis were like coming into events, winning one big match, and then just really falling really early, not making any deep moves. I don't know what to say about this game. I mean, at least they have a very recent best of 3 versus HOTU. That'll be instant lessons given right there.
Just match agnostic note, it's been nice to see how much cash has actually been in the map pools as of late. You know, usually there's such a slow uptake of new maps, but man, we're right back at it, huh?
Actually, both their maps versus HOTU overtime games that they lost.
Okay. Well, settle in then, folks. We may have a close affair. This pistol, not so close. Astralis slaying across the map. KDO and Dushka into the 2 versus 5. Now, Bomb inches closer to the A side at least. You could get that like sudden sprint across. If for whatever reason the truck player misses some shots, maybe Bomb's planted and we talk about some money for HOTU's early T side. But the longer they wait, the creepier these Astralis players get. Finally, one of them drops.
Ooh, okay. Nice kill by HOTU.
HOTU's going to catch that kill. Dushka, again, could have played for the site to try to get the plant. Wanted to try to get a kill instead. Ultimately, no extra money here for the HOTU T side pistol. It's Astralis to strike first.
Pretty good awareness there from HOTU. If not, otherwise, it's definitely a bomb plant, and it could even be him dying with the bomb plant. This could open up this round for HOTU. And HOTU, on the other hand, I mean, they win this game in this other qualifier versus Astralis. They look very good here. They're just winning the vast majority of their series versus almost everybody.
Yeah, good on HOTU.
Yeah, and we definitely just haven't seen like HOTU get a peak yet. You know, felt like they were about to become one of that, like, you know, Paris Monty or something like that, or like a Passion UA or something, with how good they played at one point, and you could see it in the quality of the rounds and just like the actual star player potential. MOUZ was the most interesting one. He had like that very fast start, terrible second half of map 1.
Yeah.
But then followed up with a great map 2.
It's a good place to finish, you know?
Yeah.
A reminder, you can always live trade the game on Polymarket. I didn't take note of the predictions before the game went live, but it looks like Astralis, at this point, slight edge. It's always good to know what the people think.
Well, if it is factoring in the pistol, that can honestly tip the scales a little bit. Friday's gonna hear this. Should be able to farm up.
Ooh. 3's not bad for the A4, but a couple Glock kills makes it curious. If only KDO had that bomb. He'll eat an explosive, but not the one he really wanted. Frag grenade topples him down to 8 HP. Stair cleans up to keep majority alive, so nice little attempt there for HOTU, but they're going to come up empty-handed in round 2 as well.
Astralis went international for this lineup.
Can you believe it?
And at first, it actually did seem pretty cool. I was like, oh, man, they're going international. They're giving up.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah, it's over. But then they kind of had a cool energy. Like, FaZe was getting really consistent, and he's one of those guys who's played like in like every country CS.
Yeah.
Is you know, every country in the world basically where there's a CS team.
FaZe was on Rare Adam.
FaZe was on Rare Adam. Yeah.
Let that sink in. I'd actually love to know the number of teams for FaZe. I remember we had Crucial as the kind of like best journeyman. What was 29 teams when he donned the Gentlemates jersey as a stand in this event?
Yeah.
So I'm curious where Fuzi's at behind him.
It's yeah.
It's not that many.
Been around a lot longer.
Yeah. It's not that many, but you know, if we're talking about Fuzi another 6 years from now, I feel like he'll, you know, he's almost the Crucial of what year would that be? 2032.
But also you hope that Astralis is like one of the final stops.
Sure.
You know, you hope it slows down now because
Astralis, they didn't just go international. They went Swedish.
Does that mean they barely went international? Or?
No, that means of all the nations, they're sworn enemies.
Oh, true. Okay, yeah.
And yet loving neighbors. Nowadays. First guns for HOTU. And MOUZ, he was watching for this pop-up, but he also wants to go for the highway duel. And yeah, he kind of lets his guard down as Stair takes his sweet time to pop up from behind the spindle. Frontails now suddenly finds himself alone, and Stair's going to hone in on that kill. So nice 5 versus 3 established versus HOTU's first gun round. It's a well-placed Molotov to make Jabby's position uncomfortable, and while he does lose his support in FaZe, he's also given a chance to reposition and stay alive. What can Norbert and Dushka do? It's a 2v5 turned 1v4, and Dushka may have scooped up the bomb, but he's got a player up above him, one at long range, and then always that patient Jabby ready for the swing. So first gun round goes as poorly for HOTU as the previous two. It's a 3-0 Astralis start.
That's a very good start. I can totally see Jabby being an excellent A player, the way that he plays angles, especially with fence. Not surprised to see Stair beasting in mid either. Actually kind of curious about Cash's map balance so far. Yeah, it was 9-3, both halves CT side.
Okay.
I'm really sensing in the early days here of Cash that it's going to be the T side struggles.
I would actually like to know what the round counts are across Bounty so far on Cash. Just in general, because again, there's been a lot of Cash.
That's true.
It's kind of nice, man. I don't know. I don't want to get too excited about this map too quickly. Actually, as a North American, I was already excited about Cash. But I'm digging the uptake. And maybe it's just popular because it's new. Maybe people are thinking, we can, get an advantage over some upsets with this fresh map. Some of the big dogs haven't practiced or aren't ready yet. But I'm loving Cash and the sheer amount of it. Great grenade damage on MOUZ. It's easy 2K for Ryu. Norbert's gonna go deep, swinging into tree, and damn near catching the Opper, but FaZe's got teammates to give cover. This time they do get the bomb down. So there's at least that for HOTU. Slight improvement in that regard, a little bit of extra money, but it's still not kills. You're not totally chipping away at Astralis, and a comfortable 4-0 start.
And you can kind of hear in the interview before the game started that, like, FaZe just didn't even really know what to say about what was wrong with the team right now. Like, it's so early that they haven't really, they didn't have a moment where they got super good and then they slowed down. They just kind of open up at all these events very well and then immediately.
Right.
And so you don't know exactly what it is. Also with Ryu, another underrated pick who, again, at first was like, okay, they actually did some really cool scouting here. But with questions of consistency, they can be so hard to answer sometimes.
Dushka has played... I wasn't fast enough.
Dushka has played.
Dushka has played 221 official maps in 205 days this year. Over one official map per day.
Damn.
What's your excuse? Why aren't you grinding like Dushka? That's crazy numbers. That's like Monty in 2023 numbers.
I'm saying.
I mean, proven path to the top.
Yeah, just
not
really
the very top, but towards the top.
Yeah, Monty got to the... they got top 8 at Paris.
Yeah, top-ish.
If that's not the top, I mean, like...
They got 8th?
At a major, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's tier 1.
Door swings and Jabby, insta-kill. You play all the games in the world, Bushka. Jabby's time to kill right now is nasty. He'll spray down into MOUZ as well, so multi-kill earned by Jabby. KDO is going to get stuffed with nothing. One of the most convincing rounds yet out of Astralis, and it's versus Rifles. This is a rock-solid CT half so far.
Just got to go day by day with these guys. Everything's looking right. It seems like it's feeling good here for Astralis. Gotta love these Jabby plays.
Sometimes online Counter-Strike really is day by day. Look at 100 Thieves. You're beating Falcons in one day and losing to who
the
next?
The next, yeah.
It really is a roller coaster, so feeling like a fantastic day for Astralis. CTs have won 54% of the cash rounds this bounty. Only Nuke has been more CT-sided. Mohan, your early premonition has been correct. I like it. B-Trams is quick today. He was sassy last night, and he's quick this morning. 5 p.m. by the way.
Peek that.
Norbert finds an upgrade for his efforts into checkers.
Just walk peek that with like maximum conviction.
Major champion.
There we go. He knows what's next.
HOTU just kind of slow rolls into him. Oh, Norbert's doing this all alone.
That's a sight take.
Triple kill so far for Norbert. It's the best individual moment we've had out of the HOTU squad so far this map. MOUZ's going to look to find the back of the opper turned, and sure enough, executes FuZi. So, yeah, Norbert, you earned this one damn near single-handedly.
Yeah, they were just in the middle of a default. Norbert cleared everything out beautifully. Just expected this game to be a lot closer all the way through. I feel like you don't even come in with that much prep because you've got still fresh memories of like all the rounds you played against each other, same map as well.
Sure.
Plus you played all the rounds. And Jabby, is this the round that he dies? Because he still hasn't died yet. There it is. Finally. He can bleed.
I'd like to use this chance, Mohan, to submit an official complaint to Blast.
Okay.
All right? I hope I don't ruffle
I actually
any
handle a
feathers.
complaint, so go ahead.
Our HUD is outdated. At the current moment on the HUD, it shows how many bullets are in your magazine and how many bullets you have extra.
Yeah.
It should be how many bullets are in the magazine and how many reloads you have left. It should be the number of mags now. This HUD is outdated.
Complaint ignored.
Damn it.
Go to hell.
Linda will be in contact. But that's really all I've got to complain about. So back to the action.
Yeah, nothing else?
No, really just, I'm having a great time. I'm treated very well here.
Good.
Got my sparkling water and an iced coffee and matches of Counter-Strike ahead. All I want's one small change, you know? I'm not asking for much.
Well, I know DOUCHE's got some complaints. It's not liking this T-side cash so far.
0-6. Molly destined for the vents. That's going to force HOTU out. Doesn't get caught, though, on the exit. Oh, he's just waiting for that op upgrade. And that's why HOTU swaps out for FuZi. Lands the shot. He's got Norbert staring into the abyss. Oh, only momentarily as Norbert tries to chase down the opper up close. Ryu's got cover, so really nice tethering here between the CTs this round.
Yeah, they've looked like they've learned it very quickly. HOTU with absolutely no leads. And Astralis still playing for info. I mean, HOTU, he's just got to miss. He's got a positioned here on the B site with lots of noise. Another good kill for him.
Yeah, MOUZ drops right in front of him.
Time to get out of there.
KDO's running for the hills. Will Jabby find him? No, Jabby goes back towards mid instead. That opens a door for the save at least. So an op for his efforts, but another round for Astralis. I still think it's hilarious. HOTU's just watching that op, waiting for his chance to use it. And sure enough, delivered a really nice shot in the op versus op fight towards main. And give me that. Let me show you how it's done. Quick reaction into front tails. And also, it wasn't even front tails that got that kill. It was Norbert in front of him. So for HOTU to be ready for the Sunroom op duel, props. 7 rounds in, it's a 6-1 Astralis lead, and it's KDO turned away from middle, trying to take that op off the spawn for the mid pick, but it'll find itself back into front tail's hands where it belongs.
just MOUZ this time. No? Let's see if they run up for a highway split. Just when they boost, they were waiting so long. Oh, that is hilarious.
Yeah, another one.
Someone in there was like, I don't know if we should do this right now. And it's just that you've killed them on top of the boost. So the intention is already, another. Oh my goodness.
That one goes a little deep. DEWuSHKA's lucky to be alive.
I haven't seen anyone 0 and 750 in HP.
Yeah, actually. Is 15 health lucky to be alive? Or would he rather the sweet comfort of death? It's a bullet away.
Oh, don't walk back into that. I mean, they're running out of time to actually pull this off. Yeah,
and
rough.
that happens. Norbert tries to get tricky. Didn't realize Jabby was up to some antics, and FaZe was ready to lock DEWuSHKA into that corner the entire time. Another absolute stomp of a round to Astralis' favor. Do not swing that door wide, brother. You don't want that smoke.
Oh, boy. I'd be careful with getting this kill too late as well. Oh my goodness, all the teams that are here.
Nice lineup. Yeah, just don't die after the clock. So you wanted a little bit of action, you gave it over to KDO. He'll double his kills, but no chance at the round. It's still Astralis winning.
Jabby definitely impressing over here on A. Plus they're controlling mid. Their timing, it's like a 1 minute, second, and then a third nade that came over, also direct hit. Actually, if it didn't go as far, it would have straight up killed him.
What? For the first time in 6 years of Counter-Strike last night, we had 3 players get a frag grenade kill in the same round from the same team.
Wasn't it 2022 was the last one?
Thought it was 6 years ago. 2022 was coming up in all the other stats,
okay,
so maybe you're actually, maybe I am incorrect. In at least the last 4 years, it has never happened. But I feel like Cash, with the amount of kills we've been watching people get on the boost up, may be happening more and more often. Norbert again. The one round HOTU have has been him getting a kill from this checkers position, but Stair's got other ideas. Very swiftly in for the response. Norbert put to rest, and 4v3 secured for Astralis.
Now Stair got a better score than Jabby now. 10 and 1 after that.
Yeah, quietly, just kind of collecting his impact.
They're all migrating over towards A, exactly where HOTU want to go. No noise made off the flash.
The great Danish migration.
And now they got an op on this line. Oh. Did he see that?
Now he's not going to see anything.
Just so confident.
They've got this mid-pinch set up too, so they're really reading that there's going to be an additional layer, that it's not all A main. Every duel just going Astralis' way. Frontails has 25 seconds to figure this one out, and once he shoots the player top ladder, they're going to swing that truck. But they swing individually, and they've given him a chance. Nice read by Frontails, and enough time to plant. Winnable situation, even with 18 health.
Yeah.
There's a frag on HOOXi, there it goes.
It came out late, and he was very low, but he's got an op.
Oh, it's good, Frontails. It's so good. What a valiant effort in the 1 versus 4. I thought he was dead to rights the moment he get the up-close kill, but he is so ready for that truck swing. And Astralis will walk away with 1 player left after he damn near wins the 1v4.
It's really nice to get that damage in, but HOTU just need the rounds right now.
Yeah, we have really hit that critical point of the half.
Yeah. It just doesn't feel like Astralis can lose.
Really good. I love the way he hugs the wall and crouches to make himself the smallest target possible. Yeah. And considering he was 1 and 6 when that started, Got to dig deep for those moments. Big push from DWUSHKA finds HOOXi, look in the wrong direction, but Whitebox, the support from Stair has been so good. Ryu with a lot of responsibility as the only B player, pushing through a smoke to rob Norbert of his kill. There's been this pretty constant activity from Norbert to try to pressure Checkers, and this time he gets found out. Astralis again, man advantage in the 10th round of play.
I really don't mind them trying to do something fast, and actually with just like a walking contact out B, it's a very confusing looking round, but Astralis are pushing everything. Stair will see that. Another flash. The front tail's playing anti. This will give up checker control, which is nice.
FOKUS wants to play ahead of the smoke. You've locked 2 players into the B site now.
They have enough time for MOUZ to actually fully wrap B.
And we just watched FOKUS go for the headshot control, so no eyes over here towards Tree to catch this flank.
And with Jabby kind of looking down there now, it's not info he'll ever get. Oh
That
my
helps.
goodness.
Feels like while Astralis have missed the timing on the flank, they get active instead.
He's watching for it.
FOKUS now aware of the
Gabby.
timing. MOUZ's going to strike one down, but with FOKUS that ready for it, and you know that Frontails has been tagged low towards this A main position, he'll go for the quiet cross in the sight.
And yeah, he's coming up into heaven too, so he wouldn't even have to watch his right side if he doesn't want to. Oh, but he'll still peek.
Nice trades out of Astralis every step of the way. There was definitely a window there for MOUZ.
I think Jabby saw him when he came to truck.
Did he? I
Because
thought
FOKUS turned around and MOUZ didn't make noise, so how do you know he's there?
I thought maybe their internal clock just kind of hit that critical moment.
That's possible too.
For a second, it didn't feel like they were considering it, but you are right that it felt very sudden. And it could have still been a good duel for MOUZ, but FOKUS hits the shot up close, makes sure his flank is only worth the 1, and it's Astralis up 9-1 here on the map pick of HOTU. Not quite as competitive as the last outing between these two teams.
It actually was. HOTU got 3 T rounds last time.
Oh.
So could still be at least.
Okay.
Yeah. It was just very CT sided. So right now, I think mentally they're just like, just get these last couple, but they're down to a Galil, an AK.
That's
okay.
Not the grenade you were looking for.
It's a failure to launch on that one.
If he underhands that smoke as well, we've got problems. Trying to go into a set piece for the A site. MOUZ ahead of the pack, untradeable first run out. Defense happy to just start dropping that utility. Try to deter this follow through from HOTU. I like that they try to take that smoke path around. It was burning, but they still found a pocket back there for some impact. There's a goosh on DWUSHKA. And then KDO gets pulled apart. Ryu with the triple sequence here in the middle of the hecticness. Double digits secured by Astralis on the CT side alone.
Now it's a little less competitive.
Goosh on DWUSHKA. That was...
It was a doogie.
Whoa. That was a doogie.
I don't really have the answers here for HOTU. Like, Astralis are playing pretty flawlessly. It was just one excellent round for Norbert lurking in B to get the kills. I can understand not wanting to do like full execs or even set splits, not necessarily on this map. It's so comfortable to default sometimes, especially when you got players like HOTU, but it's not working.
And you think you would have felt like that error, that it's not working earlier, and maybe just tried to change gears, but we haven't really had that, and now they're out of time.
It's like sometimes you full exec A on this map and you get the site, you get the plant, but you need your nades for the post plant more than you even need for the site take.
Right. Well, down to a smoke and a Molotov are HOTU now, and they don't have a site. They're going to collect themselves outside of B. HOOXi wins the duel to DWUSHKA. He is 2-12 on the half. Not having a good day. Not having much fun. Stair keeps his head tucked down. That's just going to bait them into the open, where he strikes Norbert off the round. Empty-handed Norbert. Not a comfortable place for HOTU to be. Another challenge out through the smoke, and Ryu's got it from the back of site, held strong. He has been rock solid in these site take attempts. Astralis with a damn near flawless CT side go up 11-1.
Orpers use a gun that nobody else uses. It's the biggest resource in the game. It's a one-shot gun, so it's bound to have high impact. Top Orpers get the credit they do because not anyone can do it. A top AWP is the player you're going to remember because they're going to get the best highlights. They're going to be really, really fast. You need your AWPer to perform if you're going to be putting as much resources into the AWP every single game. I think the role has evolved in a few ways. When you go all the way back to the start of CSGO, we had super combat AWPers. KennyS is the best example because he was so mobile with the AWP. The AWP got nerfed as a result mainly of players like KennyS, who was so aggressive and who were always pushing, always in your face. In the game, that got nerfed and we saw AWPers be more, I think, static for a while. Device is a great example of that. Someone who would pick their spot and stay in it and be like a turret almost. This guy never missed a shot. He was the most reliable AWPer of all time, really. I think AWP gelling is not easy.
You give him space, he'll figure it out every time.
There are very few cases of players who have made that work at like the top level. There's a few factors, I think, that play into this. When you're AWPing, you've got to be focused on your crosshair, as basic as that sounds. I think you have to have a lot more trust for your team in order to actually be capable to AWP. It's interesting to see James still be able to do it, considering the whole narrative around his team is how he has very inexperienced players that he needs to put in the right place. But he's someone who is so passive on the AWP that he's still going to be alive in those late rounds. He's more so playing for the clutch while his team open up the round. You typically just see an in-game leader be the first guy in. I think if you're AWPing, it's hard to be as involved. Feels easier said than done. But then you have also flashy AWPers are a lot of fun to watch. People like Monacy, extremely exciting player, in your face, pushing through utility, and of course, Simple doing the same thing. Absolutely able to take over games with high-risk plays. Think about some of Simple's best moments, dropping in from heaven, getting 2 no-scope kills. He did the craziest stuff, and he got away with it time after time. When you're a top AWPer as well, you're getting studied, you're getting game planned for. The fact that I was able to find as much impact as he does is impressive, considering there are whole analyst teams trying to figure out how to not let this guy pop off. A guy that never makes mistakes, a guy that is extremely hard to punish. There's different levels of AWPing, whether they're flashy, whether they're reliable. They have to perform in the highest impact moments, and there is no room for error. If you miss a shot on the AWP, you're going to die. You're always going to take attention because there is no room for error.
Quick day in the office for Astralis so far in this best of 3. HOTU taking the challenge to them and coming up short, an 11-1 CT side. But you did allude to it. 3 rounds on the T side last time they met. Game still got close. So let's see if the defense here of HOTU can step up to the plate again. Problem being they've left themselves such a non-existent margin of error. They lose this pistol and they're probably cooked.
Yeah, it's just like, that's all they've got. They need to grab this pistol. Use those CT advantages. Time to hit some shots.
Molotov's not going to do much. They exchange kills at the B site. We get this scramble out of the 3 A defenders. They are sprinting their way over to try to save old Norby. He's sitting back site. It's getting away from him, and he's gone down. So Astralis have the edge, but there's a push through the headshot that gets caught. Jabby was ready for that devilish move out of Duishka. And now it is all on MOUZ.
Oh, he could ace, man. Jabby's already got 4 kills. And he's got a USP.
Jabby has been out of his mind so far this evening. Nasty performance so far on map 1.
I mean, before this round started, you know, Ryu 13-5, Jabby 14-3, 14-4 for Stare.
Yep. Really, 3 hard hitters. Oh, are you really? Wow, he stole that?
Okay.
Stare stole that?
All right.
You think you're a funny guy?
We'll remember that. Greedy bastard.
That could have been a Red Bull ace, but you took it from him. Jabby catching this headshot push. Yeah, that's the awkward moment. Like, it felt like Dushka was actually making a good move. There would have been value in that kill. A good bit of, you know, sight defense from it, but nah, Jabby fast to the reaction. Jabby will get 4 kills and 1 assist. And Astralis have earned themselves 11 map points.
It's crazy how one day you can go to a 16-13 overtime game, and then the next day, here you are, 12-1 versus your nemesis. Same map.
Every day is a new chance to be the man you want to be. Think about it.
I'm letting that ruminate.
If you're not here, you're not living.
Yesterday, you said tomorrow.
Oh, now we're talking.
Ilya, you are so insane.
I fucking shot. MOUZ's MP9 versus the world.
Flashing A.
Full-blown execute comes over. He does find a little pocket. It's taken from him, from the monster that is Jabby. This man is on the brink of 20 kills in a 14-round game. And that's with teammates that are also popping off. So HOTU have been effectively dismantled. And I mean like pulled apart limb from limb, boiled down in acid, spread throughout the Rocky Mountains, never to be found. On a cellular level, HOTU have been pulled apart. This one is a wreck. 13-1 Astralis on cash. HOTU going to be regretting this map pick and wondering how the hell did we get stomped by the same team that we took to overtime mere moments ago. So the series not over, but HOTU's life at Bounty now rests on Nuke.
It's not like they had a lot of options when it came to the draft show, but Astralis was a team that they were pretty eager to get their hands on. I mean, the last time they matched up against each other, whilst it wasn't in Blast Bounty Maui, it was a 2-0 for the side of HOTU, and so you're expecting to see them go back to cash, have a stronger performance, but somehow it's the inverse. It's so much of a stomping you kind of forget that they even went to overtime last time that they went up on this map.
I tell the same story over and over again, that when two teams face off against each other, the team that lost, they want revenge. They are going to go back to the drawing board. They're going to try to figure out why things went awry, even in a narrow loss. And you can see that Astralis, they have improved leaps and bounds. The variety of setups that they decided to run, the individuals that were aware of the HOTU sort of plays that they go for, the little two-man games on bomb sites, all of it was just so much more well ironed out for an Astralis team that is no longer flying in the dark against HOTU. In fact, they're leading the way.
Yeah, they called their bluff, right? HOTU had so many tricks up their sleeves. That's what Astralis got caught off guard with last time. And they go, we don't think they have any more. Now, they don't know that for sure, but it is very obvious that they didn't. And so Astralis being able to come back fully swinging in the way that they did, massive props to them. And just a testament to that change-up that they had in their supporting staff, in their coach, right? There are questions about, is that enough for them? Well, clearly it is, because if you're only given 3 days from the last time you were forced an overtime at cash, and now you're taking it 13-1. Yeah, I'd say your coaching staff is doing more than what they're supposed to be doing.
I mean, the first test is pass here and able to show such a better face here. Yeah, of course, that was my narrative going into it. If they don't improve versus HOTU, then what is anybody doing over there? So to see them have such a demonstrative victory over well, I was going to say MOUZ, but really all of HOTU this time around is just a testament to the fact that they clearly are doing something there in the camp. And weirdly enough, with Astralis last year, they kind of got worse as the season went on. It almost was like they didn't know what to improve on. But in the short little few days we've seen of them thus far in the season, that's not the case.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and have a look at, I'm going to say just the first half, right? Because there wasn't really a second half when it came to Cash here. So we can have a look at the first half earlier on as well. Some of the things that you talked about is the 2v2s, how they didn't necessarily pan out the same way for the side of HOTU, but the side defenses coming out from Astralis, they go, we already know just how weak the T side is for HOTU, and they were really able to capitalize on it. I think it was the first time you really noted it, MOUZ, was in round 4.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like the opening smokes that HOTU loves to throw, they have all of these instas, you know, you see all of this B lurk smoke that comes out, but HOOXi and Ryu just had the perfect counter for it. I mean, HOOXi's able to tag one, but the instant smoke break to set up Ryu so he can peek around the edge of the smoke, keeping himself alive in checkers. And yeah, I think Norbert kind of went for a Hail Mary play, pushing into tree room right there. But you could just see that the defensive setup from the get-go here between HOOXi and Ryu was rock solid. They were never going to lose to that kind of play that HOTU had conditioned them that they might run from the previous series.
And it didn't just stop there, it kept going. I mean, we saw, right, the way that they were able to dominate the side of HOTU on Cash here. But round 7 was another one where we're seeing HOOXi have quite a good beginning and opening as well, being able to aid his team to get off to a good start.
Something that Astralis never did in the previous series is play vents. And even though he's mollied out of this position, HOOXi, you could see that he has a great reaction. So again, the variety of setups had varied this time as now he's in a new spot. They couldn't quite take him down as he falls there. Stair's able to get one, but the fact that he picks up the op, stays alive in checkers, it's just that there was a very obvious contingency plan here as he uses some great counter utility. But even then, even when he's pressured from a molly from a guy close to him, Ryu is able to support him once again. And there was just a great moment here for Astralis where they were able to kind of, for the whole rest of the round, they get that man advantage, they cleanly played for information, and then they're able to just know exactly what's coming next. It was a much more composed defense. They weren't scrambling. You didn't see HOOXi go for a wide swing there at the checkers. Even when he's mollied out, he understood where his teammate was. And that's just what repetition is going to do for a team that I think should be competing more regularly in Tier 1 like Astralis.
It's nice to see that time and time again that we get to sing the praises of Astralis after how their season ended for themselves there. But it wasn't just HOOXi and Ryu and the way that they were able to work with each other, the composure that Astralis had for themselves. But Yabi, it felt like time and time again, Scrordy and Launders were singing his praises, just how much he was able to get done. There was no stopping him. I actually don't know if you're on the side of HOTU, how you can even deal with him no matter what map you want to go up against him on.
I could have tried breaking down some of his rounds, especially on site defenses, but I think the highlights really just do the talking. I mean, he was just so substantial on that A bomb site. The thing about Yabi is I still will make the claim. I really think he has the best individual mechanics of anybody on this team. When you pair that with an A bomb site that allows him to work from multiple but clean angles, you just give him all the tools he needs to work with in order to just be a solid force that was really unbreakable when HOTU tried to execute on like 3 deaths and they tried to go a handful of times is simply absurd.
Yeah, and we're also seeing that it wasn't just Cash. It's not just this series against HOTU that he's been showing up, but he was also the highest rated player in the server when they went up against Nemesis a couple of days ago as well. So to get to see him also have consistency, that's what's nice. That seems to be the big question mark around Astralis as a team, as individuals, but Yabi really having that. And maybe an element is that repetition you're talking about, Maui. The fact that they're also playing another tournament or online qualifier at the same time as this, it's just like they get to learn so much more. A team that clearly learns a lot more from mistakes rather than being a bit more proactive. And there's nothing wrong with that if you are going to be able to be reactive and show up the way that they have.
I also imagine that for Yabi, it was probably a bit difficult in the previous season when Astralis made the switch from Danish to English. As far as I know, that was the first time that Yabi ever had to go to an international roster. So obviously his consistency was going to be a bit more fluctuating in nature now that he's having to communicate in his second language. I know Danes are good at English, okay? Everybody knows that, but it's very different.
Coming for you.
Yeah, no, they all can speak English just fine. Don't get me wrong. I think that's commonplace in Denmark. But it's obviously different to just play the game. And I'm sure some of the guys in production, when they play with other people in production, they're probably speaking in Danish for some of their comms, okay? Correct me if I'm wrong, though.
I'm sure they definitely will, but we've heard it before, right? Just how like it's not necessarily a difference in player or IGLing, right? No matter who you want to talk about, but getting to do it in your mother tongue, in your native language, will always be quicker. It will always be more efficient, and so it is, yeah, that element that's added to it there. But maybe Yabi's like, well, just because I have to communicate in a different language doesn't mean I can't let my individual performance still shine.
Yeah, and I think that it's also just going to be, it's a work in progress. Like even Zywoo was a little bit shaky for the first few months that he had to play on an English-speaking roster. So I think that the skill has always been there for Yabi. The highs have sometimes peaked out despite the fact that he's had to swap on over. And in a weird way, even adding more context to this is why I think he was always such a good individual lurker on maps like Nuke or Overpass, lurking out B there, where he doesn't have to really worry about what anybody's saying. He can kind of just do his own thing. And I think he gets a little bit of that when he's playing, especially towards A on Cash, where he's just trying to defend a whole exec by himself.
Well, do we have a similar sort of theory for HOTU, why they weren't really able to show up on their map pick of Cash?
Well, I don't think that they actually changed that much up. I think that I saw the same utility sets that I saw the first time around. They used the same 3 opening smokes in most of the rounds that they did the first time they played against Astralis. And at that point, you know, a handful of days ago, it was new, it was cool, it was they were always basically dictating how the battlefield looked every round. But if you give Astralis the same exact sort of repetitive nade combos, then they're going to find out the solutions. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, that was the unfortunate part of talking to Nova, because I said, like, how do you feel, right? Because they've been showing up a lot when it comes to these online games, and heading into the season, he said, oh, some days are really good for us and some days are really bad. And so I asked him, does it feel like there's more good days than bad? And he didn't really feel that confident on it. He said, yeah, maybe. And so unfortunately, I feel like that has translated into it, right? There isn't a new playbook for them, and that bad day is kind of just sitting around the corner for them. And unfortunately, it feels like it is today, Maui.
I think that they are sometimes at the mercy of just going through the online qualifier gauntlet, as we're seeing again today. It's very difficult when you have as many officials as they do to go back and try to rework things. And so Norbert, you know, he talked about it, that his one off day, he wanted to take a break, step away from the game. Those kind of moments of reflection allow you to perhaps find improvements, especially in practice. But instead, he just, what did he do? Just played 8 FaZe games or something?
Yeah, I think it was something like that. It was like 5 or 8.
Yeah, that's not going to actually change how you feel about yourself or the team, or really help you innovate.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's the innovation, because I would have thought, with not necessarily knowing who their opponent was, but they played on day number 2. So theoretically, they had 2 full days outside of Blast Bounty. Yes, they also had other online qualifiers, but you can kind of narrow down looking at where you are in the picking order to, these are probably the teams that are left over, but also just the broader thing of focusing on yourself, coming up with a little bit more plays. And, you know, I personally haven't gotten to see them play on Nuke yet, but that is what they're going to be going on to just after the break. And so anything to leave us on the hook here, Maui, for what you think HOTU could do right for that?
I think that's going to be a tall order. I just think that this is going to be... Cash felt like a map that you needed in your back pocket for this sort of series, because now I do think the veto actually favored Astralis, that they got a couple of the maps and they kind of swapped the order of the veto. And the fact that they went now, Astralis, to what was HOTU's second FaZe ban last time they faced against each other on a map that Astralis are comfortable against, I don't feel great about HOTU's chances, Nat.
All right, well, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, I'm hoping for a more positive note, but either way, maybe we might just see Astralis come out swinging again.
back to the action with Astralis versus HOTU. The Polymarket predictions has Astralis skewed pretty heavily now. They had a slight advantage coming into map 1, obviously with the, how do I put it politely, domination that they had back on Cash. You know, just a little domination to start HOTU's day. Again, kind of
like to start my days.
Sort of. You and me both. It's kind of a bleak situation for HOTU, but hey, unexpected things can happen. We've been watching that happen all week long, so somehow they've just got to dig themselves out of this big old hole they're left in and pull it out of the hat on Nuke. For their sake, they do get to begin on the CT side, so there's a silver lining.
Another silver lining is they've been winning on Nuke. Astralis coming out kind of nowhere with this pick. They have a 13-1 win on it, but also a loss streak after that, so they've clearly made some changes really recently. The one thing that'll kind of go against them is having to kick off on T side, but they have a plan.
2 silver linings, call that a reason to believe. Can HOTU stave off a very hot-looking Astralis? Oh, hello.
Doesn't even take damage.
They're going to go into the execute because the nades are already committed to the process.
Oh, that could have ruined everything, and instead it's perfectly fine.
Yeah. And HOOKSy, reacts to the player dropping behind him. Norbert still gets going, though, with the Berettas to take man advantage into HOTU's hands. Jabby trying to dodge that hunt threat. Oh, but Norbert's going hunting.
Wow,
okay, Norbert with the quad kill. At this point, the 2 rounds that HOTU have won in this entire series are single-handedly because of Norbert.
Yeah, quite literally.
3K sequence back on the T side of Cash for the 1 round they win, and then the pistol here on the CT side.
Yeah, like last map was a bit of an aberration, just like how poorly they played, but the last series HOTU played, Norbert was excellent throughout. Very, very impactful rounds. Not totally surprised to see him be able to pull these out.
I mean, the people refer to him as Norbert Major Champion for good reason. Life game. Jabby's Cash this series was the 2nd highest rated map in his entire career.
Damn.
2.52 rating.
It showed.
And that was with teammates actually having strong performances too. You know, sometimes you get one of those like calamity games and it's just you eating up all the impact, but no. Stair was solid, Ryu was solid, and still Jabby had a 2nd highest career rated map.
You actually can get lower, but they're going to drop vent. An interesting smoke. I mean, MOUZ's very low HP.
Creates a bit of ambiguity as to what side he'll play, but it doesn't smoke off either of the doors, so he'll have to use the silo as physical cover.
MOUZ gets he could have had it.
Lance, right into the single door. The old bait and switch by MOUZ. Feeds him to Dushka instead, and HOTU convert their pistol with still majority players alive.
Yeah, the plant would have been awesome for Astralis. And so HOTU just kind of have to come into this map and hope the new things that Astralis have added in don't matter.
Right.
Because they actually do have a competent nuke. They have one. They just really haven't played a lot of the very good European teams on it so far, but HOTU just kind of play everybody, as we've seen from them. They're all about volume right now. High reps.
High reps and very frequent victory in the online realm of Counter-Strike. That's why Cash really did feel like such an anomaly. It's hard to make sense of it, you know? Is it a sign that today is just going to be a bad day for HOTU and they fall flat, or is it just a one-map affair?
I mean, the interesting part about the pick is like they just played Ancient versus Astralis. They won that. Obviously, it was a 2-0 series, but it was also an overtime game. And Astralis could have looked at Cash and they're like, all right, we know how to win Cash, and you know what? We were very close to winning Ancient. Maybe we have the answers there too. But they go for a map that on paper should be worse, a little bit harder. But it's Astralis and Nuke. I mean, that's basically synonymous.
So you'd think it works out in the end. You'd think. But the numbers don't lie. So we'll watch with hesitations. First gun round comes out for Astralis. They will take to the rooftops. And MOUZ down beneath the silo setup. Oh, Ryu gets the... Oh, he missed the jump. So fed to MOUZ. Made all the easier. And man advantage disappears just like that. Smoke makes things a bit awkward for Frontails, and he eats the flashbang in front of it.
Huge.
Really good timing on the Astralis pop, but now MOUZ getting frisky, looking to test this smoke.
I don't think you can. Not with anyone to draw a distraction.
FaZe to hold the flank. He's got a nice isolated 1v1. Molotov deals with KDO's timing.
They're not even gonna try it, it looks like.
MOUZ wants the op. And now that he's got it, he can walk away from here. So looking to save majority HOTU, but it's Astralis' first gun round, and it's on the scoreboard.
It's an excellent tactic to get that kill on the upper site. And, a when you get down to a lot of maps, very CT-sided, 5v5 when CTs have weapons and utility. And I don't know what the numbers say, but I think a lot of the times you take a good team, on T side, you're happy to go 1-for-1. You bring it to a 4v4. I feel like the thinner the map is, the more it feels like you can control things on T side. More opportunities to create gaps where CTs have to rotate. They have to overfill positions. This is a map that feels like you could have 6 CTs and use them all very, very efficiently because there's so much room for it. You can see just with that one kill, there's not even a floor player that they have to go through.
Not awesome. HOTU 0.65 is a better rating on T-side nuke than FaZe at 0.6 in the last 3 months. The Opper has 0.33 KPR on T-side over that time period. That's not good.
Oh, you didn't see that.
And indeed not awesome. Stare and Jabby just tear apart the A floor. Rapido straight through. No chance for HOTU off of the save. FaZe's stats out the window. It don't matter when he's set up by riflers like that. Astralis saw blood in the water on that A floor and slam it home.
Yep, that's pretty sweet.
I also love that B-Trams hit HOTU with the stray there. That was a FaZe's bad stat pop-in, but he contrasted it and really cemented how bad the stats were by comparing him to HOTU.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Thought we were done beating up on HOTU.
B-Trams, feisty. And it's only 5:30 p.m.
I won't forget, he came for RDN yesterday.
Out of nowhere, dude. I kind of like sassy B-Trams, though. But it did feel like this map pick was Astralis trying to kind of like defy the numbers. You know?
Yeah, they have a loss streak and then a 13-1, so they're just recently getting very good.
So let's defy the numbers, shall we?
That was a pretty vicious A-pop that HOTU just had to go through, especially after just losing the round on an upper pop. Back-to-back situations. HOTU comes out with a kill here on Ryu.
Oh, Jabby almost kills MOUZ. Caught him with a nade out. Lucky to have gotten away with that one. That's your teammate, brother.
That's why FaZe's stats are so low. Doesn't help.
These Danes are trying really hard to work with the Swede. Old habits die hard. There's a bunch of utility trickling into this upper floor, but it's just Jabby getting through the smokes into main. Oh, he's gotten a... Oh, he jumps? Okay. Trying to make it feel like he came from over the roof, I guess?
I don't even know why that would help.
Maybe to make you think there was 2 of them? I don't know. He ends up finding KDO at least. Jabby's trying some experimental stuff this round. If you can kill the Opper, it'll get picked up by a teammate, but every death worth it. Yeah, baited in. Well done by MOUZ to make sure 4 players stand tall for HOTU. They get Jabby into main, but nothing really comes of it as the ramp room gets locked down at the same time.
I wonder what the end game was for that little pop through the smoke. I mean, there wasn't a full exec behind it. If he got into many, would they have started to come out off of a kill, or was he meant to go in the vent? Open at a perfect time. Oh, he jumps right into the ceiling.
Good shot by FaZe, making sure you don't get away with it, but they keep the frag grenades on the smoke, so a second casualty for Astralis. Not ready for the single hold.
No.
But MOUZ's not ready for Ryu to shoot back like that. This should be a HOTU 4v2. It's a hard-fought battle back and forth that still gives the man advantage. Bomb dropped outer as well in the process.
Thought he was dead, but
you can scoop that up.
The vent drop, yeah.
And now what?
I mean, it's a tentative rotate here, actually. Like, HOTU don't have vent controls, they don't have secret, and Norbert hasn't dropped immediately from the ramp, so there is a chance. They even have a smoke for this. 2, in fact. Might be a little risky to play it this way for HOTU. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, that's the risky run, having a retail. Oh no, yeah, man, after all that, Norbert could have made the preemptive rotate, instead ran through a smoke.
Kadio's gonna throw away the element of surprise, sprint in before they can get off site, he thought, but already tucked into that ramp door.
And he has no molly either.
Yeah. Smoke soon to fade. Oh, okay. Catches Ryu though, that's a good kill as he closes the door. But caught on the cross back. Jabby the hero in this one. Gets himself 2 critical kills, and they claw back from a man disadvantage, scooping a bomb back as well that was dropped outside in the middle of all that. So there's definitely moments HOTU could have held control of a bit more of the round, and instead they offer up Astralis a chance.
This is unfortunate, jumping away into that and dying. It didn't feel like it mattered, but MOUZ really messed this spray up.
No, there was a series of missed opportunities this round for HOTU.
And the biggest unforced one, I think, was the rotation. There's 3 guys upstairs. Bomb was about to go lower in the first place. They didn't have vision of it when it got picked up, and they just didn't think that this was where Astralis may go. Because if you put Norbert in a spot where he only gets 1 kill, then it's still a 2v1. Basically impossible to plant from there on out. That's all you need. But if he plays a retake spot like he did, suddenly all the advantages are to the T side.
Fast timing and Frontails clips FaZe in the backdrop. Oh, this is a 3v5 coming together, but Frontails hangs on to main. And Dushka's right there to support him. So trying to throw the Hail Mary out and getting caught each step of the way. Good on HOTU to step up to the challenge on that one. Astralis try to get a fast tempo out of nowhere.
Did they miss a smoke, or did they just bomb flashes in a mini? I mean, if they had smoked mini instead, that probably would have
no problem
been easy. Yeah. They're really good at entering upper, but HOTU kept up this round.
It's a tough one to lose for Astralis because it sends you into majority pistols. Really banking on that hit happening. Smokes go yonder with Stare playing behind the red box, so you're getting the frag grenades out of the outer players now. 3 sets of eyes over towards outer when really it's all about the ramp hit. Norbert eats the flash. Frontail's not willing to risk the wide peek. Again, majority pistols here for Astralis.
Rotation looking very good here.
They're not hiding it. Norbert picking up kills left, right, and center. And it's going to be MOUZ to shut it all down. So 1 casualty on the side of HOTU. It's a Norbert 3K as they approached him towards ramp. All's good. HOTU leading 6-3.
Yeah, a bit rough for Astralis. That maybe is a missed mini smoke, or maybe it's just a faulty game plan on the upper hit. But with that, the save into another. And for HOTU, well, a lot better than Cash.
True. Yeah, that really is the, that's the bar set in this series, isn't it? But you see, the lower you set the bar, the easier it is to then push it.
Like to do even worse?
No. To, you know, they set a low bar and now they've improved already.
Oh,
it's only 6-3. They could lose 13-6 and we'd say, well, it was better than Cash.
Yep. But what if they only got 7 rounds on the decider?
Well,
better than Nuke.
DENDELE holds off the pistols and never meant to do much in this one. Astralis, the economy starting to play against them. This round, nothing but a collection of kills for HOTU. Up 7-3, money in their back pocket. It's looking like a great way to try to end off this half.
I wonder if Astralis would have switched back to Ancient after they saw how well they played Cash in the veto before. Could have been just a matter of form on that day.
Yeah, still feels like this veto could have been them making their jobs harder than it had to be. They'll still have Ancient to play up next if they lose this. Certainly not the world of hurt they had HOTU in on Cash. Little variation in their smokes. They've very constantly been going for the standard wall. This time they throw in the diagonal alternative. Oh, but DENDELE still keeps the damage up. And man advantage earned. HOTU Hail Mary jumped down into secret, trying to get ahead of any rotate, but MOUZ's here on vent. Now we watched him absolutely whiff previously. Don't let that happen twice. Oh, damn,
didn't even get to shoot.
Laser beams him. Jabby's gonna lurk out through the squeaky door, pick up a headshot on KDO, but dies to the front tails off outside. Galil push out through hut, denied. DENDELE is having a half now. 2 kills to his name this round, an 11-3 score, and bomb possession up on that A site to boot.
Another person happy to be off of Cash. Barely got a chance to frag back then.
Yeah, finished Cash 3 and 14.
Is the bomb technically in a spot that he could plant back sight?
No.
Let's see. No, I mean, DENDELE.
But DENDELE leaves.
Trolling, yeah. Time.
Doesn't silent drop. Gets the bomb. Op shot missed. Ooh, 18 HP though. Surely they're just gonna mow him down. Yeah, all's good. He gets a little bit of money for his efforts, so HOTU makes that happen at least, but round 11 also belongs to HOTU. Still only a 3-round T-side for Astralis, but they had an advantage in this one. When HOTU gets that headshot downstairs on single, they still wanted to just creep out onto the A floor, but you met your maker in DENDELE.
There's one thing for sure, HOTU have been excellent at picking people off on crossing outside. Like, they've been blowing the smoke open consistently, getting spam damage on the cross, and even when there's a trade on the other side of the map, they always get one back there. Nice shot. He's hit some hard ones, man.
Not gonna happen, Ryu. Hate to break it to you. Your point remains true. Outer belongs to HOTU. They don't take any damage in return. It was really just a shooting gallery. But what you doing there, Jabby? Hanging out on the A floor. Oh man, HOTU just robbing Astralis of even a chance at kills here in round 12. So stellar stuff from the CT side of HOTU at the end. looking like a 9-3 half. Astralis, they didn't win the pistol. They didn't force buy successfully. Oh, hey there. I'll take a little bit of money. A little insult to injury. HOTU baits the peek, gets a second. He is 2 kills into this 1v5.
He's got a lot of HP too.
Man, he started this with a knife kill unnecessarily. All 3 players jumbled up towards the double doors, and they'll find his head. Hell of an effort there, HOTU, in a 1v5 attempt, but sure enough, 9-3 the CT side. HOTU hold up their end of the bargain in a chance to reclaim this best of 3. Umich remains posted now, no support.
Yeah, but with the deep information, if they don't disrespect this, or if they come forward, well, it's actually come to the point now where his smoke can take over. He doesn't have to put himself in jeopardy. They're running through this. Oh my God, they're actually gonna come, yeah.
Oh, no way!
Double no-scope collapse.
Oh! Easy pickup for Na'Vi. I mean, they laugh in the face of this attack. 5th player in's the only one that gets a kill. He'll double down MOUZ, but he's already down to a quarter HP.
But old habits die hard, it looks like.
That's 3.
Man.
But he only has 3 health left. That should be the end of him.
There's only 2 guys.
Yeah. He's going to use the smoke grenade to cut off Alexi.
Could they mess this up? 25 seconds, and MOUZ is seeing red.
He wants to make it happen.
Oh my God.
Oh, no, wait, dude. This is a 1 versus 5 straight up, and he has time to get bomb. He should have this red with another smoke. Oh, my MOUZ. 1 fake. The nade doesn't come through. Now, he's got enough space to commit to this. MOUZ, a pure 1v5. And as Emat tries to get out through that smoke, MOUZ's just dodging all these bullets.
He's terrified. Emat's looking behind him for a push through. Time's ticking away.
I mean, how could you not be horrified? MOUZ, the prodigy, has pieced together 4 frags in this 1v5 ace clutch. And Ema, his head is on a silver platter. A miracle from the magnificent MOUZ.
The Flames and Degster. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Degster left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Degster! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
And you've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or in Fame, excuse me.
Very key. Fame slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to cave.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bombs, beyond! Oh, welcome to Wonderland! They lock down that post plant like it's nothing! Rock solid rebuttal from the HOTU camp in the face of domination back on Cash. Astralis and their T side made this job hard for themselves. And, you know, B-Tram's brought up FOZE's stats. Fair to bring them up. He winds up being 1-10 on the attack. And total turnaround from HOTU.CEST. So that's nice to see from the individual levels of HOTU. Astralis wanted to play Nuke over a map they win more often in Ancient. So let's see if this CT side can show improvements or whether they're going to have to beat HOTU on Ancient at the end of the day.
It's got to be insane now. The 3 T rounds they won were really good attacks. They kind of got money screwed after that one upper rush. Lost any chances to fight back.
Stare gets away with it. Hides in the corner of main momentarily. Executes MOUZ and KDO. Norbert has been stellar. Let's see if he's got another multi-frag in him. Halfway through the 1v4 and he dives down towards lower. But it's preoccupied by Ryu.
He's about to get past the site. This is free now.
Yeah, Berettas as well. Ryu can just let it rip. And we've got Astralis successful in step 1. Win the pistol, keep HOTU at bay, and we'll see how quickly this lead could actually fizzle out.
Sometimes Stairs pistols are terrifying.
That is true. You speak truth. It's also always scary in that position as a CT when you just want to tuck in.
Yeah.
It's like if the T's clear you, you're a sitting duck. If you get away with it, you've got to shoot multiple players in the back of the head. Like, it's
yeah, very close angle. It's very true.
And if you're the guy with the Berettas, okay, sure, but he did that with the USP, so extra respect on Stairs' name in that pistol. Now he's going to flex his advantage on the A4, kill Norbert nice and early. It's really Norbert and DWUSHKA, the driving force of HOTU's lead at the moment.
You know, we didn't get to really... Oh, nice shot. Really didn't get to see Astralis' T-side get tested on Cash. And that's where they've had some of just their most terrible games, really.
Nice work with the FAMUS Jabby. FAMUS Spitfire. Quite a rare treat to see one of those in the wild. And it keeps majority alive Astralis. So
4-round game.
Pistol plus conversion. 4-round game on the CT side of Nuke. I'm sure they've all been in worse positions than this.
HOOKSy selling jerseys back there.
yeah, he's damn, what's it called? Drop shipping on the side.
He's got a business, yeah.
No, it's all his fan mail.
Yeah, mine's in there.
Yeah, he never answers though. You know how many love letters I've sent this guy? Can't bog him down. Guns in the 3rd round of the T side here for HOTU. That jabby FAMUS peek has got them concerned about Secret, but there's no defender back there this time. They'll put up the straight wall of smokes and play 2 players in front of it. Just as the main smokes fade, Jabby into the action for the 1 and done. Nice shot from DWUSHKA onto HOOKSy, vent player toppled by Norbert. And those are the 2 stars of the show for HOTU coming together yet again. FOKUS able to slide into backside though, welcomes the challenge. Norbert closes that gap. Flash comes wide and he eats it. Norbert, blinded by his own teammate, gives FOKUS a little more time to live. But DWUSHKA keeps these shots clean. And as he goes to the lobby duel, he'll pick that up as well. Quad kill for DWUSHKA. What a recovery from him from map 1 to map 2.
They were in a spot to easily get all those trades after Gabby's first kill. That is just an example of individual skill on display for DWUSHKA and how much can change map to map, man. He was 0 and 8 back on Cash.
He had more kills in the last round of Nuke than all of Cash combined.
Thanks, B-Trams.
I don't believe that FOKUS sign actually lights up.
It doesn't look very...
You know, usually they're like neon lights, like Rops has one.
Maybe it takes Grand Slam money.
Multiple Grand Slam money. Well, that puts a wrench in the works.
That felt like a pretty big chance there for Astralis.
Yeah, especially now that they find themselves limited economically. Very low utility. Subpar guns. Ooh, a triple wall of smoke outside into garage. Really gonna have a head scratcher. FOKUS concerned people are gonna come walking in on him, but
it's kind of wild because
2 more smokes for the alternative wall.
There are just no smokes left over now for HOTU. I feel like this removes a lower take.
FAMUS offers up a good distraction for Jabby's SMG to slip the net. Norbert exits out through Squeaky, and constantly on this A site is Norbert, threatening them each step of the way, but HOOKSy's SMG from the top of HUT's going to make the difference this time.
With being able to drop nades, it's kind of hard to count them sometimes, like on certain maps, but Here on T side, they used, did they use 5 smokes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did 3 for the like kind of walk up into garage, and then 2 for the standard wall.
And so like at that point in the round, if you haven't gotten someone into the vent, like you can't really go lower, you know? Like there's just no way to get that plant safely, and that kind of reveals your plans. But they were just trying to bust down the doors upstairs really quickly, and this is a bounce back round for Astralis. Makes all their money back. With 3 alive, Ryu can pick up a better gun. I don't think they mind that much if Frontail saves this AK.
No, it's just a real chance for Astralis to rebound. Remember what they came in with, right? Pistols, SMGs, a FAMAS. So you leave with 3 AK-47s. It's not a bad day. Not a bad day at all. I like that Stair actually started shooting before he had a target. It really drew the attention of HOTU and sets up the unbreakable swing.
That is something he's very good at, eh? Pre-firing and just like he uses ammo. Like if it's through a smoke or whatever, just a sense.
Smart guy, that Stair.
There it is again.
Going for the taps, finding a smidge of damage. Ooh, nice control. Headshots on both of those. Not able to stop MOUZ, though, from getting into main, and that's going to cost Jabby his head. Stair looking to continue his reign of terror outside. He's almost got MOUZ dead. There we have it. DWUSHKA has picked up the gun, though, from that 1-kill A site. HOOKSy's able to hunt him down. Unexpectedly pops up off of the hut, and we are back to watching KDO in a potential save situation. Bomb is in T-spawn, so he'd have to go all the way back from where he came. He'll take the garage duel instead and just offers Astralis a chance at another.
And does FOKUS find an AK?
He's got an M4.
He's got an M4, but it could have been 4 guys with AKs on CT side.
FOKUS does not like playing Nuke. He's 2-13 and averages a 0.6 rating in the last 3 months. That's a pretty bad average.
Usually, you like maps that you're good at. Yeah, that's
like
true.
If that's the average, what's his worst map? I'm gonna go look, just to kick him while he's down. With love.
Nice guy.
Just with love.
Very nice guy that Connor's hunting down right now.
I think he's, you know, he's good at laughing at himself.
It's a great way to be.
Yeah, he's got a couple 0.4s in there.
Hate watching.
1.46 rating versus FOKUS, so he's on the uptrend. That was his most recent map of Nuke.
13-1.
Until today.
Well, it's not over.
For FOKUS, it is.
You can't laugh at your own joke like that.
I thought it was really funny. Ooh, Stair this time, empty-handed. KDO, who's been stuck in the saves, happy to get a duel early, but not allowed to cross for free. HOOKSy just keeps on clawing these back. FOKUS makes contact versus 2 players outer, so he's going to see this approach towards him. What do HOTU want to do now that they know they've been spotted in the process?
I do think waiting out the smoke is a good step 1. Well, they won't expect a second guy in here, but actually it doesn't matter.
Hello. Norbert from the top row. DWUSHKA from inside the A site. Yeah.
20-7, Norbert.
These guys are monsters. 20-7 Norbert, 21-7 DWUSHKA. 2 animals on the side of HOTU, trying to push them into victory lane on the second map of the series. And it's KDO who gets exposed on the cross, but he wins the duel regardless.
Looks a little messy from Astralis. They let a hot walkout take place, and they're doubled up in mini behind a smoke. Not really watching everything. We'll see that. it's time for Stare to come up. Gets a good peek, but KDO kills him again.
Nice nade.
Interesting spot here. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Norbert figures it out, and 4 versus 2 is where HOTU find themselves now with plenty of time to slow roll this one.
Not the nuke they thought they had figured out.
Astralis are looking like they'll have to dust themselves off and prepare for another Ancient outing. It's a map they just played HOTU on, another overtime loss. Gonna hope for their sake they can show improvements. HOOXi executed from the back end, and it's 5 map points on nuke for Norbert and co. And Norbert and DEUSCHKA are really just playing their own little mini game here, going back and forth for the top performing HOTU player. They've effectively left everybody else in their dust. 23-7, 21-7.
I mean, I'm not huge on how many peaks are just like individual here for Astralis. There's no flashover secret for them to peek from there. There's no Stare has died just solo in both of the last rounds. They're allowing lurks out, even though they're taking all these individual fights. So, yeah, we have to remember this is Astralis' map pick, but it's looking pretty dysfunctional. Because you're on T side, you're walking around outside. You're happy if CTs are going to give you 50-50 fights. That's what you're looking for. Not making great use of utility.
Norbert on the entry, catching you in the corner. Absolutely on the tear. 24th frag secured by Norbert, but he's also barely standing here. DEUSCHKA is going to take his place and try to surpass him in the dying moments of Astralis' nuke. Vent player gets stuffed, and at best now it's a tie for DEUSCHKA. 2 kills into the round, opens up the A site. HOOXi's 5-7 versus 3 gets popped. And so, world class out of Norbert and DEUSCHKA. Absolute beasts that Astralis simply can't keep up with. They will have to try and enact revenge on Ancient as the decider of the series, or HOTU eliminate Astralis.
It was uncharted territory between these two teams coming up against each other in Nuke, and I thought just how strong Astralis looked on Cash, how they were able to come back bouncing and have answers towards what was such an unprecedented playbook from HOTU. I was expecting a little bit more Maui. I'm not to say that they disappointed, but I was really thinking that Astralis in the second half, or when they got onto it, they were going to be able to deliver more.
I want to give first credit to HOTU, although it does raise concern for Astralis because Nuke started really escaping them as last season progressed. It was one of their, I'd say, home maps for the first couple months, but then as time went on, their T-side win rate began to really fall off. It was definitely part of the sort of disaster that befell them at Cologne, where they had one of the worst T-side win rates of any team, bar none, even including stage 1 teams. So that just doesn't seem like it's been alleviated, sadly. I think there are some good ideas in mid rounds for Astralis, but I guess it's just that they're not really as punchy as you would want. Like, one of the only rounds they won was just an A rush, for example. So you kind of want them to be able to bleed the clock out and have that classic Astralis feel for the map where they can make things happen.
Yeah, but it didn't even really necessarily feel like their CT side was super strong either. There was still just so much more coming out from HOTU there. And something that has been showing time and time again is how quick and how aggressive HOTU is. That was something that you really liked last time we saw them play. And so the fact that it just works wonders in breaking open Astralis and Nuke is like, okay, this is great. We get to see you guys turn up after winning literally 1 round on Cash.
I do like the aspect of HOTU where they had a variety of setups to kick off the rounds. Sometimes I think it was DEUSCHKA that would push towards Secret early on. I think MOUZ got aggressive outside as well. They still maintain an active defense with people going up and down the vents and just kind of making it not ever obvious. I think if HOTU played an extremely standard game where people would just be in the most default spots, Astralis' mid rounds would probably have worked out. But because you see HOTU decide to sometimes to gamble 2 at ramp, like put the op there, put the guy at an off angle, then they can just double up on those sort of contingency plans after the first pick goes their way.
Yeah, well, HOTU, that's what caught them, you know, Astralis off guard before when they played up against, and this time around they're bringing it to Nuke there. But someone who really showed up that wasn't really showing any presence on the server beforehand was DWUSHKA, right? One of the newer players. He was looking fantastic for them, and it's nice to see that it wasn't just a one-hit wonder that happened a couple days ago when we did see HOTU come up against Gamer Legion. He is going to show up again today. It just took a little bit more time than what we wanted.
DWUSHKA has definitely unlocked a new element for HOTU, especially on their defenses. The way that he is so mobile around the map, that he takes such a variety of fights and just sort of has an explosive nature in pockets, is it's really kind of changed the dynamic for this team. I'm glad that they decided to try to pick up this up-and-coming talent, because he was not on my radar. I don't really know or act like I know the tier 3 Eastern European scene, but if you're gonna find gems like this, it does feel at times like Eastern Europe produces these guys on trees, but I'm glad that they're able to find one that is really panning out for them, because it's just the dynamism that he brings.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go for a different analogy there, like a diamond in the rough or something like that, but you're like, no, there's so many of them, it's almost what is going to end up being the juiciest pair off of that tree, because there are many of pairs that you get to pick.
Exactly, and I like that they set him up or allow him to go for so many different plays. If he were just a you know, one trick, just playing the same spot over and over and over again, and he were successful at it, yeah, cool, that's what you get from a lot of young players. But the fact that he did swap his positions in mid-round, sometimes he along with a teammate go for a re-aggress together, those kind of aspects show that he's a little bit more seasoned than you get from some of those just face it demons, who the reason they climb in elo is a little bit more due to just having favorite spots that they truly excel in, only those.
I'm having a little bit of a giggle as well, because they brought up his map 1 stats, and I'm just like, you're just doing him dirty now. We know he didn't show up, but come on, guys, go on production.
He was, I mean, the thing is that, yes, he was poor on that cache, but in the previous matchup on cache, when they beat Astralis, he was an instrumental factor, his aggressive nature and how, like that's what, I mean, no, we have to look at it again, come on. Yeah, we get it. They anti-stratted him a little better this time, okay? But this on Nuke was, again, a display of how his aggression, his precision in mechanical engagements, all of that can go toe-to-toe, at least in an online match versus Astralis.
I mean, someone who was rivaling him, someone who was also really trying to show up was Norbit. I mean, this man shows up in interviews. He's always there to give us the content, and now he's showing up in the server as well. It's great to see just what he was able to bring for the team on Nuke too.
I can't get enough Norbert. I'm so glad that he has been such. It's kind of crazy that when watching HOTU, I think last season, before they got DWUSHKA especially, it was sort of him and MOUZ kind of battling it out for who's going to be the top fragger. And Norbert was definitely a specialist on a couple of maps, Overpass being one of them, so that's probably why he's going to taper off a bit as an individual, but you can still see that the experience speaks volumes in so many, especially as a situation plays out, especially in the mid-late round. I just feel like he's the most reliable player for this HOTU team. On top of that, I also think that when he's contested in early mid-round sort of engagements, he's been thriving. I think that was maybe the one detracting factor when he finally was benched from Virtus Pro, even after winning the major with them, was that early rounds, he sometimes just gets caught off. I don't see that. I just don't see that nearly as much for Norbert anymore. So I'm glad, like that sort of humbling has given you this second resurgence of Norbert, which is new and improved.
I feel like someone who also deserves a little bit of a shout out from HOTU, because we've been dropping a lot of players' names. We've been impressed with them time and time again. But someone that we didn't even really talk about the last time too much when they played was Frontails. I feel like he was another really like secret hidden piece as well for the side of HOTU and what they were able to do for the aggression.
Yeah, Frontails, I've heard Frontales. He's been, I'd say in this series, it's been a little bit more of the Duishka Norbert show, but in the prep that I had going into HOTU in their earlier matchup and this one, he definitely can help run some of the setups, just making sure that he's reliable. Actually, a surprising amount of clutch factor, but I haven't really seen that in this series yet or today. But hopefully in map 3 you get to see just another glimpse of this guy, because it's not like there aren't other oppers from Eastern Europe that are probably going to pop off the page a little harder than Frontalis, but I think he's just a necessary factor for this team that is probably a little bit more spearheaded by their riflers.
Yeah, well, things weren't working out on Cash for them, but things were looking significantly better on Nuke. That's how we end up in this position that we're treated to a map number 3. It's going to be Ancient just after this break. This series is not ending anytime soon because we have a map 3, we have Ancient Maui, and there's a lot more to go on for this map. You know, we had that one interaction between HOTU and Astralis previously for Cash. We hadn't seen them in recent times go up against each other in Nuke, but for Ancient, not only have they gone up against each other 3 days ago on this map, where we did see HOTU again win it in overtime, but they have both played it like against other opponents in Blast Bounty 2. So it seems like a map they're both significantly comfortable on. I would say the win rates aren't really that different either when you look at how many maps have been played.
No, you wouldn't really.
Sorry, how many times the map has been played.
Right. No, I don't think you would really glean too much off of that, because even though Astralis' win rate is worse, usually they're playing slightly higher opposition because they're at some of the tier 1 tournaments. So I'd call it a draw, but where it wasn't a draw was the last time they faced off against each other, where HOTU eked it out just like they did Cash. But we saw how the table turns when Astralis are able to download some of that information. They're able to figure out more about HOTU. And because HOTU have a couple sort of weird tendencies on this map that I don't think other tier 1 teams always go for, and they did catch Astralis off guard. The one in particular that I noticed when looking back at the footage was how MOUZ will frequently just kind of walk out middle through smokes. It's sort of a weird sort of gambly play, and I think if Astralis just keep their eyes trained on that position, then he's going to be in for a world of hurt. But I don't think there's. I think it's going to start on CT actually for HOTU.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused there. I was like, oh, did I just like miss the call to go into game? I'm like, this is it, Maui. This is that debut. We're a new casting duo. But yeah, that was the knifing, and HOTU is going to be starting on CT. So does that change a little bit in your mind where you feel like it's going to land by halftime, and who could potentially be eking out the win if it goes to overtime?
So what's concerning about how this game went last time around was that a lot of the CT side work was done by Kato, a guy we really haven't talked about for HOTU, and he was the highest rated player, and he's their B anchor. So that's I don't really know if he's going to be able to replicate that kind of stuff. Maybe you get a little bit more from some of the other guys, but I personally, I feel like this is Astralis favored because of that reason. If I see an in-game leader being the top fragger in a matchup, that's even more reason for me to believe that the team that barely lost is probably going to overcome that sort of deficit. Because you don't expect the IGLs to frag two times in a row. It just doesn't happen very often unless their name is Exertion, I guess.
Lightning only, what is it? Lightning never strikes the same place twice. Maybe it does this time around, but they couldn't find the magic work for them in the repeat of Cash, but maybe the repeat of Ancient is just what HOTU need.
It could be the solution, Nat. It could be. I think just on an individual level, playing like they did back on Nuke, the fact that you've got Norbert and Dushka putting up as they did, that bodes well moving into this next one at least. Our prediction market partner in Poly Market, prediction here still skewed Astralis' way, so it looks like the people believe the mostly Dane roster will still be able to pull this series off.
Provided the series is close, I'm always going to go for the team who lost in the rematch. Very few exceptions, you know, some like super teams, maybe not, but in this situation, I think Astralis learned a ton. I think they're the ones who have the longer conversations following that series. They wouldn't have known that this would be the matchup at that time when they played it. And seeing this map again, I mean, maybe the veto kind of works out. They had strong confidence they'd be able to do better on Cash. And they didn't technically win this one last time either, but they have a safety net at the end of the series, so maybe not too bad. I'm sure they're a little disappointed in exactly how poor they played Nuke, because it really didn't show us that good of a T side or CT side.
Right.
But that doesn't change the fact that they know they have the chops on Ancient.
HOTU opens up. Jabby follows suit. Man advantage momentarily earned here by the Astralis T-side attack. And it's an A site with an execute that was ready to go. Smoke on the CT lane.
Oh, we did see that.
They're right into it, no problem in terms of the bomb plant being contested. We'll stay on board with HOTU for a second. That's why. MOUZ, I love the just extra second of delay there. Now he's going to be able to link up with Frontails and try to get through on the donut retake. It's working well. They get Ryu dead. Jabby's got the answer, but now he finds himself alone versus a 1 HP MOUZ.
Got a kit, but no smoke. Would have loved that.
Oh, Kato steps into the duel first. Jabby's taking a ton of damage on the reload, and they've got this. Okay, HOTU, I see you. CT pistol retake happens. Love the redirection from the 1 health MOUZ all the way back around the bomb site.
He kind of just drained the mag right there. I didn't realize that that would be the play. Someone scaling up the left side of Donut while he's sort of taking shots. That was very tricky out of HOTU. And definitely relied on a couple of shots getting missed from Yabi, but this was a tough retake. And is it the 1 HP MOUZ on the stick to actually get that?
Yeah. Oh, he's the push.
Oh, he's the push, right.
1 HP headshot execution. MOUZ's getting chased down by the MAC-10, but he'll hold his ground. That was a nice distraction from the Red Room player to just send bullets through. You see it kind of disrupt the MAC-10 chase for a moment, and I think that helps MOUZ regain vision just slightly more. So there's been some really nice tethering between the HOTU pieces. I think that's another small example of it. In a round where they already have an advantage, now they go up 5v3. see Astralis try to get away with the bomb plant, but disrupted every step of the way. Can't even find free space nowadays. HOTU aren't giving anything over for free. All 5 members up. That is the most perfect conversion you could have asked for.
Absolutely perfect. That one.
And now you play with Deagles.
How much of a game plan goes into one HE grenade on T side?
Sometimes I think you just buy it out of habit. Where to go?
You reckon?
I tried to chuck it out to catch a jump out middle. I feel like I don't even tell my IGL I'm buying the frag grenade. I'm just gonna do it.
Still pretty selfless of you. Could be an AK one day.
Could be. But think of the damage.
It's only emotional so far.
I feel like you should only be allowed to buy the frag grenade if you only get a 5-7. But if you get a Desert Eagle and the frag grenade,
yeah,
that's a little greedy.
I'm saying that the HE grenade is one for the team.
It's one for the team.
You're not really doing that for yourself.
Unless you want to pad your damage stats, you know.
Said no one ever.
Look, he's winning the utility damage fight.
The Deagle's like, all right, I want my kill.
Yeah, the nade is, I'm not going to hit the headshot.
Not everyone should be pro.
Oh, they get to their gun round. It's a bit light on nades, funnily enough. And Norbert, a one and done as he tries to extend out through cave. You sign up for the fights against Jabby, you're going to pay the price. He gets MOUZ and Norbert this round, big scalps. And even though 2 of the 3 Astralis players are down by half health, we've got this exploration by Kato going aggressive through A main.
3 on the walk-up. Comes down to if they clear, and KDO is actually thinking about clearing it himself. That'll cost him his life. And there is just an op left over in the 1-on-3. I mean, I'm going to give this a 0% chance, Connor. Uh-oh.
0, huh?
We give it a 0% chance. They just use all their nades correctly. Oh, they're planning.
He's going to walk up.
Right out in the open.
Not wide enough. That's crazy.
My goodness.
What are you covering?
He's holding a more depressed angle for the bomb plant, and the only way that op could have got the kill. And now, oh my.
1v3.
There was no way.
Front tails. I mean, what's Jabby watching?
That was really silly.
That's bad.
All you have to do.
That's naughty.
I mean, if you're going to take the angle that's less deep, sure, you bait the op into the shot, but then you have to instant trade.
Yeah.
It's an op with nowhere to fall. I mean, that had to be close to a 0% chance on paper. An op and donut, 1v3.
You're always really good at that. You know, when Mohan calls a round over, it's usually over. I'm the caster curse. He is pretty rock solid.
You know, I say it tongue in cheek though, because it's like,
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but that one...
They found a way to do that.
I mean, that one... Wow. That's a gut-wrenching way for Astralis to throw a 3v1 advantage after Jabby puts in all this work out middle.
I mean, if you did nothing this round, besides just plant and cover this, which, by the way, they don't have to swing donut to even cover that plant, Front Tails doesn't even go for it, right?
Jabby knows.
That'll make it feel really silly.
Yeah. That's a head puncher. Would have been a nice early T-side round win for the Astralis squad. Instead, they're back to majority pistols, down 0-4. Get an M4 contact from Red Room. Player up close, gets covered off by Front Tails. He's going pistol out for the FOKUS duel. And he's almost got him. Norbert will come around and secure the kill with the bomb as well out middle. So this one really drying up fast for Astralis.
Yeah, you can have A and B, no problem. Ryu will end up dying as well. His Leroy Jenkins could be yabby dabby doo and then jumping through that smoke.
Do it.
Do people still know Leroy Jenkins?
I would hope so. I feel like PC gamers should. but it is outdated.
It's our history.
It's our history.
You know,
us, we, the people, the
Gamers.
the PC players. Even I, as a console kid who switched over to PC, went back and found out that lore, you know?
Yeah, like
feels
it
like a
finds you
rite of
eventually,
passage.
right?
Yeah, it's like when you discover Counter-Strike for the first time and you go back and you watch all the old tournaments. Like, Ninjas in Pajamas did what? And you get to bask in the glory of the history of our game.
Right.
But it's like the history of PC gaming is even greater than the history of Counter-Strike. So you better know Leroy.
Wow, what a turnaround there from Stair.
Even in the midst of all those flashbangs, rocks MOUZ's world. Frontails doesn't get vision on his counterpart. Fuzi's right there with his op. He's kept his hidden, so you could expect somebody to maybe step into it unexpectedly, but they disengage from that red room contact. There's actually a lot of space here for Astralis to take over mid with no resistance. What's the move by HOTU to try to reclaim elsewhere? We get this push into A main. We get Norbert spamming cave wallbangs, but
I mean, it is an active enough map, I think. Just because they have this lead on A main, plus the optimum very good spot, but what a shot at FOKUS.
Twice.
Oh, man, okay. He's angry from Nuke.
4v2 advantage. I think he's angry from that 1v3.
Yeah, that too, actually.
Says, if you won't cover me, I'll just kill everybody myself. Jabby dead, FOZY trades. That's 3 kills for the op of Astralis. And Dvushka out middle. Lets him know where he's coming in from. But missed chance here by Ryu. He's going to get chased down. Wins the duel, though. Fired his feet. Astralis find their first in the 6th round of play. And they do it thanks to their opper's triple kill sequence.
It was looking like the bloodshed was not going to end. But some good looks from some new operas. They had Max Core, obviously.
He had a rough
choose
day
FaZe
today.
to get eliminated, but
yeah, he did have a rough day today. But yesterday looked great.
Probably shouldn't have grabbed the matchup. That was the first one.
Yeah, he had a 0.59 rating versus FaZe today.
Damn.
But yesterday, you know, Counter-Strike.
They actually picked a matchup. Ooh,
it gives and it takes, and so does mid control as MOUZ walks down and FOZY goes from a 3K last round to nothing in this one.
In the game of who you would rather be. Frontail's got a line on cave where he basically doesn't have to move forever. And it's HOOKSy this time, not FOZY. Sensing an unbelievable free fire, my goodness. 2 flashes, both doing nothing at all.
Yeah, Frontails plays in front of it real close and personal with that op.
The lurk is happening, though.
Yeah, that works. Bomb is on the other side of the map, though, but Rio gets the 2 headshots. And does that draw everybody? Yes, and they're running. They're running to departure, but they do pause momentarily. Frontails doesn't totally buy it.
Oh, he could walk into the death.
Oh,
my
that's
goodness,
a
these
headshot.
shots, actually.
It's because they threw 2 flashbangs, right? So he knew somebody else was there. Ryu ends up finding a 3rd kill in this round alone. A 1-man army as he walks out onto the A site, damn near killing everybody. He gives Jabby a health advantage for this 1v1 and so much time. If Kato's going to get for this retake, I mean, Jabby could be anywhere by the time he arrives at this B site.
He's going to give himself one chance to peek, and then now, how are you going to find Jabby?
He repositions to the bomb itself. Jabby hears the stomp inbound, swings wide for the kill. Jabby with excellent shooting into the off of Frontails.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yep.
I mean,
insta-kill.
It's like you said with the double flash, he was totally ready for it. But Frontails has had a couple of untimely deaths now. That pre-fired FOZY in the previous round and this one.
It's a ballsy walkout from Ryu.
Yeah, but they had just lost.
Yep.
They had just lost a player, so.
Had to do something. Makes his move, and it pays off for Astralis. They'll secure a 2nd round. from a disadvantage, and look what it earns them. HOTU strapped for cash, triple pistol, aggressive looking start to the round for Astralis, and Norbert gives himself a smoke to play around, but the MAC-10 spray comes through.
It's all coming up Astralis right now.
Okay,
the
hold
bomb gets
on.
dropped, actually.
No way.
Full
they
vision
had,
for the CT side.
I thought they had everything they had, but
welcome to the
HOTU.
smoke on short. I mean, Ryu knows he's here, right?
It's one thing to know he's there. It's another thing to do something about it. The rotation around from Red Room.
I guess eventually he just gets this kill. Plays it kind of perfectly here.
Lets them take over CT spawn. Yep. Finds Frontails as the smoke fades. Still within the realm of possibility for Astralis.
There's nothing too risky.
It's a scout in the backdrop, low HP MOUZ. Ryu steps into it. The scout gets the job done, and it falls on Jabby 1 versus 2, and he didn't even get the plant off.
And there, he's actually, he might get spammed. It depends if he's probably going to plant defaults.
Clears out Cave first and foremost, but they gave him a lot of space to get away with this. Devushka decides not to go with the wall bang. He will take over Cave silently, has MOUZ come and join him, AK in hand. So 2 rifles from Cave.
I think you almost send them out one at a time in this position, because how would you expect the double up on Cave? I don't know.
Do you let MOUZ go first, low HP? Yes, they pause, wait long enough, and send him outwards. They've lost track of Jabby, stomping around in the site. A bit of attention towards this ramp. It banks on the swing, and Dvushka gets his a 3rd kill in the round. HOTU pulled that off, and it was looking like Astralis had everything they needed. But then there's just that sudden decision from HOTU to run the risk. They step up into the duels, and they will find a 6-2 CT lead.
Mid control is so key. It's a 4v5, but I mean, this also is just crazy. It's also this kill on a default, and when you have elbow, you can just peek this freely. Had a chance all the way to the very end. I mean, even the way they played this 2v1 was a slow second peek out of Dvushka. If Jabby just decided to tuck, it would have been a very winning 1v1 for him. Great timing on this smoke break. Astralis just making too many mistakes on T side straight up. And mistakes means that you had a chance, which is kind of the worst part.
Right.
Because we've seen the same pattern from them on Nuke.
And it sort of goes back to that uncertainty FaZe had in the interview about like why things aren't working. Again, if you have chances, but letting them all slip by, letting HOTU take this lead and another man advantage in the 9th round of the CT side. Utility comes over top, but Frontail's ready for the ramp contact. He'll get blinded in the process. Nice spam through from Norbert. Oh, keeps that output up, but the quick push from Ryu, that'll catch him off guard. Kato's position from inside of Cave, finds one with a nade out. While the other player's planting, Jabby sticks around towards Cave control. He's got another 1v1 incoming. There's 2 separate duels from both sides of Cave, and Astralis coming out on top only momentarily. Kato's trade back, opened a door for FaZe to reposition. He gets back off short. And you can see the CT uncertain as to where this last terrorist got off to. Bomb is planted for long side. FaZe doesn't show his hand.
He's got a peek long as well. Kato,
5-second defuse down to the last second. Oh, he got it.
Whoa. Wait, he got it?
FaZe comes in late, but it's a round win for HOTU.
Oh, no. Just a straight up miscalculation on a 5-second stick. I mean, the way Astralis are losing these rounds.
Let another one slip, why don't you?
Like, how many chances are you supposed to get, really? That's another clutch that could have been in the bag.
gut-wrenching round losses coming out of the Astralis squad, and they're running out of chances on the attack. Boost outside of the B site, something fresh for FaZe. Just had Frontails looking for the duel on ramp last round. This time they meet Kato with the rifle. He'll be the first casualty, but it's immense amounts of damage for Astralis to have to handle.
They've actually done such a good job of killing Kato in this game, who's put himself in good spots. They're getting 5v4s a lot. Those 5v4s haven't been very meaningful. They've shown they can actually lose any position.
Single A-site defender right now inside of Donut. It's all HOTU.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man. And remember all that early damage from the B site? Yeah. What's left of Astralis is barely standing. Even if you put a smoke up, you'd think a spam through could cost you. Sure enough, Frontails clips Jabby in the backdrop. FaZe, this is a 1v3 asked of him. As rounds are whittling away here, he'll attempt into the CT lane. He knows you're there. FaZe with the headshots. A single player left in MOUZ. He gets them all. FaZe with the smirk as he clutches a critical, much-needed round in a sea of missed opportunities. He doesn't let that one slide by.
And I almost want to call that one unlosable for HOTU, but it's so crispy out of FaZe. He had nowhere to strafe. I mean, mentally, Astralis needed this after the amount of rounds that have skated by. It's only a third for them here on T side, but it also puts HOTU in a very compromised spot.
This opens up a real opportunity to still finish with 5. Astralis back into the simple B execute, numbers strong, 5-7 in the smoke, gets denied. HOOKSy's able to catch that jump up. Last time it was Dvushka with the jump up from middle that caught bodies on the lane and cost Astralis the round. This time they just go through forcibly, find those 5-7s, and keep all 5 members up for the time being. They'll pause, watch smokes, make sure things don't get weird with only 2 players left for HOTU.
Damn, a 60 damage Deagle shot.
But Frontail's not giving it a chance to leave. Nice shot from Stair, a good close from Astralis, and a real chance now to make something happen at the very, very end of this T side. What was a 5-0 start for HOTU could still wind up being a 5-round half for Astralis.
Which I don't know if that makes you even more upset. Like, the only way that can wash away the salt now at this point is just winning the map, because, my goodness, they left a lot on the table here on T side.
Oh, yeah.
They're trying to make amends. Getting 5, be the best they can do, but again, you look at the money, and they set it up off that FaZe clutch. I want to channel the power of positivity right now.
Mr. Consistent. Stair hasn't had a tournament rated worse than 1.0 since IAM Chengdu 2025. Can he step it up to preserve the streak? Oh, now you're asking questions, B-Tramps.
Questions.
I thought you were a statement guy. But it's a valid question. I mean, Vitality did just miss their first playoffs since adding ROPS.
But they lost to the best team at the event.
Yeah, you beat Vitality. We're all shocked.
And you follow up the floor with G2 after their clone. I mean,
call me a fan. JT, the Elige Whisperer.
Looking like your everyday B-Exact now.
You know you're pressed up against this wall. That a part of the action. Jabby, only a one and done. Dvushka gets man advantage secured, but barely. Look at the health that's left of HOTU's B site.
Man, they have a flank on elbow and a lurk that could potentially die.
And they hear the drop. Oh, you catch the player in the background, also unprepared. Stair's gonna have to create space here for that bomb to move towards A. Barely any time left over, but Astralis get away with the plant. Norber trying to chase it down. Stair clears up those two B players. DWUSZCA is working with 5 points of health in a 1 versus 2. And FuZi's op hard on the line. Misses his chance. And so this 5 HP clutch starts to come together, but blindsided by Stair, who finds his impact in the very dying moments of this half. 3K in the last round, 2 in the prior. Only 6 kills for his T side. Astralis underway with their recovery.
Why life kind of generally annoys you?
Nothing makes me like annoyed or mad.
I don't feel like I'm annoyed by anyone, anything and anyone kinda in my life, so I would say there is nothing at all.
Yeah, I wish I could teleport, you know, so I don't have to travel all the places, you know. That would be nice to teleport, you know.
My mousepad, when someone is touching it with like, let's say, a glass of water or something, and even my cat is jumping on it, I don't like it.
Generally in life, what just annoys me is just people. I just hate people.
What makes me really grumpy and annoyed is when people are in the plane, they're behind you, they want to exit quicker than you, so they just push you.
Obviously people are in a hurry all the time in the airport, and then you just decide to stand in the middle of nowhere, looking at your phone, doing nothing, like that kind of stuff.
You will be out of the plane in 5 seconds more, but stop pushing everyone. Like everyone just stands up and are just so focused on getting out of the plane while they still have to wait anyway a bit. So it's not like they're gonna be those 10 seconds that's gonna make you win in life, so just chill, mate.
If I have like early flight like 6 AM or something, try to go to sleep, but you know, I have to wake up with 3 hours of sleep and the whole day feels like ruined because you have to wake up early and then yeah, you're like in the zombie mode the whole day pretty much.
Some of the most annoying is obviously losing your luggage.
I think more than I have fingers on my hand, to be honest. I think I have lost it so many times in my career.
Definitely had it been delayed like for media days and stuff, and then I didn't have like jerseys and stuff with me, so I have to use the same jersey for like 6 days, and it becomes pretty nasty in the end. So I would rather travel to a place that is too hot. I hate cold.
If it's a little bit colder, I usually don't mind it, but if it's plus extra wine, then oof, I don't like it.
I think the coldest location so far has been Sweden compared to Denmark. It's like pretty much the same, but that doesn't mean that I like it. So I stay inside. That's why I became good at playing video games.
It's pretty cold where I live already, so unless it's summer, then there's not that warm where I live, so I like to travel where it's warm weather.
So when it's too hot, when we've been, for example, to like Riyadh for EWC, like it's oven outside. It's like 45 degrees minimum. It's not possible to breathe or whatever. I've been to places at -10, -20, -25. That was not a pleasure to be there, but that was a bit easier if you have good clothing for that, so I would say that. Let's be honest, media days are really annoying.
I had several times that I went for 3 hours of media and then I was doing only things for maybe 20 minutes, you know. It's not like media is making me mad. I feel like this wasting of time is maybe taking me a little bit off the edge, you know, there.
It's normal, they have to ask basic questions, but it's always the same question. How do you feel about the game? Why did you win this map? Why do you feel like that's wrong? Why you won 4 events in a row? Blah, 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 blah. It's always the same question, so sometimes it's been a bit boring.
After you've done it like 50 times, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, we just do it again, you know, like cross your arms, take a photo, sure. Like, so yeah.
Doing media is like, come on, please, leave me alone. You know everything about me now. It's over.
We were worried there'd be no lifeline, but a small blip on the radar from Astralis at the end of that attack, a sequence of round wins that could lead you to believe they might still do this. They'll switch over to the CT side, but HOTU have been hot-handed, and the majority of their team contributing to this third map potential win. So let's see what happens with the 2-round difference. Now HOTU's T side under question. Opening gambit by FuZi towards A main. Signing up for the fight versus DWUSZCA. He disengages with nothing but a health advantage.
I mean, still getting these 5 rounds has got to be something positive. Oh, okay. Back to struggles. But it's a pretty fair-looking map. HOTU just holding on to elbow control for now. The CTs will win in mid, and that's not a small victory. This will open up some very good rotations over towards B. Some more good info. I don't know if this is just going to push them forward into the exec, but I kind of know they've given up a lot.
Battle of utility here, but HOTU falls back into the fire. Still, that smoke on ramp. They're going to wait down to the dying moments, or at least just let those cave players take first contact. But they're taking a ton of damage on the approach. Here we go, HOTU through, but MOUZ's head gets popped. Norbert's dead. Oh, clean shooting from the defense out of Astralis. They get that info with the FaZe climb up, so everybody's on high alert, and Astralis quickly cut that lead down to 1 round.
Really good round from FaZe in terms of his timings, and didn't even have to finish off any kills. Just knew that it was B, eventually got over there. That certainly made the difference. I thought that Astralis could, given up all those clutches and great looking rounds, and still can tie this game up and put themselves in a winning spot is pretty massive. It's looking to the future of this event for them, though. They gotta clean up those T sides. And it's really fundamental.
Right.
You know, it really has nothing to do with the maps. That 3v1 versus the op.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, you could see from the reactions of Jabby and FaZe, who were both left in that moment, like they were both beating themselves
like
up.
Professional players is like that. It's just crazy.
No one likes to feel like an idiot. But that's the kind of situation that you're crushed. See ya! MP9s make a ton of cash. It's the 2 criminals in FaZe and Jabby that go ahead and mop up. So game tied at 7 rounds all. I don't know why I called them criminals.
Yeah, I was wondering how.
It's because they were the 2 guys. They messed up in that plant attempt.
Yeah.
But as far as I know,
the donut crooks.
As far as I know, they are law-abiding citizens. So I take it back. And Astralis is going to call a timeout after the round win, just to make sure things are ironed out before this game gets back underway.
Really burning through them. Well, that kind of makes sense after that first half.
Yeah. It's fun, though, because obviously at Bounty, coaches are allowed to talk all the time, not just in the timeouts. You think that would help the teams that have world-class coaches? But HOTU wants a little extra second here, so you can have it, HOTU. So we anticipate HOTU's first gun round. The odds started, or the likelihood started with Astralis as the favorites. They hang on to that slight edge as we are tied up map 3.
Wild push. MP9 is actually making a massive amount of space. 3 MP9s and ooh, this is a disaster.
Could be recovered. Kato playing around the block. And I like that Jabby gets frisky, but look at this, player top red. Oh, almost catches stare off. He will. MOUZ rips it back around.
Oh, what's happened here?
Astralis have just unraveled out middle as Jabby thought he had mid control under wraps, and MOUZ from out of nowhere finds the multi-kill.
Look at the HP bars. Very low here for HOTU.
B-site's going to be found totally vacant. I can't believe he gets away with those 2 kills and still able to escape over towards elbow.
Find a nice launch point to get out of there. Oh, and just like that, it's like, can you even try the retake? I wonder if they just needed to double down the aggression instead of falling out of that, but maybe Jabby wasn't in a spot to close in on elbow as quickly. It was ultimately 3 MP9s for Astralis, and I think that's, you know, why we have players who are just low and not dead.
Fair. A little bonus round moment.
But they did let a situation go where I think it was HOTU who were scared.
Terrorists win.
This explains why the last one went to overtime.
It was a brave A main push that gets traded back instantly. This MOUZ turn, though, towards bottom middle. Oh, just enough. And yeah, that really is a battle of 2 weapons on uneven ground.
Now, maybe the rifle in that spot should just been wider.
Yeah.
You know?
But also AK bests the MP9. Jabby can't get the trade frag at that distance. And HOTU pull ahead off of it, but it was a bonus round for Astralis as they still had all those SMGs. So they will bounce back with real guns in this one, FUZI's op included. HOTU one step closer to victory.
Be nice if someone could break this open for him, but still will create a good opportunity. Oh my goodness, I didn't even see that. Excellent shot out of FUZI. And it had to be 2 spotted.
Excellent map now, slowly racking it up. He is 17-9. Leaps and bounds better than he was able to perform back on Nuke. Jabby slips out.
Gonna see these nades now. Might call in some support.
Trying to get back out of Temple off that teammate's flash.
Misses.
But the fire keeps him in there. FUZI picks up the angle, so they're not able to take that corner of the bomb site. HOTU instead left to just fall back through Donut.
You gotta believe in this retake, though, if you're Astralis. They've just dumped all their utility.
It's Ryu with the 1 kit. We'll keep an eye on that if it comes down to the wire, but it is a lot of players in position early.
They don't have a smoke either, just that molly.
Fire doesn't quite reach Norbert. Flash finds Frontails. That turns him from the engagement. Norbert's just looking to keep his head down. FUZI's his first victim and his only victim at that. HOOXi trades from the back of sight. Kato's drawing attention up into Donut, and it is a very good retake from Astralis. They'll stick that 10-second defuse to tie the game at 8. They got themselves collected on the perimeter of the site very quickly, and then everybody's coming through with conviction for Astralis.
I mean, you gotta believe they make that much progress that early in the retake, plus they get their kill. Like, you should be winning that, honestly, on CT side. And that shot is absolutely ridiculous out of FUZI. Saved enough on the previous to get another buy-in, HOTU.
Try to jump him. MOUZ with the double headshot. Rips through the utility. Finds CTs trying to take forward positions, and 5v3 for HOTU instantly this round. Twice now he's gotten multi-kills out of these early mid plays. Once was it sneaky. This time it's brave. Stopping the approach, though. HOOXi trying to avoid getting too locked in with what he knows to be an outnumbered position.
It is straight up info on 3 players.
MOUZ gets cleared out of Red Room. That opens the door for FUZI to rotate back over to try to help HOOXi as needed. And Jabby slots in bottom middle.
HOTU have to wait a long time before I feel like it makes sense to go here again, unless they just want to go right away.
Missed op shot. Jabby, however, drops the bomb. HOOXi picks up a headshot. Now it's man advantage Astralis. But a ton of damage stomached in the middle of all those duels means Dvushka is able to even it out, and Frontails catches that mid lurk. The climb up gets punished. FUZI sent back into a clutch. 65 HP V2.
He should just try to run the bomb down. He knows one's going to be super late here.
Trying to close that distance, but doesn't want to give away his position. Frontails off of the bomb plant. Oh, finds the headshot over the sight box, and we go HOTU to the lead, 9-8.
Man, it didn't feel like HOTU were going to win that round trying to go B. They had shown HOOXi 3 players outside of it, even though they had man advantage. The rotations were there. 2 more mistakes out of Astralis, the way they approached from mid. 1 player dead to a cave duel, 1-on-1 in the back of the site. Might be oversimplifying it, but I feel like getting into good positions is HOOXi's job. Converting winning positions is like more of his team's job in terms of their chemistry. Like, because that's when it just becomes so fundamental, you know, like don't make mistakes.
Fair way to frame it.
So you're finding all kinds of good starts.
It's the big Red Bull. With only 6 rounds left.
I went to overtime last time, actually.
Fair. That is totally fair. He's preparing for the time beyond regulation. Got angry. MOUZ is 18-7 since the A-site incident in round 4.
Okay. He was the one planting, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the one planting. Jabby was the one not covering. Brave move, HOTU. I thought he was going to get away with it, but Norbert senses the positioning and establishes a HOTU man advantage. T-side already in the lead. FaZe very much locked into cutout in middle, anticipating this elbow approach.
No reason to approach elbow, though. You're just kind of waiting until you, might have to trade a position like this. There it is.
Oh, man. He gives up the angle, it looks like.
You still reveal inside of middle. It kind of depends how HOTU want to play this, but that's, good info. They at least doubled up to retake mid control. And so they'll actually speed up towards B, which is looking correct.
Yeah, bomb possession's always been on the brink of this site, so just moving it forward. Stair goes wide with damage, but Norbert wins the duel, his second of the round. 11 HP, the difference here for HOTU's advantage, but bomb planted. FaZe trying to cross over quickly, back to the op. Oh, nice quick scope onto Norbert. Finishes the job, but Frontails wins the op battle from backside. And now Ryu on the other side of the map's got to run on over if he is going to even chance this retake attempt. HOTU losing bodies to that climb up from middle, but they still just move it in. And oh, he blindsides Frontails. There's time to win this, but he's got to go. It's going to be a Hail Mary sprint into the bomb site if he really thinks he can. And he's not. He tucks tail with that op instead, saves the sniper, and allows for HOTU to go up to double digits.
Just so easy to play time there. And HOTU earned that one, but it was again off of info. They sped up towards B after seeing the duel inside of mid, and yeah, MOUZ goes 1 for 1, a teammate dies, but that's sort of still just a checkmate maneuver.
Fast jump into the B site, simplifying this one. HOTU hoping to get away with it, but it's costly already. Now a 3v5. Norbert's SMG collects. There's damage done from pistols. Low health on everybody. And Jabby and Stair collect. You try to skip the protocols, rush the process, you pay the piper. It's Astralis back to a 1-round game.
Looked like some great counter util there. The flash has worked out very well versus that oncoming B attack. They wanted that one to be quick and easy. They ran right into a stack.
Yeah, what you want and what you get. Two different things in the face of this B site. Utility in the middle of that as Stair blows MOUZ out of the round. Tough pill to swallow if you're HOTU, but that was your decision. And look where it leaves them. Majority pistols back for the T side. We talked about how much Astralis missed in the first half. The chances that slipped by. Well, here's another one where they've got the advantage. Seize the moment, Astralis. They'll pick up man advantage to start off. Stair looking to tether off of the cave player. It's going to be HOTU to swing through. Trade out Stair as he is the victim of the Desert Eagle, but a comfortable position now over top of HOTU, so Astralis just start to peel back.
Very composed play there, not over swinging from Stair, but off the little HE nade. Going for another peek.
.24 HP left here for HOTU. Jabby not blinded by the flash, so he'll give the cover needed. Kato just looking to scoop up extra tools for the job. That's a hell of a headshot. He can run to the A site. It's a Hail Mary moment as Astralis comes sprinting over to try to interrupt him.
10 HP.
Yep. This would be a 24 health 2v4. Kato, it's going to have to be magical. With them already there, he hits the dink. If only it was an AK, not the Galil. Jabby will survive it, and Astralis tie this game up off of HOTU trying to rush that B site hit a couple of rounds ago. It has opened the door for a tied game once again.
I wonder if Norberts were getting that call. Obviously, doing it versus an anti-eco could have been a game closer. I think when you play all these drawn-out T rounds, you just want to take a break at some point. Throwing a fast one. Just didn't want to risk it when there were full guns.
Extra issue here for HOTU is it's left them on pistols losing this round. So you really presented Astralis a golden ticket to try to take this lead back.
It just feels like, though, Astralis, they only start playing well as soon as they start losing again. Then they catch up, then they kind of blow their position. It feels very mental. It's all up here, as we like to say.
It's all up here. Well, trying to leave it all out there. HOTU sprint out into the mid play. MOUZ dead first and foremost. He has gotten value out of these aggressive mid openings, but in a round where he has so little, no surprise to see him get mopped up. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. Again, Jabby and Stare just piecing together an easy A-hold in the face of an ill-equipped HOTU.
And that's the last one. Beauty of a round out of Stare. 3 on the hold, no bomb plant to worry about. And again, it's all up here. If you're Astralis in this spot, normally you'd be 11-10, CT side, all the money, an extra chance to lose. But just with some of the scar tissue in the series, you know, you're thinking, you're also thinking, you're worried about mistakes. But Norbert's got his own troubles. He is losing. He is on T side. And even though they have played some good rounds here on T side, it's never easy on each end. It feels kind of, I feel like in their mind, it feels kind of gambly to go for mid control. They haven't consistently won it. It can bring them a lot of success. I think no matter what he does mentally here, it's going to feel like a big risk. Could be the default towards taking cave control again, which has been one of their better rounds.
Ouch. Good nade damage to kick this off into elbow. They're trying to boost up to get vision on the jump, and they pay the price for it. It's not a casualty, but it's also not a comfortable start for HOTU now. Little jiggle in the cave. HOOXY sees what he has to, drops his smoke in response. That is 3 CT smokes burned by 1:20. Oh, Jabby though, deep push. Good turn, and he cleans up what the grenades got started. Great cover to the top of the ledge too. Astralis flexing it with the rifles. Frontail's on the recovery, gets the upgrade, but they're not going to anticipate an off-down ramp at all. Fuzi's got a lot of map control to his name. Norbert with a massive task, 1v4 to stave off Astralis' 12th. Not gonna happen. Astralis can sense these chances and do not want to let any more of them slip by. That was them taking control of the round on their terms from the very beginning with those smokes, the early frag grenade damage. It is 2 map and match points earned by Astralis.
I mean, take a look at the kills here. Gabby's on 25, Fuzi's on 21. Like Stairs actually had some really strong rounds. I mean, everywhere they're playing as well, extremely active positions. This is the round they were hoping for with the double HEs, to push down mid. Late mid control take from HOTU doesn't work out. And you could see that, like, that was really torturing Norbert to think about, what do we do next? That idea doesn't work. Last time out will be used. And this could be a curtain call for a team that has really impressed us at this event so far.
And a team that's been doing great in the online realms of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
You'd think this first
winning
stage...
way more than Astralis, that's for sure.
Yep.
And beating Astralis.
This first stage of Bounty would have boded real well for HOTU. And when you see them get dismantled on Cash at the start of the series, you think they wouldn't have had a fight, but they did bring it back to the brink of this decider.
But truly, you go back into this game, and Astralis should have won a long time ago if they can get to 12 now. So now all they got to do is actually close, and there's a first kill.
Yeah, it helps. Yet again, an opening move for Astralis out middle that nets man advantage. FaZe's just looking to lock down ramp. He'll hit his shot onto Kato. Mac-10's trying to close that gap. AK here for Ryu. Ready for the sight swing. Flash finds its targets. HOTU.CEST sets them up to try to close this. It's a MOUZ clutch demanded of him. And as he swaps out guns, they'll know exactly what he's up to. Sends a shot through the smoke, and Astralis earn a spot in the playoffs. Sure, a smashing affair back on Cash, but Nuke had you worried for this Danish core. An excellent recovery on an ancient game that, like you said, could have ended far sooner. Still, Astralis survive it and make top 8 at Bounty.
A top 8 for Astralis. It feels like they're back where they belong, Maui. And I mean, there might be doubters out there, but you were not one of them. You had full faith. You said Astralis should have the edge in Ancient, and they did. They're able to win the 2 maps on the run back that they had previously lost against HOTU.
It's just the law that keeps on proving self-evident. The rematch is going to favor the team that barely lost it. Astralis, though, I'm going to say, this was a pretty gritty map of CS. A lot of rounds came down to some pretty fine margins, close moments, but gosh, I mean, Yabby is stealing the show in this season so far. I can't believe every time this guy is tasked with a 50-50 fight, he's coming out on top, and he's even bailing out Astralis in numerous situations.
Yeah, it feels like if you put him in a 50-50, it's actually more like an 80-20 in his favor there. But I do have a couple of questions about the T side of both of these teams, where it felt like, sorry, FaZe just giving me a jump scare there, going straight for the camera. But yeah, the T side for both of these teams, like, why you felt it was weaker? Was that just a props to how strong their CT side, or why weren't they able to get a little bit more going?
So I always feel like Ancient kind of works in mysterious ways where one key piece of utility can sort of shift the balance to CT or T. I didn't really see any of the T teams take, other than, well, there were a couple moments for both teams, but it was mostly CT favored in mid. That's kind of the main point of emphasis, of course, for the map. And we even saw how desperate MOUZ and HOTU were to get into that action towards middle, that they took a totally blind risk on round 22 to just jump through, maybe 23 actually, where they just jumped through the elbow smoke with practically no setup. That was something I was really worried about, because they got away with it in that matchup for the other close qualifier that these teams played against each other. And that's what I said, like, you gotta be worried about their little tricks. Astralis definitely were. They kept their eyes completely trained. I think it was Yabby who was actually the beneficiary when they pressed him through that smoke. He just got 2 easy kills, and they just aren't gonna get caught by the same tricks twice. That's what Astralis proved today.
Is there any unsung hero on the side of Astralis? Because Yabby is someone that we have propped up, and rightly so. You know, he's looked fantastic across all the maps, even Nuke when they didn't end up winning their map pick there. But for Ancient specifically, is there another player that you loved what they were able to bring back for Astralis?
Stair had a lot of impactful moments, even though I don't think by the end of it his scoreline was that great. A lot of the future of Astralis really depends on him to be an impactful player. I don't know what kind of voodoo sorcery magic this guy produces, but his round swing is always ridiculously good, even though he doesn't always put up the most, I mean, I would say the highest quantity of frags, and that just kind of is a testament to the sort of soldier he's been for Astralis for years now, where he does the dirty jobs. He did them so well that he got the call-ups to all the star positions, and he's not necessarily going to put up 110 ADR or some donk type numbers, but in terms of impact, he needs to be that guy for them, and he frequently is.
I mean, you don't have to put up those numbers if you're still able to get those wins, if you're still able to look like a solid team there. And HOTU, for a while, they were looking strong on Ancient, unfortunately not able to close it out, so their run in Blast Bounty ends here. We can talk about them in a moment, because right now what's ready and waiting for us is, of course, the new coach of Astralis, someone who's making this magic work. Neo, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations. How proud are you of not only yourself, but the boys as well, to make it to Malta?
Thank you. I mean, I'm very proud. We just lost to these guys a couple of days ago, so it's really nice that we managed to learn on some of the mistakes that we've made in the past, and we won the game.
What
Neo,
sort of
Oh, you go.
You go, Maui. No, you go.
Okay. I wanted to say, online broadcasts. I mean, okay. So, Neo, I wanted to say that when you joined FaZe, I remember you were it was your first time really getting a big coaching gig. You sat back a little bit more, saw what needed to be changed, and then you were able to find ways to have your influence. How quickly with Astralis did you jump in and recognize or just leave your impressions with the teams, or leave your fingerprints on it?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's kind of a similar situation when you join the team with already full lineup. It's the same kind of thing. They have their own ways of playing the game. I think it takes time to understand a lot of it, and then you can jump in and have some more impact to it. I mean, I've been trying to study them as fast as possible as the season just started, and it's quite intense. Yeah, there's plenty of work for sure, but it's always been, and that's just part of the game.
Another question I have is then just how it is working with somebody like HOTU.CEST compared to Kerrigan. I mean, I know they're both Danish, but did the comparison stop there?
I would say so. Every IGL, every person is different to some degree. They work in different ways. Getting onto the same page with HOTU.CEST and trying to work on our workflow, everything takes time. But yeah, for sure, it's different personalities.
I do want to also, Neo, just quickly follow up. You're saying that you lost to HOTU just a couple of days ago. I want to know, you didn't know that you were going up against them until, what was it, like less than 24 hours ago? So then what was the prep that was specifically focused on HOTU so you didn't fall into their trap of Cash and Ancient again?
I think we expected that they felt confident after winning against us, so we knew most likely what it's going to be. So they seem to have a pretty tight schedule themselves, so we knew there's not many things that can change in their game, and we're still learning the map, talking about Cash for sure, obviously. So it's easier for us to implement new things on the fly, it's a work in progress. So not gonna lie, we got kind of scared that we're gonna play them again. It's uncomfortable enemies, but yeah, it is what it is.
I mean, I feel you don't have to be scared anymore. We'll see you guys in Malta, Neo. Congratulations, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I like it. There was a little bit of worry. They knew, it's most likely going to happen, but are we going to come out on top? Bro, 13-1 on Cash. You're able to close it out strongly on Ancient. You're not needing overtime either time on those two map runbacks. And I feel like now they're going to learn a lot from Nuke as well. So if anything, this is just overall massive growth for Astralis coming into, at minimum, a top 8 finish.
I don't think they would have wanted anything different to happen regarding the recent performance and how it then matriculated into them really winning here, where they actually are able to secure a spot on LAN. I feel like the stakes in this game in some ways can be seen as higher, so that's really nice for them. And I like that. I like Neo's responses. I like that he's the way he's just finding little bits of impact and how he kind of read the matchup as a whole.
Yeah, a lot of insight coming out from Neo, the coach of Astralis there. But we're going to get some more insight leaning into our next matchup. I got to speak to Exertion from MOUZ just before they came up against FOKUS. Exertion, I want to know how Cycron and Zipnix sort of influence your calling, or if they don't influence your calling at all.
It's a good question. Well, I mean, I would say my philosophy in CS even before I became an IGL is a lot based to my coach, Cycron. Of course, Zipnix helped me a lot when he joined, but I think he's more focused on the micro details, some small things. But my overall vision of CS is a lot down to Cycron, as I've known him for so long. He basically taught me how to play proper CS, I like to call it, and I think I add just my flashiness and my fast thinking in the game, but I would definitely say that Cycron has by far the highest impact on how I play and how I call as a player.
And how much has changed your approach bringing in new players? Do you feel like there has to be a different way in which you call, or things actually are feeling quite natural?
Well, I would say that since I took over the IGL role, I've always been very micromanaging if needed. I make sure everyone understands the strategy first so that they can also add their own flair to the round, I like to call it. But at the same time, if I feel like it's not done, I will also call for them. So having new players is difficult because basically every 1 or 2 weeks I've had to spend, I don't know, 5-6 hours with the player, if it was Brolan, JL, and now PR as well. And of course Selix, when we brought him in, to actually get them to understand the system. So I've been putting a lot of work. Definitely it's not easy. I think this time was a bit harder because it was the third time with PR that I have to go over the same things on the same positions with a different player. But I think he's doing a really good job at adapting to the system we have. So I would say that definitely it's a bit different now to call than when we had Brolan or JL, for example. But I think that it's a good thing to have a mix-up. It means that PR gives us something that the others didn't, probably.
I mean, your first showing as a team looked really great against Nuclear Tigers. So do you feel that you finally have the right balance of experience and young talent?
Oh, it's too early to say if we have the right balance, of course, but I think our team right now is operating the best it had in the last 7 months. I think beginning of 2026 was rough, which is why we decided to make the roster change as well. So we are feeling really good right now, how the team is, the vibe. I think we're all putting in a lot of hours in the game right now. So definitely it is showing off, but as you can see with other teams, there is definitely the early season rust, like Vitality losing or Falcons. I think Spirit almost lost to OG, so Furia lost yesterday. There is a lot of things going on. It was to be anticipated. Of course, I didn't expect all of these teams to lose already, but at the same time, you cannot never underestimate opponents online. These players we play with basically play online all the time, so you really need to be sharp and understand that it's a little bit of a different game, and hopefully we'll be ready to take on also FOKUS today.
Another big name organization looking to not get eliminated early here at the Bounty, presented by Polymarket, where the predictions have MOUZ as the favorite in this one. Understandably, again, big name going into this game, but FOKUS have looked sharp, and they're looking to eliminate every single one of their ex-teammates here, so you better be careful, because ZTR is at the helm of another promising project.
Definitely. I'm a big Banjo guy.
Yeah?
Banjo Academy League Banjo?
Name one Banjo player.
Damn it.
Yeah, gotcha.
Damn it, can you?
No.
Okay.
No, I can't actually.
Can anyone? Someone can.
My grandpa used to play the banjo, but that's because I'm from the sticks.
I feel like Banjo isn't. I wonder where... I'd love to know the etymology of his name, but either way...
Probably Kazooie.
Too young for that, I think.
Oh, oh my god. Yeah, I guess
Academy
maybe.
player.
Maybe. No, if you had an older brother, though.
Okay, yeah.
Right? You know what I'm thinking? It's
right.
the classic Counter-Strike player's tale. They all have older brothers, or else they don't play Counter-Strike to begin with.
That's right.
He remembers watching his brother play that old Banjo Kawatsis on the N60 Hoo-Ha. And, well, now here he is. Professional Counter-Strike player in the hopes of eliminating MOUZ. But I like MOUZ in their first outing.
MOUZ are a pretty serious-looking team.
I like PR MOUZ. I like the level of aggression that they started to tap into here. You know, in a way, it's kind of like... I find like a parallel at the moment between MOUZ and Liquid, where Nafly has been looking good because he's got all these aggressive players in the front that let him kind of do his thing. And that formula you could apply now to Spinks as well in MOUZ. He's very clearly... You know, given, I would hope, a little more of his lurky style that he used to get up into. That's how I picture this MOUZ formula working as time goes on.
It's a fast and explosive team, definitely. And yeah, PR, I mean, you reckon this would be a fun day for him, right?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think, I do think MOUZ win this. I don't think they get upset by FOKUS. I think that ZTR might put the pencil to the paper and on, you know, in a strategic way, maybe kind of test MOUZ here and there, but I think on an individual level, MOUZ are a confident squad at the moment.
ZTR is someone who's also grown so much over the years, his style, and had to bounce around on teams, absolutely, but has improved a ton. And I feel like we'll bring an exciting game plan to like a mismatch to playing a very strong team that they wouldn't normally see. But you can tell from exertion, like they're taking FOKUS very seriously. I think they take everything very seriously, to be honest.
Yep.
All the interviews from him, it's like there's no banter whatsoever. It's just Here's what we're working on. Here's what we're good at. Welcome to the team, PR.
I think anybody who kind of takes the reins over at MOUZ nowadays has a big chip on their shoulder. We're talking about a team that was in how many semifinals, grand finals, deep playoff runs. You know, there was a real accomplishment in that year. And obviously stuck in the shadows of Vitality at the time. It's like that MOUZ team in a different year could have actually been the team winning all the trophies. But you had that version of Vitality in front of you. It's a shame, however, for them that nowadays, very different looking MOUZ. You know, you get a Vitality that's tapering off. You get an open door where there's inconsistencies in the top teams like Falcons and Furia. This would be a great time for MOUZ to be in that conversation again, but obviously a lot of moving parts.
What's
and
interesting
they're not there yet.
It almost feels like this team could end up being like more popular than their last iterations, but also weaker in terms of like what players they have. Like and I agree, they shared a tournament window with Vitality. That's a curse.
Yes.
I mean, everyone's going to try to be as good as they can, as fast as they possibly can. And Falcons and Spirit and MOUZ and everyone was trying to do it, but Vitality were the king, so they took everything. But since they missed that window, it's not like they've made bad moves. I think, you know, it's weird. It's because we're both excited about these moves, but they also look like moves you have to be patient with. And you pretty much have to see PR become now like maybe a top 15 player for this year or something for like MOUZ to get some crazy results out of it.
Right.
And it's asking a lot from him. It's something you could definitely see in his future. Absolutely. PR has the capability from what we've seen. You never make him see like, you never see him make like a silly move. He's so good at multis. He's sharp mechanically, but also it's not like a Scream situation. You know, like he's got the brains behind it. He's got the composure as well. And you know what? Maybe they have the support structure, the perfect team in terms of Cyclone and ZipX.
That's what I'm thinking.
To bring it out of him.
To let him take it to the next level, because PR was just better than his teammates back on Gamer Legion. You got hard-hitting MOUZ players that can maybe give him a run for the #1 on this team. And like you said, the support staff at MOUZ, I believe in it.
Very good structure over there.
They brought PR home. So here we go. MOUZ versus FOKUS begins on Dust 2, and it'll begin with the catwalk contact for Mattheos. Good opening kill into the Berettas, but he never hits the ground. Zelex and Torzi are going to tap players out of this. Oh, quad kill for Zelex. Take a quick bow, buddy.
At first I was like, oh my goodness, he's already shooting. But then he instantly dies.
Shreds heads on the catwalk approach, and that's a 5 versus 4 for FOKUS that goes up in smoke.
Very clean round from Zelex. Well done. Ooh.
And you know, of all the bigger organizations, MOUZ actually one of the few that went for the bootcamp situation. Falcons went for it, didn't work. Vitality were all separate. Furia were divided. Oh, well, hey there. That's going to have you glued to your screen for the next 30 seconds, just in case Zershin does overstep, but he's already falling back to sight. But you gave him...
He'll be patient.
Yeah, you gave him a little tease. I mean, he's going to wait. He thinks maybe you're still there, at least until the lower player can jump up and confirm.
Zeter.
Zeter and Banjo.
Matthew, Zeter, Banjo, Jacob.
And Party.
Oh, they'd be horrified to hear that.
Yeah, they would. It's a pretty European bunch. Oh, try it again. Not gonna happen. Zershin and Torsi just... Oh, now I'm missing everybody.
Zershin and Torsi.
Zershin and Torsi go ahead and light it up. And obviously FOKUS had little hope of anything, so we'll see their AKs come out round 3. Quick and easy, that one.
Tough without the bomb plants. Potty comes into this. He's still only got a scout. And sometimes you look at a bonus round and you go, well, the other team is a better buy, but it's a bonus round, and here's not really the case. They both are on a bonus round and still have a stronger looking buy. Only coming through with 1 kit. Trying to be very careful about it.
PR with the firebomb in hand, sees the utility, delays an extra second, but that lets them out. Yeah, now it's a little awkward. He's not able to hold anybody back. Xerxin and Spinx are the 2 to catch kills, get this 4v3 advantage in the gun round. But the utility flies out of focus.
Smoke.
And now Potty swapping guns. Anticipating the boost. Xerxin's going to try to go back at this gap, but just slides off the head. Still gets the wallbang damage out at least. That sets them up nicely for a retake, but they're met by a fresh smoke.
I mean, you are going to run at this. They have a nade for it.
Pop it open. They don't. They actually send the nade into the car, so they're just going to try to go for window instead. Xerxin, quick trade. Potty low in sight, hoping Banjo can cover off. And he does some damage, but they'll still get onto that bomb with time. So it's costly for MOUZ, sure, but considering there was a fresh smoke and they didn't open it, it was pretty awkward to try to get them all through the window. They stick the landing and go up 3-0.
Yeah, that's a very close call. That was just a 1 bullet away from really locking that down, especially with the amount of time left over. Unfortunate loss there for Focus, but tough retake, especially after this happened, because you have like a lurk smoke on the outside of B, so PR is just really not anticipating something quick like that. Will it be the Torzy takeover? Tornado.
Yeah, sometimes you forget about his ability to dominate a map, but he'll remind you. Obviously, when Xerxin took the reins,
we used to argue about whether it'd be him or Monacy.
Yeah,
as the best player to come out of the Academy League. It's much like a Device and Simple situation, though. He was the best opera on the best team, but Monacy was just clearly like a next generation talent.
PR not a frequenter of the Dust 2. Not in the Gamer Legion jersey. For all we know, he loves this map and finally gets to play it.
You'd think a guy like him would like this map.
You'd think.
Yeah. Mr. Multi-kill.
There's that smoke from the A site. Pops in the door as Spinx just tucks into the corner. And they're going to drop a body down to the CT spawn. Good flashbangs here to interrupt. Or actually, T-flash in the middle of that, so made awkward. Ready for the long duel. Oh, that's Spinx to help out from mid at least. 2 versus 2 we go. Bomb scooped up off of the ramp. Banjo to try and just wait for this walk-up. They obviously know Spinx is on the approach, but now they don't know how close he is because they lost vision with that flash. Cat player announces himself with the incendiary and looks to test the waters here. They don't have a smoke. They're down to the last flash. PR chucks that out to just allow for Spinx to try to get closer in this retake.
It's so slow.
Spinx is taking his sweet time with this. Bomb's past the halfway point. Banjo still just gun in hand, ready for the contact, and both go down. Focus will find their first round win, 4 rounds into play, overwhelming an A-site that was really banking on Xerxin going big.
Totally, and he really did do a great job there on the ramp, but they got 2 players into CT spawn, and 1 missed the drop. And that's the great part about the mid-B smoke when you're execing A. It just opens up like a very overwhelming attack with slow rotations, which is what they got out of it. CTR does like his set moves.
MOUZ, one of the few $60,000 bounties still floating around at the event. That'd be a big claim for FOKUS if they can actually happen to upset tonight.
A third one in 2 days. That'd be too much for my heart.
You mean a fourth one?
Is it?
Vitality, Falcons, and Furia.
Oh, yeah. Furia.
How the mighty have fallen all week long.
Well, that is the opponent of the event, so that's actually pretty great.
Torsi gets into the angle at the right time, but it's a great shot from Mateos. A second as well, in fact. Xerxin just
might actually be decent.
Yeah, trying to keep himself tucked in. He lets the first one cross, back turn to him. Oh, it's a little bit labored. He still has a chance.
Still alive.
Shouldn't have been, but a little extra left on that attempt. ZTR doesn't take much damage whatsoever, and so he'll get that bomb plant down. Ooh, that could have been real sketchy. Imagine if Xerxin had a better gun.
Yeah, any other gun. Another step away from this. That was a great shot in. Mateos there on long and right on the upper. How many red teams we got? FaZe Clan, MOUZ, FOKUS.
Red logos?
Yeah.
Left in the event? FaZe, Astralis, FOKUS, MOUZ, 3D Max, 100 Thieves.
Man, there's so many.
Yeah, it's that extra half second. Because it doesn't, not only you take a little too long on the first kill, but that's what allows the ramp player to just jump into the cover. You don't even get to go for body shots. Double M4 setup here for MOUZ thanks to the save. USPs around it. Xerxin coming in with a couple pieces of utility. Let's see if PR or Spinks can really be the hero. Trying to pounce on ZTR while he uses his nades, and sure enough, they catch him. Spinks has got his M4 positioned on the door. This is starting to go south for FOKUS. 5v3 earned by MOUZ. Mateos answers as he tries to climb up and over. This car tuck-in could catch him off guard.
Oh, man.
Nice headshot, sure. Banjo collects. Xerxin's gone unnoticed.
It's free for him. Oh, he just got to take the shot.
Oh,
I think
man.
He's been cleared, maybe.
Bomb player is underneath the window, and as he goes for the tap, he gets executed. Great kill from Xerxin, and PR's M4 comes through. They actually pull it off with only 2 rifles.
Man, I feel like he thought he got spotted and then got really nervous, but they had no idea that he was there.
It's when the plat player turned and looked towards him. I feel like that's those moments where usually you pop up on the radar. And then obviously, even if you are just like a sliver on the screen, people notice on the radar, but no. He goes unchecked, pops up with the headshot. And MOUZ with a robbery go up 4-2. Humble beginnings. 8 of the 10 players in the server came up through Academy teams.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Only Spinks and Mateos.
I think the loss of the We Play Academy League really is one of the great tragedies.
Oh, definitely.
Of Counter-Strike.
Just look at the top 10.
You know, it kind of feels like that pipeline changes over time. Once, you know, it's like the FPL circuit was that thing once upon a time.
True.
And then we transition into actual full-fledged Academy rosters.
And to be fair, we still have some of those that are actually still yielding talent.
Yep.
Just not the league itself.
Yeah, exactly. Scary, though, with the loss of sticker revenue. Already seeing Academy teams close their doors. Not that the grinders will stop grinding. Xertion slides back into the ramp play. 5v3 earned in this one as MOUZ look to topple the cash that's left in FOKUS' hands. You do get a player out B site. Jocab trying to jump around here and go unnoticed. Ah, but he stomps.
Yes, he does.
That's going to cost you. Oops. Hell of a mistake to make, as now the op falls back on 50 health versus 5. You'll be lucky if you get to save this FOKUS. MOUZ have blood in the water, collecting round 7 for the 5-2 lead.
Can't really make a bad footstep when you're playing against a team like MOUZ.
No, you can't. Or if you do, you see the price you pay.
MOUZ's team in the place in the top 10 is always being able to punish even great teams.
Right.
While not being able to match up one-to-one with superstars. That's sort of their brand. And so always very good at punching down. FOKUS will have to be perfect and then some. Steal this one away. Taking some time to think.
As the greatest thinkers do. Take your sweet time, ZTR.
Bomb stopped.
Yep, clean control out of Spinks. Whittling away at unarmored Glocks. All in a day's work. Really just making the most of this distance between him and his opponents. The M4, obviously. Gonna mow down 4 players. Spinks on for an anti-eco ace. Yes, sir. All 5 for Spinks. Run it, Red Bull. MOUZ up 6-2.
And run it.
I said, run it, Red Bull.
There we go.
Yes, sir. Ah, I love getting unarmored Glock kills. There we go, Spinks. Quick little padding of the stats.
See, if using an M4A4, you wouldn't have had to fall back or reload.
Yeah, but it would have been as satisfying. Guns back out for FOKUS, and they'll send ZTR down middle. This is Torji floating around solo on the catwalk. Doesn't want to be that victim that gets jumped on, and you can kind of feel the rumblings of their approach. So he peels back to long instead.
Yeah, looks like MOUZ are just tending to any early mid-B potential, and then
bye-bye.
That's a little too free.
Mid walkout though, good catch Spinks. Ooh, gives himself a flash deploy, threatens that he's gonna swing that corner, but knows better now.
Doesn't know what he's avoided.
You know, Torji catching the long kills, freed up to try and help unless they smoke CT, which I believe they just did.
And we got Xertion playing Goose, so could actually, oh well,
there we go.
This push.
Yeah, that
always so active.
45-second timing, goes for it, collects his ZTR. Will be recovered back by the op out middle. Spinks in an awkward duel is gonna lose his head. And so PR is gonna give a chance to shine in a moment, as he is still yet to pop up from that platform back B site. Tunnel smoke, there's the climb up.
You can take that peek anytime.
CT player offers a distraction. PR,
nice
loses
shot.
his head. Jocab collects it. And now Torzy is going to be tacked into the 1v2. This is a tough one for him if he actually wants to take the chance, but he swaps over to the AK at least. That could definitely help. JoeCab close left.
Might be able to steal a peek here. Really depends if Potty's going to be holding, and he actually is.
Torzy looking for utility first, but this door angle being held. Torzy's position confirmed. He's got the frag to bounce off the backboard. Whittles down Potty somewhat. JoeCab still along the close wall, and Torzy keeps on threatening, but they're ready to hold him off. Focus will nab a third round win on this T side, just slowly but surely slicing their way through middle to that B site, and PR actually comes up with nothing.
He does. He's just kind of sitting there, wasn't testing any of the smokes. I mean, it was also a great shot on him from JoeCab. He was in that boost up position, which was fairly vulnerable, but look how instant that is. It's first bullet, so that's usually what PR does to people. I think Zelix could have been more of a problem on the flank. Got the kill, took the extra peek. I think he kind of felt like, oh, we've got this round in the bag.
Right.
But it's rare that Spinks doesn't grab his.
Yeah, you could really tell there was that all-in moment where Focus kind of swing into Spinks together. Made awkward for him. He'll take over lower tunnels this round. He's got 3 players walking down behind him, and that certainly helps. Torzy getting a freebie. JoeCab dealt with from lower, and Spinks has already got the exit route he thought. However, another player from top Xbox just turns this back to the 3v3 instead. Focus in a 3v5 recovery. Losing mid control, but taking over the B site. Bombs in tow, and this is looking like a MOUZ retake queued up in a moment.
Very awkward without a smoke. And the T's will have one for a door cross.
Nice pause button here by Focus.
Yeah.
They just let MOUZ make the mistake. They'll interrupt the first bomb plant, but peel back. Focus, 3v5, folks.
Was a very nice pause. I mean, they might have been frantic if they had just thought, okay, well, now we're winning again, like, let's get this done, but they really didn't have to move. ZTR was very comfortable on the site, had door guarded, had a smoke there on the cross. Not giving up these post-plant positions.
Terrorists win.
That's that first pick off, then Spinks blindsides Mateos up right here.
And I think he had a fresh door smoke for a second to run through, but it expired by the time he got there, and they were over top of him on Cat.
It's going to give MOUZ something to think about. The funds remain high here for the CTs. So definitely a real chance to deny Focus a tied half, sure. But taking the extra time, try and stave off this attack. It's always commendable when you see a team with less experience, led by a guy like ZTR, to hit that pause button in the middle of the round. You know, just never panic. You don't want to see panic, because panic is what will make sure that 3v5s can't come together. So, keeps them on the same page. They steal back an unlikely round win and put MOUZ on notice.
Just going through the motions and trying to brave bait out and overreactive CT side, but MOUZ are holding on to the grenades quite well. think this is the round that MOUZ have been kind of waiting for. Anything, you know, that isn't actually a mid B because they've been trying to use Goose to their advantage. Torres got long on lockdown.
Ouch. Little distraction from the nade, and csgo activates within that moment. Oh, but the recovery's good again from Focus. Ready for those next duels. ZTR getting whittled down by Spinks, taking him out at the legs. Yokab out middle. Doesn't go for the instant trade, but is just going to look to blindside the MOUZ players as they look to be concerned about the door and not this corner. Sure enough, he waits that extra second, and it's worth it. Really takes it out from underneath MOUZ and closes that gap to just 1 round. A real chance for Focus to tie this up.
And it was the setup that MOUZ were hoping for to deal with that cat play. That CT's in position, but they didn't pressure them right when they were on the bricks. They didn't get any pre-nade damage while they were setting up on cat. And once you've let them cross, well, it's not so easy anymore. Also, they had Torzy on long. You know, he's very calcified into his spot. Can't really move from there when he's got the up on long doors. He's on the right side of it as well. And there was no lurk coming that direction, so that kind of just rendered him useless.
Catch the cross. Ooh, doesn't pull the trigger, just counts the numbers. Pick getter. Torji 5-1 in opening duels this map. Half of his kills. First blood. Ooh, careful
with that flash.
Yeah, that kind of catches Spinks off guard, but he turns back quick enough and has Xerxan to work with. Here comes the Opper, tiptoeing in.
Nice shot.
Potty hits the headshot. Man advantage taken back. We're even at the 3v3. csgo to test the waters with another long push. This time with an MP9 though, that is awkward.
They're kind of keeping an eye on it. But if he wants to stay there, it might actually work out.
Does the op come all the way back? Oh, they right off the threat. csgo just going to tuck in here, make them come to him if they want to clear that flank. They could also just avoid him, go and slam themselves against this A site for an attempt to tie in the half. And Torji will be sat here waiting for his moment. Molotov announces the intention. He drops the first one. Yokab, 35 seconds, flies into the CT spawn. That's going to have Torji on the chase. Yeah, they've got him stuck in this corner now. It's going to be real tough to fight his way out of this. They know exactly where he is. Sure enough, blindside and pinch from both directions. MOUZ not only maintaining their lead, but extending it to a 7-5 CT side.
It doesn't really get much better than this. That's the other problem. If you somehow don't win this round, you think, well, I mean, are you going to get better chances than this one to try and do anything later on? Probably not. Nico's deep on the site. Actually, again, probably should be dead already. He's going to get the 1 kill there. Good little double for Bieri, and might as well have been a triple there. And Bonacy is in a lot of trouble. He no-scopes one of them. He keeps going. 10 seconds. He fakes the bomb, spins around, takes down Woody, and now he's on the hunt, running up close and personal. Oh, what a flick! He doesn't have the time for the
Surely.
No, he
Just
can't
give
do
it
it,
to
I
him.
think. Oh!
Yes!
How is that possible? What an absolutely godlike sequence from Bonacy. He doesn't have to move so much. Now, there is a Molotov on Turtle. He's going to throw it. It's not deep enough. Monacy still could have the shot. Oh, and there it is. One of the best clutches we've seen in a long, long time.
That is something special.
The Flames and DENDELE. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just DENDELE left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! DENDELE! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
And Nitro slots into the corner on Arch. Simple catches OC immediately. And Electronic also shines. Nitro, it's a good chance. Oh, and he gets 3 on Arch. Oh, he gets them all. But what about that flash from SDY? How about this hold from Perfecto? Incendiary to the right. Sumda Young turns his attention. Oh, all 3.
Some die young, and some die again and again and again.
Lamef, gotta be careful. Walks into the shot.
It's just Brokey tucked into the vent behind the smoke.
Yeah, Brokey. He's wondering what's going on inside of the smoke. He's going to find one. Nope. Finds a second. Absolutely not. He's already done this so many times, and now he's looking for an ace clutch instead. It should be impossible, but we said that many, many times already. Goes straight for the bomb plant. They open the door in front. Oh, gotta be careful. He gets one more. Surely not. On the other side, Clave is ready and waiting. Brokey, oh, he's toying with it. Oh my God, Brokey! You must be kidding me!
And JKS goes down for essentially free. 3 CTs meant to work this forward. Utilities off of the mark. Can Hunter sell this? Can Nico clutch it? Will he be needed? Because that Tech-9 drops, and here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead, and Nico's gonna keep it back and forth.
Tuck him in, son. Relatively straightforward. Electronic with the opening kill over the top of the smoke. OG falling back. That's precise, and he gets another over the top.
God damn.
Filthy. Absolutely filthy.
Let's go, Nasty.
MOUZ with 9 of the opening kills throughout that half, 7 of the round wins, and most of that coming by way of Torzi, the op, opening house more often than not. Unfortunately for MOUZ, there was also a couple of missed opportunities, so good on Focus to fight back in that 3v5, open the door to at least close the gap, but it'll be now MOUZ's T side, and we have seen MOUZ already in this event switch sides and never lose a round from that point on, so let's see what their attack has in store for us.
Yeah, very reliable. Could easily be the best T side so far today.
Teos, quick headshot. Oh, it gets both the Berettas to dive in.
But it's retake over here on B.
Yeah, MOUZ just kind of avoid the problem of lower tunnels, sprint into the bomb site instead. They'll say, thank you, we'll plant. And they'll look to stave off the Focus pistol retake. This is a retake that has no flashbangs, no kit. So they're just going to be banking on headshots in a moment.
Ooh, the molly.
Yeah,
I wanted to throw that out now.
Big piece of util to have, but the thing is now they're in front of the stairs, so he'll drop it on tunnels. They'll try to duel out middle. They'll find a big open portion of the map, and Banjo throws caution to the wind. Already ahead of the utility. It was kind of awkwardly placed. CT's looking for frags, but they are too elusive. Yocap back to the mid-wrap, comes in a bit too late to ever consider the defuse, and so MOUZ are going to have that bomb pop, take an 8th round win, and secure the T-side pistol.
Kind of shows how they're always playing so well. Even though Xertion's getting pushed back and the molly could have got it out on the stairs, and the CT start to run through it, they're ready to push window at the same time when he falls back.
Right.
So they get something where they lose something else. Sign of a good team. That's a hefty tag on Xertion.
Make do with what you've got. Scout MP9 FOMUS.
Wonder if PR would like T-side more than playing B. That is like the least interesting spot that he could be in, huh?
It is. Kind of relegated to something pretty boring. And when the chances to shine came his way, did not deliver. PR's not used to being the lowest rated player on the team.
Or Dust too.
Down to 45 seconds, MOUZ collect themselves on catwalk. Looking to go numbers strong into this A play, but they're met by ZTR's smoke. He drops that at 40 seconds and presses in next to it. They have a frag grenade to pop it open if they want, but they'll just throw flashes and trust that to work. Oh, it's costly.
Ooh,
ZTR
nice
doubles
shot.
his kills right then and there. But it is still an opening for MOUZ thanks to Zelex. They'll find this A site vacant after those 2 kills come their way. A smoke grenade to guarantee the plant just in case things get crazy. But it's a long road for Focus as they all go long.
Playing it kind of safe here, but they're, right, it's not going to be a cat retake. That was in a very solid spot. They're going to hold all the CT information for so long. When the smoke comes up, they can reorganize themselves towards long.
Flash announces the intention. Zelex, 4 kills. Another quad kill for Zelex in this map alone. And that's a great recovery for a MOUZ that were nearly stuffed by a 5-7 alone.
Mm-hmm. That second shot was killer. Great score so far this game.
TechPaw's got to fix your hair real quick.
ZTR came out as a Swedish IGL when you look back at the old school Swedish IGLs and it was just like, we didn't really have like a name for the style. It was just defaulting basically.
Okay. Yeah.
And so he didn't really have anyone to like copy.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
not regionally.
It's like you couldn't copy old Fnatic because how do you do that? You need the players.
Yep.
Couldn't really copy NIP because that wasn't really, no one even really knew who the IGL was back then.
Yep.
So put in a position where he had to kind of carve out his own lane. But since then, there's been some more. A lot of Swedish IGLs.
Also one of those players that's been passed around regions, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of explored the world in search of his identity. Came back to Europe. And now tries to lead for Focus. Sorry, Banjo, you just don't have the tools for the job, now do you? Staving off any wild moments here. PR slowly leaning back. This guy is kind of, I mean, he's gone from having to play plat on B to now just, oh yeah, hold the long push, would you? Pretty freaking boring map for PR, but
I guess you got to climb the ladder. You just start playing
yeah.
Dust 2.
I guess also, yeah, that's the thing, right? I was just about to bring that up. Like we just mentioned, he'd never played it on Gamer Legion, so don't you dare.
Whoa.
Mateos.
Wait, it's a 10-second.
It's a 10-second defuse. Torchy's going to run in. He's got time to stop it for sure. All's good. Yeah. I mean,
you really thought
it should not even have been close, but hey.
I think you could get from Mirage to Dust 2 in 10 seconds.
Settle down now. If you had a kit.
Yeah, if you had a kit.
We'd have problems. But they had nothing to work with that round, so even with hands on the bomb. You know, it's the same number every time. You'd think you'd be able to punch it in 5 seconds every time, but that's not how the game works. If you didn't know.
But you have to do the cable, then put the numbers in, right?
I suppose that's true.
Frickin' $400 pair of scissors. Everyone wants a piece.
Oh, caught in between the scopes. Potty just loses to a Galil. That's not even an AK tearing your head off. It is a Galil to blow your opper out of the round and to give MOUZ a real chance at, again, a clean sweep of a T side.
This one really will destroy the economy here for Focus.
It's not the first time, again. Just want to mention that. MOUZ have switched to T sides and gone flawless at the Bounty. Looking to do it again. And sharing the responsibility as all pieces find their impact. Even PR. Over the Xbox, Zelex is he thinking about walking out middle? That smoke on CT is halfway gone. They've got plenty to replace it. But as Spinks leaves tunnels, it's actually focused to push into upper tunnels at the same time.
They'll have to pull one back. I mean, they think this looks like a fake, essentially. They're not going through spawn, so they are nervous about this, but this just ends up not working out that well. I mean, it can be a flank on mid, but...
Good first kill. Mateos disengages, keeps half his health up. CTs are going to try to scramble for some kind of a mid-hold, but by the time they get there, all of MOUZ are now inside of the bomb site. So it's a man advantage and a retake inbound. Did that smoke go too deep through doors? No, it's all right. Spinks just dumping the utility in anticipation of the retake. Opens the smoke accidentally and then jumps over. Fresh smoke for the doors. Gonna make this one a little more difficult for Focus. They go through the window and find Spinks uncovered. Zellex wrapping around, gets a 2K. Oh, and then Torzi holds off on the tunnels play. It's gonna be another moment here for Zellex if he can just find Yocab over the top. Goes Yocab, no kit. 10-second defuse needed, so be it. Focus play it down to the final moments, but they will find a 6th round win.
I was ready to feel bad for them with the way that retake started off, so very nice catch here from Yocab. Makes it a 4-round game. I guess it's kind of a tough situation to read when you see the lurk smoke, but then you don't see anyone in tunnels. Everyone's walking out mid-B. Like, that's a very unlikely situation. So they wanted to believe that it was maybe going to be an A play. Probably would have been better off just having Banjo come back through tunnels with the amount of time it took to go for the flank in the first place. But they still grab it in the end, and it's actually Focus who have maintained all their timeouts. MOUZ will use another.
So it's not the flawless T side from MOUZ, but it's still a daunting task for Focus. MOUZ had a lot of real estate taking over that B bomb site with very little resistance. And when Mateos doubles back and goes for that climb up, there's a world he doesn't get that kill.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
And then it's just, you're looking like a bunch of chumps ultimately in the round. So scary place for Focus to be, but they hang on. And chip away at that MOUZ lead. Instant lower tunnel takeover. 4 players for MOUZ in upper tunnels. That's a CT nade.
Man, it's like perfect on him. Hits the windowsill.
Yeah, but now they'll never expect us to have pushed top mid into our own grenade.
I think Exertion's warning them about this mid push right now, so.
It's also Exertion about to get a duel. Okay.
Oh, he was setting up his own smoke.
Op misses its chance at extending man advantage. Flash finds its target. Mateos goes into his duel, and it's a great trade from Zellex. They deal with the player top middle on the fallback, but Zellex tries to get away with 1 extra, and Banjo's going to hear this stomp coming over. They are not ready for this corner. They're flushed into the M4, and Focus come out majority alive. Great interruption of MOUZ's approach.
Yeah, it's a real bullet dodged after the start with the push-up cat, but ends up working out very well. And I mean, I think Xertion just thought at some point no one's actually going to be pushing through mid. It's kind of unlucky timing. He literally just switched to his smoke. But this play is just good positioning. Sometimes you see someone on the left side of tunnels are playing Hummer and they, you know, your CTs don't have mid control. Well, there they had full mid control.
It's so annoying. Yeah.
I think you're also, if the Opper's just aiming at you, your teammates can start to walk up cat. Not that they're a real threat this round.
Torzi at least survives the op shot. He'll have a chance to make that deagle happen. PR gets a couple grenades out of Focus. Yeah, incendiary as well. So burning through the utility. If you're looking for silver linings. There we go. CTR deserves some ecos. All is good here for Focus, closing the gap to 2 rounds. Making sure things don't get weird with MOUZ's save. So buyback instantly here for the T side. No op though for Torzy.
I think the one Potty has was off of that Yocab clutch in B. They took that from Torzy back then. He can. I feel like it's good to try to steal it back when you're playing T side anyway, because you have a fine round otherwise.
Haven't really seen PR weaponized throughout this T side.
Yeah.
He's got a chance at the long spawn this round, but they don't take that duel. Potty allowed to post up lower tunnels, but yeah, starting to feel uncomfortable. Utility trickles down, and it's going to be a big reposition here from the CT op. All the way back over to the A side. He's going to join up on the catwalk play where it's actually focused to press forward. Now that Molotov's going to keep them locked in, so there's a fight coming, whether they want it or not. Yocab opens up more where the first one came from. And an untradeable spot as ZTR is behind the smoke. So 4v4 earned here by MOUZ at a minute.
Another very good trade out of Zelix. And just enough time to still make it to the long. Oh, the flash caught ZTR a little bit as well.
Yeah, that could have been a kill.
Then Spinks takes the jump away over towards the B site just to try to help out. Actually, just that one sound has dropped the upper into CT spawn. Damn, that's a huge find that they could have grabbed it. Even though they take Spinks, it'll be the site, a plant here. No way. The smoke on that side.
I was wondering.
And he's facing forward, so they have to go grab that. They do.
Lucky to nab the bomb back, but you find yourself in a 2 versus 4 post plant suddenly. And an off-timed long flank clips Torzy. You said we haven't really seen PR activated. Well, here's a clutch attempt for the guy. Newest MOUZ member with the instant headshot. That's what he brings to the table. Aim like that. 3 more to rock. Catches contact to the player long, but it is indeed another one for Focus on a 4-round streak now as they interrupt the MOUZ mid setup. The instructions unclear. Focus, full defuse, and a 1-round game.
Doing an awesome job of keeping up with MOUZ at the moment. They finally grab Spink as well, and then they could, put all their questions to rest. It's a good first kill here from Yocab, but Zelix made it very, very difficult to trade him out. That was just a mistake. MOUZ are the ones who are supposed to make fewer mistakes.
Passing that utility up. Teos worried that there's somebody behind this play, but it's going to be MOUZ. Just forces strong up the catwalk once more. It's this close door position versus Spinks that's going to secure long for quite some time. And eventually, Potty on the op is going to be freed up to come and help out with this cat hold. 35 seconds, MOUZ ready for the execute. Plenty of flashbangs to try to close that gap, and ZTR just looks to dump in.
Yeah, misses goes into CT.
Dives in, misses his first chances, but does recover. It's Zelix dead, giving himself a flash up and over. Spinks dies over towards that long play. And so neither entry route going swimmingly, but Xerxin starts to claw it back. Torzy's P250 to try to stave off the CT retake. and he gets there. Him and Zershan making this work at 8 seconds. Bomb scooped up, they could go for the plant. They haven't been able to grab guns in the middle of all of this, and now Banjo's caught out in full display. The Tech9 collects another.
Oh.
So close with just pistols. Zershan damn near does it all with just the Tech9 alone, but eventually FOKUS regain control of the site, regain control of this game, tied at 10 rounds all.
Yeah, that's a good clutch from FOKUS, a good clutch from Banjo, and a tied scoreline. That's even off the missed molly, which goes into CT spawn, might even slow down the CT's retaking to even come help out ZTR. But he stays alive for a lot longer than maybe he should have. Scare is avoided.
Was just a couple of Galils back there for MOUZ. Now the full buy. Torji back on his op. Scary for a second, like you mentioned, with that incendiary missing. It's made easier for MOUZ to close the distance. But they survive the scare, tie the game, and have MOUZ sweating.
This feels like a really long game, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's like the pauses in the mid-round.
Yeah.
Both of them on T side.
I think we've also just been
No one's trying fast openers.
Yeah, no. We've had some pretty electric tempos as well with Liquid in the server lately.
And it's like, but if you never throw in a fast round, everyone's just going to hold grenades the whole time. That's why you got to have some variety.
It's true. We haven't had that like typical just like sudden change up.
Yeah.
That like catch you off guard all in rush moment. Like, where's that at?
As a T, why would you allow a CT to get that comfortable knowing everything's going to go until the late round?
Well, there is still time to sprinkle it in. But as this T side goes on longer, maybe it starts to become more predictable that eventually you're going to try the Hail Mary.
Man, there's been no nades into CT or into Cat as anyone's set up. And if you're given all this space, if you're MOUZ, I'm not surprised they're going to try to make an exec out of it. Like, this looks like the freest plant ever, to be honest. No one's here to guard this.
Throw Zershan down into the drop. Still finds nothing to shoot at, but takes damage just for holding off on the corner. So we go 5v5 post-plant.
Crazy.
At 15 seconds. These are weird long rounds. Made longer by the bomb, and a little bit of long control here for FOKUS. So they're queuing up for the retake. Torzi looking to peek into Cat to interrupt it. Takes man advantage to start this. And still FOKUS are on the approach. Flashbangs looking for their targets. Zershan peels one off. 5v3 made all the more difficult here for FOKUS, and they are going to find no footing in this retake whatsoever.
It's kind of silly.
Yeah.
You know, Cat was just so open. There was no movement from the CT side, and even though that was just as slow paced out of MOUZ, they were on Cat. They don't even have to worry about anyone grenading it. There's never been someone going fast Cat with HEs from the cache and spawn and putting pressure on them, chipping them down as they go there. No op on car either to actually get something out of the cross. They really said, if this is a Cat play, I'm going to close my eyes. I feel like this is a chance for MOUZ to now actually speed up a bit.
Right.
I think FOKUS could be critical of the communication right there.
I find it so surprising that they left Catwalk so open, just because it feels like MOUZ have had that, like...
They're going Cat.
Yeah, they've had the affinity for it. It shouldn't have surprised you that...
Oh my god, they're going Cat. Why would they do that? They just almost won on that Tech 9 round.
Yep. So the 5-round streak on FOKUS's CT side comes to a close. This is an awkwardly close game, considering MOUZ have both pistols and full conversions at the start of each half. So credit where it's due. FOKUS are bringing the fight, but MOUZ could just slip this over the finish line. If you're not going to defend Catwalk, MOUZ will find the gaps in the game plan. So Potty goes aggressive. Oh, and Xerxin blasts him out of the round. Not the first time that Xerxin has bested FOKUS's Opper with a rifle in hand.
It's uncomfortable because his molly missed too, and Potty's like, okay, I got a free shot. And he did, but it wasn't easy.
You just talked about that close Tech 9 round. That was Xerxin coming through with all the Tech 9 frags, 3 of them to his name. So he has found his moments as this game goes on. PR is going to clear out close as Xerxin starts to help with the util. And if we wanted to talk about vacant portions of the map, Long free for the taking this time, as is Catwalk. But MOUZ aren't going to go look at it.
Like at this point, they've held. Okay, the thing is, they have full vision on the cross.
Yep.
They just killed a Cat player and a Long player.
Yep.
The CTs, if they don't move, MOUZ will go A. They have to either resmoke this door, fake a cross, fight into mid, do something, because they have guaranteed info.
Well, what if they do nothing and just hold their positions instead? Did you ever consider that?
Yeah, they could save.
You ever just think about sitting here doing nothing?
I guess they're just going to save.
Yeah, FOKUS have to let this one go. So that's Xerxin to best an Opper that we really thought had the advantage. Like you said, missed Molotov, takes it on his terms, but Xerxin with the instant headshot. We'll give him his credit. He's a key part to MOUZ setting up the advantage at the start of this.
And I think, yeah, MOUZ go set up to try to kill him, to be honest. It's so clear exactly where they are. Spinks is already clearing out tunnels, too. And they don't have an op.
You know, FOKUS put up a solid fight, but it's just kind of lacked a bit of killer instinct.
And they've actually set up a spot where they have enough util to full exec B, which is sometimes kind of fun. You want to do it near the bomb explosion where it covers all your footsteps.
Yeah, this is going to get awkward here for FOKUS. Use all of these guns in the next one, but here we go. MOUZ's attempt to clear out the 3 remaining players. There's 1. Still 2 to save. Oh, dying seconds. And it's going to be 1 rifle kept. A single M4 for Banjo. MOUZ put the squeeze on in the dying moments. 12-10, the MOUZ lead. As FOKUS have just kind of shelled up a little bit in these last couple of rounds, and it's really opened a door for MOUZ to win out on Dust 2.
Yeah, they look a little bit scared. Unless the round comes to them, I don't think MOUZ are giving this away. This one starts out with an early 3B setup and cat lean, but MOUZ have actually already found long control out of this for free, and Spinks is playing back, ready for a push. I mean, they'll kind of abandon this early, and Spinks didn't see anyone push through. I love that Xerxin didn't commit the bomb to Long. He's still waiting to see if Torzi is going to present a kill. Pretty strong. If you take Cat, you know there's no one on the ramp.
Here the stops though. Oh, can't stop it. ZTR tries to press down in, and MOUZ killer instinct starts to kick in. Yocap down to 13 health. His teammates falling like flies all around him. There was a world here where FOKUS stringed together 5 CT rounds with some impressive retakes in the middle of all that. But as we get to the tail end of things, MOUZ just kick into gear and FOKUS lose that killer instinct. And so this one shut down. Dust 2 survived by MOUZ. The map pick of FOKUS dries up as the game goes on, and MOUZ will have a chance to 2-0 the series with Mirage up next.
Definitely one of the slower Dust 2s that we've been seeing here, Maui, because more often than not, these higher tier teams, they love that slow pace. They feel like that's where they're going to get the tactical advantage. And the lower seeded teams, well, they come in with a hunger and a desire to just tear that apart. But Focus took a really different strategy. It unfortunately doesn't pay off, but there was still a lot of success for them, even if it wasn't in a map win.
It was really close. A lot of the rounds in theory looked really well ironed out, that Focus knew how they wanted to approach it, but then it was the minor details. And we'll get into some of the specifics, so it's not all just generalizations coming out of me. But yeah, no, I think the experience, which sounds vague now, but trust me, we'll get into what the experience looks like, okay?
I mean, it is always that important part, and all the timeouts essentially be used. I would say that there was just an aura or an atmosphere around this being so much slower paced, and so I do have to ask you, how often are you seeing a Dust 2 get pushed to the extremes this way for each round to essentially feel like it comes down to the last second?
It's yeah, another reason that I think that ZTR is probably a little bit beyond his years is that he's willing to kind of stretch these rounds out. Whereas if you see most 22-year-old IGLs, it would be that pacier style of play, which unfortunately though, when it came down to the fine margins in the last 20 seconds of the round, that's where MOUZ frequently, but not always in this map so far, were able to find out the edges, or at least make things closer than they should have been, which in turn helped them as they finally get around, break the money.
Well, let's get into those details that you wanted to talk about. We can start with round number 6. I know that one was one you were super inspired by from MOUZ, the way that they were able to play their CT side.
It was when talking about how the game's pace was a little bit slower, this was one where MOUZ knew how to turn it up. They had only a couple save weapons. They played this really heavy mid stack here, but they sort of kept eyes towards B, and as they were able to cut off one pincer of the attack towards middle as ZTR is taking space there, you just saw the floodgates open at B and at window, where everybody from MOUZ just jumped on in. So many players got in that they even lost track, focus that is, of Exertion getting in and slipping into car. So he's able to take one scalp in just a second here, and then of course PR is able to find the last as well. So I just think that MOUZ, in very tricky rounds like that, where it's very, you know, sometimes you just going to play a default or just stand apart in different ways, or hope the rifles find something. They had a very clear outlined goal for playing around that you don't often see teams have a very clear-cut structure for.
They did kind of lose their touch a little bit, right? Where they're able to have this explosive nature, slow it down after that mid-round, know how to sort of turn it up when they need to, because then it felt like all of the rounds started being stretched out a little bit more, elongated. I know another round that you wanted to look at was round 10, and this wasn't necessarily in favor of MOUZ, but just one that really stuck out for you as to why it was such a close Dust 2.
One thing that is really exciting about Focus is how they can play late rounds even with the deficit. And this is something that I would say for MOUZ fans, be a little bit worried about, that you can lose 3v5s like this, because we see the instant trades. It was PR that actually re-swung mid doors trying to help Spinks get out of lower there. But then as soon as Focus and ZTR recognized that, oh, we just got 2 kills on the B players in PR and Spinks, they hightailed it towards B, they sped up, and they got a free bomb plant, post plant, and at that point MOUZ had no in on the round. I think that it was really just great mid-rounding from ZTR first of all, but second of all, you could kind of see the disconnect between Spinks and PR in this round, that despite the man advantage, the double man advantage, I think PR kind of goes through what a lot of people in CS go through, where you see these kills happen, and then you think to yourself, oh, I should help him get out of there. I should help my teammate out. But it's like, just run away with what you're ahead with. Even if Spinks dies in lower right there, that's he sealed his fate, okay? He's got what he came for. Now it's on everybody to play the awkward, probably 4v3, but if you double up on the losses like PR did in that circumstance, then it can all tumble out of order.
That's what we call the save your buddy syndrome. You fall
Yes.
for it way too often, trust me. Especially when you got that teammate in the mic, you're like, guys, please help, help. You fall for it time and time again. So MOUZ being able to do great in crucial situations, and then almost throwing away what feels like an advantageous situation. But then we also had some rounds, Maui, that almost felt like a stalemate, right? Where no one's really getting that opening pick. The biggest one that stood out for you was round 21, where MOUZ were able to get the plant still in a 5v5.
And they were able to do this because of the lack of cap pressure. But look at how ZTR here, who's usually the A rifler that kind of let this happen, tries to get in a little bit too early. And this is what I mean by experience. You have to recognize that you already kind of messed up the round in the macro. You don't need to make it up in the micro, and you still need to play the round out all the way through. The bulk of the retake is going to come from long, and it's going to come from CT. What ZTR needs to be in that retake is the final stroke. He needs to be the final guy that's kind of just chime in once all of the pressure is already being exerted from those two other retake positions. But him dying first just completely cleans things up for MOUZ. They can full focus on now that 4-man push from long, from CT spawn, and then you just can't get back into the round. So those are the fine margins I was talking about. And I think if ZTR maybe just, you know, had the composure, the experience, the wherewithal to recognize that, he wouldn't have just fully sent it at Cat. He would have valued his life a little bit more, and then he could have sprung into action as the retake was on with the other players.
That's more promising than I think people might be hearing, right? The fact that it is just a matter of experience, and sometimes it's actually not a massive amount to be able to get over that hurdle. Sometimes it is just falling for it one time like this. That's all the experience you need to not be falling into it again. So it feels like Focus, whether it's going to be in the series, in future series for them, whatever it may be, it's going to be leaps and bounds ahead of what they were already amazing performance they were able to put up here. Of course, there is still more to come, Maui, but Exertion was one of those players that you're like, bro turns into IGL, starts fragging even better, and it is shocking again to see it. He likes to be an anomaly, whether it's, you know, as an individual or as a team.
I thought it was going to stop by now. I thought we would be done with this, that we'd be done talking about Exertion as a fragging IGL, because he just keeps it up. It's seriously otherworldly to see a player to still maintain their fragging prowess, let alone improving from what he was before. That's what makes MOUZ a sneaky contender for the season, to find some upsets, to punch occasionally into the elite teams. I'm not going to say they win too many trophies or anything. Like, the competition at the very top end with Vitality Falcons, Furia, that's extremely stiff. That's extremely stiff. But when Exertion can play at this level, then it's seriously right. The fact that it feels
I was like, you literally listed the only top tier teams that got eliminated. True. Bounty. Didn't throw Spirit in there.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, for them throughout the rest of the season. But with how those teams click, it's hard to see them actually punching up into the elite and being a top 4 finish team occasionally. But they will do it sometimes because Exertion just gives them that win condition where he still performs at such an elite individual level while donning the IGL role.
I mean, we had his rating just pop up there. Do you think that for map number 2, Maui, Exertion's rating is going to be higher or lower than what it just was?
Wait, I actually didn't see his literal number.
1.22, I believe. If my
only 1.22.
Whoa! Don't say it like that. Come on,
I thought he would have been higher. No, he had to have been higher.
Nothing.
He had to have been higher. I swear he had to have been higher. Like, the amount of damage he did in that game
maybe that was for the whole Blast Bounty. I didn't read the whole text. I just saw the numbers.
Gotcha.
It was since becoming IGL.
Oh,
Thank you, production. That makes way more sense.
For 1.22 since becoming an IGL, I don't even know that if there needs to be a further story even told there. That no one's doing that. I try to hesitate a little bit when I say the word fragging IGL just because they keep up, say, 68 ADR, 72 ADR. But Exertion is legitimately putting up star numbers, better than what he had before as a caller. That if everybody does their job, even just does their job to a sufficient level, and he keeps putting up that, like, let the averages play out, and you're going to see MOUZ make a couple deep runs in tournaments that are going to upset teams that look like they should be better.
Feels like the only hopeful thing that you're not doubting when you tell me a story here, Maui, but I need a one-word answer. Will it be his rating higher or lower on map 2 than map 1?
Lower.
Okay, all right. Let's see if you're right with that one, but also if you can tell me the correct higher or lower market value for these items here, because you guys can head over to blast.tv. You can go into the mini games and have a lot of fun with the CS higher or lower powered by IC Market. I've been playing this one almost non-stop. I'm kind of ashamed to admit it, but it is so much fun. Do you think the Sealed Juices terminal is higher or lower market value? then
I
the
mean,
Lapis
I've
less.
legitimately never looked up the market value of a Seal Genesis terminal. I opened one
Lower.
one time. Okay, all right, there you go. You know it.
That's what I. Okay.
Everything will be higher than that. I'd be shocked.
Whatever's
if there's a
next,
skin.
just go straight higher. Yeah.
Yeah, easily. Lower. This is for sure lower.
Yeah, it's a case.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an awkward number. Oh, you got a case against a case.
A case v case. I think this is lower though.
Yeah.
I think. No.
What was it?
It was so
barely.
close. Oh,
Barely.
so close. Oh,
That
what
one was like a
shame.
coin flip. That one could have been either way there, Maui.
I guess it's Spectrum 1 and not Spectrum 3. I guess that's what some skin set will tell me. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing on those things, okay? I just judge the skin and how it looks. Don't
look,
ask me the price.
You better go brush up, right? Because you're going to be my IGL next time we play the higher-lower game. But an IGL that has been doing it so well and also shared a little bit of info on how he's doing so well is Exertion. Seeing you move into the IGL role, we normally expect players to kind of start becoming bottom fraggers, right? Struggling a little bit more on their own individual performance. But for you, you've almost gotten better, I would say. How is that even possible? What is it about you as an individual that can balance both IGL and fragging?
Well, I would say I definitely feel better now than I did as a player. I think that I've always been a player that needs a lot of control. I also have a very high level of output, also input. So now as an IGL, I can actually take things to my own hands when I feel like we're not playing our greatest. I also don't really, I don't want to follow a stereotype. So most IGLs, yes, they fall off or they are a bit of a burden to their team, in my opinion. I want to become an IGL that has never been done before, which means that I want to perform in my roles. I want to do a good job individually, but of course the most important thing is always to lead the team and to also, I need to learn a bit more how to be an actual captain of men, be a good leader for the guys. It's something that I'm learning right now, but in terms of the individual, I definitely feel more comfortable than I did in the past, in the last 7 months. So I think that we're heading in the right direction, and with the guys I have right now, I'm really confident I can also keep up my individual level throughout the season.
I want to go back to something you said earlier in this interview as well, sort of like explaining the system, bringing the guys in, spending a lot more time doing that. I want to know what a normal day at boot camp looks like for you guys. Like how many scrims are you doing? What time are you meeting as a team? And sort of when are you leaving the prac room?
Yeah, I mean, right now our schedule at least is 4 pracs, 1.5 hours of theory. But to put it more into detail, we start at 10:30. You're expected to play a little bit of individual warm-up beforehand and eat breakfast usually. After that, we have 1.5 hours of theory where usually me and the coach Cyclone will go over some things that we want to take care of for the practices. Then we play 2 practices. We usually try to play 2 maps, like 2 different maps. So for example, I don't know, Inferno and Dust 2 for the day, and then we play 2 of each. We play 2 practices. We have an hour break where we eat lunch. Obviously in the facility here in MOUZ, it's really amazing to be here. It's, I think, the highest level there is a facility in the esports scene. Just they're taking really good care of us, so it's really nice with the lunch. We have a private chef actually making food for us, which is amazing. So we are getting treated really well. After that follows up with 2 more practices and probably a small evaluation on the game, so not too deep. We don't dive too much into details unless there is something that is a bit of a red line or maybe a small alarm that we need to make sure we are getting ahead of. And after that, the evening is usually, I don't know, 1 or 2 hours of theory talking between players, teammates. Usually I spend it maybe giving some feedback or trying to understand why we played good or not during our practices with the guys. And yeah, I mean, everyone else has their own bedtime and stuff. I usually stay up until 12 or 1 playing CS. Right now I'm in a bit of a routine where I play a lot of deathmatch in the evening to try to maintain my form. Because I felt in the first official game of the season I was not the most sharp individually. So right now I'm putting a bit of focus on that, but of course a lot of time of theory. I think I've definitely, for us, it was the best start of the season in terms of work we have put in. So we are really putting in the work right now.
It's crazy that he's like, oh, my individual performance for the first, showing as a team wasn't that sharp. Bro's still at a 1.15 rating. Like, he was still, I'm sorry, but like 3rd overall in the server, he's like so critical of himself. And I guess that is something that's just going to push you to strive to be better, never really stopping there, right, Maui?
I think that Exertion still has a lot to achieve in his career. For a team that's been perennial contenders practically ever since he joined, to not have lifted more than, I want to say, 4 S-tier LAN trophies, something like that roughly. I think it was 2 EPLs, a Bet Boom, and a Kluge. That's not good enough for Exertion, and I like that he's a little bit more hungry. He doesn't just look at the top dogs and say they're set to win more, like I did actually in the post game of the last map. I want to see him usher in this new era of fragging in-game leaders, because it just hasn't been done to this level for a rifler for a very long time.
I mean, it's looking great not only for himself as an individual, just the numbers that he's putting up there, but for this debut of the new MOUZ roster as well, right? To achieve a potential another trophy lift. I mean, they might even be making it to the first potential tier 1 LAN here for the new season of Counter-Strike if they're able to get it over the line on Mirage. And it is their map pick as well, Maui, so it feels like it should be significantly easier for them, maybe not losing silly rounds like we saw happen in Dust 2.
I also don't think that FOKUS are going to have the best time here, because they've swapped out a couple players in the offseason with JoCab coming in. I just don't think that he's really naturally fit into the spots that Volt played. Like, JoCab used to play short B for Mirage CT side, and Volt was kind of hovering around different parts of A. That's a pretty big shift. And if you're gonna play against MOUZ, who are gonna be super well ironed in terms of taking all of that space, any sort of position swap is gonna feel even exponentially more difficult.
I mean, we heard what a day at the MOUZ boot camp sounded like. It was very rigorous. I'm sure Mirage was one of those maps that they were practicing intently there, looking at everything they can do right for it. But we'll see if it translates into an official and if they're able to close this out 2-0.
It's weird that Nat's talking about MOUZ maybe winning this event, because I guess she didn't get the memo. It's a Liquid FaZe Clan Grand Finals, Nat and Maui, all right? To hell with all the analysis. I guess our partners over at Polymarket also didn't get the memo. Doesn't matter if MOUZ win this Mo, it's Liquid or FaZe Clan. Pick your winner now.
Yeah, it's going to be a great final. One of them will be there, okay?
They'll both be there.
Maybe they'll both be there.
If the people get what they want.
Thieves, Connor?
What about 100 Thieves? What about them? Those guys that lose to Nuclear Tigers? Those guys?
Yeah, true.
No, we're talking about the Falcon Slayers. Okay. Maybe it's not Liquid and FaZe. Maybe MOUZ if they can keep it up. I mean, there was a moment in that game, kind of like a lull in the action, where FOKUS were able to fight back, because it just felt like MOUZ were kind of giving them room to do so. We get to the very end of it.
Yes, no one will remember.
No one will remember?
I don't think MOUZ will. I don't think FOKUS will. It was, the job was finished. I think that's all they're really thinking about.
Well then, Berettas let loose. Okay, on for the ace. Get it. They run out. He reloads. Spinks, you just got to die to Banjo. It's really that simple. Give the man the ace.
Go for it. Run at him.
Give him the ace.
Play us out, Banjo.
Ding, 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 ding. Rattle down, 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 down. Yeah. All 5 for Banjo on the hold of the B-side apartments. And yeah, he's got a little grin, because he knows 5 frags to his name. A little Red Bull ace as FOKUS take the pistol.
It was really good. That was also a team volley, though.
Yeah, they made it a little harder for themselves there, MOUZ, and I think that's an understatement. But you take what is in front of you. Can't blame Banjo. He lets the Berettas rip. We get an ace in the first round of Mirage. We get SMGs. Honestly, actually, it's just straight up into the M4s for the most part.
Spinks is struggling?
Mirage is the only map on which Spinks is above a 1.05 rating in the last 3 months. Yeah, he's actually not bode too well since Xertion's in-game leadership. They were talking about, you know, Xertion's ridiculous stats since becoming the IGL and how impressive that is. And I think we've seen, like, you know, Torzy was somebody else who I thought kind of tapered off with Xertion at the helmet first, but he's kind of gotten to his own. We've seen him improve, etc. I do think Spinks still has some recovering to do. Clearly, B-Trams feels the same.
You know, kind of makes sense. That might not be true at all. That Xertion, as an entry fragger caller, calls really good, faster-paced rifle-based attacks.
Yeah.
And that's like the opposite of just leave Spinks behind.
Calls games
like, how do I get a part of it?
For himself.
Yeah, and it really has been a lot of his entry work, and very good numbers for Xertion.
Extremely impressive. For a while, we thought like, oh, there's no way he can keep this up. it will require other pieces of the MOUZ squad to also pick and choose their moments. And we've slowly gotten there. Slowly. First gun round out of MOUZ, third round of the attack. He didn't lose his nades, did he? No. Okay. Xertion's got a little stockpile here. Full execute up and over the top. Flash in a moment for them to pop out with the stairs and cross smoked. And they burn Yokab out of sandwich. So, Mateus from underneath, also empty-handed. This is going swimmingly for the MOUZ squad. They throw their grenades uninterrupted. They walk out for the double entry. There's nobody for Focus that can slow them down. And PR gets this lurk going. So he'll find his headshot on Banjo, get into the action this round, just to kind of feel the game a little. You know, I feel like PR has been so far removed from the action.
Yeah, well, he got put, it was, I believe it was Zelix who was in B. Now it's PR on Dust 2.
They just keep throwing the new guys in there, huh?
And so, which kind of makes sense.
But it's boring.
It's boring. It's super boring. I bet if he asked for more space, he demanded it, they would have given it to him. I want to play mid-B. Xertion.
It's like, bro, have you seen my stats?
Yeah, I don't think you'd get that one. Well, wouldn't make too much sense anyway.
MOUZ will be content with that one. They didn't waste any time this round. Just straight to it. Get that cache of utility on Xertion's feet. He sets up the team. They walk through with the double entry.
The early molly sandwich.
Yep.
Because, like, who's playing sandwich on the first rifle in the first 10 seconds?
These guys.
Focus. Don't know how they called that out, but they were right.
Spinks locks in on the headshot, same as Zelix. Really not wasting bullets here for the first 3 kills. It's a rebuy made possible for Focus. But I think MOUZ will be happy with how easy that first gun round went down the pipe. Now the swing out top middle to catch your window drop. ZTR signs up to the duel and beats Spinks to it. That grenade's going to announce Xertion's intentions.
Oh, that's an unfortunate bounce.
Little
Xertion's
flash to
really
try to help.
pressure.
There we go, recovering from a 3 versus 5 as they lost Torji as well. That's 2 players dead towards those top mid boxes. Bomb didn't get dropped in the process, and Focus could just peel back if they want to maintain man advantage, while PR has already exited ramp.
It's so funny because you get a guy like PR in the spot, and oh, I think he's both. Yeah, he's been spotted, right?
Yeah, they saw each other, and he's not ready for this one. Oh, never mind, he reacts. Not ready for the stairs peek, though, having Potty so close. Now Xertion taking a sniff to the B site. Banjo's MP9. It's a liability. Xertion's going to close that distance, chase you down, and take a ton of space for that bomb's arrival. Catwalk player could have caught Xertion. Instead, they've seen one another. They know about each other. And they want to get this bomb out in a moment.
Ooh, and Xertion got to a new position. They'll have to think about this. He'll even sneak over towards E-Box, but is E-Box that good when there's someone on the big flank?
Smoke in front of the cat approach. That counters Yokab for the time being.
It's a little awkward. Zelix moving into a spot where they're going to clear and then know that Xertion was there.
Potty's going to have to make sound. Yep. Not able to react quick enough, Zelix. It draws Xertion out of the market. He'll cut down the cat player. He could play time here, but no. Potty finds the headshot with the MP9, has the defuse with the 5-second kit. That is Focus up 3-1.
I think that was a weird move from Zelix. After that, you know, Xertion had been spotted, put in so much effort into getting into a new position, and then he moved into the first spot that they would clear.
Yeah.
Obviously, neither of them were totally ready about someone coming in from Halls. And as this was going down, I thought it was a really unlucky molly bounce where it went into that that like little shop and underpass, and then Xertion got the kill. But while that was happening, 2 more went down. But you can just see right here where Xertion is so good. He gets his damage through the wall, already thinks about jumping into a window to finish off Banjo jumping off instead of just trying to get the spam damage.
Well, hey there. PR's space is invaded. ZTR right to the top mid play as the op collects Xertion. 5v3 here for Focus. Ooh, nice rebuttal back. Spinks with the instant headshot. Is there still something to stand on for MOUZ here? They're getting rapid in T-spawn, but Spinks is going back for this. Yeah, Spinks is
He's making
hears
noise.
it. Yeah, he's stomping all the while. And he'll get that. Back to the 3v3 we go. Spinks at half health.
They're out into the site, but Spinks is actually going all the way around. And I think for the CTs, at a certain point in this round, they have to respect the flank that Spinks has pulled off here. There's just no choice. And with no info inside of B, it's really awkward. To them, it's going to feel like a big gamble to stay towards the A site. ZTR, did he get spotted? Oh, he'll get killed as they're waiting. And he doesn't get info on 2 players. And now Spinks becomes a new problem.
You've got 2 of these MOUZ members down on half health.
1 molly for jungle, and I guarantee they just start scaling because they have Spinks ready to come out connector, but they don't have that. Oh, they have a smoke, though. Okay.
Yep. Those land as needed. Guns in hand now for MOUZ. Spinks crawling forward, gives way to Body. Oh, nice spam back from Zelex. Banjo could still be the hero. It's covered by Torji. He goes to interrupt the bomb plant, and Torji finds the headshot. MOUZ go into the slow roll. Zelex, sigh of relief there, but what a shot through that smoke to get the trade back on Spinks' killer.
And then the flank kill as well, but bit of a mistake running that long. I suppose, I mean, he wasn't thinking someone would come back at a palace and try to clear himself. Fair enough.
Yeah, Spinks last spotted, about to exit Palace into the site entry.
So 3v5, they win this. Wow. That's ridiculous. I don't think he saw anything.
Zelex through the smoke here. That trade was instant, but right back to the play. Kazertian quick to it. So fast he catches all of us off guard. Right to top middle for the opening kill versus what is majority Pistol's focus. So MOUZ have been given a real chance at taking control of this T side. Just don't have to die to Banjo. 5-7 behind the arch. Will drop empty-handed. ZTR eating a flash in his attempt to exit. They saw him take up this position. This will be MOUZ fully cautious. They'll come wide and clear him. PR gets team killed.
He's having the worst time today.
Yeah, this new team of mine really just...
Everybody wants me dead.
Got to play B-site Dust 2. Got to watch long flanks on the attack. Getting team killed.
Zelex said, Spinks, kill him.
It's like, do you want me on this team? I could just leave, guys.
I think Gamer Legion would take him back in a heartbeat.
Contractually obligated bullying.
They have it in writing.
Gotta read the fine print. Cyclone's just allowed to give you noogies whenever he wants to.
Everyone else just gets back massages. Comes over to PR, flicks his ear.
Welcome to the club, little guy.
Sure.
There's been some pretty baloney kills through smoke so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta maintain focus.
Looks like young Lean a bit, can I just say?
Yeah.
Loved him in Kyoto.
They hit the pause button and throw a boost up to the ladder room. This is USPs now. USPs and 1 M4.
Oh, yeah.
All right. It's
Sometimes
a trippy
you never
perspective.
take the time to look up.
Yeah.
Right at the flash.
Yeah, it's a knife, not a longsword. They figure out where the M4 is at, they topple it, and they'll swarm into the site.
Sees.
What's that?
That's what a crab sees.
What a crab sees, yeah. Yeah, but you know what? I respect crabs because they're very brave.
Why did they evolve to only walk sideways?
They always try to put up a fight, you know?
Yeah.
There's some, like, imagine if,
They don't back down.
If something 100 times my size was suddenly floating above me, I think I'd run.
You'd move, yeah.
Crabs? Nah, man.
No.
They just sit there swinging their arms around.
Yeah. That's true.
So, yeah, I respect crabs. Crustaceans. Bugs of the sea.
I respect Mr. Krabs. Entrepreneur.
Oh, money, 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 money. Flip them Krabby Patties, my boy. Yar. Oh, I guess he's not a pirate, but...
I respect Plankton, too. Game is game.
Plankton? Plankton's a scam artist. And a bit of a crybaby.
That's true. He's a little bit of a victim.
Yeah, such a victim complex. You're the bad guy, bro. Guns back up for Focus as they try to tail MOUZ. 1 round in the lead. Trying to press forward on this A site. They've got the Palace control with 1 and this deep ramp peak. So making the most of the 5-7. I like that they're trying to throw it forward for map control. They actually forego ramp and fall back fully.
Spinks has the clock, though. He's going to randomly turn around.
Didn't catch it.
Oh, yeah.
Unless he goes all the way back.
Oh.
Yeah, he looked for a second.
Wait,
but if he stays crouched,
made noise,
he
right?
might not get spotted.
Oh, my goodness.
You're kidding.
You didn't see him.
Wait, how do you get 4-3'd on the top of your screen?
Nobody saw any. Oh, and now Spinks made noise. He still gets, of course he still gets the kill. Of course he still gets the kill.
God, this game is just like no other.
And then in his mind, oh, he just pushed ramp.
Yeah, nice ramp push, bro. That's insane. Spinks won't know till he watches it back. And they're just going to try to slice through into the A site at 20 seconds. It is a very stacked bomb site here for Focus, but well covered by Torji. Bomb plant attempt number 2 sticks the landing. And even with Body catching a kill here, they're just trying to save these 2 M4s left over. That is a zany sequence of events.
Just push ramp. But yeah, he didn't see him on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, I mean, how do you not see somebody on the top of your screen? What resolution's that? That's a head scratcher.
You would be missing some of the top of your screen in 4-3 though, wouldn't you?
I actually don't know.
Yeah, I never even thought about that.
I just play native. I don't know what anything else looks like.
Yeah, you would be. Wouldn't you?
I don't know what the numbers mean. I just think bigger picture better. It was a great idea for Focus.
Little unlucky.
Little unlucky. And unfortunately for them, still strapped for cash in this next one. So economy's really playing a factor in this, letting MOUZ start to run away with the half. Look at all the cash Torji still has in his back pocket. And this time there is a player up in Palace. They're still going to try to set it up for the ramp swing, and it works out for the opening kill. Down goes PR. That's an extra weapon earned. Nice upgrade here for Focus.
He's been getting bodied dead every round. And this push, obviously, Spinks is just going to get the perfect lineup low down. Okay, no. 1 for 1, and they will not be super worried about this. Yeah.
Sure, why not? You get revenge for the missed opportunity of the last round. Keep it simple, press into MOUZ, catch them off guard. Spinks is thinking there's no way they'll push ramp 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Yet it works. Insertion going to get cut down to size and Focus. It's just that 1 round lead that MOUZ are able to hang on to. Good majority alive moment for Focus. Remaining adamant on this forward A setup.
Body's yapping right now. He's got some ideas.
coming your way again, Spinks. This time he'll win his duel. Opper looking a bit timid to try to go for the trade, peels back with the utility instead.
Yeah, it doesn't even catch him trying to jump back.
Nope. Just gets out of there. So 5v4 earned by MOUZ in the opening moments.
Spinks got kind of the scary aura right now that he's just going to get the next one too.
Yeah, it's like PR wasn't able to hold back an MP9 on ramp, so you send Spinks back at it and all's good. He's kind of dominating on that hold.
B site is the site. It's a good call here for Xerxin. Focus get a little too, you know, static sometimes.
Right. Yep. Yeah, a bit
when
committed.
They have a spot, they never just like think maybe we should go search. But after this kill,
Torji should die here.
Nope.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
it's too quiet. It's too quiet.
Good reaction. Here comes the execute as Banjo goes aggressive onto the catwalk, tries to swap guns by the. Oh, nice headshot onto Xerxin. But Spinks is going to line it right back up, keep that man advantage in hand for MOUZ, and as he holds onto the flank, ZTR will find the kill without taking damage, but a deep push from PR into the market. That's what catches Focus off guard next. And Zelex keeping his head tucked down as it's the new pieces of MOUZ to close the 2v1. They'll do exactly that, each finding a kill of their own and putting MOUZ to the 6-4 lead.
That's the thing about these calcified positions. When it's too quiet, even the rare angles start getting cleared because there's really, you can just approach so carefully. You got to put a little pressure on sometimes, cause some distractions, and had plenty of time. Oh, it's kind of a big steal here out of Xerxin.
Just going to try to pop out. Xerxin makes it through, alleviates some of the pressure with the cat presence early, and MOUZ
missing a little bit of this on Dust too.
Yeah, they were. They really were, right? The
Because
punch.
they had it.
They really missed the punch. I don't know. Maybe Focus's map pick kind of catches them off guard or something, or it's like PR because he's new. That was maybe a reason to hold back on these kinds of moves, wanting to cement the slow play first. You know, walk before you run. But now that we're back on Mirage, we're sprinting, and MOUZ look far better for it.
In Counter-Strike, even if you're a baby, you have to run, though.
Yeah, in this day and age?
This day and age, yeah.
True. Donk has been sprinting since adolescence.
Hopefully. That's late.
Terrorists win.
Is it? Isn't adolescence like 5 to 7?
Isn't it like 12 or something? That's like your...
Oh, 10 to 19.
That's just like your whole... Yeah. He started running when he was 10.
What was I thinking?
Child?
What is ages 5 to 9 called?
What is ages 5 to 9 called?
Oh, childhood.
What is ages 5 to 9?
Just putting it in the 5 to 9. I actually don't want this. Good thing I'm not signed in to this computer. There's been some crazy questions this week. Including, why does the Focus logo look like Gran Turismo? Now I can't see it.
Not kind of.
Great inspiration, though, so.
Yeah.
Can't blame them.
We've seen real plagiarism before. I don't think this really...
Yeah, I don't think so
that's
either.
Okay. That's fine. I'm so stupid, though, I just realized it's an F. I thought it was just like a feather or something.
Full focus. All right. Chance to get a 5th round on the CT side. It's been a very impressive T side from MOUZ. It's kind of what I think we were expecting. You know, Maui Snake said Focus were going to have their hands full. MOUZ is just so capable on this map. and they are showing that comfort. Xerxon on a tear these last couple of rounds. He's getting into that groove where he's like, I'm gonna call my way, play my rounds, and an unfortunate missed chance there means Zelex still alive. And the bomb to be planted.
It's just all the right calls. I mean, there was no one in CT.
Correct. It's all the right calls and all the best individual delivery across the board for MOUZ. We haven't really had any big heroic moments from FOKUS players, but the first of the 4 needed for the retakes underway. Now suddenly FOKUS have something to stand on.
Nice
and
approach,
Banjo catching a second kill in this. PR's chance to shine. Full bar of health. 2 headshots earned. Bomb already on the brink of popping. PR keeps his head down, and he plays that clock to perfection. Dishes out the headshots. A nice clean 3K for the road out of the newest piece of the MOUZ squad. An 8-4 T-side on their map pick.
In 2026 so far, one team that is really close to becoming a really strong team is, I would say, FUT. Thus far, I think it might be FUT.
I think
What's his name?
Fish Puncher, boy, if we knew this.
Mr. Fish Puncher.
12 games.
I don't want to bully too much, but Fish Puncher is not an info. I died. I killed you there. Move back.
Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko. You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life.
Yes. 4 out of 5 Vitality members have the letter Z in the surname, representing the organization B theming. Apex is not included because bees have short life spans and don't usually live too early.
I had been delayed like for media days and stuff, and then I didn't have like jerseys and stuff with me, so I have to use the same jersey for like 6 days, and it becomes pretty nasty in the end. So
Bro, this new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers fucking Mercedes picking me.
Here's the view from Section 111 on the day before.
And this is what it looks like day 1.
Bon appetit, fellas. I think we all get 1 ravioli each. You know what? I'm grabbing 2.
Usually at the start of the round, you want to pay attention to the spawns. That's because only the best spawn for the CTs gets past this corner before the best T spawn peaks. So the best use of the spawn is to try to get a Molotov down at the doors right away to stop a potential rush.
This is an incredible electricity in the air.
Can you let me hear you roar?
They had to.
What are you supposed to do with this?
Buckle up. This is going to be very hard to see what's happening inside.
Some say years of practice are required. They're wrong. I will teach you good habits, such as smoking, flashing, and of course, winning.
Bro, how can I play with this guy in team, bro? I don't understand.
What did he ask?
Just advice, emotional support, ChatGPT has it helped. What's the point in having Jack, our performance coach, when you have ChatGPT? But I think he did a great job with Flamesy.
That's kind of scary. I heard about that.
It's
My
taken
question
over.
for Ime is, bro, are you him? Every time when I see him everywhere, he's shouting to me, you are him, and I mean, he's so funny. But I don't know, maybe not. Who knows?
Bask in the glory of PR, MOUZ's newest member. Cheeky 1v3 close to the last half, and I mean, this is why they sign him, man. It is headshots with this guy.
Killing someone before they do the reverse ninja boost, he was just getting his control and space in order.
Yep.
Dead.
Doesn't even get a chance to jump up. So PR, who has been kind of removed from the action back on Dust 2.
He died like the first 9 rounds of Mirage 2. Like this is the first most fun round he's had.
And it's right as MOUZ start to gear up for a close. An 8-round T-side on a map that we know MOUZ love to win. Tough stuff for FOKUS to face next, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt because they have brought competition back on Dust 2. So let's see what happens. Let's all learn together.
Oh, another Dooley's ace.
Yeah, Spinks is going to give him a taste of their own medicine. Banjo's ace from this spot last half. He'll shut Spinks down. He says, only me, buddy. Banjo looking for back-to-back pistol round aces. PR's low. Banjo put down after 3. 8 kills of 10 in the 2 pistol rounds. Good job by Banjo to set his team up for success at the start of another half. Focus will be given a chance early to rack up some rounds.
I'm glad we get to see some Banjo rounds because I could talk about Banjo from the Academy League, but he was just a very good anchor. Like, he'll never be some kind of like, superstar prospect or whatever, but we can already see some of his ability even from the limited space that he'd get normally. I think he'll be on a, well, I don't want to say anything about Focus, but I think he'll get that call up eventually. Which they did joke about that in the draft show, actually.
Slow starts. MOUZ 1-8 and CT side Mirage Pistols under Xertion as the IGL.
So they don't even need him. Kind of.
Here he
Not
comes.
players here, but
Guns obviously the advantage for Focus. They don't like how many players they just saw though, so you don't want to be the guys that just lose to a 3v5 when it's only Deagles. So disengage, but in that disengagement, MOUZ also decide to head elsewhere. And this is another one of those actual pause moments out of Focus that we sang their praise for on Dust 2 in that 3vX. Well, they do it again here, and if they re-aggress to B, they'll find it free for the taking. I find it really satisfying how the audio changes when he peeks. Everybody listen. Oh, God. Are you kidding me? I was stimming.
They would have loved to just get that kill and then be sure that they should go B, but they still probably pretty confident.
Still too committed out through the apartments. So here we go.
And even though Yokev's new to the team, he's had some good shots for sure. Between here and Dust 2.
Yeah, that feels about right.
All right.
But for now, we wait. Focus take the pistol. Focus take the conversion. And MOUZ aren't going to buy this round, so another chance to close that distance to a 1-round lead.
How many fans are out there this late at night, I wonder?
It's just a mirror.
Pretty late. Yeah.
That'd be the way to do it, like reflective glass, like in an investigation room. So MOUZ don't know how many fans are out there or not. They don't feel the pressure of it.
And then they have the complexity crowd noise that they could just feed in. Simulator.
Man, that'll be an evolution in esports when we have crowd simulators at the team's headquarters.
They did. The complexity did have that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Didn't work, but.
Oh, okay.
I think it made him more nervous.
It's got to simulate like the speakers shaking the stage a little.
Yeah.
You know, every once in a while you just, you know, have a fan rush the stage. Train them for that.
Okay. Let's not encourage that.
I mean, I'm not encouraging it. I'm encouraging you to be prepared for it.
Fair enough. Why don't you rush the stage one day? Be the change.
Be the change you want to see in the world.
I'll play-by-play it.
You think I'd get fired?
I'd tell someone to fire you, yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably get fired, huh? But people would be really confused because they would see it was me and they'd be like, is this part of the show?
Yeah, right.
You know?
Yeah.
I'd have, I mean, the security won't know who I am.
You get very far up there, I think, yeah.
But
before Pekka clotheslines you.
Let's screw those people. Let's get into the gun rounds. MOUZ have had to wait. Here comes the rush through. ZTR missed his movement, actually. Didn't land the jump into the window, so has to go back at it.
Ooh,
Yokab
nice couple of kills.
Turns it back into the double kill. He has 2 HP as he collects that second one. Xerxin wanting to try to flex, but here comes that MAC-10. Yeah, ZTR slides right through, caught out by Torji. And so still winnable for MOUZ.
Oh, he hit that!
Sick adjustment from Torji. Plucks you off of the post, and that's the bomb drop, no?
And you can get on a cat, I think it was. And
that was dirty.
Yeah, it was a crazy shot.
Replay operator's fingers are flying on the keyboard right now.
Underneath the window.
That is such an incredible moment for Torji.
That is painful for Focus.
Brings this round to a grinding halt.
Okay, Banjo approaching carefully. Where do they want to end? With their util, they have options, but I mean, like Yokab's already up on Cat. PR starting to walk away with it. He's got a nice angle, though, to catch this. Very nice, yeah.
Gets the advantage, and that was 2 HP to deal with, so very easy pickup. Banjo into the clutch attempt.
Surely can't be ready for Torzi on the ramp.
You'd think not.
Hopping.
And Torzi hears you running over, so he's going to pick his time to interrupt it. Sitting duck, Torzi. Triple kill round, but, I mean...
Monster shot.
Let's just enjoy this moment.
Because there's right to left flicks, but...
An up flick?
Yeah.
And to drop the bomb as well, right?
He puts himself in such a nice spot to get that trade, you know, like...
Here's the first. Not easy there.
Dude, he gets half his body.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good stuff.
Crazy fast.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Not even a wall bang. And just right above the legs.
Yep, onto the bomb
Get
carrier.
a millimeter. Yeah.
Slowed down the entire round. I mean, that part he can't really take into consideration. You know, that's just the bonus he earns. Yeah. But with a shot that good, you deserve a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. Torji right to the mid setup. Oh, and he's ready for you.
Shoot. He's almost like, it's like he didn't really see it.
Just a cyclops over top of that smoke. Zoomed in into the 5v4. Focus position for the A site take, and looks like they're gonna do this unannounced. They walk up into Zelex. Oh, nice shot.
Okay.
Yokab sends an AK bullet back. Zelex will return the favor onto the Palace hold. We've got a late underpass play coming through from Focus.
Xerxin can beat now.
He's freed up with a player right beneath him. They try to delay here, and slowly but surely that underpass flank is getting into position. You can feel like MOUZ are starting to consider it, and as they swing out into Banjo, it's going to cost Zelex. Nice time to kill coming through from the Focus players, but man advantage maintained by MOUZ. Here's that connector pop up, but he misses his chance. Will still collect on PR. And Xerxin, huge health advantage in a moment.
And you know, Spinks is here.
Yeah, he's got to be somewhere on the site, right?
He got the kill from default.
Yep, they're considering him. ZTR just wants to blink up. Oh, and he reacts with the headshot. Xertion slides through, and we've got Focus hitting headshot after headshot. Despite man disadvantage, Focus rebound, and again, just the 1-round lead.
Yeah, and just a series of great shots. Yokab's kill on Torzi, I feel like, was everything. From a 4v5.
From the 3v4, from the 2v3. And from that point, they shut it down. MOUZ very much limited, have to pull out pistols in this one, so Focus with that round right there have suddenly made this second half interesting. You get the pistol, you convert fully, you then break MOUZ's economy. You're creeping back into this game despite the comfort we expect for MOUZ on Mirage.
MOUZ are always liable to win a round like this, though. Have to be very careful. Look at them going over towards B. And when it's a B split with Cat involved, okay, that's hard to stop. But if they come all through apartments, that's where sometimes you can get stuck. If you can't get a guy out of the second window fast enough, this is where ecos can happen for sure.
Will they put a smoke down in the middle? No, they give themselves one to play behind. Oh, and it happens. First Deagle shot connects. And now they're concerned about the Deagle, but the 5-7's gonna strike. PR 1 and done. 3v3. A bit of damage dealt. Trying to figure out where MOUZ's members remain.
Trying to wait these smokes out. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, they back up into Banjo. Gives the edge back. Torji responds with this 5-7. Oh, he gets another. Torji's the first to collect a couple of kills, not just one for MOUZ. Yokab tries to close the distance. He's got 10 seconds. And as he sprints in, he's got no idea where Xertion's at. And the gun is grabbed. They pull this off with just pistols. It is Torji to make the difference.
They waited about 40 seconds, didn't see an A attack and said, based on our pattern recognition, all the demos we watched, and all the preparation we've done with Cyclone and Zipix, and Xertion's going to make the call. We're going to move over to B, and they're going to run right into us.
And it's so good that
that's why you try to involve if you're going to do the Cat split, make it mostly Cat, honestly.
Yep. When the rotator and the Deagle gets the first kill, you just know PR is going to get one, right?
Yeah.
Sitting underneath the window, he starts to get closer. You can see all the T's scrambling over the smoke. Little did they realize there was a shark in the water with them. And it still banks on somebody doing something special, but that round it's Torji, and it's not the first time either. He's up to a 13-8 scoreline with a couple of critical, unexpected moments. Spinks is such a good distraction. ZTR gets the trade back, but that's as PR pushes in. Oh. Instant headshot. Still majority AKs for Focus, but suddenly it's their economy under question. Xertion takes a glance towards top middle.
That's a lot of info.
And peels back.
I'll have a quick change of heart. It's both a force down here for Focus and a really important moment to win.
Torji can sense the attack inbound. No support inside sight, but
flash is no good.
Good adjustment onto Banjo. First blood found, flash goes through. Zelex opts not to dive sight. They'll give the space over to Focus. Mateo's trying to make this mid play happen, but he just missed timing on the player top mid. Will catch the Cat player unprepared. That brings Spinks back towards middle though.
He can start to peel back. They still have Spinks to make sure Connector can't get flanked, so Zelex can stand here. Yeah, and they think he'd be worried about it, but he's not.
Yeah, nice shots. full focus forward, like you said, because Spinks is just simply back there. Zelex doesn't have to be concerned about the flank. And there's nothing Mateos can do with 15 seconds here, so it is going to be MOUZ up to an 11-8 scoreline.
Easy peasy, and it's tough, again, because Focus, they lost that last, they lost to an eco, then have nothing, but just enough to get a couple of guns.
Magic sauce.
Counter-terrorists win.
We got a graffiti.
Yeah.
Kinda,
yeah. You think it's going to be like always things now?
I think it's cooler that way. I do think it's kind of insane that it literally affects the gameplay.
Yeah. Like, would that play have happened?
Right, if the tomato sauce was there. It's, yeah. Whereas a graffiti literally just, you know, blends into a surface and it's totally cosmetic. But we got something. That's what matters. For the first time in a long time. Call it content. Hey there, what you up to? Catching that AK, trying to get frisky. You could feel MOUZ sensing blood in the water. They want to sign up for this fight. Feels like they know they have a huge advantage, and with these pistols in hand for Focus, they're right.
Life of a B player.
Oh yeah, PR, you like playing B Dust too? Well, here, you can play B on Mirage as well, buddy. Have a grand old time. Here comes the run out, and it's Spinks who's just gonna collect all the freebies. PR trying to deny the plant bomb, eventually getting into position.
Desertion dying.
I don't know. PR still hanging on to the site. He gets 1 kill for his patience. Imagine that, being the B anchor, full eco towards B.
That's why you got to not tell anyone they're coming B.
You only get 1.
You know what I mean? Get all the glory. Save it for yourself.
Yeah, tell them 3 seconds too late. 12th round secured from that one by MOUZ. Their comfort zone clearly this CT side of Mirage. Again, things were made a little shaky with the fact that T-side pistol gets picked up by Focus, but that's them with both the pistols, converting them both, and still sitting uncomfortably on these 8 rounds. So I think, you know, Maui Snake painted a really clean picture of MOUZ, just how comfortable they would be on Mirage and how the veto in this sense kind of spelled disaster after the Dust 2 loss from Focus. It's feeling that way.
Certainly is.
And a great outing for Torji here on map 2. Great series for him, in fact, being the 2nd highest rated player after Dust 2, behind Xertion. Now looking to surpass him in the best of 3 overall. And MOUZ proving to be one of the top bounties that won't get upset on their way to playoffs in an event that does not feature Vitality, Falcons, or Furia. I feel like MOUZ starting to realize, wait a second, we're slowly becoming favorites. Or at least in the conversation. Spirit would like a word. Xertion's gonna catch contact top middle. Doesn't take a ton of damage considering how many bullets he missed after getting his first kill. And ZTR shut down on his attempted exit out through that ramp. So Focus's T side just continues to hit what is a brick wall of defenders. Yokav answers, but so will Zelex. And so for every step forward, they're losing bodies. Body in an attempt to break through on the cat play. Bomb belongs to Banjo, but Xertion's been queued up for this slow burn out middle, and he knows what you're up to. GG. MOUZ make sure to keep things clean. And maybe it wasn't the most inspiring, electric affair back on Dust 2, but this is a roster that's also still trying to integrate PR. And a slow affair still turned into a map win. On Mirage, we see them with their flair, their style, and even a pistol force buy win for a comfortable 2-0 tonight over Focus.
It might be comfortable from our point of view, but I'm sure the MOUZ boys were sweating a little bit in some of those rounds now, because again, when we see it on Mirage, there were moments of brilliance from Focus that we thought MOUZ wouldn't really let happen. We thought this was going to be a massive walk in the park for them.
I was definitely pleasantly surprised by people like Banjo who were able to at least punch their name into these kinds of conversations about who deserves a call-up, but as a whole, unfortunately, you didn't really get the same fight from his teammates. Yeah, they put a couple nice rounds together, but a lot of their success on this map was predicated off of winning pistol and conversions. So I'd say fairly expectedly, MOUZ are able to walk away with the series, but at least D2 was competitive too.
Yeah, I mean, we will talk about MOUZ a lot more because we're going to get to see them continue in Blast Bounty, but I do also want to have a look at FOKUS a little bit more and like, how impressed were you, MOUZ? What are your expectations and where do you place them now looking at what they could achieve throughout the season?
That's a great question because I didn't really have JoeCab on my radar. I still don't exactly have a strong beat on what this sort of player is going to become. If I maybe had heard some more rumblings or scouted him a little more, seen more of Johnny's speeds in the lead up to this, I probably would have given you a more solid answer here. But I think as long as FOKUS hang around the top 25, they'll definitely be happy, but they probably need to win a couple of those smaller lands to make sure they stay in that conversation.
All right, I like it. We could still dabble in that conversation with them, see them hanging around it, and it's nice that you sort of set this goal that you're going to be looking a lot more at them if they can maintain that consistency for themselves. Unfortunately, in Blast Bounty, journey's over, but it is going to be MOUZ making at least a minimum of top 8 for themselves. One of the favorites here, Bowie, that is not getting upset. Definitely not going to be joining, you know, the rest of the favorites there on an elongated break.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully for MOUZ, they were able to withstand the fact that they went through a roster change too. Things could have got messy in certain ways. Maybe on some of the rounds, they would say that they did, in fact, get messy, but too much quality on the server, too many pieces on the team that are able to hold their own in such a variety of circumstances, even when the rounds are a little trickier.
I mean, one of those pieces being able to hold his own, but also a new adjustment for MOUZ is PR joining us here. PR, congratulations on making it to Malta. How excited are you for the LAN?
Thank you. I mean, I'm excited a lot. Sorry, Spinks is saying some weird stuff here. Yeah, I'm excited. It's been last time I qualified with Gamer Legion as well, and we dropped out, I think, in the first round. So this time I'll try, and we will try all to make a longer run, hopefully.
Yeah, try and best that. And speaking of Gamer Legion, you came up against your ex-teammate in ZTR. He was kind of coining himself as the ex-teammate Grim Reaper, but you took victory over him. Is it a little bit, you know, is it a greater victory coming up against an ex-teammate, or almost sad?
I mean, I didn't really think about it. I saw yesterday when he was picking what he was saying, but I didn't really care that much. And yeah, I mean, yeah, it was nice playing against him.
One thing that I always talk about with MOUZ is how I rate Cyclone incredibly highly. How's it been working with him so early on after you joined the team?
I mean, it's good. Obviously, he's very experienced and he has a lot of... yeah, he just already now he's helping me a lot. He's giving me a lot of info. I have some new positions, so yeah, I really need the help, and I would say he's helping me a lot. So it's really nice.
What do you think of Exertion? I mean, that's another big story with watching MOUZ ever since he became in-game leader, that he just frags at such a ridiculous level. How does it feel for him to both call and to just shoot so hard?
I mean, for example, on Dust, I didn't have much action, so I was just quiet, kinda, and I was just enjoying my time, and they did the work for me, so it felt pretty nice.
How does that feel, by the way, when you're kind of playing a map and no one ever wants to come to your side? Are you like almost itching and being like, please guys, let me change it up just a little bit. I don't want to be a soldier anymore.
I mean, sometimes it's good that I can, you know, you can have a little bit of chill, but sometimes you're like, yeah, I hope this time maybe they'll come now. Can you make a setup or something? So yeah, it depends.
All right, well, PR, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again on qualifying to the playoffs. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Yeah, thank you guys. See you.
Congrats.
See ya. It's going to be nice to have PR. I'm excited to see, like he said it, right? They qualified to the LAN part before when he was a Gamer Legion. He's hoping to make a deeper run, a longer run of it there. But I'm just excited to see what MOUZ can do on LAN. If this is going to transition into a cleaner sort of MOUZ for themselves, if it's just still going to be that consistent, yeah, eking out wins, but still having a couple of close or messy rounds. I feel like either way, Maui, I'm going to be very impressed for the first Tier 1 tournament of their showing and of their caliber.
They've yet to drop a map. Yeah, some of the games have gotten a little bit dicey, or more so the rounds have gotten a little bit dicey, and they're probably losing in a couple ways that are frustrating them. But I'd say the fact that they've weathered the storm of these opening couple rounds, whereas orgs like and teams such as G2 and Vitality, Falcons, so many teams crashed out. But even with their own roster move, you still saw so much of the individuals, the teamwork on display. I'd say that they never really doubted themselves in the game plan, whereas some of these teams, when the rounds are getting really tight, you know, round 22, 23, they change things up, they tweak too much, and it leads to mistakes. I thought MOUZ were very centered in their approach.
That's great to see. And poor PR, you know, he talked about it too, where he's like, I don't know, man, Dust 2 was kind of like, whatever, I wasn't really doing much. But I got to tell you, in Mirage, he really showed up. In fact, there is a very specific round that we wanted to have a look at a little bit slower, because he clutched it. And these are the rounds that we're talking about. Like, they shouldn't be getting this close for MOUZ, but the fact you can rely on someone like PR now, that's a godsend for them.
Totally. Late round situations for PR are so fun to watch, because once he gets a beat on the positions of these guys, you can see just how accurate he is, how quick, his decision making is so solid. I think that it goes without saying, but maybe I'll bring this up for people who haven't been watching PR, that he's a low sense warrior. So if he just, as soon as this guy has his finger on the pulse of where the next fight is coming from, his hit rate is so extremely high. Like, look at his sensitivity. If you're at home right now, it's like Nico levels of really, really slow.
I mean, just that second kill that he gets for himself, I'm like, that's dirty. That's nasty, man. You should not be getting shit like that.
No, and like, you're seeing a pixel over the box. If you miss that, guy around the box there is going to crouch. He's going to wait for his teammate because he knows he got spotted. They're going to play the situations out differently if he just misses even that first 1 or 2 bullets. But that's what you get with PR. You get a guy that's just pristine when he's locked in.
Well, I felt like, you know, the cherry on top of the cake that has been such an amazing start to our round number 2 of Blast Bounty. But we're going to recap the whole day for you guys, because it was 4 best of 3s in which you had to consume all of the action around it. It started off with DENDELE up against FaZe, and in the draft show we were, you know, not aware if they knew that they would be essentially be playing from the last series to the first series, but they were still able to bring it to FaZe. It went to all 3 maps. Unfortunately, it felt like they sort of ran out of steam, or at least maybe needed to warm up a little bit more there, Maui.
Well, I'm happy that FaZe made it, okay? You can cry some tears from DENDELE over there, but I'm going to be celebrating with FaZe over here.
Look, that's super valid. Everyone wants to see the resurgence of FaZe, and another team people are loving the resurgence of right now is Liquid. They were our second best of 3. They also qualified themselves a minimum of top 8 all the way to the Malta playoffs there by getting a 2-0 over G2. So right now, they are also another team that hasn't dropped a single map, a 2-0 over Vitality and then a 2-0 over G2.
I am super happy about this iteration of Liquid, how they have, as well, just gone 4-0 throughout the opening series, and against such stiff opposition. It's fair to think that after they beat Vitality, was that a fluke? Are they just overperforming? But when you beat G2 as well, who also made it to the most recent major playoffs, you have to take them seriously.
Another seriously entertaining matchup was Astralis up against HOTU, where after seeing what Astralis were able to do to HOTU on their map pick of Cash, I was thinking this one's going to be a case closed on their map pick of Nuke, but unfortunately they let that one slip to the wayside, and a lot of lessons learnt from their last matchup, so to be able to take the 2 maps in which they lost to HOTU previously as their wins on Cash and Ancient.
Hopefully these are signs for a brighter time for Astralis, as they can learn from their mistakes more actively. Don't think we really got all of the insight necessarily from Neo, how much of it is his responsibility or how much of that was HOOKSY learning. But either way, I think that it's good for them to kick things off like this, because they kind of held their ground as an org. They didn't change players, they just changed the coach.
Yeah, who did talk a little bit about like how much effort he's putting into learning their system, and so to find a balance, oh, I have to learn your system, but you also have to get used to mine. I do just wonder if it's only going to get better in the time that they have between now and when we see them land in Malta there. But we can have a look at what our most wanted and our bounty hunters are shaping up to be, because round 1 delivered us so many upsets. Unfortunately, today out of our 4 series that we've seen, there's only been 1. I don't know, maybe I should be happy. There's at least been a 1, right? Round 2 could have gone the same way, Mau. We just see the favorites win, but Liquid, at that point, I actually kind of think they almost were the favorites, even though they sit in the bounty hunter column.
I feel like some people are looking at this tournament right now and they're just seeing a free win for Spirit, but
nah,
I don't know, something is definitely afoot. Even the way that OG pushed Spirit in their opening series, I don't think anybody's safe here, and that's what the bounty has provided us. Like, reminder, we had Paravision winning it last time, okay? This tournament, it doesn't get any easier for anybody. Even if Falcons probably thought that grand final was a cakewalk, it wasn't.
No, it's not easy at all. So when you look at it, yeah, sure, MOUZ might have easily been able to get a 2-0 over FOKUS, but I do wonder exactly how Spirit are going to shape up against 100 Thieves, because Liquid, a wildcard team, was able to get their round 2 win against G2 as well. 100 Thieves could potentially continue their run as well. And so we're going to have a look at our schedule for tomorrow. We're going to see exactly when they play, what matchups are happening, so you guys can make sure you're going to enjoy all of the final iterations of our round number 2 4 Blast Bounty. It starts off with NIP up against Pain. We've got 3D Max and Foot. We're going to see Mongols and Wildcard, which was, Mongols was picked up very early on in the draft show. And then, of course, we end it with the absolute banger of the top seed Spirit going up against our bottom seed of 100 Thieves.
So intrigued by that final series. I feel like some people might write it off for a free Spirit win. I want to see 100 Thieves once again play to the level of their opposition. I want to see them push Spirit.
I want to see that 100%. I am also intrigued by the Mongols one, right? Where everyone saw them in round number 1 of the draft show as this potential easy win because of what they had lost and not necessarily the equivalent being gained. They were able to continue on in round 1, but people didn't necessarily change their viewpoint. Their mindset was still the same there. So it feels like we've got 2 absolute bangers to cover there, but it's 4 great matches, 4 great best of 3s for you guys in our final day of round number 2 for Blast Bounty. It's starting off at midday, so make sure you guys enjoy that and spend your Sunday properly.
Welcome to the Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. This happens during the live draft shows, taking place before the tournament first begins and after each round of play. Bounty hunters can choose from the most wanted teams, deciding if they want to choose their opponent based on strategy, past history, or simply going for the biggest prize available. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?